No, so it depends upon the so depending upon what the BOD is there, so we design the system based on that. So if the BOD is 250 or 300, then उस basis पे they do the calculation of the area. So I'm giving you for a 50 KLD system we have just designed. So 2.2 meter cube per minute multiplied by 60 will be around 1. My bad. It was not 80. 125 to 130 meter cube per hour for a 50 kV system, which is significantly lower than any other conventional system. And then the other thing is, sir, so all the final sedimentation tank, you don't have a RAS, you always have a RAS, that is recirculation is raw recirculation is there, raw water. इसमें वैसा होता नहीं है because there is a vacuum lift pump which uses no energy. So automatically that vacuum lift will take the sludge back to the solid separation. So if you see here, return sludge is coming from the sedimentation tank through a vacuum pump, which is no energy. There is no electricity required for that. Only you have one blower, which is for the fixed film aeration tank. That's it, and everything else is on gravity. So that's what the benefit is. So this is getting more into detail how it is working. So if there is an interest, I can take through it, and or we can have a question answer on this, and people can come and have a look at it, and then I think that will be more relevant rather than boring you guys with all this technical detail about it. This we will anyway share, Prasad will share with all of you, so you can see the details what we are talking. Next slide. Same. So this just go back. So this is the blower, ma'am. So this is for up to 30 KLD system. We are using the diaphragm blower, and this can go on and on without any failure. Really, no failure. And there, so and the blower is zero. Decibel level is less than 50. So actually, if it is running also next to you, you will not know about it. And the energy requirement is what you charge your mobile phone. Same is energy requirement for this one. Yeah. So summary, just go back. So summary is simple, ma'am, and everybody, that performance guarantee is there, lifelong is like long life is there, and low life cycle cost, as I explained, that less than 2 years you can recover the cost, and then you are only in the money. Yeah, these are some of the products for different application, but right now we are only selling two types, ma'am. Second and the third one. This is for larger sizes up to 100 KLD, and the right one is up to 6 KLD. So for any villa application, so that will be very relevant. So for one villa, two villa, depending upon the requirement, we can do that. So we are doing it in Hyderabad, and we have done it in Goa. Right now we have done 6 units in Goa. We have finished already.
So as you have sent the information to all if this PPT is also shared to all the members,
Sure.
that will also give a lot of insight and might be with the contact information.
We will do that, ma'am. This we have not shared, but we will share that. Yeah, we will share. After this meeting, we will share. Prasad, please make a note. No, we will do that, ma'am. So we will share the whole PPT and the brochure related to this particular product.
We can share it.
Yes, ma'am.
So that some maybe interested.
Yeah, absolutely.
We can convert it to the orders also. For you also benefit, and for the society also.
Yes, absolutely.
So it works on the net zero.
Yes, if you recycle eliminates all kind of civil work. If you see these installations, they are so simple to do. Secondly, it can be modular. Sometimes we start our factories in phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. We don't need to centralize any STP. I'm building my factory in Ibrahimpatnam and it's at 1.5 acre. So I'm putting 3 small Jukasos there. Why I need to take my pipe from one end to the other end? So you can actually, and Vastu also I'll tell you, because I was very concerned about the Vastu. If I paint it blue, the Vastu guy said it's okay, you can install it anywhere in that. so that is the reason, and we are going to reuse the water. So wherever you have a toilet, you can have a small Jukaso there. So even if suppose something happens in one toilet and you're not able to, some issue happens in one Jukaso, the other ones are working. So you don't really shut down your complete sanitation system in the apartment or in the industry. So these are some very, very key benefits of this unit. And we have been selling them since last 3 years, but we really felt that it's now time that all the industries also should look at it, because Modi ji is telling that we need to become water secure, we need to become water save, reuse, recycle, use water. And with my experience in last so many years, the reuse of water concept was very E-type in our this thing. We never thought that it is so important that we need to reuse it. I've been reusing water in so many of my projects and they have been so successful. But unfortunately, to the culture that we have, it doesn't sound good कि अरे toilet का पानी reuse करना. My first project was with one of the COVE member, and she trusted me and she gave me, and I think it's 10 years now already. I've never got a complaint from her, and they are using it. It was septic tank converted into biodigester and recycled. So those kind of benefits we can have when we plan it, and of course, septic tanks 3 times the size, we reduce it to half or 1/3 actually. So these are the benefits. You can make it in your driveway. Only we need is an access to the manhole. That's all, nothing else. So I think if you don't have anything in your industry or you want to upgrade, please look at this technology. This is a Japanese technology, well established, and with their help, we have adapted to Indian standards. We have worked on with them to adapt so that we are able to achieve that 20 less BOD and give you a 10 less with tertiary treatment. So this is the benefit of importing technology but adapting to our systems. That is very, very important.
Right now, as we are going to be the master distributor and partner for India, Sri Lanka and Nepal, but eventually we are going to set up our manufacturing to build this in India. So, so that is the long-term plan for the company, because that will bring down the cost and everything, and we can build more types in India. So that is one. And then Namita also spoke about mindset about using the STP water. I just want to give this number. We are treating 1200 KLD of water in my home Vihanga, and almost 450 KL per day treated water we are discharging in the pits right now, like that drain, because they don't need that so much water. So what they have done, we have selling 200 kiloliter of water to a tanker guy who is taking that treated water to the Infosys campus, because they have no water for agriculture. So 200 is yet left. So I was telling Namita, can we put a hydrogen plant and run and do energy, or maybe put an RO plant and start to drink water from there? And it is possible. So the point I'm making, the water is getting scarcer by the day, and we can use this as a circular economy, and you can actually generate money from doing this in a long-term fashion. And this is not end-all system. It is not only one last solution, but we can do multiple things around it. So that is the message that we want to give as a team. Next. Yeah, next. This is what you were talking about. Just go back. So this is for the household. So you have a kitchen toilet, you have a grease trap if it's a kitchen, and then that directly to the the toilet. So next. So these are some of the, like, this is how big they are. So they are not very big. So 1.3 meter or to maximum 2 meter, and height is around 1.8, 1.7 meter to 2 meter. Yeah, that's it. So that's it from my side. So any question, happy to take. Yeah, thank you.
Adding to what Vishal said and what Madam said, I'll just share quickly one of the experience where, it became awesome for me. It was all the way in 2013 in US. Veolia residential complex sewage treatment plant. We were taken for the training there. I was working with Veolia those days. The guy there who just opened the chamber and showed me the sewage. This is what we are putting in. I said, fair enough, we know that. But then what he did is, the treated water, he put another tumbler and he drank in front of me. So it was really a shock of my life. I said, no, we are all used to this colony will drink only this water. And I was really surprised. I mean, it's a mindset, as Vishal and Madam said, that we Indians don't want to look at, drinking something like this. I'm not saying that the time has come for that, we won't be that bad, but at least we should start conserving water. A couple of other things I will share with you, like, Chennai Municipal Corporation at one point in time and Chennai railway stations, they wanted clear water. So finally, Chennai Municipal Corporation said, please, we have sewage, take it and do it whatever you want. Similar thing has happened in Bhuj, Anjar. A cement factory there, they asked for additional water to the Anjar Municipal Corporation in Gujarat. They said, sorry, we have sewage, please take this. So that's the kind of, the trend which is being set, and slowly we will have to, get used to this kind of, this is something, an awareness as a citizen, what we should have. Furthermore, to share with you that we have tied up with now some Italian and German companies, and we are trying to increase the scope of our solution offering to effluent treatment plant for the industries also. We are looking at 3 difficult industrial effluents like textile tannery and high protein slaughterhouse effluents. So shortly we will be coming, and there could be likely similar session in next few months to introduce about those effluent treatment plants. So I will take this opportunity and request our chief guest, Mr. Bakka Reddy, to be at the dais and share his views about the today's water scenario, whatever concise manner he wants to tell. Please, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. It's a very good technology. Basically, I want to just introduce myself. I'm an BTech civil engineer, MTech in environmental engineer. My whole life is in the waste management, treating of the industrial waste, either liquid or the solid. When I studied in my college level how the night soil, that's what we talk, now the treating, how they are disposing it off. See, in the rich people, they are using the toilets, and the poor people, they are carting it by manually. This is how it started in the beginning. Now, as the technology comes to go for the septic tanks, slowly, septic tanks and the soak pits. Now, as the technology is upgrading, now you have seen a beautiful technology in one system, underground, better treatment. Compared to that, it is a better treatment. So we can reuse and recycle the water. As you rightly said, if we are not able to drink it, at least use it for the secondary use like the plantation or greenery or flushing. Now in Hyderabad, multi-storied buildings, most of them, they are recycling the water. Recycling means now just they are using it for the flushing purpose and the green belt, what I have seen. And definitely what they are saying, this carbon absorption technology, definitely it is required to reduce the odor also. Now, Now there are also technologies have come for the oxidation, it is not the absorption. So technologies are improving, and recently, after a very long time, I traveled by the train. Earlier the soil, night soil, what they are using in the toilet, it is on the rail, totally. Now I just wonder, there is not at all a single excreta is on the rail. Totally, it is a wonderful management. That what I have seen, and especially in the railway station, you can see everywhere is there. You can see the excreta, but now we can't see that. So I thanks for the taking up such a novel business. I can say you are making a business and the social responsibility to make sure that all the people get a good environment, good water, good health. Thank you, sir. I wish you all the best. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. Thank you very much.
I know Mr. Bakkareddy for last 1 decade, and I know his noble contribution towards protecting the environment. He has been heading, until date he is heading our CETP at GD Metla. I know what kind of different and difficult influence he receives, but all said and done, he treats them very faithfully and really contributing to the Srushti, to the environment, and he is an adorable presence with us. We always look forwarded, to his guidance whenever we got stuck up somewhere. I was working earlier with Pennar Enviro as a CEO, and since then I know him. So we regard him very highly, and we thank him for all his contribution to the Srushti. And Madam, I will request her to just give some memento to Mr. Bakkareddy. President, sir, may I request you to please, if you can just have a few words for us.
Good evening. It's very nice to see so many entrepreneurs and industries coming here and attending this beautiful program. I think there is a real one. GO is also there in the government. People are yesterday, somebody saying from your department that if more than 30 employees are there, you must have a sewerage, treatment plant in your factory. The GO is there. I think it's not being implemented very strictly because the lack of space, lack of awareness, or lack of funds to industries or something maybe, etc. But in new industries, it's already started. I think it is a must to have a sewerage treatment plant. But I don't know in GD Matla how far it goes well. It's all could kept. Bingo has to keep efforts to materialize this work, because even many GOs are passed, but it's not being implemented many places in many things. But unless there is a pressure from back end, it cannot be done. As you said, it's mindset in India. You cannot do it immediately. Somebody has to pressurize. And maybe work out for the big companies. Maybe there are about 50% more than 30 employees in the company in GD Matla may come forward to have this one. If economically it's good and it's helpful to the nature, it may be useful. People may come forward also, and it is good luck for you, sir. All the best. Thanks for the opportunity given to speak to you on this occasion.
Like you said, no, there is a question of mindset, funds. One of the issue is not having a right product to fill in this niche, and that's why we are here. So Jukas, who can always serve people with this kind of needs, fulfilling the local treatment at source of the sewage which is being generated. May I request Madam to give a small memento to President, sir. Thank you.
Collectively take this environmental mission.
Yes,
in,
yes.
In our hand that we have taken, that and along with all of you only we can do.
That's what my suggestion is, when you are sending this complete information to all industries, you just share that circular of government also.
Yes.
Yes, yes. I think coupled with that we should send. Correct. Right. I would like to always add, Banka Bio, apart from making some livelihood by offering this technology-based solutions, Madam always had a vision that this is just not the business. It's a social service. And I will trace back her philosophy of doing the business with the societal element. Like, you know, we always, Indians, we talk about Vyashti, Samashti and Srushti. Yes, there are the three duties which we have. So we have a duty towards Srushti, and I think Manka Bio is leaving no stone unturned in performing this social service. At the same time, we will make some money for us and our employees. So once again, I thank you very much, everybody, for having your presence in such a big number and listening to us in an interactive session. And Vishal would give a vote of thanks, please.
So we had a long session. Thank you for listening to us patiently.
I would like to interrupt you. Ma'am wants to say something.
Yeah.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Madhu Tyagi, Director of Confederation of Women Entrepreneur of India, and Namita is our life member and very dynamic. I met her personally in China, in Hong Kong basically. So she joined there later. So that was my first introduction, 2011. And coincidentally, we were roommates also. So she joined later and she had severe headache. I said, don't worry. We all are together to help each other. And then she spoke a lot about this particular project. And I was so impressed that she can think for future right now. And happy to see her progress. Her establishment is moving forward, and it's the social responsibility apart from the business what she is doing. And we should also do our bit to make Mother Earth livable. Thank you.
So I want to thank Bakar Reddy sir for his gracious presence, and also Praveen Reddy sir for coming and sharing your experience with the team here, and all the members who have visited and been part of this little session today. So we look forward to working with each of you and sharing our experience and taking your learnings to improve your working the way you want to see our products perform. I thank you everybody from on behalf of Namita, Shripad ji and my whole team here. So we have a high tea after this, so please help yourself. We have some tea, coffee and some small snack box which will be good at this time. So thank you again for coming, and Startup TV also. I want to thank them. They are covering this event for us. So thank you, sir, and all the team members of yours. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Entrepreneurship has been like a very, very interesting thing for me to earn for yourself, to have your own space, to express your thoughts and express your ideas of what you want to deliver.
The happiness I would see on my customer was what made me start this whole thing.
It was initially very, very difficult.
First fear that comes in the family's mind is that they think that the world is a pervert.
You have to convince them again and again, saying that what you are doing is correct.
Definitely will not support you with so much of money.
So that was the second challenge, was which one I faced when doing business.
But when I started this eco-friendly business, I realized that when there's a banking transactions, there's some money in the bank.
And with that money, I was able to raise some funds after some time. And secondly, is every money that I earned, I put it in the business.
My strength was communication and liaising with companies.
And I earned a lot of money doing that. Initial 2 years, where I liaised for 2-3 companies. And I earned some good commission in that, which added like a capital to me.
So I built my capital, and then of course I have my husband who paid for everything. I sold some jewelry also of mine when I needed, but I'm happy I did that at that time.
I have taken all the schemes available from the government.
I came to know about the
CGTMSC scheme. this credit guarantee scheme from the government.
Of course, the process was a little long because a lot of due diligence was done by the bank.
But I did get that, and since then I'm having that, and with that I built my reputation, and then banks came up with whatever they had to.
So it's not difficult to get bank loans if you are able to do the right thing at the right time.
With the kind of startup culture and the fund available, it's still not that easy to get. It's just that it is available,
And the same procedures have to be followed. Becoming a public limited company was a really raise in our value, not just of the value in the money side, but what I have seen that it raised the value of the company's commitment, responsibility, as well as its virtue of saying that we are there and we are committed to the cause. And whichever company was associating, they also felt that they are serious guys and they're not here for just for a few years. So that's what I feel today, that going to IPO was a very, very good idea.
The journey has been very, very beautiful. Lot of things I learned in the way that how really Indians are, and I feel very proud that I could make a company or a corporate organization where we have given almost 900 people employment. And if we would not have come to this level, I don't think so we would be able to support so many families.
She started as a career where she was jewelry designer and she used to work with some of these jewelry shops and manufacturers in Surat. And that's where she faced the real problem of sanitation, when there was no toilets and she was struggling herself. And that went to have a personal problem in terms of kidney stone for her, because she was not using the loo for a very extended period of time and not drinking water and stuff like that. So that is her personal experience which made her to do something on the sanitation side for women, and then also directly impacting positively to the environment. Then we as a team sat together and said, "Kaise, how we should really do this?" And that's how we come and we thought we put a strategy in place and we are where we are today.
So we wanted to increase our portfolio of offerings and solutions that we were offering. The first reason is that sanitation and water is a very, very focused kind of a business, where sanitation is left for the government themselves. Then later on we realized that we are addressed to the sanitation and water together. And that's how we started looking out for water treatments in urban areas. Earlier we were focused completely on rural and peri-urban. Now we want to focus on urban. So now how do we build our capacities? So when we acquired this company was acquired to help us build that capacity, increase our product range in the same solution, offer more solutions to our customers, and not like become like a one-stop solution for water and sanitation situations. In 2015-16, I was like running this whole thing alone, and suddenly the company was growing at the speed of 70, 80, 100% every year, and I just could not manage the whole thing. And so Sanjay came for a rescue for me, and he said, "Okay, I will join it." He quit his corporate job, and he helped take up my finance and everything, and he became the managing director. Later on, with my brother, he is a mechanical engineer and an MBA from ISP, was wanting to do something in this field because he also was connected to me directly or indirectly for a very long time. And he said that it's time for him also to do something worthwhile. And that's why he decided to quit his job, and he came here and became the CEO of the company.
Imagine there is no water when you get up in the morning. It's like you cannot even dream to live in that world, right? And we are providing that service or that comfort to our clients, our directly or indirectly. I think that is the big satisfaction that makes us go over. Today, the sanitation where we are focusing is more on the urban sanitation, where post your consumption of water, whatever is the treatment that we are talking, the waste and wastewater treatment more on the liquid side. Today, there are hundreds of companies operating in a very super fragmented market. We want to change all of that. We want to bring some method to the madness that is happening. People are like the builders, they are all thinking, let's save some money. we are saying you may save some money, but you're bringing back into your own brand over a period of time if your wastewater treatment systems are not working and you're delivering to the buyer who's spending 4 crore, 5 crore for a project or an apartment, right? So we want to change all of that. So we want to make that impact to say, guys, we will do this for you. We want to show to the world that this is money-making business, and if you do it well, it can really alter the way we think about sanitation, environment, all of that. But what we are trying to do is how we can really solve the real core issue of wastewater treatment, how we can use that water for purposes that we are not using today, and we can give it back to the society. Today, just to give an example, if you're talking about in a big society, there is 100% water usage, 60% or 50% can be reused, and 50% is now actually thrown in the drain. Now imagine there are so many societies across all these big metro cities and all. We want to use that water and use it 100% recyclable to the society. So imagine the impact that we are talking. One society would generate, let's say 2000 apartment will generate more than 1 million liter wastewater every day. We want to circulate that, and we want to do that for 500 societies. So imagine we are talking of 500 to 1 billion liter of water recycled every day on our platform. And then extend that opportunity to do this work for water. We can give water for gardening, we can give water for city usage. There are so many opportunities.
Acclimatizing people or having them understand, you can use the term awareness here, that there has to be beyond the obvious. So environmental, social, governance, etc. When we talk about the company ESG, those things matter, and it's not very easy for people to understand things at first hand. All our solutions are environmentally friendly. They have resource recovery element. We treat the water, wastewater, etc. It's not easy for people to take it first hand. It takes a lot of effort on our part to have them understand this thing and then probably adapt to something.
So the product is a normal WC which has a flapper based system, and it controls the flow of water. When you flush it with the foot, and it is operated by the foot, so foot lever it has. So when you press with the foot, the flapper opens and lets out the water. So this generally happens that you do most of the time. We are only using it for toilet, and when you're urinating and all, it is like you don't need to flush the whole flush tank of 15 liters. So this helps in reducing the consumption of water from almost 15 liters or 9 liters of normal tank to 1 to 1.5 liter only. So that, and it is a normal way to maintain it. There is no special maintenance required for the normal cleaning has to be done. That's it. And it is a life of almost 35 years. So it's a complete WC in itself. So if you want to exchange in your house, it's just an hour's job for us. You just take out your old WC and fit it. It is so simple.
We are serving the society while doing business. So social, environmental and economic, all the three framework, what people call triple P or people, planet, profit. So we are a very good example of that. We now are in a position to go international. So the way we have served the Indian society, would like to serve the other countries, including Africa, where the need is very high. And I guess we are prepared for that. I did my MBA in Germany. It gave me an international perspective, looking at things, family business, then let's say MNCs, for all the different perspectives. Today, I am in a much better position to contribute to the company, to the community, to the society at large. I have mostly been responsible for, I would say, proliferation of the company within the country and outside, representing the company, the work that the company did. I write a lot, speak, including at the United Nations. The thing is, what company has been doing, accomplishing, by all the team members, I, take it to the world through my written and oral skills.
We lost our parents very early in our life, so we are very bonded as friends actually. Although we are siblings, but we are more friends. So I was like more of a think tank for her. and she would just call me and say, Vishal, I want to do this, can you give me your idea? So other than think tank, I was also like sort of a financial support, and always like as a brother, sister, I want this much money, and so she will always come back to me. So I've been the stable one and she's like the dreamer, so that's how we work together. And I'm really proud to see the way she has grown from where she started to where we are. We fight, we argue, but I think the underlying bond between two of us is very, very strong, and I think that's what driving both of us. One thing I really like about her is she just loves people, right? If somebody is suffering, she would really care for them. I think that is one of the very hardest quality for an entrepreneur, because being a small company, we have been able to bring in very interesting policies for my employees, which is normally unheard in a company of our size. She is headstrong. I think that reflects, okay, she want to do this, so it has to be done. Her commitment, I think, is the big another aspect she has a great she has, and that's what clearly reflects in the business. She is not afraid of asking help. I think that directly reflects. So the ego is not there, right? People who get associated with us, they don't leave us. The reason is very simple, because we take care of it.
To begin with, may I request Mr. V.V. Ramaraju, Co-Chairman, FICCI Telangana State Council, to deliver the formal welcome address.
A very warm welcome to the Northeast Roadshow here in the beautiful city of Hyderabad, in the vibrant state of the Telangana. I am truly privileged and honored to have this opportunity to welcome such an esteemed gathering for this initiative. We are here today in anticipation of the upcoming Northeast Global Investor Summit. This summit, organized by the Ministry of Department of the Northeastern Region, shortly called DONOR. This is aiming to showcase the tremendous business potential that the Northeastern states possess. And it also presents an incredible opportunity for all of us to explore and capitalize the tremendous prospects that are available and possessed by the region. I am also delighted to announce that FICCI, the Federation of Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, is proud to be a partner of this ministry in this unique initiative. The region, Northeast region, with its 8 states, boasting immense cultural diversity and breathtaking landscapes, it's a treasure of trove of untapped potential. It is also a region where tradition and modernity blend seamlessly, creating a unique and vibrant business environment. The business location of the Northeast, sharing international borders like Bhutan, China, Myanmar and Bangladesh, provides a unique advantage for trade, connectivity and investment. It serves as a gateway to the Southeast Asian markets, opening up avenues to cross-border collaborations and economic growth. To add to this, furthermore, the Northeast is blessed with abundant natural resources, ranging from hydrocarbons and minerals to fertile agricultural lands and pristine forests. These resources present a tremendous avenues for growth, particularly in sectors like energy, mining, agriculture, food processing, pharmaceuticals, textiles and handlooms, tourism, and infrastructure development. These opportunities within the sectors are vast and waiting to be tapped, explored, and harnessed for the betterment of the region and its people. Today we are honored to have the presence of these esteemed guests who have graced us with their distinguished experience and presence. Mr. Moses Chalaya, Secretary of the Northeastern Council, brings with him the wealth of knowledge and experience in driving this development of this region. We also have the privilege of welcoming Harpreet Singh, Joint Secretary Minister of Donor. With his expertise and dedication for this initiative has been instrumental in advancing the goals of the Northeastern region. In addition to, we are joined by senior officials from the 7 northern states. We have been working tirelessly to create an enabling environment and ecosystem for the business and investment. Their presence here today gives us and shows us that government is commitment in improving, supporting and promoting the Northeastern region as a thriving business destination. It is also a testament to the vision and determination of our leaders to harness the vast potential of the Northeast region and create a robust economic environment and ecosystem that fosters inclusive growth and development. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a unique opportunity before us today. By exploring business opportunities, the Northeast, we can also expand, not only expanding it, but also venturing into other joint ventures, but also to contribute to social economic development of the region. The Northeastern region states eagerly waiting to welcome the investors, entrepreneurs, and collaborators who can help unleash their true potential and create a win-win scenario for all the stakeholders. The roadshow here today serves as a platform for dialogue, collaboration, and knowledge sharing. It is also an occasion to connect and engage with the key stakeholders, understand the investment climate and environment, and forge meaningful partnerships. I would urge and request each one of you to actively participate in discussions, network, and follow up with industry leaders, and explore the vast potential that the Northeast holds and possesses. Let us all seize this opportunity to create lasting partnerships and continue to the growth of the Northeastern region. Once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all the distinguished guests present here today. Your presence here signifies your belief in the immense opportunity that the Northeast offers. Thank you for being part of this Northeast event, this momentous event, and I wish you all a fruitful discussions, valuable connections, and a memorable experience and takeaways. Thank you very much.
I would now like to invite Mr. Harpreet Singh, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Donor, to kindly make the theme presentation. This by way of introduction to the Northeast.
Most important guests of today, the captains of industry, business champions, prospective investors in the Northeast. I stand before you just to give you a sort of overview of what the Northeast is all about in terms of the potential that it holds for investment. Not many of us may know as much about it as one should, I guess. You will, of course, have a chance to listen to all the states who are present here today, talk about their own states, the potentials, their areas of priority, etc. Let me first start by putting before you, sharing with you, two very important comments in speeches that the Honorable Prime Minister of India made about the Northeast. In the first, he described the Northeast of India as having the potential to be the new growth engine of the country. In the second, he described the 8 states of the Northeast India as the Ashtalakshmi of India. And these are with good reason, as you will see in the subsequent slides. So what is it that the Northeast offers by way of something that is unique, something different, and then as an advantage that it possesses over many other states? Let's look at the demographic of the states. it has a very favorable land to population ratio. 7% of India's land and only 3.7% of India's population. By 2030, it is expected that 37 million will join the working age population. Almost around 82% of the population is literate. It's a biodiversity hotspot with 65% forest cover, 7,500 species of plants, and 183 species of animals. It has huge mineral resources, the largest onshore reserve of petroleum and natural gas, followed by coal, limestone, sandstone, granite, iron, and silicon. There's abundance of water, essential for any industrial activity. The network of rivers offer great potential for navigation. There's in excess of 50,000 megawatts of hydropower potential, which is there to be tapped. Perhaps the best known Northeast resources are its agricultural resources, tea, rubber, bamboo, and the horti produces. By way of industrial and trade infrastructure, it offers 125 industrial parks. There are 4 notified special economic zones in the region, 38 land custom stations, 5 integrated checkpoints, and 12 border huts, 10 across Bangladesh and 2 across the border of Myanmar. So, when we look at the Northeast, how does it fare in terms of the infrastructure, its connectivity? Well, it has 17 operational airports, 2 of which are international airports, extensive road network. The road density at 144 kilometers per every 100 square kilometers is higher than the national average of 115 kilometers per 100 square kilometers. Huge network of national highways, state highways, and district roads. The trilateral highway, which starts in the northeast, going down from Myanmar to Thailand, is also a work in progress. There are 20 national waterways. There exists a protocol on inland water transit with Bangladesh. We have access to Mongla and Chittagong seaports in Bangladesh. The Matabari deep sea port is also coming up in another couple of years. As far as railway is concerned, we have excess of 2,700 kilometers of network already available, which will finally connect all state capitals and important locations. The Trans-Asian Railway also is to pass through the Northeast, Bangladesh, and other parts of Asia. There is a lot that the state governments, and especially the central government, has done by way of improving infrastructure, etc., which we are well aware of. Let me put a number to it. First of all, there are 55 ministries and departments of central government which are mandated to spend 10% of their gross budgetary support. In 2022-23, this was around 82,000 crores. This year, it is expected to cross 94,000 crores. As far as externally aided projects are concerned, projects that are ongoing are worth 23,500 odd crores, and another 72,000 odd crores worth of projects are in the pipeline. But this is not enough. The region still needs people like you, people from the private sector, to come in and invest. And the question that one would obviously ask is, why should we come? So to summarize very quickly, first of all, with all the infrastructure that is coming up, has been set up in the region, the cost of logistics is reducing. The cost of living is already low, so you get cost competitiveness. There's high quality of regional resources and products, agricultural, minerals, etc. So you get quality resources. Like I mentioned, by 2030, 37 million are expected to join the working age population. It's a working age population, and it's a population that is aspirational, eager to work, so you get a young, talented workforce. And of course, it is the gateway to the Southeast Asian markets, so it is very strategically located. Based on our assessment and detailed discussions that we've had with investors, chambers of commerce, and of course the state governments, we were able to identify 7 priority sectors for purposes of investment. The first one, of course, is agri, food processing and allied sectors, education and skill, entertainment and sports, healthcare, textile, handlooms and handicrafts, IT and IT-enabled sector, and tourism and hospitality. I'll quickly go through the sectors one by one. Agri and allied sector, 50% of the country's total tea production comes from this region. That's 1/6 of the total world production of tea. Sikkim is the fully organic state, and in their presentation, I'm sure they're going to talk about this. There's skilled manpower available with so many agricultural universities in the region. There's a huge pool of skilled manpower available. Infrastructure, medicinal plants with over 40% of India's total endemic plant species available in the region. And produce, of course, like bamboo, rubber, tea, spices, flowers, fruits, etc. So what are the opportunities that these offer? There is opportunity in food processing, especially of vegetables, fruits, spices, etc. Post-harvest and cold chain infrastructure. Agricultural inputs, rubber and bamboo processing, breweries and distilleries. So the challenge here is to how best evacuate the produce of the region to other parts of the country and beyond. So this is the opportunities that are available here. Education and skill, like I mentioned, high literacy rate. There are many institutions of national importance, with the IITs, IIMs, NITs available in the region. There are 72 Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendras, which have trained 13.6 lakh trainees from 2016. There's a Northeast Skill Center that has been established in Assam. There's an Assam Skill University, and another one, I believe, that is being set up in Tripura. The opportunities are in the areas of setting up private school with international curriculum, etc. Like I said, this is an aspirational population. Demand for high quality education, vocational and skill training, finishing schools, etc. With all of this, the region actually has the potential to be an international education hub. Entertainment and sports. This is another emerging sector which is very popular. Sports, entertainment, very popular in the Northeast, and rightly so that it is being called the sporting powerhouse of the country. As an industry, sports as an industry has been recognized in Mizoram. There are traditional theaters and a vibrant film industry. You would be aware of the Assam, the Manipur, Mizoram, so many movies that have come out which have been recognized internationally. It is known as the land of festivals, with the better known ones being the Hornbill Festival, Sangai Festival, Zero Musical Festival, etc. So the opportunities here are to set up sports academies, management of professional sports, setting up of film studios, filmmaking, and curating new festivals around music and culture. not just in the region, but taking artists and these talented people to the other parts of the country. Virtual reality, animation and gaming is another region, is another area which is there to be tapped. As far as healthcare is concerned, you would be aware that Assam and Sikkim are recognized as pharma hubs. Medical professionals with the large number of medical colleges, etc., being available. There is a large pool of medical professionals that are there. There are over 2,000 facilities of public health care systems, private healthcare systems available in the Northeast region. Traditional medicine and healing practices are very popular, not just in the region, but outside it also. And you would also be aware that over 1,000 health and wellness centers are being opened under the National Ayush Mission in the Northeast region. So again, pharmaceuticals and medical manufacturing devices is one area where opportunities are available. Medical value tourism, telemedicine, medical education, hospitals and diagnostics, and critical care facilities. IT and IT-enabled sectors, you would be aware that the third international internet gateway has been set up in Agartala. There are IT parks available in Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura, and Manipur. There's a special economic zone for IT coming up in Imphal. The Ministry of Electronics and IT has launched the Northeast BPO promotion scheme, which provides huge incentives in this sector. There's a large population which is English speaking and trained. These create the opportunities for setting up data centers, setting up BPOs, KPOs, IT-enabled sectors, facilities, IT training and education, IT parks, tech cities, and e-commerce. Textile and handloom, another very, very well-known sector. We have 7.5 lakh handloom weavers and 2.38 lakh handlooms in the region. 22.86% of the total silk production of India comes from the Northeast region. And you have the well-known varieties of Eri and Muga silk. The largest importers of the silk is USA, followed by UAE, UK, and Italy. There is traditional jewelry that is made from bamboo, feathers, and beads, and bamboo and cane handicrafts, furniture, etc. All this lends itself very well into the global demand for environment-friendly products. Demand for design centers of handloom is there in the country, in this region, to tap into the talent that is there, the resources that are available there. Textile manufacturing. There has been a recent upsurge in use of specialty fibers like banana fibers, water hyacinth, pineapple leaf, etc. Setting up of apparel and garment factories, branding, marketing, and retail. The last sector, which is tourism. Like I said, it has a unique biodiversity. The natural beauty is brilliant. For those who've been there would understand what I'm saying. The tourist fall is now picking up. Post-COVID, data shows that tourist footfall is picking up in the Northeast region. It has 19 national parks and 65 wildlife sanctuaries, including 2 World Heritage Sites. Adventure and ecotourism are very, very popular here, trekking, camping, rafting, etc. And Northeast region is the home to many historical and religious sites. The opportunities for setting up of hotels, resorts, and especially homestays is tremendous. MICE tourism is picking up tremendously, and they're looking at newer and newer places to visit. Adventure tourism, the potential is enormous. Opportunities for destination development, river cruises, etc. So these are the sectors that I have briefly outlined. More detailed presentation on this will be made by the states, and then discussions that will follow in the B2B, B2G meetings. Just like to quickly update the House on what we've done so far. For the Hyderabad Roadshow, we've had, I think, close to 350 registrations, and many of you who are present here, so thank you for that. In Bombay, we had, I think, close to 400 odd registrations and about 300 attendees. So the going is good, the momentum is building up for the Northeast Global Investor Summit. At the state level, we've had participation of over 290 investors. Thus far, before coming to Hyderabad, we've got a commitment of over 40,000 crores already. The states have identified a shelf of investable projects, which they will talk about. We've held state roundtables. I want to emphasize here that this is not a Ministry of Donor show. This is Ministry of Donor acting just as a catalyst, as a facilitator. It is actually the states which own these projects. It's the states which will be talking to you and telling you about the opportunities a little more. During the state roundtables, we've actually had an opportunity to share learnings about investment promotions with the states amongst themselves. There has been policy benchmarking, etc. Ease of doing business. 6 out of the 8 states already have single window systems. The other 2 are work in progress, which will be completed very shortly. Industrial promotion agencies are being set up, and industrial land banks have already been identified for the purpose of industry. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. I would once again welcome all of you to the Northeast. Thank you very much.
We have some people here who are from Hyderabad, who have invested in the region, and I thought it would be a good opportunity to listen to them. May I invite Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Singh, Head Strategic Business Development from Resustainability Limited, formerly Ramki.
I think this is one wonderful step taken by Department of Northeast Region and the audience present and the guests present for having this show at Hyderabad. Selecting Hyderabad as one of the cities for doing this kinds of road show and telling us about what are the potentials in the Northeast region is really a good thing. And as far as the company where I have been asked, I have to share my experience of working in Northeast. I would just like to say that we are from RE Sustainability Limited, and the company is right now mainly doing all kinds of resource recovery and reuse, get more material out of the waste which is being generated by each one of us, by the industries, by the hospitals, by the construction demolition, by the electronic waste, and whatever is not being used, we are doing that. We are present not only in 29 states across the country, but we are also present in the Middle East, in US and in Singapore. We are handling more than 25,000 clients across the world, and we are present across all the globe. The major focus of the company is to ensure that the waste management should not become a waste management, but it should become a resource recovery which gives less waste going to the environment. So we are into reduction, we are into resource recovery, we are into reuse of the waste. Hyderabad is one of the largest, having the largest resource recovery plant in Dundigal here, and in Jawahar Nagar. If anyone wishes to, from the northeast, if anyone wishes to see it, it is a live example to see how 8,000 tons of municipal garbage, the entire waste which the entire northeast 8 states are generating, is getting handled here. Not only that, more than 12 lakh metric tons of hazardous waste is getting managed across the country in different states. Also, roughly around 45,000 beds of hospital waste is getting handled. So when it comes to Northeast, what we understand, and it was a very clear understanding that what is the potential of the states. It has got all kinds of landlocked states, states which is having shares boundary to the sea, states which have boundaries to the international neighbors. So it has got a lot of potential. Government is already doing a lot of work to ensure that there is the connectivity, which was a major issue, and over the last few years we are seeing that the connectivity overall has increased a lot. We get many places reachable with a single stop or maybe direct stop by flight. So the connectivity and the growth has been a very high potential in the entire state. With that, we started working to look into how that we can protect the pristine environment by ensuring that the waste which is coming out from the different processes in the state gets managed and there is no pollution to the environment. So in the last 3.5 years, we have been able to interact with each of the corporations there, municipal corporations, government and industrial development corporations. And we have got a very good overwhelming response from the government through these institutions. Right now we have been able to have agreements with 3 states. One is Assam, for which we are catering to provide the hazardous waste management for the waste coming out from the drilling units of all the oil units there. So the plant is likely to get operational in another 8 months or so. It is coming up at Dibrugarh. The other plant we worked with the Arunachal Pradesh government for setting up of a biomedical facility, because the state lacks all this waste which is coming out from the treatment of the hospitals, and these wastes are highly contagious. This needs to be treated within 48 hours as per regulation, and they cannot be just thrown anywhere. With the COVID experience, the government has become very keen there, and we have set up a facility in Arunachal Pradesh. We are also working very closely with Sikkim for handling all their pharma waste which is coming out. So these are the 3 states, and by doing so, there is an overwhelming response from the government to put in the facilities in their states or their cities. The response from the government has been really worth, and I would like to mention that they are giving so much of priority because basically this is a waste resource recovery is such an important activity that not only brings in whether international investors, but also is a requirement of the time, both in terms of human and nature environment. So the response has been very positive, sir. And whether it is terms of clearances, whether it comes of permitting, and even we are getting support in terms of some financial incentives. I wish this should continue, and this is what I would just like to congratulate all the states of Northeast region and the organizers to organize this such kind of event. These are the things I would just like to close on. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to share our experience.
This is just one example of how the Northeast is facilitating and attracting investments. To add to this, may I now invite Mr. Nagaraju A.L., he is Managing Director of Devi Energies, to share his experience in the Northeast.
We have taken up the initiative of developing a hydropower project in Arunachal Pradesh in the year 2014. Our project is one among 161 licenses government has allotted to various companies. Over the time, this is the only project that has seen the light. I want to confine myself to cover the contribution and the support that I received from the government while execution of this project, and the infrastructure availability while executing this project, and the availability of the manpower. These are the main issues for any industry to grow up. Coming to the government support, this is an extraordinary initiative from the government, and they have really extended their best cooperation from time to time. But this being a Himalayan state, most of the terrain is hilly terrain. This state borders with almost 4 countries. There are infrastructure bottlenecks, like in terms of transmission system availability, connecting roads, availability of skilled manpower. Somehow, we overcame all these issues and we commissioned this project in 2019. This project serves the villages and the districts bordering Bhutan and China, West Kameng, East Kameng and Tawang. Now, we are looking forward to develop a couple of such projects, both hydro and solar projects in the northeastern states. After this meeting is over, we will explore with other states. I really appreciate this kind of initiative from FICCI and northeastern states. We look forward to attend such kind of things to mobilize investments in the prospective states.
Thank you, Mr. Nagaraju, for your kind and encouraging words. I'm sure many of you would have taken note of the positive experience that he has had in the Northeast. May I now invite, we are privileged to have with us actually the Secretary, Northeastern Council. The Northeastern Council is the regional planning body and coordinates a lot of developmental work in the Northeast. Mr. Moses Chalai, the Secretary of the Council, is here with us. May I request him to kindly deliver the special address.
To this second investment promotion roadshow in Hyderabad, which is the prelude to the much anticipated Northeast Global Investor Summit, which is going to be the first of its kind for the NER. Though we understand that many states, including the state of Telangana, they conduct these events regularly, and they have resulted in tremendous, in fact, incoming of investment and growth in the past. And therefore, it's time that we also are, getting ready to move in that path. The intent and action happening is consistent and for quite some time, and our aim is to unlock the immense potential within Northeast region of the country. One is that yes, we are, as also have amply shown, particularly by Harpreet, and what are all those potentials that are there, the opportunities that can be availed. But we are also here to say that the team, whether it's Ministry of Donor, whether it's FICCI, Invest India, NSC, and more important, equally important is the states themselves, the 8 states of the NER. They all are here to support and facilitate in a very, very focused and consistent manner.
To every investor who would come for investment and trade. And as also mentioned, this is in line with what the Honorable Prime Minister and
the other leaders of the country have been, including my own minister, Minister of Donor, has been emphasizing for quite some time as the new growth engine of the country of India. Prime Minister also has, Honorable Prime Minister also has emphasized time and again how investment and economic growth needs to come to an NER, which will eventually lead to this generation of employment or creation of jobs. Substantial investment has taken place. The 10% GBS, gross budgetary support, that comes from the non-exempted ministries and departments of Government of India.
And this is apart from the fiscal transfers which the states also get from Government of India and also their own internal resource generations. What I'm trying to say that much is happening in the region. For instance, in the last 5 years, some 3,100 kilometers of roads worth of about 58,000 crores have been completed. And quite a few of them are four-way laning, and most of it are double laning. Railways have sanctioned for about 2,000 kilometers with worth about 74,000 crores of rupees. And in fact, I know scores and scores of tunnels which has been built running in hundreds of kilometers, and day and night work is happening on the ground. Aviation has seen such a boon. I mean, the last few years, we all who come from Northeast will bear testimony to this fact. To the extent that today, Guwahati has flight about 91 flights. The last count starts at 5:30 a.m. in the morning and ends at about 11:30 p.m. in the night. You know, and likewise, there are other airports which are also coming up very fast. Imphal, Agartala, and all other airports. And the number of flights within and without the region is increasing by the day. And that power availability definitely is much, much better. In fact, many, even in the rural area, we're getting 18 hours, 20 hours in a day power. Though from state to state it differs, but everyone is picking up. There are about infrastructure, when we talk about 2,000 branches of banks, of which about 900 are SBI, State Bank of India. Health sector is picking up in a big way. Education, yes, definitely. And the other day I was interacting with this USTM, one university, private, which has come up in Badihat in Meghalaya, border of Assam and Meghalaya. They have about 5,000 students within about 10 years. And they are aiming 10,000 students within the campus. And it's within striking distance. Likewise, quite a few other universities and educational institutions have come up. The law and order, by and large, has improved considerably. Many places, I think they're definitely much safer than other parts of the country. We do have some area which are of concern. Unfortunately, of course, we are here in my own state, that is Manipur, of late has not been in news for the best of reasons. But I know overall it has improved, and which means that, of course, we are in a climate of, which will support good business. So need of the hour is private investment. We are surrounded more than 95-96% by foreign countries, as we all know, and surrounded by some of the fastest growing economies of the world. ASEAN countries in the east, the north, China, which is the second biggest, and in terms of PPP, said to have overtaken USA. Bangladesh south, of course, Bhutan north, which of course is a small economy in that sense. But all this put together also shows that the region can do as well as the neighbors. And it's something really a point for all of us to think about. The resources of various kinds are available, which has been presented in the last presentation. I will not repeat them. And we do have a good number and population of bright, young, educated, and creative population willing to join, and wanting to join, in fact, the workforce. Very, very important. So you can also get a good set of talented, creative, and bright, educated workforce. I would also want to share that we also have dynamic and very open and willing political leadership. Some of our chief ministers are among the brightest, and they all know much more open to economic development, investment, and private sector to take over this aspect of growth. As I said, the infrastructure will be taken by, we were saying, the government. But the biggest mismatch is the lack of inadequate, rather the inadequate investment happening from the private sector. And that's where we would like to urge and plead with you that you need to come, and that the environment, the total, overall, that ecosystem is gearing up to receive the investment, unlike even in recent past. And we also have got very bright, very knowledgeable and passionate team of officials and bureaucracy. That's also very, very important. Very quick to catch up. So all this put together, plus the connectivity we have mentioned about, but it's also important that the Matarbari, that deep seaport, which is only about 70 kilometers from, I think, Sabrum, if I got it correctly. That Sabrum is the tip point of the Tripura, and all the railways are converging into Tripura and to Sabrum. And from there, we can jump into Bay of Bengal. And from there, we can bring in the raw materials, the products, and also our producers and products can come out. To have access to the sea is extremely important, and that's happening now. The other is that, of course, river waterways, which a lot is happening. And the ministry himself is from the region. And so through Brahmaputra and Ganga, we can also link up to the Bay of Bengal and to the rest of the world and the country. Very, very important, and one area that now the region is focused. Therefore, that landlocked and that disadvantage that we have will be to a good extent overcome by this development. And Matarbari, that deep seaport, which will be able to house and anchor and bring the biggest of sea vessels, ships. We should be ready by 2027. The Japanese team, the Japanese government is fully into that and very, very focused. But apart from that, we also have got a population of about 5 crores within the region. That itself, don't you think, is a very good market? So, in fact, I know that import substitute, so to say, is also one area that can be seriously thought of it, and you will also have good market from the region. Very important. And also I'm about to conclude, the IT is one area that can really, really come up. We, of course, have got the agro-based industries, tourism, which can be very, very big, the education, the medical, all of them put together, all very important. But I would like to emphasize on this, that IT, which does not discriminate. 15, 20 years back when we read about news, internet, one thing everyone used to say, and I'm told this was quoted somewhere in a meeting abroad, was that, the people from the third world countries says that internet does not discriminate. So the net, which is coming and it's picking up. In fact, we are also getting now some from the international gateway from Cox's Bazar also start coming into the broadband to the region. And therefore we are ready. Any business which can be done through technology in IT. And technology, IT is extremely important. It's no coincidence today that the 5 biggest capitalized companies are pure in the world, or 4 are pure technology. And out of 5, brick and mortar is only 1. We all know that Aramco, Saudi Aramco. So it's no coincidence that the internet, the net, the 5G, the 4.0 industry is coming in a big way, and it's here to stay. And that's where the region is much more better prepared. That's how I see than many other places. On 22nd June, my friend Mr. Tari is also here, Hage Tari. We all were there in Pasigat, and we did a very, very quiet kind of, initiation of these 5G applications. I'm made to understand that the 5G applications have not happened much across the country. The technologies are there, but not really deployed on the ground. And if they're there, I'm not very sure where are they, but it has happened in Northeast. And it's picking up the 5G applications. And all the 4.0 industry, whether it's Internet of Things, 5G applications, artificial intelligence, machine learning, 3D printing, very, very important. They all are interrelated and they are here. We are facing them every day. And the region, I think, can really pick up in this region, in this part. So please think seriously to come to us with this possible investment in this area. Finally, I would like to say that the NER states, Ministry of Donor, FICCI, Invest India, and the NEC and all of us are here to help and facilitate in a very focused, consistent manner, unlike maybe in the past, and the time to invest in Northeast region is now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your very insightful speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of the first part of this program, the first session, it's my pleasant task to thank you all. I'll not take much of your time, but would definitely like to thank you all for joining us. Mr. Moses Chalai, the Secretary NEC, thank you, sir, for speaking to us, for being here. It was very insightful listening to you. Mr. Harpreet Singh, Joint Secretary Donor, thank you, sir, for the brilliant presentation that we had. Mr. Ramaraju, thank you for joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, as the Secretary NEC pointed out, you see, thank you very much for that, sir, that you highlighted the international connect that the Northeast has. The Northeast, ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the map, is truly India's gateway to the East, not just Southeast Asia, to the East. You see, with the existing connectivity agreements that we have with Bangladesh, the existing agreements that we have with Myanmar, the projects that are being developed, the Northeast is actually ready to start trading, to start doing business with all these countries, and it has begun. This is the time when people should take advantage and invest in the Northeast to be the first mover. One example is the riverways. In Bangladesh, with Bangladesh, India has a protocol on transportation through riverways, which gives us access to their riverways and which gives us access to the ports in Chittagong and Mongla, and now very soon to the port at Matabari. Just imagine the amount of trade that can flow through the riverways, given that the riverways are a much cheaper way of transporting goods and passengers. Anybody investing in vessels operating in the riverways, I think, would make a killing. I know there are many people here who are from Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh has a wide shipping industry, a very impressive shipping industry. I think you could look at that opportunity also. Then the Northeast has a huge repository of medicinal plants. Hyderabad being a hub of pharmaceuticals, I think that's one area you should look at. Every state has something to offer. You should definitely look at that. And states like Sikkim, to some extent Assam, have already become pharmaceutical hubs. Most of the major companies have set up operations in these states. And I think if you are not there, you are missing the bus. Please join us in the Northeast. So there are many other areas, tourism, many other areas which have been highlighted. Let me not go into details. You will all be meeting the state governments after this session. And then we have presentations by the state governments also. But suffice it to say, the Northeast is a region which you cannot afford to ignore if you really want to grow your business. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for joining us. and welcome to the Northeast. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would have liked to give a short break for tea, but then given that we are a little behind schedule, I think I would like to continue with the presentations. Tea is of course available outside. Anybody feeling thirsty can please step out, pick up a cup of tea and come back inside. We'll move on to the next session. The first presentation we have is from Mr. Nikhil Pant. He is founder of Lakshya and a former chief program executive of the National Foundation for CSR, IICA Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. So Mr. Nikhil Pant, over to you.
I was with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs about 10 years ago when the CSR mandate was initiated and it became part of this, the Companies Act 2013. As of 1st of April 2014 it started. In fact, this is the 10th year of CSR. The topic of my presentation over the next 12 to 15 minutes is opportunities of investment under the CSR in the Northeast region. The opportunity for CSR to partner the Northeast is never better as compared to what it is today. In fact, in the morning today only I received the latest newsletter from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs where they have highlighted the importance of, and I'm just going to show this to you before I actually even start, that Control L. If you see, I don't know, this is sounding too small, I guess. Is it a little better like this? While you can't read this, I will just read out the newsletter. It says, in contrast, the government has just come out with a circular basis data assessment. And it says that there is very lopsided investment of CSR. There has been more than 1 lakh of crores spent on CSR over the last 8 to 9 years. And if you see that the amount spent on CSR in the Northeast is almost about 1%. So I'm just reading out what the ministry has written to all the corporates. And I thought I would mention this, sir, before I actually start the presentation because I came across this newsletter only in the morning today. It says, in contrast, the Northeast states of Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Nagaland, Sikkim and Tripura received a mere 0.91% of the funds in FY 2021. Some other reasons could be the lack of infrastructure and resources for implementing CSR projects in the region, for which I believe that capacity building is a major requirement. And in fact, the IDAN team is here. Can the IDAN team please raise their hand? Part of that group took a CSR course that we conducted from one of the CSRs, which is the HCL Foundation. Partly it could be because lack of awareness about the importance of CSR among companies operating in the regions receiving lower funds. This is concerning. Now the ministry is saying, this is concerning as the smaller regions are the most socio-economically and culturally diverse in the country and have a high incidence of poverty and underdevelopment. It is imperative. The Ministry of Corporate Affairs is using the word imperative. It is imperative that there is a balance of local area preference with national priorities to avoid any concentration of CSR funds in specific regions. The board of the corporations may, on their own initiative, be required to take measures needed to augment the CSR funds for areas where development is needed. So this is a very important, I would say, advisory that the ministry has given to all the corporates through this newsletter, which is a monthly newsletter. In my presentation, I'm going to try to mention that this year being the G20 presidency for India, we are all aware that there has been a slowdown because of post-COVID, economic slowdown across the world. It is a great opportunity for corporates to invest in those areas where government is rolling out the red carpet. And as I heard from the morning from the secretary, from the joint secretary and the others who spoke, that the bureaucracy is very welcoming, the people are friendly, and the government, as I have just mentioned, the ministry, the controlling ministry for the corporates, which is the MCA, is exhorting corporates that please take your CSR over there. Don't make it very disproportionate. Now, within the G20 mandate, if you see, green growth development, the red ones, accelerating progress on SDGs and especially women-led development. I can see a lot of women leaders here. Women-led development is being given a lot of primacy. And it has to be kept in mind that if corporates who want to align with the government mandate and if there is a recommendation or an advisory from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, I would advise corporates here that as a matter of strategy, as a matter of business strategy, whether it is just for the Northeast or it is for their overall operations, they need to keep an ear on the ground, but also an eye on the ministry, which is the controlling ministry. Now, if you see, CSR can play a very, very catalyzing role. If you want to invest in business, if CSR goes in first, you have better relationships with the government machinery, you have better connects with the community, and the stakeholders all come together on the same platform. So what I'm trying to present here, and I met the secretary at the M Donor Ministry about a week ago, and then the joint secretary as well, and I'm so thankful that they've given me an opportunity to speak here, because when the law began 10 years ago, and I was fortunate enough to be a part of that team in the ministry, the clear intent was that CSR fund is not absolute money. It has to be used catalytically. It has to be used to catalyze development in that area. Now, when I go ahead and I see the list of activities which are permitted under Schedule 7, the list of activities which are permitted activities under Schedule 7 are also matching those activities which the ministry is talking about. And I heard the secretary and the joint secretary talk about the various areas where the Ministry of Donor is trying to promote business investment. So if I'm a business investor, if I'm a corporate guy, and I want to develop a strategy, a vision plan, I would like to see that can my CSR with its permitted activities like health, if you see number 1, number 2, promoting education, number 3, gender, number 4, environment, number 5, protection of national heritage and culture, etc. There is a clear overlap between CSR and what the ministry is encouraging business to do. So what is the message over here? The message is that if I want my business to grow, I want to make some strategic investments. And a good, wise strategic investment could be to go with your CSR first in the Northeast and then bring your business in over there. The moment you do that, you will find that the entire system becomes much more engaging with you. Now, what we have done over here is to present some insights. If you see, about 1.27 lakhs crore is the total money that has been spent on CSR from 1st April 2014 till 31st March 2021. Out of this, 1798 CR on the top right is what has come to the Northeast, which is about 1.4%. The ministry newsletter that I just shared with you says that in one of those years, which is the year 2021, it was only 0.9%. So on an average, it is only 1.4%, with Assam getting about 80% of that, and Mizoram, very little amount, 0.2%, 0.28%. So the Mizoram team which is here will maybe have to more proactively, promote their businesses and also take their CSR thought process with them. If I look at sector-wise, if I look at health, eradicating hunger, poverty and malnutrition, safe drinking water, sanitation, the total amount spent in these 8-9 years is 25,274 crores. Out of that, only 550 crores has been spent in the Northeast, which is just 2.1% that you see on the red. Only 2.1% of the CSR allocation in these key areas of health, hunger, poverty, malnutrition, etc. is coming into through CSR to the Northeast. If I see education, differently abled and livelihoods in the Northeast, 32,095 crores is the money that has been spent from 2014 to 21. Out of that, only 845 crores have come to the Northeast, and which is about 2.6%. So you see that the percentage of total spending in the country and what is going into the Northeast is very, very minuscule. This is very alarming because, as I'm hearing from my earlier speaker, there is so much of potential for business, and there is so much of alignment between business and CSR, and also sustainable development goals. And I'm sure a lot of corporates who are here are also doing ESG reporting. ESG reporting is now becoming more and more relevant. If I see environment, animal welfare, conservation of resources in the Northeast, 6,183 crores have been spent from 2014 to 21. Only 111 crore, 111 crores have come to the Northeast, which is only 1.8%. So improving agriculture, environment. So if you see in all of these earlier ones, if you see the bottom right, these are key mandate areas where the ministry is wanting corporates to come forward. And if I look at gender equality, women empowerment, old age homes, reducing inequalities, etc., around 2,397 crores has been spent. Out of this, only 55 crores have come to the Northeast, and which is 2.3%. Now, sports. Sports is a major area in the Northeast. I think I heard the Joint Secretary mention about sports, and we know so many legends of sports coming from the Northeast like Manipur. Just look at only 2.8%. Now you're talking about winning more gold medals at Paris, which is the next Olympics. But look at the kind of investment on CSR which is going there, where you have the talent. So if you are business people, you are seeing the talent and you want the country to achieve something, why are we not putting our money over there in CSR? That is a fallacy, and one needs to really wake up on this. If I see within this pie of 1.4% average, which I've said, broadly if you see 47% is broadly going into the areas like education, differently abled livelihoods, encouraging sports. So if you see some of these areas, this money distribution in sectors account for 1.4%. Only 10% of the total CSR in the Northeast has gone towards sports, environment, and women's. So this chart shows that whatever money has gone to the Northeast, where is it going across the sectors? Major chunk of the investment is going to human resources and education and livelihood, which is good, and we must push for that. But if you see the bottom left, only 10% is going towards sports. Out of the little money that is going, very little is going into sports and human development in that sense. Now, what does all of this data tell us? All of this data is, if you see from the bottom of the page, at the bottom left, this is entirely sourced from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. This is basis the MCA 21 filings that the corporates do, that all of you who are here must be filing. What is the role now that the ministry is trying to play, the Ministry of Donor? And that's why I'm so happy that they gave me an opportunity, because I work very closely with corporates. I'm working with corporates like ONGC, which have huge interest in the Northeast, and they would be more than willing to come forward, I am sure. I'm also working with the HCL Tech, the HCL Foundation, and in fact the IDAN team is one of the beneficiaries there. We've done capacity building for them. India Infoline Foundation, they are very eager to start a project on skill development in Tezu in Arunachal Pradesh. I'm already in touch with Gitima over here. My thanks to her team. When I went to Shillong in Meghalaya, IBM is very keen to come forward, and the projects are about to roll out. So the big corporates who are understanding this game are wanting to play it in a very strategic as well as tactical manner. Now, I'm just listing and summarizing a few points over here, that direct interface with concerned governments. I think it is a forum like this which is so relevant. Capacity building of NGOs is a key requirement. I travel across the country, and in fact in the last 6 weeks I've traveled to about 8 to 12 cities, right from north, east, south to central India, and met about 2,500 NGOs as part of my work. Capacity building is a major lacking area, and we have to prepare them. So in fact my request to the ministry here also, and to Invest India, is that strengthening NGOs in terms of CSR compliances and project impact is very important. It is also important that we develop a shelf of CSR projects, because if a corporate wants to go but the NGOs are not ready, I think the IDAN people, when they speak next after me, they will share their experience. I think they have been early movers in this regard, and they are having some good experiences on CSR to share. Assisting NGOs to develop a business case for their corporate CSR partners. Also, we have to teach the NGOs in the Northeast, because if you do good CSR project, the brand grows. If the brand grows, the business also grows as a corollary. Also aligning CSR outcomes to achieving SDGs for corporate as part of their ESG strategy. So somewhere I would request all the stakeholders here that when we are looking at the Northeast, we have to see the kind of engagement models that we can create. We have to capacity build the NGOs, and CSR partnerships, if they get engineered, they will lead to the development of a conducive business and investment environment. Strategically, lot of big business. In fact, I was there when in Meghalaya last year. Somebody from the Reliance Foundation, the chairman's office was there. So a lot of corporates are sending their representatives to the Northeast to scout as to how fertile the land is for CSR investment, because that for them becomes a testing ground for business investment to come in. So my request to all who are here is this, that if we are able to very closely understand this dynamics, we would appreciate that if we want the Northeast to grow and if we want our businesses to grow, Northeast is a great place. And to begin there, if I begin my venture there through CSR by testing the waters, by creating my engagement with government, with civil society, because the same government and the same civil society will also be the consumers of your goods and services as you want to expand your businesses. The circular or the newsletter from the ministry which has come out today, I would request the FICCI team to share it with all of you. I did share it over here. This is, if you go to the MCA website, you can download this newsletter. I foresee that all the companies who are here, that you may very soon get a letter or maybe a circular or maybe a gazette notification from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs mentioning spending. So it may be wise for all of us to be a little ahead of the curve. And I think roadshows like this prepare us for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pant, for the wonderful presentation on the CSR opportunities that the Northeast has to offer. And thank you also for sticking to the time. I think that's very important because we have a number of B2G meetings lined up after this. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as Mr. Pant mentioned, we have the IDAN team, the Investment Development Authority of Nagaland. They have had a lot of experience in terms of CSR investments and other investments in the state of Nagaland, and they would like to share their experience with all of us. May I invite the IDAN representatives to come and make a quick presentation, please.
Like our previous speaker has mentioned, our state, we were unable to attract much of the CSR spendings in our state. So when we were researching into the CSR activities in our state, we realized that it was so haphazard and there was no uniformity in its implementation. And moreover, when we started reviewing the spendings of CSR in our state in FY 2020-21, we found out that our state, we received only 8 crore spending on CSR. So we started to have a thought process on what we should do as a state entity, what we should do in order to attract CSR investment on social investment into our state. So accordingly, we thought that we will be coming up with certain plans and actions so that we attract CSR into our state. So we devised a strategy where we said that we will organize a conclave on CSR. And ultimately, the conclave was held in August 2023 last year. Coinciding with our CSR conclave, we also incorporated the CSR, not only CSR, but investment and the banking conclave, because we also wanted to rejuvenate our local market. So we were very honored that our Union Minister of Finance and Corporate Affairs, she willingly came and graced the occasion as our chief guest. And after the conclave, we enhanced our, for the past 7 months, we enhanced our CSR expenditure in our state to more than 80 plus crore we have attracted the CSR investment till then. So some of the methods that we have employed was, we started connecting with Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and they were so helpful, and they connected IDAN through their respective ROCs across India. So we were trying to connect with different companies with the help and intervention of the ROCs. Even then, we were unable to get in touch with, we were unable to connect because IDAN was not so much recognized maybe. So ultimately, our chief secretary and our senior officers were so helpful. They came personally, our chief secretary started writing and sending out mails to different companies through the official email handle and making a carbon copy to our Investment and Development Authority, from where we started picking up and making connect with different companies. And the Invest India and the Confederation of Indian Industries were very willingly coming forward and assisting us, and we partnered with both Invest India and CII to bring in CSR into our state. So for that, we started preparing shelf of projects, different shelf of projects. We started collecting shelf of projects from the district level, from the departments, from the NGOs, and we started to make a database on the shelf of projects that we have. And we also started creating the donor database. We also started collecting the NGO database, and we started compiling with all these informations. And we also started having a partnership like with the HCL Academy. We need to capacitate our NGOs in order to implement CSR appropriately. So our HCL Academy was very, very helpful, and we partnered with them. We started training our officials, government officials, even the NGOs, and the first page is already completed. The second page is still ongoing. Thank you, HCL. We take this opportunity to thank you, the HCL Academy, for the initiatives that you have done for our state. So in our state CSR cell, we provide one-stop solution. We have developed our own model, which is called H model, where we first engage, then we disengage, we guide and re-engages again with the companies in order to implement the CSR policy in our CSR spending in our state. So these are some of the pictures, some of the projects that we have implemented. The livelihood, we have implemented the solar coal storages across the state. We have also started the 10-bedded dialysis center. We have intervened in different sectors.
Thank you so much for highlighting your experience, and again, thank you for sticking to the time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the presentations that we have all been looking forward to. We have with us the Secretary, Government of Tripura for the Department of IT, Mr. Kiran Gitte. Over to you, sir.
Tripura is located in the southwest part of the northeastern region of India. The state is strategically located with close proximity to Bangladesh and access to the entire Southeast Asian market. Blessed with rich natural bounties, Tripura, an erstwhile princely state, is a pristine haven of bewitching natural beauty. The state wields abundant natural resources and a claimed potential for international trade. During the last few decades, the state has started transforming towards inclusive growth. In recent years, a number of initiatives have been taken to improve the basic as well as industrial infrastructure in the state. The national highway linking Agartala to Guwahati has been upgraded and extended up to Sabroom, just 75 kilometers away from Chittagong port of Bangladesh. Riverine connectivity from Daudkandi in Bangladesh to Sonamura in Tripura for movement of ships by dredging of Gomti River is being explored, which would link the Chittagong, Haldia and Ashuganj port. Also, signing of the BBIN motor vehicle agreement, opening up of Chittagong port, bus service between Agartala, Dhaka, Kolkata, and other initiatives have unfolded new avenues for transit and transshipment in the region. The state capital Agartala is now connected by broad gauge railway, which is already extended up to Sabroom. Agartala is also being connected to Bangladesh by railway. Agartala Airport, recently renamed as Maharaja Bir Bikram Airport, is the second busiest airport in the northeast. This airport is now being further upgraded as an international airport. The state is presently power surplus and power tariffs are low. Two large gas thermal power generation projects, ONGC Tripura Power Project and NEEPCO Monarchak, are already commissioned. Besides, Tripura is the third internet gateway after Chennai and Mumbai. BSNL has leased 10 Gbps bandwidth from Bangladesh Submarine Cable Company Limited. Tripura has a vast pool of educated and trained manpower, vibrant pool of youth, competent and eager to support industrial growth. Tripura has also achieved significant improvement in developing industrial infrastructure. As of now, Tripura has an industrial growth center, an export promotion industrial park, a food park, a bamboo park, a rubber park, an apparel park, and 6 industrial estates. 3 IIDCs are also being developed. Tripura is the second largest rubber producing state in the country, and production is expected to increase at a fast pace.
Yeah, thank you for showing that presentation. Secretary NAC Cholai sir, senior officers, industry and business leaders present here. Tripura is one of the beautiful states of Northeast. By size, we are the third smallest, and by population, the seventh smallest. We have a good economy, especially after the peace which has set in the state in last 2 decades. We are growing at double digit. Our per capita income and GSDP indicates that. And there are a lot of unexplored opportunities in Tripura. We have abundance of natural resources like rubber, natural gas, bamboo. We have a very good access. Even though if you see the map, we seem to be remotest by geographical location, but we have a Rajdhani coming from Delhi. We have trains to many places in India, direct trains, I mean to say. Direct flight connectivity with Delhi, Chennai, Bangalore, then hopping flights to Ahmedabad and so on. We have a very proactive government. You might have seen that in the last month during the Parliament's inauguration, bamboo floorings of Tripura were showcased in the new Parliament building. So our products are finding their rightful place in the country. If you see the industrial infrastructure, we have industrial estates which are provided with roads, power, gas connections, security, and the logistic support, the packaging support that we need. So all along the state, all along the national highway and the railways, we have the industrial estates spread across. We have, these are some pictures. So if you see the infrastructure, we have national highway, which is a lifeline for Tripura, and there is a one parallel national highway which is being constructed, which is this year we will complete it. So we will have redundancy to two national highways. The new one will be going across the Bangladesh border, mainly through the plain land. So the issues of disruption of the road connectivity during the rainy season will not occur. We have third international internet gateway in Agartala, as it was presented. We have railways across the state, right from the north tip to the southern tip, which is near the Chitgaon port till Sabroom. Agartala is the second busiest airport after Guwahati, and from September it will be connected to the Cox's Bazar also. We have a good literacy rate, 90+ literacy rate in the state. We have good skilled manpower available. So the infrastructure, this I would like to highlight that we have framed a Tripura Industrial Investment Promotion Incentive Scheme 2022. This is in addition to the Government of India's incentive scheme. And there are 18 incentives offered under this. So I would request you to go through this. We'll provide during the our meeting in the afternoon. And we have also sectoral policies like IT startup scheme, then Agarwood, I would like to highlight, then IT policy, then we have logistics policy and so on. So the opportunities which are there in Tripura are mainly in the sector of rubber, bamboo, food processing, tourism, IT,
and agar processing. Few investable projects, rubber we have assessed investment potential of 1100 crores, bamboo, all the components, bamboo tiles, furniture 1000 crores, food processing 500 crores, tourism and healthcare 1000 crores, IT 500 crores and agar 500 crores. These are some of the areas where we think, and others are also mentioned. So rest of the things we'll discuss in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the insightful presentation on the opportunities in the state of Tripura. I think this would have encouraged many of us to explore further, and the government of Tripura will be available in the B2G hall today after this session. Please take advantage of their presence. May I now invite the beautiful Himalayan state of Sikkim, and we have with us Mr. M.L. Srivastav, the Additional Chief Secretary to the Government of Sikkim, and very aptly he looks after the tourism department also. Over to you, sir.
Sikkim is the home of the mighty Kanchenjunga, the highest peak in India. Revered as the guardian deity of this land, its presence creates a unique ecosystem in the region. Covering just 0.22% of India's total geographical area, Sikkim contains an astounding 26% of the biodiversity in the country. The first organic state in the world. We achieved this incredible feat in 2016, an accomplishment recognized by the United Nations. Sikkim is the most peaceful state in India with the lowest crime rate. There are 21 distinct communities that live here. The shared cultures and history have woven all who live here into a robust fabric of peace and harmony. Sikkim is young and educated. The literacy rate here is over 88% and ranks first in the country for enrollment to higher education. There is a large pool of skilled manpower in the state ready to be tapped. Sikkim is a power surplus state and ranked second in the country in the field of generating power from renewable resources. Sikkim is connected. It has one of the highest road density in the country, connecting every corner of the state with the newly established Greenfield Airport and a railway line due to be completed in 2023. The state gears up to get connected to mainland India like never before. Sikkim is the land of beauty, bounty, and boundless possibilities. Tourism is a major industry in Sikkim and is the mainstay of its economy. To encourage the growth of tourism, the state government focuses on giving boost to adventure, wellness, medical, village and heli tourism. Sikkim is the world's first certified organic state. By 2025, the organic farming in India is estimated to be worth around 75,000 crores. Setting up of organic food processing unit and cold chain storage facilities are a priority.
Very good morning to you all. Secretary NEC, Mr. Moses, the Joint Secretary Donair, M. Donair, the whole team of M. Donair, Fiki, my colleagues on the dais, captains of the industries, ladies and gentlemen. So I will not repeat what has already been shown in the video. Because of the paucity of time, I had to stop the video. Most of the things had been shown, more or less, the SUPs of the state of Sikkim. Sikkim is a very unique state, very wide biodiversity, 0.2% of the total geographical area of the country, and 1/4 of the biodiversity, 0.2 and 25%. It has many firsts in the country, in the northeastern region. I will not repeat that. There are 6 districts and very small state, of course, 7096 square kilometers. Literacy rate is 81.4%, but now this is as per the 2011 census. Now it has crossed 90%. GSDP per capita, it is the highest in the country. And other things are there. We are improving on the connectivity. Peace is our SUP because Sikkim we got last year only the National Award for the law and order situation. Most improvement, highest improvement in the law and order and the environment. These 2 awards we got. Connectivity, I mentioned that because for any investment, you need to have very good connectivity. Peace, I mentioned. Law and order, I mentioned. We are going to have our railway link, rail BG, broad gauge, entering into Sikkim and will be operational from next year. We are under international UDAN and we are improving connectivity with other parts of the country. There is a direct flight from Delhi to Pakyong. Pakyong is very close to Gangtok. And of course, nearest airport is Bagdogra, which is connected. It's an international airport. And why to invest in Sikkim? I have already mentioned the SUPs. It has very high strategic locational advantage, connected with having boundaries with 3 international boundaries, you see, Nepal, Tibet, China and Bhutan. And very diverse climatic conditions, environmentally very progressive and proactive state, I mentioned earlier also, and world's first certified 100% organic state. So a lot of opportunities. And around 543 wetlands, 315 glacial lakes, a very plethora of these natural endowments. High hydropower capacity, we have already 23 hydropower projects operational, and under the mini and micro hydropower potential, around 1000 megawatt is still there. So we invite the captains of industries, particularly in the hydropower sector also. Highest per capita and literacy rate I have already mentioned. Can you switch from here? I mentioned about the enabling infrastructure, connectivity, I will not dwell upon again. Education and skilled infrastructure. We have a number of universities now, 1 central university, 3 state universities, and a number of private universities have come up. And we have a very strong technical manpower available in the state of Sikkim. We have technical graduates, BTechs, medical graduates available, and we have other institutions like I have mentioned here, SICB, SIRD under Education Department, and technical institutes, ITIs. Social infrastructure, I have listed here. Around 52,000 keys per day are available for tourists to come there, and we can sustain them. Around 1.8 million tourists are coming in a year, and projection is around 2 million. So you can make it out around 7 lakh population and 2 million tourists coming per annum. We have around 1,200 homestays already functional, and 1,000 more homestays are being added up. Industrial infrastructure I have already populated here. Approach roads, government and private land banks available. Existing industrial parks, these are two, there are two already there, and proposed are, two more are proposed. Yeah. So policy and regulatory support. Under the policy regime, the Sikkim industrial policy has been framed up and it is being formed up for government approval. We are working on the sectoral policies like tourism investment policy, MSME policy, power policy, labor policy. Somebody was mentioning, asking in the morning. That is also part of the overall this investment policy. So these policies are firmed up and sent to the government. These will be components of the overall industrial policy. Sectoral policy, as I mentioned, already there. So these are also, these are already done. I mean, these are in place. State priority sectors, tourism, as you say, see, it is the mainstay of the Sikkim economy. And we have a number of new areas under the tourism. The Joint Secretary M. Donner mentioned about the MICE tourism, the Alpine tent city we are thinking of developing, the caravan tourism, educational tourism, so and destination weddings. These are very important areas. One-hop destination, bringing better connectivity with the international connectivity, as I mentioned, with Nepal, Dhaka, Paro. So these are also in the offing, and years to come, you will see that Sikkim is a very well-connected state in the country. IT and IT-enabled services, hydropower, a lot of potential is still there, and aviation, animation, visual effects, gaming and comics. That is what AVGC, Naxar, this area is also very much upcoming. And we are proposing to create a center of excellence. Large-scale projects, Gangtok ropeway, already it is mentioned here, 500 crore investment, and it is being taken up under PPP mode. Hydropower projects, I mentioned, food park, meat processing, food processing units, setting up a food park at Gazing, and we are inviting private investment in this very critical area. Industrial parks, I've already mentioned. Film and sports city, I mean, there is this proposal already has been sent, and M. Donner is helping us out in this area. It takes time in switching, okay. So other potential projects, I will not read out every project. These are populated here. We will have better interaction in the afternoon. G2B interactions. So these are the primary focused areas priority wise, and we are working in these directions, in these domains. I will not again read out all these awards and accolades. We have won more than 30 national and international awards in tourism sector. Only the first fully organic certified state. And Gazing district in India was categorized as the best, cleanest district in the country in rural category. So you can go through them. We have handouts also prepared. So we'll be sharing with all that. And Sikkimese ecotourism. Sikkim, one thing I would like to mention here, Northeast has 25% of the total forest cover of the country. So you see, the area-wise, it is hardly 7% of the country, and now it has 25%. So this particular aspect, particularly in the areas of certified emission reductions, or we call carbon credits, carbon financing, which is the very prospective area. The Green Fund already has been created under COP 15, Paris Agreement. So this is the area where a lot of opportunities are there. And in Sikkim, we have already very much advanced in this area. So I would request the captains of industries to look into these aspects also. So with these words, once again, I thank you all for patiently listening. My time is up, of course, because there was a video clip there. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Sikkim is indeed the jewel in India's crown, so to speak. It's a beautiful state. If you have not been there, please visit Sikkim. And now we would like to invite the representative from the land of festivals. Nagaland has many tribes, many festivals. It has many opportunities. May I invite the Principal Secretary and Development Commissioner from Nagaland, Mr. R. Ramakrishnan. Over to you, sir.
Nagaland is a young, dynamic and a culturally vibrant state which puts us in the spotlight, be it tourism, fashion and music. But that's not all. Nagaland is an emerging destination for market opportunities that are untapped. Over the last decade, the state has evolved beyond just a tourist and a cultural hotspot into a hub of creativity, innovation and enterprise. As reflected in the GSDP, there has been a steady annual increase of 10.46% between 2011 to 2020. The Agri and Allied is one of the major contributors to the GSDP and is the largest employer of the workforce in the state. Nagaland's crop cultivation and production has paved the way for a growing export market. The state has also adopted a balanced mix of technology and indigenous technical knowledge. Powered under SDG 17, the state aspires to reduce fiscal deficit to 3% of the GSDP and increase state-level income generation to attain self-sufficiency. We are fortunate to have a young population who are constantly adapting to the changing technology and innovation. 1,232.94 crore was spent on education and continues to be a priority sector for the state. The potential to explore Nagaland's rich natural resources like tea, pineapple, honey, and bamboo is high. Nagaland aims to move from subsistence to surplus economy. Our goal is to increase the state's export potential with the right market linkages. Nagaland aims to be a model startup leader by establishing 500 startups. At present, IDAN is collaborating with various national and international organizations that will propel us towards economic growth. IDAN is an investment promotion agency to explore and promote all possible investment opportunities for the state. Our goal is to support innovative ways to attract investment and build our local content, as well as match the aspirational quotient of the people through strategic partnerships. Come, share our journey towards sustainable growth.
Good afternoon to everyone. Respected Secretary ADC, JS Donor, members from FICCI and Invest India, distinguished invitees, esteemed colleagues from northeastern states, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon to everyone. At the outset, I thank FICCI and the organizers, Donor Ministry, for giving us an opportunity to talk about our state in the investment opportunities. Of course, most of the sectors in Northeast are quite similar, but every state is unique and the opportunities are quite different. We have prepared a presentation. I'll just rush through. This one. Okay, sir. This one. Right. Yes. Yeah, our economy similar to our state. Our contribution is from the three sectors. Primary sector is 55%, secondary sector 28%, and tertiary sector it is 16%. Yeah, we have the existing policies. Nagaland startup policy, tourism policy, bamboo policy, IT policy is quite old. We are planning to revise the Nagaland water policy. These are the policies under consideration. We have trade and investment policies, and logistic policy, land bank policy, land lease guidelines, and food processing, and yeah, these are the policies. Sectors. This is not coming there.
So it will come, sir. You'll have to click it twice.
Oh, twice, no? Okay.
So they have put some animation because of which.
Okay, animation, huh? Okay. You can just this thing. Yeah, food processing. I think I'll just rush through, no? Better. I'll go through the slides, no? Yeah, I was mentioning about the sectors. Most of the sectors in Northeast are quite similar. Agree, of course, we have a main source of livelihood. We have a lot of horticultural producers like pineapple and kolar and Naga king chili. And floriculture, we have producers like roses, coronation, anthurium, and lilium. We have a lot of potential in medicinal plants. We have citronella, lemongrass, geranium, aloe vera, and great potential for export. In sericulture also, we have variety of eri, muga, mulberry, and tagar. Bamboo also, we have identified 45 species, and in the state, we have more than 70 species of bamboo. Beekeeping, a very important area in Northeast, Nagaland. We have a potential for good export. People are, the investors, potential investors are welcome to invest in the area of beekeeping also. It has got a medicinal value. And minerals, we have a lot of mineral resources like coal, limestones, and cobalt and chromium. Tourism, of course, you are all aware of the Hornbill Festival. We celebrate from 1st December to 10th December. It's about 10 days. Actually, we want to have of course, Nagaland is known for land of festivals. We have more than 17 tribes, and we have festivals throughout the year actually. Every month we have tribal festivals. We want to have a sustained tourist festivals throughout the year. So we look forward investment in the tourism infrastructure and like other potentials linked to tourism. Of course, handlooms, of course, the entire Northeast, we are famous for handicrafts, cane-based or bamboo-based handicrafts. Of course, we need international marketing and we need linkages in these areas. Power, of course, all the Northeastern states, we have potential. In Nagaland also, we have at least 200 megawatt hydro identified potential and many unexploited potential available in the state. Healthcare also, of course, we have lots of CSR initiatives in healthcare and education. Of course, Nikhil Pant was mentioning about that. We have the potential in healthcare and education, higher education. We have skilled manpower. Our young youths are very, highly talented, and they have proficiency in English language. Of course, it is common to all the Northeastern states. Nagaland also, we have the potential. We look forward the investment in IT sector, cyber security, as well as call centers. And we are planning to have an IT park very soon. We are discussing with the government, and very soon a policy or IT kind of investment will be started in the state of Nagaland. Of course, logistics, we have a potential. We have, of course, we have an airport. We have a rail network in Dimapur. The rail network is coming up to Kohima, up to Supsa. The works are undergoing. We have good connectivity. Nagaland is a gateway for East Asian countries. So we want to have a kind of logistic policy. The policy is coming up, and we request the investors.
these are areas we request the investors as well as the potential entrepreneurs to come forward to help our state in the areas of tourism, technical education, IT, then agro and horticulture areas. So I thank the donor ministry for giving us an opportunity to present our cases and opportunities in our state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I would call upon Mizoram to come for the presentation. May I invite Mrs. Florence Jotlong Pui, Director of Commerce Industries Department.
Northeast India, a land of untapped opportunities. With borders that stretch across 5 nations, which reflects the region's diversity, culture, and untapped potential. Our incredible natural beauty and diversity is the reason why we are often addressed as paradise unexplored. We produced some of the most talented athletes, artists, and cultural icons in India. A prominent personality in sports, world boxing champion, Olympic medalist.
It's okay.
Among all the other states in the Northeast, Mizoram stood out as one of the most heavily forested areas in the country. Mizoram is popularly known for its peace and harmony. We are also known for our discipline. We are highly people-oriented with the Young Mizo Association, which works towards promoting the welfare and development of the people, especially the youth. Our virtue of selflessness, called Tlongweina, made us special and stand out among all the other states. We have Nga'Lo, a shop without keeper, where shops are left unattended and buyers leave money safely in a box. This practice reflects the trust that our community has in each other and their unwavering commitment to honesty and integrity. Above these, Mizoram also tops the list as the happiest state of India. These core values combined with the moderate climate truly set us apart to have a deep sense of community and shared values. We look forward to the opportunities that the Kaladan Multimodal Transit Transport Project will bring to us in becoming the Indie Corridor to Southeast Asian countries. The development of railway route and the various national highway projects in Mizoram are the key factors that will enable the ecosystem for businesses. We are simply lying in the sea of immense potential and opportunity. Limitless possibilities of human endeavor. Mizoram, the talent capital.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected NEC Secretary, Sir, Joint Secretary Donor, colleagues and captains of the industry, it is a privilege and a pleasure to be here with you today. Mizoram is one of the most peaceful states. We have a temperate, mild climate, ideal for tourism, and we share a long boundary with both Myanmar and Bangladesh. In order to accelerate investment, we have set up a 2-tiered committee for investments, the Empowered Committee chaired by the Chief Minister and the Working Committee chaired by the Planning Secretary. We have also initiated a Mizoram Startup Mission to handhold investors and provide assistance. You can see the composition of both the Empowered Committee and the Working Committee on the slide. Next. Here we are showcasing one of our success stories. Godrej Agrovet Limited has established oil palm processing mill in Bugwani, which is in Kolasip district. It has been shown to be a great success. It has invested in oil palm plantation and extraction of oil. Next, another investment success stories is regarding Mizoram Ispat Private Limited. This firm has invested in waste management and recycling of scrap metal. Production is going well, and it has been shown to be a success with great sales figures. Our state priority sectors are tourism, skilling, sports, food processing, solar power generation, education, IT sector including e-commerce, and transport including inland and railway transportation. The identified focus sector for investment in tourism are bamboo theme park, cultural village, skywalk with associated infrastructures, development of adventure theme park with family entertainment centers, development of river rafting infrastructure, development of aerosports infrastructure, caravan tourism, heli tourism, eco retreats, wayside amenities like hotels, restaurants, hanging restaurant, passenger ropeway in Aizawl. In skill development, we have focus sectors in establishment of skill development and entrepreneurs incubation center, implementation of skill development programs in state-owned industrial training institutes through PPP mode. We have a very vibrant handloom industry. The textiles of Mizoram constitute one of the most significant arts and crafts of the region. The textile industry of Mizoram offers a variety of handloom items for export to the neighboring states and other countries. Apart from the traditional puan, which I'm wearing right now, I'm wearing a puan. This is our traditional dress. We have also diversified to household items like tablecloths, curtains, cushion covers, etc. We have talented weavers who are highly skilled in designs, and the uniqueness of our designs and skill can be known through the fact that we have 5 geographical indication tags in handloom designs. In horticultural products, we have geographical indication tags in miso chili. The miso chili is small in size and blood red in color. Miso chili is very pungent and has average score of 50,000 to 1 lakh Scoville heat unit. The miso ginger, which is produced in Mizoram, has distinctive taste and characteristics like aroma and pungency. It has a high gingerol content with comparatively less crude fiber. In horticulture, we have potential for investments in post-harvest management, drying, processing of chilies, in floriculture, in post-harvest management of ginger, turmeric, grape wine production, and cold chain management. The untapped bamboo resources of Mizoram has huge potential for development of bamboo-based industries, which has great potential for investment, including for biofuel. We have 7 industrial parks with available land in the outskirts of Aizawl at Luangmual, Lengte, Sairang, and Lunglei. We have one domestic airport near Aizawl and 24 helipads across the state. As you must have seen on the video, the Kaladan multimodal transport project is to provide easy accessibility with Myanmar through waterway, which is expected to usher in a whole host of opportunities, both in trade and commerce. The Honorable Chief Minister of Mizoram has evinced great interest in attraction of investments and has assured constant support for all entities willing to work with the government of Mizoram. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Florence, for the incisive presentation. We now have from the state of Meghalaya, Mr. Alan Walang. He is going to talk about the opportunities that the state of Meghalaya presents to us. He will first have a presentation, which will be followed by a short video.
A very good afternoon to everyone here, to the officials and dignitaries on the dais, the co-chairman of FICCI, the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Donor, the Secretary of Northeastern Council. I'm here to represent the state of Meghalaya. Since we are short on time, I will just skim through the slides as quickly as possible. Here we have the investment and trade opportunities in our state. The focus sectors are tourism, information technology, and agriculture. The Shillong International Center for Performing Arts and Culture. It was inaugurated last year. It comprises of multiple theaters and auditoria, with an open auditorium where international artists have performed there. Now coming to the information and technology sector, this is the Shillong Technology Park. It was also inaugurated last year, and it will provide golden opportunities for IT professionals from across the state. This is the Tura Medical College. The construction is underway, and it's going well as of now. Now the government is opening up to private investors. There are two models of investment. First, we have the government-owned land, where the government owns the land. And the second model is the government-leased land, where the government leases from the community. We also have the development of the tourism policy. It was set up as a guiding framework for the state. Now we come on to the investable projects. Here it's for the B2G meeting in the afternoon. The first investable project, the new Shillong Township, where resorts, hospitality complexes are to be set up, and also the shifting of the new administrative city and all government entities. As I mentioned earlier, the Performing Arts Center, along with other central government institutions, are already present there, such as IAM, NIFT, etc. Now we move on to Cherrapunji. As we all know, Sora, or Cherrapunji, it is a land of waterfalls with more than 12,000 tourists visiting monthly. Here, the proposed project of a 7-star hotel is in the works. Now on to Omyam Lake, the first location. With a scenic view of the lake where thousands of tourists visit daily, there are already existing infrastructure with a focus for major upgrades. The second location is a proposal of a luxury hotel for high-end tourists. It may be noted that it will fall under government-owned property. Now the Polo Orchid project. At the heart of the city, with major marketplaces and tourism spots within a sizable radius of each other, the proposed project is of a commercial complex and budget hotels for backpackers. The Mau Padang project, a rather unique untapped potential just within a stone's throw away from the only airport in the state. The hospitality project is proposed, spanning within 100 acres of prime land. Now we come to the Kanapara project. This is just located in the interstate border of Meghalaya and Assam. It is the perfect location for the setup of a hotel complex, catering to tourists visiting both Assam and Meghalaya. The Shillong Peak project. The main tourist destination, the Shillong Peak, overlooking the city of Shillong, where a proposed hospitality complex for tourists is in the works. Another notable project is the Shillong Ropeway project, where our team has had consultations in Switzerland with consulting agencies. Now the Nokrek National Park. The Nokrek Biosphere Reserve, added to the list of UNESCO's Biosphere Reserve, it attracts a lot of tourists. The proposal for lodging and accommodation is ongoing at the moment. The Meghalaya Theme Park. With the state being diverse and with a rich ecosystem, the Honorable Chief Minister has proposed the setup of a theme park in Meghalaya, taking inspiration from similar setups across the globe. Now, the ease of doing business. Here are the milestones achieved by the state. We were ranked 30th in 2015, but we've moved up in 2022, where the assessment is still ongoing. Now, here is a snapshot of the Invest Meghalaya website for interested investors. They can Google Invest Meghalaya, the first link that appears, that is investmeghalaya.gov.in. That will be the official website. Now you can reach us with the following government officials. Here we have Dr. Vijay Kumar, the Commissioner and Secretary for Planning, Investment, Promotion and Development Department. Now we have Shri Praveen Bakshi, the Commissioner and Secretary for Commerce and Industries Department, and Dr. Jerome Beda, the Commissioner and Secretary for Planning, Investment, Promotion and Development Department. Thank you. Now can we have the small video presentation on the tourism promotion in the state?
Thank you. I think after that beautiful video, I don't really need to say anything about Meghalaya. You know what the state is. Now, the state with the largest population in the northeast, and the state which also acts as the gateway to the other northeastern states when you go from Hyderabad or other parts of India, is the state of Assam. And we are privileged to have with us Mr. Manavendra Pratap Singh. He is the MD of the Assam Industrial Development Corporation. He is going to make a presentation to us. Over to you, Mr. Singh.
पूर्वोत्तर के लिए एक्ट ईस्ट का संकल्प लिया है। ईश्वर ने इस क्षेत्र को इतने प्राकृतिक संसाधन दिए हैं, इतना सामर्थ्य दिया है, यहाँ विकास की, टूरिज्म की इतनी संभावना है। आज वाकई असम A1 प्रदेश बन रहा है।
Welcome to Assam, India's gateway to the northeastern ASEAN, the land of opportunities where investment meets growth. Explore the myriad investment opportunities that Assam offers for businesses and entrepreneurs looking to thrive. Assam's strategic geographic location and robust connectivity network make it an ideal staging point for global investment. With an extensive network of state and national highways, rail connectivity, and 15 national waterways, Assam offers seamless access to markets in the ASEAN region and beyond. Assam has been prioritizing infrastructure development to create a business-friendly environment. The state has witnessed substantial progress in building modern highways, expanding railway networks, and upgrading airports. The construction of new bridges across the mighty Brahmaputra River is opening new possibilities. Several dedicated industrial and technology parks have been established to provide a strong foundation for industries to thrive. Assam's greatest strength is its skilled and adaptable workforce. The state boasts of a large pool of educated and talented individuals. Assam is home to numerous reputed educational institutions, universities, management colleges and vocational training centers that ensure a continuous supply of skilled professionals in various fields. Assam is a treasure trove of natural resources. It's the largest tea-producing region in the world. The rich aroma and exquisite taste of Assam tea have captivated tea enthusiasts across the globe. The state also holds a monopoly in producing golden muga silk. Assam is also a major player in the oil and gas industry. The state has abundant oil reserves, making it an attractive destination for exploration and production companies. Assam's abundance of agricultural products like rice, spices, citrus fruits, vegetables and bamboo present lucrative opportunities for diverse industries. Assam's abundant natural resources, including limestone, clay and silica, provide a solid foundation for the cement industry. With state-of-the-art cement factories and modern production techniques, Assam ensures high-quality cement production. Assam is at the forefront of emerging industries. The state's new policies and incentives in the electric vehicle sector have garnered significant attention. With a focus on renewable energy and unconventional sectors like ethanol production, Assam presents exciting opportunities. The state's commitment to healthcare is transforming lives and positioning the state as a leading destination for quality medical services. With state-of-the-art hospitals, cutting-edge technology, and highly skilled healthcare professionals, Assam offers world-class healthcare facilities. The state's medical colleges and universities produce a steady stream of talented doctors, nurses, and medical technicians. The state government is committed to creating an investor-friendly ecosystem. Assam also offers a rich cultural heritage and abundant natural beauty. The state is known for its wildlife sanctuaries, national parks, and sprawling tea estates and golf resorts. Tourists flock to Assam to experience river cruises and adventure sports. The warmth, hospitality, and entrepreneurial spirit of the Assamese population create an ecosystem that nurtures innovation, collaboration, and success.
Assam is connected to all major cities of India by Indian Railways, and all major districts, towns of the state are interlinked by the rail network, and 4 border trade centers to promote trade and investment in the state. With such an ecosystem and having situated in the close proximity to ASEAN nation, the state is a preferred destination for investment.
Come and invest in Assam and be a part of its incredible transformation journey. Welcome to Assam, the land of endless possibilities.
A very good afternoon to one and all. Respected Secretary K. Moses Silai sir, Joint Secretary Harpreet Singh sir, dignitaries on the dais, business leaders, and dear friends. So we have seen in video the immense opportunities which are available in Assam. Assam I define as a land of unlimited potential and untapped resources with market-ready ecosystem, and we are the expressway to ASEAN. We have very excellent and enabling policy support system and industrial ecosystem. Next. So as we know, Assam is the biggest state of the Northeast, and we are touching 5 lakh crores GDP, and it will be around 5.5 crores in financial year 2024 with 19.5% year annual growth, which is the highest among all the states of India. Next. We have ready-to-use ecosystem and available market with the being in the center point of ASEAN with 1.88 billion consumers available in the region. Tea is the biggest crop in the Assam, with 50% of Indian tea produce is coming from Assam. Oil and gas, we are having 1.3 billion metric ton of proven oil resources and 156 billion cubic meter of natural gas reserves, with lots of opportunities available in upstream and downstream sector of petroleum. Bamboo, we are one of the highest, having highest concentration of bamboo in Northeast. Large sets of skilled human resource and plethora of policy ecosystem which enable the industries in Assam. We are at the center point of ASEAN. We are closest to many countries rather than many states of India. So this is the potential which we can leverage for industrial growth in Assam. Next. We are having one of the best airport connectivity in India. We have one of the biggest roads and railways network in Northeast. We are having one of the largest inland waterways network, and Northeast first multimodal logistic park is situated in Assam's Jogi Bhopa Bongaigaon district. So there are many more industrial logistics parks which are upcoming in the region, will be in Assam only. Next. So this we have heard from many of our previous speakers that we are connected to ASEAN in many manner. We are through Bangladesh, we are connected through Myanmar, we are having rail and road connectivity from Sitwe port. So this is the future of economic growth in northeastern region, and we can cater to the needs of most of the ASEAN countries, including Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Bhutan. Next. We are having huge number of skilled human capital. Every year we are producing around 6,000 plus engineering graduates, 5,000 plus ITI diploma holders, 2,000 plus medical professionals. New skill university is being set up in Assam's Mangaldoy district, Darang district, Mangaldoy city. So that will be having many new courses which will cater to the needs of emerging industries in Assam. Presently, this university is functioning from IIT Guwahati. Next. We have plethora of policy to support the industrial environment in state. So there is an industrial and investment policy of Assam, which is amended in 2023, which offers customized support to the industries who are coming and investing in Assam to the tune of 100 crores and 200 employments. So for having some investment in logistics sector, we are having logistics and warehousing policy, biotech policy, tourism policy, renewable energy policy, handicraft policy. We are having a ethanol production promotion policy. Then there is a electric vehicle policy. Agarwood promotion policy is recently being launched. Bamboo and cane policy, startup policy, IT and electric policy 2017. Ease of doing business, we have single window clearance system, so business leaders can use this opportunity to get clearances through a single window system. Next. So we are having industrial infrastructure throughout the state in Upper Assam and Lower Assam and Barak Valley equivalently. And these industrial infrastructures are promoting various kind of thematic parks also, different kind of requirements of industry in various parts of the Assam. So we are having software technology park, biotech park, tech city, then bamboo technology park. We are having food parks. Then there is a plastic park and other thematic park which are being set up in various parts of Assam to promote the industrial growth. Next. So these are a few parks which are thematic and sector specific, which are already established in Assam. Next. These are the key players who are available in Assam, and they are having experience of doing business and running industry in Assam for long. Next. These are the few focus sectors where we are planning to give impetus in coming days. Agriculture, we are having 8 GI tagged product and a plethora of fruit and vegetable which are ready to be exported. Spices, we are having ginger, garlic, pepper, turmeric, coriander, which is very popular, and ginger has high recovery of oleoresin oil, which is very popular throughout the country. We are the biggest tea producer. We are having thematic infrastructure which support food business in Northeast, and we can use bamboo also from available varieties in the state. Next. Pharmaceutical is another focus area. We have heard from our speakers that Sikkim and then Assam is doing very well in field of pharma. So we are exporting pharma producers to all of the ASEAN and BBN countries. So this is one of the area where transportation cost can be decreased if pharma companies are coming and establishing their industries in Assam. We are having huge medicinal plant available, and many hubs are available in Assam. Because of that, we can use this sector to promote our pharma growth in the region. Next. Textile, handloom and handicraft, like other states also, we are having four kind of silk available in Assam. Munga silk, we are having monopoly over Munga silk. Handlooms are available across the state. Silk production, golden Munga silk is GI tagged, and which is having production of around 180 metric ton in last 10 years. Cane, bamboo and other local handicraft material is being produced all across the state, and Sualkisi is the main place where silk producers are being made and sold as a hotspot for the silk production in the state. Next. Tourism is another sector. We can see that Assam is having multi-ethnic culture, environment. We are having 1,000 number of tea gardens where tea garden tourism can be promoted. Natural and ecotourism, biodiversity hotspots are there with dense green forest. We are having 7 national parks and 11 wildlife and bird sanctuaries across the state, which is very attractive to nature lovers. Religious tourism, Kamakhya is the magnet for religious tourism. And then we are having adventure sports infrastructure. We are having 10 beautiful golf courses across the state, and there is a river cruise which ply throughout the length of the Brahmaputra river, and it's a premium luxury cruise which gives opportunity for people to have experienced the Assam. Next. 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 So this is another upcoming focus sector for Assam, where we are promoting shipbuilding and repair in Assam, because we are having one of the biggest network of waterways in Northeast, and 15 national waterways are in Assam. We have already taken up dredging of National Waterway 2 and 6. One ship repair facility is already coming up in Pandu Port, Guwahati. And freight, we are actually catering to the 4% of the freight movement, but in future we are targeting more freight movement because it reduces the transportation cost and enable transportation at very high speed to many parts of the country, even outside India also. Outside India also, we can cater to the many ports of Bangladesh and Myanmar. Recently, one commercial ship which carried food grains from Banaras, which traveled across the eastern and northeastern India, and it reaches to Guwahati carrying huge shipload of grains. So this Bangladesh protocol route is already tested, and it is established that we can use this waterways to export the whatever produces manufactured in Assam. So this is very new sector which is very attractive to the people who are having experience in doing this business in this sector. Next. Thank you for giving me opportunity for presenting this.
Thank you, sir. Now, from the most populous state, we move on to the largest state in the region, the state which has the largest geographical area, and a very beautiful state again, the state of Arunachal Pradesh. We have the Secretary Industries, Mr. Hage Tare, with us. He is going to make a short presentation.
Arunachal Pradesh, the largest state in northeast India, is now rising as the next investment destination. With abundant natural resources, Arunachal has the advantage of a vibrant leadership, young and resourceful human capital, and a huge infrastructure boost in recent years. Arunachal has the largest potential of growth in sectors of oil, gas, minerals, hydropower, food processing and tourism, which are waiting to be explored. Arunachal is the next hydrocarbon destination with about 18% of India's hydrocarbon reserves in the surrounding belt, mostly unexplored. It has about 90 million tons of coal reserve with tertiary coal and coal bed methane. The Kumchai field alone has about 2,800 million cubic meter of gas. A new pipeline of 61 kilometers is under process to transport the gas and oil. The state also has limestones, graphite, dolomite and quartzite. Recently, the process of granting PEL and PML has also been smoothened for investors. With 58,160 megawatt hydropower potential, which is nearly 40% of India's total potential, Arunachal Pradesh is rising to be India's hydropower hub. 43,000 megawatts of projects are being developed by hydropower companies. One of them is Lower Subansiri Hydroelectric Project of 2,000 megawatt, which will be India's largest when completed in 2023. There are ample opportunities for investment in this sector. 27 hydropower projects for cumulative capacity of 1,470 megawatts are readily available for investment, and many more to follow suit. Arunachal is the agri-horti powerhouse of northeast India, with high-quality producers, over 100,000 tons of market surplus and scope of expansion in 86% of cultivable area. The state has immense potential in food processing and allied industries. Kiwi, orange, palm oil, pineapple, turmeric and ginger are the immediately investable producers, whereas apiculture, bamboo subsector, organic farming and contract farming also have immense potential in Arunachal. Arunachal is dubbed as India's wildest and least explored tourism destination and is already on the global tourism map. The state offers exotic wildlife, adventure, and cultural tourism experiences and has large potential of scaling up. Investments in hospitality infrastructure and upcoming sectors such as tribal festivals, film and wellness tourism have immense potential of scaling up and success in Arunachal. The government of Arunachal is committed to serve investors well in the state. The state has established an inviting industrial and investment policy, ease of doing business, and a dedicated Arunachal Pradesh Innovation and Investment Park, or APIIP, under the Department of Planning and Investment to extend all support to investors. Arunachal is rising and we welcome you to be a part of it. Arunachal Pradesh, your next investment destination.
Thank you for the patient hearing. Respected Secretary NEC Sri Moses Chalaji, respected Joint Secretary Sri Harpreet Singh Ji, donor, and of course all the senior officers and DICE from various northeastern states who are representing here, and Piki and Mr. Biswajit Chakrabarty who is giving this opportunity to me, presentation, of course, all the distinguished from corporate this organization who are present in this August gathering today. Now time is running up, ticking, and I was asked to give and and within 5 minutes, but 2 minutes is gone. So let me quickly wrap up. I'll not go through the exactly what the slides, various slides which have long slides. I'll only just see why Arunachal to be invested and why it is we need to welcome the investor. This I'd like to focus. So begin with about Arunachal Pradesh, although it is located in northeastern state, but within northeastern, we are another northeastern. So it is the best part of it and the easternmost of our Arunachal Pradesh in India. To begin with, I'll just, with one quotation from C.S. Lewis, his English author, who has written about the Chronicle of Narnia, I think made a movie also. He says, I quote, "You can't go back and change the beginning, but you can start where you are and change the ending," unquote. So Arunachal Pradesh, all the way latecomer, but we are transforming now slowly and gradually. We are coming up. So begin with, let's go to the slides. This is about, just a quick wrap up. And geography, we have the largest in among the northeastern state land mass. We do have, and bordering, of course, 3 international border with Bhutan's, of course, in Tibet and this Myanmar. Then also we have demographic population, of course, 2011 census, almost 15 lakhs it comes right now. And economy, we do have a per capita income more than the national income, which you have highlighted in this, in the middle of the things, 2 lakhs and above. Then, of course, so comes to the latest power, which just now we have seen this hydropower is the largest. We have 58,000 megawatt potentials. Right now, the Subansar hydroelectric power is now going to be commissioned soon. It is under construction, which is 2,000 megawatt. And coming, we have the 600 megawatt. And like small, the 100 and the small, we do already have. So this is one of the largest potential where the investor can think of that in the northeastern state, especially Arunachal Pradesh. So coming to the, let us say, we are by default, we are organic in the, which in agriculture and horticulture. We do use only the humus, we don't use this kind of fertilizer chemicals. So about the scope, oil reserves, we do have oils right now. Joint company is already tapping up in this, in the one of the Karsang. And hydrocarbon is one of the most potential area where we can think of where this investor can invest in Arunachal Pradesh. So this coming to the, let us say, population, of course, we do have, although it is a density is low, but we do have a potential of 15 to 13 years fluent, suppose both in English, Hindi. Arunachal Pradesh, if you come there, and they speak more Hindi than English. So it is some of our beautiful tribes, 26 tribes and hundreds of tribes we do have, and varieties, and we organize a festival almost each and every month of the year. So quickly, this coming to the why attractive industrial policy with 2020 we have launched. Now we are going to amend this industrial policy, make it more comprehensive, so that power subsidies, capital subsidies can be increased for the larger, those especially large scale industry who are going to invest. Of course, we do have this single window clearance, especially for the online. First, we have the EODB. We have launched and connected a national portal and EOBD, so that anyone can access for any kind of investment anywhere from the world. You can sit and throw it online. So coming to the, just quickly wrap on the road, we do have one of the largest road connection which Trans-Himalaya Arunachal Pradesh, where 50,000 kilometer road is already built, and now 1,800 is already underway. So of course, so far is the infrastructure of the air connectivity is concerned. Donipolo Airport very recently in this last November of 19, Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated. Directly there is a flight from Calcutta and directly connected Itanagar. So New Delhi is soon going to be connected. Also in this we have the 8 advanced landing ground in Arunachal Pradesh. We do have which they can cross section, can transact each other. That is under earlier they used to, if Defense, Ministry of Defense use, and now civilians also being likely to open. Now of course so far is other water connections and in land portals, and it is trying and how we have various river basins, 8 river basins we do have. Apart from hydropower, we are trying how this can be tapped into link into Bangladesh. This exploration is already underway. So coming to this regulatory and compliances, which just now I have already told, we have dedicatedly invest division has been opened where this can be accessed to all over the world. That especially for it is for investor, and dedicatedly we have already investment that the division is established by government. So coming to the tourism is one area where Pokas and Tawang-like districts is one of the most sought after the tourism all over the world. And we do have a beautiful place like Mechuka, where the paragliding and adventure tourism and Zero Music festivals and Dambuk Orange festivals and varieties of such festivals we do have as part of tourism calendar. So we do have textiles and varieties of special Ahimsa textile is one of the sought after, where very recently I was in Washington DC, and one of the ambassador herself is she told me that they like to have this Ahimsa, like to see how, and some of the company like OBT, they've even told us to send a yarn. So yes, and this is being covered. This latest agriculture, horticulture, food processing is concerned. Kiwi is the largest in India, Arunachal Pradesh produce, where we do make a wine, kiwi wine, and not only for kiwi, but we also make wine from other fruits, including ginger. So this is one of the sought after, which Nara Aba is very popular, and this kiwi wine we tap, and it is market potential exists. And orange is concerned, it is one of the consignment has only gone to Lulu Group in Dubai, and it is under, I think, available now. So more potential like fine apples, cardamoms, then of course, all these are under part of our Arunachal potential, where especially those who are interested in agriculture, horticulture can come. Then come to the tourism sector, I will cover. Just time is all up. Oh, sorry. So these are circuits you can see from Tawang to this Longding and the Tirap district, tourism can be covered. Okay. So these are the, you can see some of the tourism where people like it, and one of the sought after tourists. Oh. So these are only just to have a glance through. Sorry, this is. So these are some of the handicraft items. We do have the one of the largest bamboo potential in Arunachal Pradesh. We can have right from ethanol onwards. You can think of raw material, how this can be tapped, and including fiber and cloth you can make out of bamboo. One of the largest in the which among India we do have. Then come to the, of course, oil, gas, hydro, I have covered. IT sector is one area where government is focusing, and a special dedicated policy, especially it is a pit case with Hyderabad today. We are making this road show, and where all the IT hubs and all are sitting here. Now I think this is one of area where this kind of due to connectivity is the main problem in our northeastern region. 6 months incessant rain and high mountain and terrain and rocky, and some of them. So one of this is the potential area like drone we have launched very recently, and to supply the medicines. And especially we can think of also in the ropeways where Switzerland is connected like Mount Titlis. And this Arunachal Pradesh can also think in that manner. So these are some of the which area where you can focus. I would request each of the investor, and we'll have a more focus on the especially G2B. I think session afternoon I was told it is there. We'll have more interaction with that. So with this little bit, which very quick presentation, I would like to request each one of to have in case required, you can have, I can make access to this video and as well as this presentation to each one of you. With this PO, thank you so much for patient hearing, and lunch is waiting, I think so. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for a very detailed presentation. With that, we come to the end of this session. The next session is B2G, but before we let you go, we would like to take advantage of the presence of three very important institutions from the Northeast. One of the institutions is the Northeast Handloom and Handicrafts Development Corporation. They are a central agency which work with all the state governments in the area of handloom and handicraft. The MD of the Northeast Handloom and Handicrafts Development Corporation is here with us. So may I request Brigadier Singh to come and introduce himself briefly.
Very good afternoon to everybody present here. Respected Secretary NEC, Mrs. Moses Chalai, Joint Secretary, Government of India, Mr. Harpreet Singh, the Additional Chief Secretary, Sikkim, and the other dignitaries on the dais, officials from the various state governments, Ministry of Donor, other central organizations, and most importantly, the industry partners who are here and who've shown great determination and resolve to sit through this very insightful session that we've had since morning to try and understand and grasp that what Northeast has to offer. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I promise to keep it short. I don't have a structured presentation. I'll just share with you a couple of things which I feel as the Northeastern Handicraft and Handloom Development Corporation, that what are the areas where potential investors can look at, where are the gaps that we have, while states have covered most of it, but I'll like to just be a little more specific, and we'll be happy to take this on further from here. Should we need more clarity or more information, data, etc. So it is a little unstructured, kindly bear with me. As it would have already been spoken by the previous state, during the state presentation, Northeast, when it comes to silk, I think it's very unique because that's the only region in the country which produces all four varieties of silk that you know of. So, and they have a huge, heritage, valued culture. It is all very, it's all mixed, and it's been there for ages. So very traditional knowledge which is existing. However, despite having all that, it does not really feature too much when it comes to the national figures, whether it is the production, whether it is export, etc. It has the potential, and therefore we need to look at commercialization of these activities, which otherwise largely remain, very community based, and they are unstructured and unorganized also. So commercialization of silk, whether it is the raw silk, there is anything post cocoon, needs very important and urgent intervention. So I would urge anybody here from the audience who is into the silk industry, we can certainly look at increasing the production as also the flow and the supply chain of the silk, not only in the domestic market but also internationally. So therefore, sericulture, that is the mulberry and tussar, and also the eri culture, which is also called the ahimsa silk, also referred as the peace silk. So in the connoisseurs of silk and people who actually are very conscious of fashion, they actually lend themselves, and Mr. Tagi just mentioned about his visit to the United States, where somebody picked this up and said that they wanted to know more about the peace silk, because there is an issue where the other types of silk where you actually have to kill the silkworm or the pupa. So agriculture actually can be an answer to a lot of issues today related to climate change, global warming, etc., and we have a sustainable alternative to other material in terms of fabric. Capacity building at the cluster levels in any form which is related to craft or the craft industry, I think that is another area which must be looked at very intently. Design centers, we have a lot of art, we have a lot of craft, we have a lot of diversity. However, it somehow fails to actually appeal to the international market. So apparently we remain very very close to the culture. They are very traditional in nature. So to make them more contemporary, I think design centers which are very profound otherwise in bigger markets is something that certainly finds its way in Northeast. Extraction of other natural fibers like the bamboo. Bamboo is, we all know that Northeast has the maximum amount of bamboo in the country. Technology in terms of extracting the fiber from bamboo is not there. So therefore, this is an industry which has tremendous potential, and all states will be happy to partner with you in that. Warehousing, logistics, and integrated, export hubs for handloom and handicraft both, I think is another need and area which should interest you. Craft tourism or immersive tourism as we call it, I think that has a lot of potential in Northeast. And lastly, research. So anybody which is interested in research, we'll be happy to collaborate and take this partnership forward. Thank you very much. We are based out of Guwahati. So anybody who's interested can please get in touch with us, and we'll be happy to connect you to all other 8 states in Northeast as far as handloom and handicraft is concerned. Thank you very much. Grateful. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Brigadier Singh. We also have with us Commodore Rajiv Ashok. He is MD of Neramac Northeast Agricultural Marketing Corporation. If you can briefly introduce yourself in about 2 minutes.
Secretary NEC, dignitaries on and off the stage, dear investors, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you. As he mentioned, I'm Commodore Rajiv Ashok, and today happens to be my work anniversary. I retired exactly 1 year ago and took over MD of Neramac. So it's good to be here speaking to you today. Neramac is basically a Government of India public sector enterprise. We are under the Ministry of Donor, and we have been incorporated in 1982, so it's an old company. I thought I'll just walk you through in the next minute or so on what exactly we do so that we can work on convergences during the B2G subsequently. We have our head office at Guwahati, and we have a mandate in all the 8 states, and we have zonal offices in some of these states. Our primary mandate is in the agri-horti sector, and very recently we've also got a mandate in fishery and dairy. So we can start working in those sectors as well, though we have not started work as yet. Our mainstay, I think, is we have been given FPOs under the 10,000 FPO scheme of the Ministry of Agriculture, and we have 250 such FPOs. So out of which 55 have been mobilized because they were given a year earlier. The balance, around 200, were given in December last year. So we expect that by August, all the 250 will be functional. So the issue of aggregation of agri products has kind of been addressed, though transportation still remains a niggle. And subsequently, we're going to start working on cold storage and on food processing to ensure the longevity of products. We also work in GI, and we have got 13 products which we have facilitated for GI certification. We are in the process of user authorizing them so that investors like you can utilize that potential and sell the GI products at a better margin. There are 7 more produce that are under certification, and we are hopeful that by the end of the year, we'll reach the figure of 20 GI certified products. This is apart from what the states have processed on their own. This has purely been facilitated by NANAMAC. We also have food processing centers, which are currently under revival. We have a pineapple processing center in Agartala, which should be functional for the winter crop. We have got a cashew processing center, which, thanks to Secretary NEC, we've got funding for that, and should be functional by the end of this month, early August. We also have a ginger and turmeric processing plant at Meghalaya, which should again be operational by the end of this month. So that's where we have options. We can look at partnerships in food processing, because food processing is desperately required in the Northeast, and we can look at those convergences. Apart from bulk, I'll just take another minute. Apart from bulk, we also do retail, and we white label the products. We've got entrepreneurs who have been onboarded. So if somebody is interested in getting these items in a bulk supply and repackaging them, we are open to that idea as well. We also undertake skill training, and we can look at convergence in that. We basically have MOUs with Food Processing Sector Skill Council, Rubber, and with the Agri Sector Skill Council. I look forward to interacting with all of you during the B2G session. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you. We now have the CMD NEDFI, Mr. Murthy. NEDFI is the Northeast Development Finance Corporation, and any of you investing in the Northeast, I think would do well to be connected with NEDFI to take care of your financial needs.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and my dear friends and investors, I am PVSLN Murthy. I am Chairman and Managing Director of Northeastern Development Finance Corporation. We are basically into lending to the big projects, MSME and also MFIs, to enable them to go to far-flung areas. And we have a venture capital also. We invest in the startups. Coming to project finance, we are financing the rail project from Siliguri to Rangpo, and road projects in Mangaldoy and area. So all these industries from Hyderabad, especially Hyderabad, they are coming and taking the contracts, and we are financing them at an affordable rates, because we are supported by Ministry of Donor with interest-free loans to us. So we pass it on the benefit to the industries operating in that area. So we work for all the 8 states. Apart from this, we administer these subsidies. For your information, maybe you might have been given the information, there is a capital subsidy scheme from the Government of India, which revised scheme is going to be announced very shortly, and broadly 30% of capital investment subsidy will be provided by the Government of India, up to 5 crores in certain areas, up to 7.5 crores in certain areas. So this is a subsidy for the capital subsidy. Then there is an interest subsidy in certain areas. There is some insurance subsidy, power subsidy. These are all certain areas, they have the subsidy schemes. An important subsidy is a transport subsidy. Of course, transport subsidy only limited to rail transport and air transport, air cargo. Road, there is no subsidy as of now. We have been requesting Government of India with some safeguards to introduce that also, because this subsidy is very important, especially for the states like Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland. So we have to transport the food grains. It takes some time, so that it's costly. But still, government is actively considering. Otherwise, air cargo and rail subsidies are available. And apart from this, we also do advisory and consultancy services. A lot of studies we do on behalf of the state governments and also central government. And recently, if you see this bamboo, oil palm cultivation possibilities, processing centers, all that we have a detailed study which was adopted by Prime Minister's office, and it is now implemented in the Northeast. There is a huge scope for oil palm cultivation and also establishment of processing units. You can just think about it, Mizoram and Arunachal and Assam, they are all actively coming forward because there is a sufficient land available there. So these are some of the studies. If you can just go to netfi.com, if you can just see the site, all these studies are free of cost, studies are available. You can just browse that, and you can, whatever subject you are interested, you can see those studies, or you can reach out to us. There is emails are available there, so that we will be giving you at free of cost soft copies. So these some of the studies we have done on the potentials available in this thing. And interestingly, this time, I think hotel industry is also being included in the subsidy scheme. So services are also coming into. So there is a huge opportunity of subsidy from central government. And some of the state governments are also actively providing, especially Assam government recently, large projects, they are giving specially some subsidies they are coming. And then tea tourism, they are now allowing some kind of a resorts and then hotels, not big hotel, but 5-star category. They are encouraging, there is up to 2 crores, there is a subsidy in that area also. So there is a lot of opportunities. Whether financing, we are financing definitely less than market rates, if it is a viable proposition. And there is subsidies are available, and all the state governments are there here to help you out. And we have a venture capital. We have a venture capital exclusively for 8 states, and there is venture capital established by NRL 30 crores as an angel fund. Government of Assam is actually considering to establish a venture capital of 225 crores, and Manipur and NEDFI, we have jointly established one venture capital for 30 crores. Like that, lot of opportunities. Just come and explore. And I forgot to tell you, recently, this API manufacturing, anybody pharma, if it is here, I have sent some invitation to some pharma also. API manufacturing in Assam, it's coming in very big way, and in Sikkim also. Other states, little, we have to see whether it is possible or not. But Assam and Sikkim, API manufacturing is coming up very well. You can explore that. And any other industry, as they have already shown you, food processing, all other things. Please come to Northeast. Lot of incentives are available. We are all there. I am basically from this part of country, but I am serving there. So welcome. So you have, apart from all, you have Telugu speaking me also. Anchit rendi tapakanda.
Hello, welcome to Walk Through Show with me, Major Sunil Shetty. I'm at India's largest prototyping center based in Hyderabad, the T-Works. This is spread over 4 acres, and this particular building is about 70,000 square feet. And here people come to create, explore and experiment. Let's meet Anurag Veluri, who's the lead for partnerships here at T-Works. Hey Anurag.
Hello Major Sunil, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting us.
No issues. Welcome to T-Works. We're India's largest prototyping center.
Oh yes, I know. I mean, when I heard of 70,000, now I know how it looks like, right?
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. Current building that you are in right now is called T-Works Phase 1, which is at 78,000 square feet. And we've got plenty of workshops here. We've covered plenty of materials, quite a lot of capabilities that, more than 700 plus people have, benefited of so far. And this space has been used by more than 250 startups, more than 100 SMEs, and quite a lot of rural innovators as well.
Complete contrast, isn't it? There it is like office, and here it's hardcore work happening, isn't it?
Yeah, so I think this is a very strategic move as well, because let's say you have a startup, they can pick their offices right there at T-Hub, get accelerated. And if any of these startups are into product development, they could always walk down here, it's right adjacent to them, and they can start building products.
Perfect. So let's go?
Yeah, sure. So we use multiple elements, multiple materials, which are again used in various sectors. All the materials and all the workshops in place that can be used by any sector, be it mobility, be it IoT, be it robotics, pretty much everything.
Is it something like where people use a space and then they pay for it? They use it for a duration of time? Is it for a project? How does that work?
So there are plenty of models on which we are currently operating. So our vision is to create and celebrate a culture of hobbyists, makers and innovators in India who explore and experiment without the fear of failure. Essentially, we are lowering barriers to prototyping by providing various services. A startup, or let's say anyone, could have a design ready and they would like to use our equipment. They simply send their files to us and we can give them a quotation for fabrication. The second one is when they have very well fleshed out ideas, or let's say products that they are currently facing challenges with, they could approach us with problem statements and our team can troubleshoot it for them, which is product design and development. So we have tied up with Mouser Electronics, which happens to be one of the largest electronics retail platforms on the internet right now. We could source components from them from other countries, and this way we're actually able to bridge the demand that is currently there in India. And if any of the manufacturers are unable to meet this demand, we can always help them with sourcing. Is the metal and machine shop. This is the largest workshop in T-Works Phase 1. And over here we have all sorts of state-of-the-art equipment. So you have a section for metrology over here for precise measurement. Then you have a tool room over there, which is again for manually operated tools. Next, these two machines that you see are, let's say, some of the biggest assets that anyone could get access to. Now these are CNCs. A CNC is nothing but a computer numeric control. So we could take a look at what each of these machines are actually capable of making or producing. So this machine right here is a 5-axis vertical milling center. So what you can do is, you can place a block of metal and input your design into the computer. So based on the design you have provided, there are multiple nozzles or blades which cut this block of metal according to the design you have provided. So you can make quite a lot of intricate components with this.
Something like this, I mean, somebody would send a plate like that and then this is what would be created using the machine, right?
Yes. So you have a block of metal which has already been placed in. So what happens is, once we have received your design, we're going to run the program which is going to machine this job for you. There are multiple blades which are going to be cutting the block of metal to obtain this design that you see.
The solopreneurs, if they have their own ideas, they could walk into a place and come up with their own idea, build a product and go out. Probably even colleges benefit out of that, institutions.
In fact, everyone, right from students, families, all the way to large enterprises. Of course, you have startups. Over here, we have a couple of prototypes that have been made or machined. What I'm holding right now over here, this is the base of a robotic arm that we had done for a startup. So the first one is actually Shrija's biopress. So Shrija is a 9th grade student from Jogulamba, Gadwal district of Telangana, and she's made these. So this is a biopot. Earlier she used to make about 6 or 7 biopots using her hands, and basically this is a very sustainable and a biodegradable alternative for the black sapling bags that you find in nurseries. So this is made using agricultural waste such as groundnut shells, tamarind shells and a couple of binders here and there. To increase our output, we have developed this machine. So it has a heating coil, hydraulic press. You pour in your mixture and this mold actually designs the appropriate shape for the biopot. So the reason we have a woodworking shop is again because we have users such as artists, we have users that are also hobbyists. And essentially we're also trying to incorporate wood as one of the materials used in prototyping. You can start off with enclosures, you can start off with casts, you can start off with plenty of products, then plenty of planers, quite a lot of this equipment which is pretty essential for working with wood. Then we've got 2 CNC routers, and similarly we have a larger CNC router over here on which we've designed plenty of stuff. In fact, one of the products that we had worked on using this machine is the cradle. Now this cradle is a remarkable product.
So this is one of the cradles that was designed here?
Yes. So this is one of the products that we had developed in-house. And the story behind this is pretty beautiful. One of our team members was expecting a child and he wanted a cradle that could be assembled and disassembled very quickly. So what you see here is a flat pack design, nothing but There's almost no hardware involved. It's completely based on efficient design and joineries. So you can actually assemble this and disassemble this according to your needs. So once your child grows up, you can disassemble this, make it flat, stack it somewhere else. So the first one is laser cutting and engraving, and this is actually a very economical and also a very fast route for working with acrylics or wood. Basically, we have laser cutters inside which are capable of producing objects like these. This is an enclosure for an electronics piece. Now what you see inside is an Arduino. Now this is the enclosure which is made out of acrylic. What I'm holding here is actually the wing of one of the hybrid VTOLs that we have developed, a vertical takeoff and landing drone. So this is made using balsa wood, completely laser cut. You would be shocked to see how lightweight this material is.
Whoa, whoa. This looks like as if I'm holding a wafer in my hand.
What we have here are two laser cutting and engraving machines. So we have a 120 watt CO2 laser cutter and an 80 watt CO2 laser cutter. So we'll be taking a look.
Hello, welcome to Walkthrough Show with me, Major Sunil Shetty. I'm at India's largest prototyping center based in Hyderabad, the T-Works. This is spread over 4 acres and this particular building is about 70,000 square feet. And here people come to create, explore and experiment. Let's meet Anurag Veluri, who's the lead for partnerships here at T-Works. Hey Anurag.
Hello Major Sunil, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting us.
No issues. Welcome to T-Works. We're India's largest prototyping center.
Oh yes, I know. I mean, when I heard of 70,000, now I know how it looks like, right?
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. Current building that you are in right now is called T-Works Phase 1, which is at 78,000 square feet. And we've got plenty of workshops here. We've covered plenty of materials, quite a lot of capabilities that, more than 700 plus people have, benefited of so far. And this space has been used by more than 250 startups, more than 100 SMEs, and quite a lot of rural innovators as well.
Complete contrast, isn't it? There it is like office and here it's hardcore work happening, right. Isn't it?
Yeah, so I think this is a very strategic move as well, because let's say you have a startup, they can pick their offices right there at T-Hub, get accelerated. And if any of these startups are into product development, they could always walk down here, it's right adjacent to them, and they can start building products.
Perfect. So let's go?
Yeah, sure. So we use multiple elements, multiple materials, which are again used in various sectors. All the materials and all the workshops in place that can be used by any sector, be it mobility, be it IoT, be it robotics, pretty much everything.
Is it something like where people use a space and then they pay for it? They use it for a duration of time? Is it for a project? How does that work?
So there are plenty of models on which we are currently operating. So our vision is to create and celebrate a culture of hobbyists, makers and innovators in India who explore and experiment without the fear of failure. Essentially, we are lowering barriers to prototyping by providing various services. A startup, or let's say anyone, could have a design ready and they would like to use our equipment. They simply send their files to us and we can give them a quotation for fabrication. The second one is when they have very well fleshed out ideas, or let's say products that they are currently facing challenges with, they could approach us with problem statements and our team can troubleshoot it for them, which is product design and development. So we have tied up with Mauser Electronics, which happens to be one of the largest electronics retail platforms on the internet right now. We could source components from them from other countries, and this way we're actually able to bridge the demand that is currently there in India. And if any of the manufacturers are unable to meet this demand, we can always help them with sourcing. Is the metal and machine shop. This is the largest workshop in T-Works Phase 1. And over here we have all sorts of state-of-the-art equipment. So you have a section for metrology over here for precise measurement. Then you have a tool room over there, which is again for manually operated tools. Next, these two machines that you see are, let's say, some of the biggest assets that anyone could get access to. Now these are CNCs. A CNC is nothing but a computer numeric control. So we could take a look at what each of these machines are actually capable of making or producing. So this machine right here is a 5-axis vertical milling center. So what you can do is, you can place a block of metal and input your design into the computer. So based on the design you have provided, there are multiple nozzles or blades which cut this block of metal according to the design you have provided. So you can make quite a lot of intricate components with this.
Something like this, I mean, somebody would send a plate like that, and then this is what would be created using the machine, right?
Yes. So you have a block of metal which has already been placed in. So what happens is, once we have received your design, we're going to run the program which is going to machine this job for you. There are multiple blades which are going to be cutting the block of metal to obtain this design that you see.
The solopreneurs, if they have their own idea, they could walk into a place and come up with their own idea, build a product and go out. Probably even colleges benefit out of that, institutions.
In fact, everyone, right from students, families, all the way to large enterprises. Of course, you have startups. Over here, we have a couple of prototypes that have been made or machined. What I'm holding right now over here, this is the base of a robotic arm that we had done for a startup. So the first one is actually Shrija's biopress. So Shrija is a 9th grade student from Jogulamba, Gadwal district of Telangana, and she's made these. So this is a biopot. Earlier she used to make about 6 or 7 biopots using her hands, and basically this is a very sustainable and a biodegradable alternative for the black sapling bags that you find in nurseries. So this is made using agricultural waste such as groundnut shells, tamarind shells, and a couple of binders here and there. To increase our output, we have developed this machine. So it has a heating coil, hydraulic press. You pour in your mixture and this mold actually designs the appropriate shape for the biopot. So the reason we have a woodworking shop is again because we have users such as artists, we have users that are also hobbyists. And essentially, we're also trying to incorporate wood as one of the materials used in prototyping. You can start off with enclosures, you can start off with casts, you can start off with plenty of products, then plenty of planers, quite a lot of this equipment which is pretty essential for working with wood. Then we've got 2 CNC routers, and similarly we have a larger CNC router over here on which we've designed plenty of stuff. In fact, one of the products that we had worked on using this machine is the cradle. Now this cradle is a remarkable product.
So this is one of the cradles that was designed here.
Yes. So this is one of the products that we had developed in-house. And the story behind this is pretty beautiful. One of our team members was expecting a child, and he wanted a cradle that could be assembled and disassembled very quickly. So what you see here is a flat pack design, nothing but there's almost no hardware involved. It's completely based on efficient design and joineries. So you can actually assemble this and disassemble this according to your needs. So once your child grows up, you can disassemble this, make it flat, stack it somewhere else. So the first one is laser cutting and engraving. And this is actually a very economical and also a very fast route for working with acrylics or wood. Basically, we have laser cutters inside which are capable of producing objects like these. This is an enclosure for an electronics piece. Now what you see inside is an Arduino. Now this is the enclosure which is made out of acrylic. What I'm holding here is actually the wing of one of the hybrid VTOLs that we have developed, a vertical takeoff and landing drone. So this is made using balsa wood, completely laser cut. You would be shocked to see how lightweight this material is.
Whoa, whoa. This looks like as if I'm holding a wafer in my hand.
What we have here are 2 laser cutting and engraving machines. So we have a 120 watt CO2 laser cutter and an 80 watt CO2 laser cutter. So we'll be taking a look at how laser cutting happens. So for laser cutting and engraving, we receive files in the form of an SVG or a PDF format. And we basically take a look at this, we review the design that you have provided, coming out on the 120 watt laser cutter that we've got.
And how much time does it take for a design to be cut?
In fact, less than 2 or 3 minutes. So you can take a look at how my colleague is placing the design on the sheet of acrylic.
So what kind of tests can you simulate here?
right? So we have a thermal and humidity chamber over here, which can, let's say, simulate various levels of humidity. Similarly, various temperatures that range from minus 40 degrees centigrade all the way to 150 degrees centigrade. So you can take a look at it. It's currently at 100% relative humidity and regular 30.5 degrees centigrade. And you can see the PCB cluster that's been, and 3D printing is in fact currently one of the most highly in demand technologies, right? Quite a lot of the world is shifting towards 3D printing. And currently at T-Works we have two technologies of 3D printing. One is fused filament fabrication and the other is stereolithography. So this line of 3D printers that you see are FFF 3D printers. So basically you can take a look at this machine that is performing. This machine interprets the file you have given in its own way and it starts printing layer by layer.
Pottery is one place where there are a lot of people who come for hobby, right?
Yes.
So is it open for people who want to just come and play for a while?
Definitely. In fact, soon we're going to be launching a couple of workshops where people could book a slot, let's say for an hour of pottery, or else if they just want to understand the basics of pottery. You have various techniques involved in pottery, right from hand building to wheel turning. So many workshops that are still yet to come up. In fact, we have 2 more buildings according to the plans that are still yet to come up. In fact, from here you can actually see the design of this building. So we've got this roof, translucent panels, so you get your natural sunlight and the entire building is lit up. This is a beautiful view of the building as well from the top. So we're going to be meeting Anand Rajagopalan, who's Director Operations here at T-Works.
Perfect. Because that's operation, I'm sure, is going to be one major challenge here, right?
Yeah.
Hey Anand.
Hey.
How are you doing? Great.
Good. Doing good.
Perfect.
How was your tour?
Oh, it was good. I must say, thank you for taking us around and giving us the opportunity. And seeing the space, seeing all the stuff that you see, one gets that feel, why T-Works is important, what's happening here.
Yeah.
And I'm very sure, anybody who comes into this ecosystem gets the feel of it, gets being part of it, kind of start thinking that he or she is also innovator.
Absolutely, that's the idea. And that's why even the architecture of the place is as it is. I mean, we have a lot of glass walls and we want people to see what's happening within the facility. It's very inviting. We don't see a lot of bollards or boom gates over here. So of course, we're getting a lot of inflow and we're trying to entertain everyone who's here. And the idea is to inspire. We want to make manufacturing cool. We want to make building something with your hands cool. We want to make working on the shop floor cool. So it's a long game. It's a 20-30 year game to be able to create that kind of culture.
I like that it keeps saying we want manufacturing to look cool, right?
Yeah.
And that's how the environment also is. It doesn't look like a place where you have to go and sweat it out. Right?
Yes, you do have to sweat it out, but you are working on how to make that look cool also. Yeah.
Operationally, how challenging or how interesting it is?
It's extremely interesting because traditionally the industry makes revenues through mass manufacturing. So you take one part and you do it 1,000 times, 10,000 times. The more times you repeat it, the more revenue you get. But here I think we shipped our 2,000 part recently. So every part we ship is different. So I think the challenge is because every part we make is different, it takes that much longer. So that's one challenge, to be able to churn out quickly. And as you know, entrepreneurs, MSMEs, or any user for that matter wants their part yesterday. So we're trying to temper expectations and trying to also meet their expectations or meet me. That's one challenge. The second challenge is also, as everyone faces, it's talent. And we are working with our partners to be able to attract talent that wants to be a part of a facility like T-Works, because it's extremely challenging, both physically and mentally, and it's also extremely creative. And that's why we have a few perks for people who come and work from here, including, we are one place where employees, of course, work on projects of T-Works, but they also get to work on their own products. They also get to work on their own startups. And we don't expect to see anyone retire at T-Works. We want them to work here for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and then hopefully go on to startup, and hopefully start up with a product they built out of T-Works. So I think that's what we're trying to do.
And we want to see, we'll be waiting to see that when, products that come out of you or the product that come out of T-Works end up becoming big businesses, successful businesses.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks for hosting us.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Hello, welcome to Walkthrough Show with me, Major Sunil Shetty. I'm at India's largest prototyping center based in Hyderabad, the T-Works. This is spread over 4 acres, and this particular building, this huge building, is about 70,000 square feet. And here people come to create, explore and experiment. Let's meet Anurag Veluri, who's the lead for partnerships here at T-Works. And he will come along with us in the walkthrough and show us what exactly happens at T-Works. So let's go walk with him. Hey Anurag.
Hello Major Sunil, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting us.
No issues. Welcome to T-Works. We're India's largest prototyping center.
Oh yes, I know. I mean, when I heard of 70,000, now I know how it looks like, right?
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. In fact, the current building that you are in right now is called T-Works Phase 1, which is at 78,000 square feet. And we've got plenty of workshops here. We've covered plenty of materials, quite a lot of capabilities that, more than 700 plus people have, benefited off so far. And yeah, this space has been used by more than 250 startups, more than 100 SMEs, and quite a lot of rural innovators as well.
And when you think of, you are right adjacent to T-Hub, right? And both in terms of design and also the way, the look and feel, complete contrast, isn't it? There it is like office, and here it's hardcore work happening, right, isn't it?
Yeah, so I think this is a very strategic move as well, because let's say you have a startup, they can pick their offices right there at T-Hub, get accelerated. And if any of these startups are into product development, they could always walk down here, it's right adjacent to them, and yeah, they can start building products.
Perfect. So let's go?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So one of the things that I realized is that you use a lot of material here, isn't it?
Yes.
And what was the idea behind using different types of material to build something like this?
Right. So we use multiple elements, multiple materials, which are again used in various sectors. So T-Works is sector agnostic, so we do not restrict ourselves to any particular sector or industry, which is why we have all the materials and all the workshops in place that can be used by any sector, be it mobility, be it IoT, be it robotics, pretty much everything.
What is the model of working here? I mean, is it something like where people use a space and then they pay for it, they use it for a duration of time? Is it for a project? How does that work?
So there are plenty of models on which we are currently operating. So our vision is to create and celebrate a culture of hobbyists, makers and innovators in India who explore and experiment without the fear of failure. Essentially, we are lowering barriers to prototyping by providing various services. So one service could be where a startup, or let's say anyone, could have a design ready and they would like to use our equipment. They simply send their files to us and we can give them a quotation for fabrication. The second one is when they have very well fleshed out ideas, or let's say products that they are currently facing challenges with, they could approach us with problem statements and our team can troubleshoot it for them, which is product design and development. Another service that we offer is component sourcing. So we have tied up with Mouser Electronics, which happens to be one of the largest electronics retail platforms on the internet right now. And we could source components from them from other countries, and this way we're actually able to bridge the demand that is currently there in India. And if any of the manufacturers are unable to meet this demand, we can always help them with sourcing.
Perfect. So let's see what I believe you also have state-of-art equipment.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's see what do you want to start with, which is like very unique for this space.
Surely. So currently the shop that you are in right now is the metal and machine shop. This is the largest workshop in T-Works Phase 1. And over here we have all sorts of state-of-the-art equipment to process, or let's say to work with metals. So you have a section for metrology over here for precise measurement. Then you have a tool room over there, which is again for manually operated tools. You have a manual lathe, you have floor drilling machines, you have plenty of machines that are manually run. Next, these two machines that you see are, let's say, some of the biggest assets that anyone could get access to. Now, these are CNCs. A CNC is nothing but a computer numeric control. You do not need to run operations manually. There is a technician that can simply understand or interpret the design you have provided and run the program on the machine. So what you have over here is a CNC turn mill, which is 3-axis, and this one is a 5-axis vertical milling center. So we could take a look at what each of these machines are actually capable of making or producing.
Perfect. Let's do that.
So this machine right here is a 5-axis vertical milling center. So what you can do is, you can place a block of metal and input your design into the computer. So based on the design you have provided, there are multiple nozzles or blades which cut this block of metal according to the design you have provided. So you can make quite a lot of intricate components with this.
Like one right now you're doing, right?
Yep.
Something like this. I mean, somebody would send a plate like that, and then this is what would be created using the machine, right?
Yes. So you have a block of metal which has already been placed in. So what happens is, once we have received your design, we're going to run the program which is going to machine this job for you. And there are multiple blades which are going to be cutting the block of metal to obtain this design that you see.
Basically, Anurag, what you're saying is, with an idea, you come in here or a design, and you basically walk out with a finished product.
Yes,
yeah?
essentially.
And
So-
this is good for small businesses, startups, even somebody who's the solopreneurs. If they have their own idea, they could walk into a place and come up with their own idea, build a product, and go out. Right?
Yes.
And probably even colleges benefit out of that, institutions.
In fact, everyone, right from students, families, all the way to large enterprises. Of course, you have startups, which happen to be our biggest chunk of beneficiaries, but everyone on the spectrum of users can actually access all the services and offerings that T-Works has. Over here, we have a couple of prototypes that have been made or machined on the VMC that we just saw. So what I'm holding right now over here, this is the base of a robotic arm that we had done for a startup. And again, like I explained, there's a block of metal that's kept inside the VMC, and all the blades machine it out for you such that your design is obtained. So this forms the foundation of a robotic arm, and the entire robotic arm is going to stem out of this. Similarly, you can take a look at more examples. We have designed heat sinks for electronic devices, some precision engineering components. In fact, you can notice the intricacy of design itself. So this is the prototype of a helmet that we have done on the VMC.
Yeah.
You can take a look at it. In fact, you can feel it. It's quite heavy as well.
Wow. Yeah, that is heavy.
Yep.
So this is like a cyclist helmet, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, probably not suitable for you, but surely.
Perfect.
So basically, we have all sorts of metal available here at T-Works. In fact, we are also coming up with a retail store where you can purchase these consumables, or if there is a customized metal that you're looking for, you can always get it in-house.
And you're also kind of supporting the rural innovation thing. Could you talk about that a bit?
Definitely. So the Rural Innovation Development Program is in fact one of our landmark programs, right? We've conceived this program because of the vast amount of talent available in the grassroots.
Yeah.
So we partner with one of our ecosystem partners, which happens to be Telangana State Innovation Cell, and we scout for rural innovators with novel and scalable, or let's say impactful innovations. So over here we have 3 exhibits of such rural innovators and their innovations. So the first one is actually Shrija's Biopress. So Shrija is a 9th grade student from Jogulamba, Gadwal district of Telangana, and she's made these. So this is a biopot. Earlier she used to make about 6 or 7 biopots using her hands, and basically this is a very sustainable and a biodegradable alternative for the black sapling bags that you find in nurseries. So this is made using agricultural waste such as groundnut shells, tamarind shells, and a couple of binders here and there. So
sustainability, going back to using the rural knowledge,
yes,
or ancient knowledge,
yes,
to use
pretty
all
much.
of that, right?
Yep. So earlier she used to do it handmade, and to increase her output, we have developed this machine. And this is called the biopress. So it has a heating coil, a hydraulic press. You pour in your mixture, and this mold actually designs the appropriate shape for the biopress.
So sustainability is one of the key things that T-Works is all about, right?
Definitely. In fact, we have quite a lot of startups. We have quite a lot of small MSMEs as well that are working on the concept of sustainability.
Sustainability is built within the model of T-Works, isn't it?
Yes, pretty much. Right from businesses all the way to products. We ensure that most of the materials, or let's say most of the processes that we stick to here at T-Works are sustainable in nature.
The support that you're providing currently to rural innovators.
Right. So rural innovators, they generally have quite a lot of ideas because they've seen problems at grassroots. So we have rural innovators that come from agricultural backgrounds. We have a rural innovator who used to be a TV mechanic before. So they've got brilliant ideas, and they do not have the equipment nor the support in terms of manpower to actually scale their product up or perfect their product. So we offer all sorts of training and nurturing for these rural innovators to translate their ideas into actual products, and we also help them set up micro enterprises.
I mean, I think that's the need of the hour, isn't it?
Yes.
Because obviously we can't provide jobs, we cannot have everything. I mean, one is to talk about jobs. The other is that it's better if people kind of find something within their own ecosystem, right? Where they are from, the villages, the town.
Right.
So that's why it's very important that we encourage rural innovators, entrepreneurs, so that they can build something which is relevant to them in their own ecosystem, answer, find solutions for the problem they face.
Yes. So in fact, Ashok Gorre is one of our rural innovators. He's developed this seed sowing tool, which actually reduces the burden of having to bend to sow seeds. So he's developed a very efficient tool which has been designed in such a manner that there's almost no strain while you're sowing a seed. Similarly, we have Rajendra.
And products like these, solutions like these, can only be found by people who live in that ecosystem, isn't it?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I mean, it's for an urban, youth to find a solution that is applicable or makes sense for the rural, challenge. It's difficult.
Yeah.
If you're feeling the pain, you're living in that environment, you understand what is required, and then you can find a better solution.
That's true.
Yeah. This is one of my favorites actually, woodworks. So yeah, maybe if I were to take a internship or a work, this would be the place I would come.
Yeah, please. You're actually free to explore all the tools that are available over here. You can take a look at some of the state-of-the-art equipment as well. So the reason we have a woodworking shop is again because we have users such as artists, we have users that are also hobbyists, and essentially we're also trying to incorporate wood as one of the materials used in prototyping. You can start off with enclosures, you can start off with casts, you can start off with plenty of products. And we have all the equipment that is necessary to work with wood. So we have hand tools and power tools over there. Then you have, all these miter saws, then plenty of planers, quite a lot of this equipment which is pretty essential for working with wood. Then we've got 2 CNC routers. The one that you see there is a small CNC router. In fact, we had designed parts of one of our hybrid VTOLs on that router. And similarly, we have a larger CNC router over here on which we've designed plenty of stuff. In fact, one of the products that we had worked on using this machine is the cradle. Now, this cradle is a remarkable product.
Well, one of the things that I like about whatever I've seen so far is it's open and there's natural light coming in, and that is spacious.
Yes.
Typically, if you talk about a prototyping center, the thought that comes to your mind is an enclosed place, more which looks like a factory space, not necessarily one which is ambient energy out there, temperature, light coming in. So this was something which was very clear from day one when they're designing T-Works.
Yes, that's true. In fact, the entire concept of the building is such that we are welcoming a lot of natural light. So in fact, we do not switch on the lights in the atrium, the common space, until dusk. So we have quite a lot of natural light coming in, and in fact we're situated right in the heart of the city. So we're not somewhere near the outskirts that is inaccessible, and we have ambient temperatures at most times.
So this is one of the cradles that was designed here.
Yes. So this is one of the products that we had developed in-house, and the story behind this is pretty beautiful. One of our team members was expecting a child, and he wanted a cradle that could be assembled and disassembled very quickly. So what you see here is a flat pack design, nothing but there's almost no hardware involved. It's completely based on efficient design and joineries. So you can actually assemble this and disassemble this according to your needs. So once your child grows up, you can disassemble this, make it flat, stack it somewhere else.
Perfect. Have you approached IKEA for this?
No, definitely not.
No,
IKEA should be approaching us, in fact.
No, because if they know this, something like this, because IKEA is all about, DIY.
That's
right?
true.
So something which can be assembled without actually having to put a screw into it. I think that is safe.
Yes.
For the kids, right?
In fact, the entire concept of not using quite a lot of hardware was also to ensure the kids' safety. So in fact, these joineries that you see, right, they're also, they have blunt surfaces.
Yeah.
And in fact, what you can do is, you could just turn this down to make it stable. So a parent does not actually have to rock the crib. So you can keep it stable. And similarly, if it has to be rocked, all you have to do is just
roll them up.
Yeah.
This is an impressive design, I must say. See, this has an added element of safety, right?
Right.
Which is no nails, no screws, right? So which means it's you just plug and play and that's it.
Yeah, in fact, this is one of the products that we're trying to launch into the market as well. So we're looking at manufacturers for quite a lot of our products. So we stick to a lot of values here at T-Works, and the first one is no mass manufacturing, and basically we enable mass manufacturing, but we do not engage in it directly. So any product that is built at T-Works can be picked up by a manufacturer, and similarly we have IP protection at all times. So every piece of information or every idea that enters this building is protected at all costs. Next, we do not take any equity. So a product that is built using our services is still completely owned by you. The most important of our values is fair and non-discriminatory access to all. So we have anyone, we do not have any sorts of barriers, be it religious, be it socio-economic barriers. Anyone can walk into this facility, be it a student, be it a rural innovator, be it a startup. Anyone can walk in and use our services.
I think that is what is important, isn't it?
That is definitely important.
The way I see the first floor is all about prototyping in terms of metal, food. What else is there at the first floor?
So at the first floor, we've got lighter equipment. In fact, on the ground floor, we just saw heavy equipment where you have milling machines, where you have welding, where you have quite a lot of heavy machinery. On the first floor, we've got laser cutting and engraving. We've got an electronics lab, a small pre-compliance or testing lab. We've got 3D printing, and finally a ceramic studio.
Perfect. And something is coming up here?
Yes. So on the ground floor, we have 3 workshops coming up. There's a PCB fabrication lab that's coming up where you can get a PCB up to 12 layers within 72 hours. So this is going to be a major boost for startups, and not just startups, in fact, India as a nation.
Yes.
Next, we have a plastics and composites shop coming up, which is again going to be India's first ever dedicated shop for work on composite materials. We also have a finish shop for all the prototypes that are built in-house. You can step right into the shop, you can get it spray painted, or you can get it anodized, powder coated, whatever you require. So we also have something called a garage, which is your perfect space for product assembly and R&D. So startups can come in here, let's say, work on a project for about 2 or 3 months, use all our services such as rapid prototyping. You can consult the team members for developing a product. You can go into the garage, assemble your product and test it. So we have ample amount of space for multiple startups to build their product out of T-Works.
So ground floor, right from a design to prototype, parts, and then get into a garage, test it, and thereafter it is, so ground floor basically does everything, all of that.
Pretty much. So you have most of your major capabilities on the ground floor, but we also have equally important capabilities on the first floor. We are on the first floor. This is where we've got close to 5 workshops, all of which are covering various materials and technologies once again. So the first one is laser cutting and engraving. And this is actually a very economical and also a very fast route for working with acrylics or wood. So basically we have laser cutters inside which are capable of producing objects like these. This is an enclosure for an electronics piece. Now what you see inside is an Arduino. Now this is the enclosure, which is made out of acrylic. Similarly, you have scaled models of various products. What I'm holding here is actually the wing of one of the hybrid VTOLs that we have developed, a vertical takeoff and landing drone. So this is made using balsa wood, completely laser cut. You would be shocked to see how lightweight this material is.
Whoa, whoa. This looks like as if I'm holding a wafer in my hand.
Yeah, this is made of balsa wood and we've laser cut the parts of it. We've also assembled it in-house. It's a very lightweight choice.
So this is what an entrepreneur or an innovator could do. Create a prototype, scale model, and then see how it works, do the testing on it, and then go for the, the real one, right?
Yeah, essentially the journey that they should be taking is they should start with low fidelity prototyping. They could use some of this equipment for building proof of concepts, and then they could go for their alpha prototypes, a beta prototype, and then finally their MVP. So this building is capable of making all of this an industry ready product, not having to step up. What we have here are two laser cutting and engraving machines. So we have a 120 watt CO2 laser cutter and an 80 watt CO2 laser cutter. So these machines are actually shooting carbon dioxide in the form of a laser to either etch surfaces or cut them or engrave them. So you can make a lot of these scale models that you just saw using laser cutting, and you can have some customized text on top of it if you're going for laser etching. So we'll be taking a look at how laser cutting happens. So for laser cutting and engraving, we receive files in the form of an SVG or a PDF format, and we basically take a look at this. We review the design that you have provided, and then we give the input to the machine. So we'll be taking a look at how this design that you just chose is going to be coming out on the 120 watt laser cutter that we've got.
And how much time does it take for a design to be cut?
In fact, less than 2 or 3 minutes. It's just a minute's job, in fact. So depending on the complexity of the design that you have provided,
So it's just simple typing and then do it?
Yeah, pretty much. So you basically configure the machine according to your needs. You basically have the thickness at which it's going to be cutting. Then you have to make some minor changes to the design so that the placement has been perfected. So you can take a look at how my colleague is placing the design on the sheet of acrylic.
If somebody had small orders, could you take that also?
Yeah, definitely. So like I said before, we don't do mass manufacturing. If the numbers are suitable with us, let's say ideally less than 10, then we're open. So here we have a pre-compliance or a testing lab. So this is where we have equipment for environmental stress testing. So let's say you make a prototype out of T-Works and you want to see how this prototype performs under variable environmental conditions. You can simulate these conditions in the machines that we have, and you can get the test reports.
So what kind of tests can you simulate here?
Right, so we have a thermal and humidity chamber over here, which can, let's say, simulate various levels of humidity. Similarly, various temperatures that range from minus 40 degrees centigrade all the way to 150 degrees centigrade. So you can take a look at it. It's currently at 100% relative humidity and regular 30.5 degrees centigrade. And you can see the PCB cluster that's been, then we've got a soldering station where you have precision soldering. Then we've got a universal testing machine which can test the tensile strength of various objects or prototypes. Similarly, we have an industrial oven which can go all the way up to 200 degrees centigrade. So with all of this equipment, what you can do is get the test reports of how each and every prototype of yours performs, and you can go to a certifying authority and get your product certified.
So is that something you also provide as a support in terms of, because they will need the test reports from here.
Yes.
And then coming from T-Works kind of adds that value, add credibility to it, isn't it?
That's true, that's true. So in fact, we're trying to tie up with quite a lot of these certifying authorities. And once any of our beneficiaries have the test reports done, they could approach one of these partners and get their product certified. So let's say you have any electronic setup, you can actually run some vibration testing over here, get the test report for it, and make sure that your product actually stays intact at such force.
So quality control is taken care basically,
Yes.
right? Well, that's one of the key things, when you're talking about products, and especially with where we are going as a nation.
That's true.
Where we want to be a manufacturing. We also want to be the manufacturing hub of the world. So a quality control becomes very, very critical.
Right. So right now we're in the electronics lab where we've got various kinds of equipment that anyone can come and rent on an hourly basis. So an interesting business model that we've worked upon is the equipment rental, which is under our prototyping services. So you do not have to actually purchase, equipment that is worth lakhs, while instead you can come down to T-Works and rent it out on an hourly basis. So you can take an electronics workbench, customize it according to your needs, and perform all your testing and assembly related to electronics.
That's an interesting model because one of the challenges for early stage startups, bootstrap startup is, if I have to start something, I need, a few lakh rupees, just to get the equipment. So now they can just get rid of that, come straight to you, use it for an hour, probably pay a few thousand rupees.
In fact, hundreds.
Hundreds.
Yes.
There you go.
So yeah, you can take a look at some of the beneficiaries that are using the equipment over here. So you have all your function generators, your oscilloscopes, your spectrum analyzers, quite a lot of this equipment that is very critical for hardware-based startups. They can rent all of this out on an hourly basis and perform all the tests.
How many startups can work or teams can work here at one time?
So this building can host close to 300 people at a single go. And based on the startup size, we can accommodate as many as possible. And 3D printing is, in fact, currently one of the most, highly in demand technologies, right? Quite a lot of the world is shifting towards 3D printing. And currently at T-Works, we have two technologies of 3D printing. One is fused filament fabrication and the other is stereolithography. So this line of 3D printers that you see are FFF 3D printers. So basically, you can take a look at this machine that is performing. So you have solid spools of plastic that are melted at specific temperatures. So just like the CNC that we saw downstairs, we receive the file from you, and this machine interprets the file you have given in its own way, and it starts printing layer by layer. So this solid spool of plastic is melted, and then it prints bottom to top.
So when it comes to, because 3D, these are 3D printing is across the board when it comes to different types of material they're using. What are what do you have? I mean, do you have just the plastics or the other elements also?
So currently we have plastics and liquid resin based 3D printers, but soon we will be getting metal 3D printing, and that is going to be a major boost because with metal 3D printing you can print a part and go about using it directly. Currently these are our plans. In the future you will probably be seeing more technologies and more types of 3D printing coming up. Next we have SLA 3D printing. Now SLA stands for stereolithography, and these 3D printers that you see are compatible with liquid resin. We have biocompatible 3D printers. Similarly, we have regular 3D printers for SLA. So once you're done finalizing your design, what you can do is you can actually use the SLA 3D printer to see how your product performs. You can choose various kinds of resins. So let's say you're looking for some elastic properties. We have an elastic resin or a flexible resin. Similarly, if you want a material that's really tough, we've got rigid resin. Let's say you have applications in the medical industry. You can always try the biocompatible resin, biomedical resin, or the surgical guide resin. So yeah, this 3D printer that you see here is actually a biocompatible one. And we've got surgical guide resin. So what I'm holding here are surgical guides that were used by LV Prasad Institute. So what you see over here are surgical guides that were done for LV Prasad Institute. If you remember, during the second wave of COVID, we had the black fungus outbreak. And to actually work with victims of the black fungus, we require surgical guides. So we get the designs of their eyes based on the CT scans, and based on the CT scans, we again design a surgical guide appropriately. So what you'll be holding is a biocompatible surgical guide resin. Basically does not cause any sorts of infection when it comes in contact with the tissues of your eyes. So once SLA 3D printing is done, you have these support structures that are vertical in nature. And post-processing, you basically have to be cutting off all of these to make sure that your prototype is ready. Similarly, we've got this coming up. This is industrial polyjet. Now let's say you have your shoes. You can literally print a sole out of it. It's an industry-ready product. Similarly, we've got MJF coming up, which is again a technology from Hewlett-Packard. Multiple materials, multiple colors inside one object. So you can take a look at this. There are multiple colors inside, and there are different materials also that have been used. The exterior is different, the interiors are different.
So that's the beauty of the new technology, isn't it? You can play with, experiment with.
Yes.
It's like today you can actually make your wildest imagination possible with technology.
That's true. We're currently in the ceramic studio where we've got all sorts of equipment required for pottery or even working with ceramics. So the beauty about T-Works is we have a technician for each and every workshop and each and every machine in here. So safety and supervision is taken care of at all times. So let's say a visitor just walks right in and wants to understand what sorts of materials are compatible on different machines. There's always a technician that can help them out. In fact, you can consult the team right from picking the kind of technology you have to go for. Let's say if you're machining a piece of metal. Similarly, what kind of metal are you supposed to be using to achieve your desired outcome? So we have a product team.
From design, from an idea stage, isn't it? From an idea to design to metal to final the output and then testing them. So all of that is covered by. And there's an expert, as you said, there's a domain expert for each of it.
Yes. So in fact, people can walk in at any stage of the product development, right from their ideation stage. In fact, we've got quite a lot of people coming here at their prototyping stage. So let's say the prototype that they currently have is facing some challenges or facing some issues. So they can always consult the team to tweak the challenges, to in fact fine-tune the current prototype and perfect it for production.
Pottery is one place where there are a lot of people who come for hobby, right?
Yes.
So is it open for people who want to just come and play for a while?
Definitely. In fact, soon we're going to be launching a couple of workshops where people could book a slot, let's say for an hour of pottery, or else if they just want to understand the basics of pottery. You have various techniques involved in pottery, right from hand building to wheel throwing. And we're promising a full experience over here. You can take a look at some of these samples that were made. So we've got, hand-built samples. Similarly, we've got samples that were thrown on the wheels. And quite a lot of creativity comes out of this space. This space can also be used by corporate employees. So let's say any organization is looking to retain their employees. They could send in a batch of, let's say, 10 or 15 of their employees, and we could run an hour's or let's say an entire day's workshop for them.
So if I want to get a seminar done for my company, I can use your services?
Definitely.
As long as it's small numbers, they're not huge.
As long as it's business, we're good to go. Projects the team has worked on. So what you see here is silver filigree. Now, this is a project that I personally close very dearly to my heart. So this is a native art of Karimnagar, one of the cities in Telangana. And there's a small community of craftsmen. They're called Sifka. So they work on such beautiful art pieces. In fact, all their pieces, right, they are made using these foundational patterns. These are very tiny patterns with which are very simple again, but they constitute the majority of one particular product of theirs. So the current challenge that they're facing is they're able to only process, let's say, up to 8 grams of silver, in a single day. There are, craftsmen that are working day in, day out just to process 8 grams of silver. So when they approached T-Works, they came with a very simple problem statement. They did not want to lose their jobs due to automation. And second, they wanted to increase their throughput so that they can take more orders. So we started designing a tool for them, which is again semi-automated in nature and which can increase their throughput by at least 12 times. So we started with acrylics. So we tried the subsystems using laser cutting, the machine that we just saw. And once we were satisfied with the design, we went on to 3D printing. You can see some FFF 3D printing where we again try to design the complete product. And finally, we went into machining. So over here, you can see that there's quite a lot of CNC milling that was done. Then you can see some electronics, some motors that have also been incorporated. So when the final product is ready, you'll actually be able to see a wire of silver that can be machined so that you get these tiny patterns.
So basically here you are showcasing all the 3 or 4 stages that typically that would happen at T-Works. You start with a acrylic sheet, a proof of concept, and then it goes to the next stage where you build it to the next level and then scale it to a real
Exactly.
model and then make it into a MVP that would be used.
Right, exactly. So this community can take this product, they could probably, start manufacturing it by themselves, and they could support more communities that are into the craft of silver filigree.
And you're also helping save the art. Right?
Yeah, definitely. In fact, the reason why we suggested that they go for a semi-automated machine is because a craft does not remain a craft when a machine starts doing everything. So, which is why we just had semi-automation in place for the foundational patterns, and most of the craft is still done handmade. So then we have a simple mechanical solution that we designed. Now, this is a proper idea to prototype, project that we had taken up. So when Urvi Sustainable Concepts approached us, they told us that they were working on these products, which are agarbatti, or let's say dhoop stick stands. So Holy Waste is the name of the brand, and they work with discarded flowers from temples. So they gather all this floral waste and they process it to make meaningful products. So earlier they used to make dhoop sticks which are of this size, and they came with basic problem statements. One, they used to use a bottle cap for the design, and similarly this design was not validated. So let's say when you place in a dhoop stick, this thing generally tumbles down. Similarly, the entire stand itself tumbles. So they came with such a problem statement, and the team was able to design a couple of concepts. And we built quite a lot of prototypes for them. We started off with 3D printing it to test the concept. Then we made another prototype. And finally, when we were able to prove this concept, we made this mechanical press that you see. So all they have to do is paste their slab of clay in here, press it, and then you have this. This is your output, and you can take a look at their logo as well. So we've done all this branding also for them. So you can in fact, you can take a look at this. So this is their floral stand. And you can place your agarbatti this way.
And this is sun-dried?
Yeah, the flowers are sun-dried. Yeah.
So there must be coming up with every day, thinking what next, isn't it?
Yeah.
When they walk in, because there's so much to do here.
There's so much to do. There's so many workshops that are still yet to come up. In fact, we have 2 more buildings according to the plans that are still yet to come up. So,
I mean, this whole open space and because one of the things, for creativity and innovation is, do you feel at peace? Isn't it? Without that, it doesn't work.
Yeah, that's true. In fact, from here you can actually see the design of this building. So we've got this roof which has these translucent panels, so you get your natural sunlight, and the entire building is lit up. This is a beautiful view of the building as well from the top.
So how long have you been with T-Works now?
So it's been over 1.5 years since I've joined T-Works.
And what's your role here at T-Works?
I'm part of the partnerships and business development team here. So I lead partnerships, and I'm also responsible for client management. So every request or inquiry that comes into the organization is first reviewed by me, and then it's passed on to the next, or let's say the respective team.
So personally for you, how's been the journey? I mean, the time you spent here, both on the personal side as a personally, for your personal development, and professionally as well.
Definitely. So I think T-Works, the leadership here, it's very able, and this is in fact T-Works. It's not just T-Works, but also all the innovation ecosystem that's been set up by the government of Telangana. That's exemplary in nature. I've interacted with quite a lot of officials from various states who have plans to set up such an innovation ecosystem in their own states, and it's been great guiding them. It's been great interacting with them. In fact, at such an early stage of my career, I've been exposed to such exceptional, or let's say amazing things in my life. And moving on from the social sector to innovation has been a great transition. In these 1.5 years, I've been able to learn every day. That's what keeps us all going at T-Works. Personally, I have been able to form some great relationships here with all my colleagues, and I've learned quite a lot of new things. In fact, I'm going to be trying pottery also soon. Probably 3D printing is the next thing I'll be learning. And professionally, I've been exposed to such amazing interactions, and quite a lot of these partnerships that I'm building right now are going to be very critical for innovation in India, in fact, because TWorks is the first of its kind, and this is going to be the role model for any other entity or any other body that plans to expand its capabilities and make hardware in India great again.
And when you're living, breathing in a place like this, it's very difficult not to be, impacted by it. So, do you have thoughts of ever, doing your own innovation, launching your own entrepreneurship journey?
Definitely. I mean, that's something that goes on in every employee here at TWorks. Probably not on the hardware side, but definitely all the relationships and all the interactions that I've had here are going to be very conducive in nature if I have to set up my own venture or, let's say, work on my own idea.
No, but do you think about that? I mean, are you thinking about in those lines? Someday I'm going to do my own entrepreneurship.
Oh yeah, definitely. In fact, the Telangana innovation ecosystem itself is so handy that you cannot avoid thinking of ideas and becoming an entrepreneur.
And you come from Karimnagar, which is known for it, isn't it?
I come from Hyderabad itself.
Actually, you're from Hyderabad?
Yeah, I'm from Hyderabad.
Because you said there Karimnagar something with the...
No, Karimnagar, as in it's from Telangana is what I want to say.
I thought you come from there.
No. So we're going to be meeting Anand Rajagopalan, who's Director Operations here at TWorks.
Perfect. Because that's operation, I'm sure, is going to be one major challenge here, right?
Yeah.
Hey Anand.
Hey.
How are you doing? Great.
Good. Doing good.
Perfect.
How was your tour?
Oh, it was good. I must say, thank you for taking us around and giving us the opportunity and seeing the space. Seeing all the stuff that you see, one gets that feel. Why TWorks is important. What's happening here, and I'm very sure anybody who comes into this ecosystem gets the feel of it, gets being part of it, kind of start thinking that he or she is also innovator.
Absolutely, that's the idea, and that's why even the architecture of the place is as it is. I mean, we have a lot of glass walls, and we want people to see what's happening within the facility. It's very inviting. We don't see a lot of bollards or boom gates over here. So of course, we're getting a lot of inflow, and we're trying to entertain everyone who's here. And the idea is to inspire. We want to make manufacturing cool. We want to make building something with your hands cool. We want to make working on the shop floor cool. So it's a long game. It's a 20-30 year game to be able to create that kind of culture.
I like that you keep saying we want manufacturing to look cool, right? Yeah. And that's how the environment also is. It doesn't look like a place where you have to go and sweat it out, right?
Yes, you do have to sweat it out, but you are working on how to make that look cool also. Yeah.
Operationally, how challenging or how interesting it is?
It's extremely interesting because traditionally the industry makes revenues through mass manufacturing. So you take one part and you do it 1,000 times, 10,000 times. The more times you repeat it, the more revenues you get. But here I think we shipped our 2,000 part recently. So every part we ship is different. So I think the challenge is because every part we make is different, it takes that much longer. So that's one challenge, to be able to churn out quickly. And as you know, entrepreneurs, MSMEs, or any user for that matter wants their part yesterday. So we're trying to temper expectations and trying to also meet their expectations or meet me too. That's one challenge. The second challenge is also, as everyone faces, it's talent. And we are working with our partners to be able to attract talent that wants to be a part of a facility like TWorks, because it's extremely challenging, both physically and mentally, and it's also extremely creative. And that's why we have a few perks for people who come and work from here, including, we are one place where employees, of course, work on projects of TWorks, but they also get to work on their own products. They also get to work on their own startups. And we don't expect to see anyone retire at TWorks. We want them to work here for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and then hopefully go on to startup, and hopefully start up with a product they built out of TWorks. So I think that's what we're trying to do. And we want to see, we'll be waiting to see that when products that come out of you or the product that come out of TWorks end up becoming big businesses, successful businesses. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thanks for hosting us.
The Hyderabad Gaming Weekend 2023 was an exciting gaming event that brought together gaming enthusiasts, startups, and industry professionals, providing a platform to showcase the latest advancements in gaming and foster collaboration within the gaming community. During the event, engaging panel discussions took place, where participants shared their insights and perspectives on various gaming-related topics.
First, I want to say thank you, Kashyap, to give me this opportunity. And as I was into the gaming industry, I always fascinate about metaverse. And I think today is the best time to introduce in a very normal language so that people will understand. So before that, we continue. I want to call upon Rajat Oja, CEO and founder of Gametronics. So Rajat, before we continue, I just want to set up some ground. So for that, I want you to explain about what is metaverse in a very general perspective so that everyone can understand.
Before that, I'll take the liberty of explaining Hyderabad to people who are ignorant, right? So Hyderabad is the most thriving ecosystem there can be, right from the government level. When we started metaverse, I'll come to that. The second client I had was the Telangana government. When did you see that, a government taking, plunge into something which is so new and so this thing, and so very forward thinking. And when I made Hyderabad my home, there was a reason. Hyderabad was the capital, and it still is almost the capital of, the game industry in India. Of course, DSK happened in Pune, and that stole some, shine from us. But Hyderabad is awesome. Coming back to what is metaverse, right? So the question, but Hyderabad is super awesome. Right from colleges to the government to the companies to these ecosystem to T-Hub to people like STPI Image Tower and dedicated Image Tower and everything. So let me sell Hyderabad first. So it is done. So now coming to the most interesting thing, what is metaverse? Too much confusion? Even developers, they are confused, or they sell the confusion because that makes the whole world go round, because it's easy to raise fund when you start calling something as metaverse. It's easy to go out and say that you are metaverse hero because it's easy. So we also have our own definition, just like everybody has. The only thing is we are not out there to raise fund, and we are not we actually sit at the other side largely. But so our thesis is very simple. People call immersive world as metaverse, right? Gamers are living in that world forever, right? Even if you talk about social immersive world, Second Life has been around for ages, right? 2003 August onwards, right? So that's also done. Even if you say immersive world where you can do certain activities, and then there is a lot of social interaction. Even Call of Duty and other games you can actually talk, like Counter-Strike also. Like you're meeting people, you are in an immersive world. For me, immersive world again, and then people started selling their old dabbas in the name of metaverse with their VR headsets. Put in VR headset, it's metaverse. Like, come on guys. If that is metaverse, that was there since 2006. They're pulling out all their old junk, and bringing it back in the name of metaverses and saying, see, here it is. We made those kind of things in 2006 with Vuzix headset, where we actually delivered to, defense forces. And I was talking to Colonel here, and I said, we have simulated every single weapon Indian Army uses, every single tank, not every single, but T-72, T-90, BMP, ICVs and all. We've done. So then what is the missing element? What is, so we have covered the social interaction part, we have covered the immersive world, we have covered VR. All these things they don't define metaverse. For us, metaverse is when there is economy in the center of everything, and the interoperability, which we keep on saying, decentralization part of your assets. Imagine your Hello game, but can you take your gun around in other games and stuff? So it should be on a layer, it should be on a chain where you can actually, it should be It's again, we are not there yet, but everybody, whoever is part of some part of the, I'm in the board of World Metaverse Forum, where we are trying to define what is the right definition, and this is the current accepted this thing, economy. And when KPMGs and people like KPMG, they come, KPMG, Accenture, and lovely PwCs and Deloittes of the world, they come and they say people are going to spend 4 hours in metaverse, right? In next few years. What are they going to do? Why are they coming? Are they coming for just the assets, just for immersive world experiences, just for this thing? No. Immersive world experiences just for this thing? No. They're gonna live in there, right? And why are they going to live in there? Because that's the place where they're going to make money also and spend their money and earning also. It's the Instagram, how you see like kids, they live in there, right? And there are people who are creating reels, right? They make a lot of money for buying things. They go out the Instagram. Now Instagram shop is also there, is a thing. But they go out, go to their Mintras and Flipkarts and all these guys, and then they do it, right? While in a true metaverse, and we are working with some of the largest possible player in this domain, where we are bringing both the options of earning and burning there, will probably unfold, because I don't want to answer this question such a long one. So, very simply, social immersive world where our assets are interoperable, and at the same time it's completely decentralized, as we say, and economy is in the center of it. When we actually have our trailer, the biggest font and the biggest thing what we throw on people's faces is economy, right? वो नहीं है तो सब बकवास है, ना कोई नहीं आने वाला, ना कोई टिकने वाला, आके निकल जाने वाले हैं सब, ठीक है? And मैं उस जगह 4 घंटे तभी निकालूंगा जब मैं वहां पर जी सकूं. जीने का तरीका वही है कि वहां पर मैं कमा भी सकूं और उड़ा भी सकूं. And that's what is happening. This is what metaverse is for me.
Even I was imagining something else. So yeah, yes, definitely. Yeah, we can come up with even 50 or more. Everyone have 2 or 3 definitions for that. Right. Yeah, and also I want to highlight one of the thing, like you supported Hyderabad, right? I'm from Hyderabad. Hyderabad made me a game developer. Hyderabad made me a founder. So I'm very glad to Backstage Pass. I'm passed out from Backstage Pass. I was in Hyderabad, and I started my first gaming company here. So Hyderabad is a good place and good ecosystem where I can meet people and get mentors. So definitely, guys, Hyderabad is not a bad place to start on. So moving ahead, I wanted to ask you a personal journey, how you came up to a metaverse from a gaming industry. Okay, I want to just have a quick snaps of that.
Quick news. So yeah, I'm in the industry for 28 years now. I've been making video games. I still don't see metaverse different from video games and all. So I'm still continuing that journey. I'm not branching out or anything like that. So I started. So some of the games, you guys, I don't know if you're aware, and some of the games I have IPs of Prince of Persia, Resident Evil, Battlefield, Splinter Cell, Asura's Wrath. My name's on it in various forms and factors. I worked with Jordan Mechner for Prince of Persia in the earliest days of Prince of Persia, and very closely associated. So I have been making games. I own the theme park and arcade rights of all the games I named already. So I'm like the global, even Capcom wants to do it, they cannot, they have to come to me for, and I built a video game theme park in Dubai called Hub Zero. Which actually got nominated for Brass Ring Award, which is the Academy Awards of theme park also. So that's a long story. But yeah, so I have been doing this, and other than that, I started my entrepreneurial journey in 2012 in the US. So most of my time was, of course, there. Then only you can work on these kind of titles and stuff. Briefly for a year in Belgium. But yeah, so in 2012, I decided to get into the, before that also, like while operating out of there, we built India's first PlayStation 3 games back in those days called SNS, which reached worldwide top 10 charts also on PlayStation. Surprising, because it was kind of a Lagan movement for us, because the game was completely done here in Hyderabad. People who never made games forget about making console game. And that too on PS3, which used to, that architecture of PS3 suck. A big time. So we did that, and in 2012 I started my company, today we have presence everywhere. How metaverse happened in 2014? Again, the wrong definition of metaverse, as people say. When we were doing a lot of, I started another vertical within my company called Games for, which now is a dedicated thing and all, but where we were doing for businesses. Like Games for is like games for banks, games for hotels, games for hospitality, games for this, games for that, all corporate level games, basically for training purposes. So one of the leading private sector bank reached out to us, and then the same thing we did for Microsoft as well, where 5,000 people were in the single room, and 3 of the CEO and ex-CEO of Microsoft were talking to them. Same thing happened with ICICI Bank also. So if you were still saying that immersive world where people can come and people can talk, another thing, we did it in 2014, right? And we did that, but when we were doing other IPs, another IP we did is SGS, which is the virtual. It's a pre-alpha right now. It's a virtual reality game. It's on Steam. We are going to launch it very soon on all the platforms possible. So now, especially now, Quick, because he mentioned Quick, you know. So so we brought it back to life in 2020 before pandemic happened. We wanted to get into the Web3 space because we were like a believer of that, especially understanding from, you know, different games and success stories and stuff. And we built our own chain instead of going after any existing chain and stuff. First step was building our own chain. The second thing is building the game layer on top of that. And all the successful metaverses right now, be it UEFN, which is now getting into the true sense of metaverse also, you know, you can always see that their genesis is games, right? Fortnite is a game, you know, and that gives the reason for people to keep coming back. So I'm still continuing that journey, you know, so, and it's been awesome. If I've spent 28 years in one industry, I'm pretty sure it's a great industry. Otherwise I get bored very quickly and easily.
That's amazing, actually. So actually, I also wanted to your perspective to the policies metaverse needs, especially with how the government is going to tackle this, because like that's one of the questions I always have in my mind. Today I think I got an opportunity.
Yeah, a lot of, in fact, I have been interviewed, I think maximum number of times this question has come up in all my interviews globally or whatever, you know, even on the TV is always like they are like how the government is going to handle, like, so again it needs to be that big that government takes it seriously, you know. So it's not even, you know, like there is this Biper Joy is coming somewhere, you know, Bipar Joy, however you want to call it, I don't know, you know. Then there is election coming, you know, all these things are coming. Is such a minuscule thing for the government to even bother about, you know, at this moment. To be, it's unfortunate, but the thing is, crypto and other things, government will definitely, you know, come with, you know, their regulations very quickly, because it creates the alternate governance, right? Government hates to share power, right? And if you give power to the public, the government power is gone, right? So they don't like it. So first thing, crypto tomorrow, you know, done. Unfortunate thing is most of the people think Web3, blockchain, crypto are the same thing. Crypto is a use case of that thing, you know. So people have a different, you know, again, a lot of confusion is created by developers also. Forget about, you know, in the community. So government is right now, it's taking the only steps government is taking is because Daler Paji कपिल शर्मा शो पे चले गए और हमारे नंबर जाके बोल दिया उन्होंने कि हाउ मच वी मेड मनी. नेक्स्ट डे द गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट वाज सिटिंग इन माय ऑफिस आस्किंग पैसा कहाँ है, you know. But the thing is that there is just like we spoke about 50 different definitions of something. How do you regulate something which has different you know definitions? But we are working closely, and especially our Twaga, you know, which is a very active forum we have in Hyderabad, and we are working with different kind of, you know, policy makers, just like we have policies for our animation industry and other thing. We are figuring out, you know, how we can do that in the blockchain and Web3 space also. In fact, from what I'm seeing is that we are getting tremendous amount of support, you know. I will talk about the regulation, but support wise, when ISRO wanted to do something, they came to us immediately, you know, and like we want to make ISRO cool, right? And especially for kids and all those things. And that has been my pitch. One of the theme park we are making in Bangalore is with ISRO, right? And my problem is always that in India also people wear NASA t-shirts. You know, you ask someone, I want to be astronaut. Oh, really? Okay, what's your goal? Oh, NASA. Like, why? You know, ISRO has 85% success rate compared to 63% success rate of NASA, but NASA has done way too many things. So we are, if we are talking about it in terms of percentage, we have a great success rate, technically speaking. So yes, so there has been amazing things. So I think there has been support. At one hand, the second side is the NFTs and all those things, because there is a lot of crypto part associated, which I think will take its own sweet amount of time, especially just like online gaming and other things are being regulated. The similar kind of regulations will come. Bigger problem, and the number one problem for me is how people actually treat each other there. You know, all the kind of issues like, you know, like Facebook came up with their capsule system, you know, to protect, you know, harassment kind of a thing and stuff like that. So I think, you know, there has to be some onus is on us at this moment to make it a safer place. Government will not come and regulate this anytime soon. Government will definitely regulate things happening on the NFT front and crypto front, but rest of the things, onus is on developer to make it a safer, good, happy place so people come and spend time. I'm a metaverse guy, not necessarily a crypto guy, so I will not even go down that path. So metaverse is a safe place, and we need to make it a safe place, and we are providing a safe place for people to come and enjoy.
I think I agree you more on the path of where everyone has to take the responsibility to make it safe. Because even as a gamer, we used to do online gaming, and there's a lot of toxic gamers around the world. So yeah, nobody can stop that, because it's public. People will, if they have the mouth, they will speak. So it's all about We do KYC when we think the content is sensitive.
We had a Daruka in one of the events and stuff. So we did, you know, we did KYCs for people coming in, because even though you're having digital Daru, we didn't want you to have that, and we didn't want you to patronize that. When we did Telangana event and ISRO event and all those, every single person had an invite. It was an invite only. So all the checks and other things were done before that itself. And metaverse is much more open than closed events. We are not an event platform. Events happen. You know, people are, even when you go there, you will see people visiting, talking to each other and all those things. So we are like Chalta Firta Facebook, Chalta Firta Tinder, Chalta Firta LinkedIn, however you want to use it. So again, there will be a lot of AI use cases. People say, oh, suddenly all the metaverse guys moved to AI. No. We didn't move to AI. We are using AI to complement whatever we are doing. You know, and to enable things where whatever you are talking, can I actually censor if I want to? Whatever you are texting, can I censor that? If you are putting all those kind of things, can I make your KYC digital? Can I make it? Even the creation of the world, we recently released a tool called Brahmand. Right? So in Brahmand, you can just with a text prompt, you can get the 3D world the way you want. And there has been a lot of news about it and stuff, Money Control and ET Times and all these guys actually covered it. It's still accessible only to people like Atkins and Bangalore Airport and some guys, you know. We haven't openly give it out to everyone, but in October we are handing out to the public. So you want to build your store, you can build the way you want. But there will be a lot of other AI filtering the content which will go there.
Perfect. I think this is too much of knowledge. So actually, I wanted to specify a very specific use case of metaverse, like working in collaboration. Okay, like what do you think? What's the future of it, and how is going to expand in its own?
That's a very simple, easy, immediate use case of metaverse working in collaboration. We learned it, you know, with Zoom, Meet, and all those things, and people like. We had been using Discord, you know, for our internal meetings and everything, you know. People share streams, and, you know, that's our everyday review meeting tool also. We have people across the world working with us, you know, and Discord is the, so that is already happening in one format, right? Passing it on it to the avatar systems and all those kind of other things, you know, there has to be, so there is a reason why you'll be doing it. Are you guys aware of Skyroot? Shame on you guys. So come on, like, India's the first private sector rocket which actually hit the space, came from Hyderabad. Pawan, right? So amazing guys. I love them. I love what they're doing. Imagine they're working in collaboration, right? They have 10 scientists sitting in America, 15 scientists sitting in Hyderabad, 5 scientists in Bangalore, 2 scientists in Bombay, and so on and so forth. Now they want to discuss the, the thruster systems or something like that. There is no other better way than immersive world. I'm not getting into the metaverse per se, because I'm going to the Facebook's horizon definition of metaverse right now. You bring the whole system right here, possible with video format or PPT format or format. So working in collaboration in these kind of scenarios is absolutely no brainer. I still don't call it a true metaverse because of my definitions and stuff like that. And soon the world is also kind of differing, more. I have seen your platform just now, pretty brilliant stuff. That is actually fit into my definition, where people are coming, creating, building on their own, running on its own. That is the power of that thing, interoperable chain where things are moving back and forth without your interference. There is no authority on that, permissionless environment kind of, so these are like complicated words to confuse the people sitting here. But going back to that still fits into my thing. But yes, working in collaboration in all those kind of things. If I want to discuss any master plan, even tactical forces tomorrow, they can bring all the colonels, all the Faujis from different places and stuff, and they can actually do the tactical planning right here itself. There is no better way to do the tactical planning than in an immersive world, where multiplayer immersive social world basically. So yeah, so it's definitely it's absolutely no brainer. Like, you're gonna see more and more use cases. I still don't buy my Mark Zuckerberg's solution, but still, thank you.
Yes, definitely. Even I work in Unreal, so even I work in a 3D like collaboration way, and it's amazing. It's one of the best things, and it's useful. It's very, very useful for even especially for designers. Yeah. So my next question goes to you. What role can cryptocurrency and the blockchain holds in the metaverse? Like, what exactly?
Blockchain is the backbone, right? So it's running on, that's the soul of a true metaverse, as I'm speaking, and that's why off-the-chain metaverses are not metaverses for me. Again, I'm biased, but I'm biased because I took a very calculated decision when it started. I could have gone with the off-the-chain metaverse also, which is off-chain kind of thing, because that time that was easier for me, coming from the Unreal background, coming from game background and all those things. Build an immersive world, add VR and say, hello, here is my metaverse, right? It's as simple as that, what Horizon does and all these guys do. So I don't think, so blockchain remains, because we are talking about interoperability, we are talking about NFTs and utility-based NFTs. We are talking about how we can actually earn money, how we can spend money. Of course, that can be switchable to money is always bringing the crypto part, but not necessarily. In our system, we have a Razorpay system and ETH system as well. So it's a bullion. We set it to take fiat currency. It does fiat currency. So crypto, I won't say at this moment, just to be safe and just because it's getting recorded, and I don't want government officials to knock my doors again. Is a choice. But blockchain is the soul. You can't live without that, so.
Perfect. So at the end, actually, I wanted to ask you, what was your lessons in this journey, translating from the gaming industry to a metaverse industry? Okay. Yeah, you definitely. Even I agree, metaverse is nothing but an expansion of a gaming industry. But if you see what challenges you face in the transitions, yeah.
Oh, so very interesting question though. Sorry, that was just a joke. When you're making a game, what defines the game? The rule sets, right? You are playing by the rules of the designer, not by your own rules and stuff, right? You even though you're playing Far Cry or you're playing Elden Rings or you're playing Witcher, where tons of options are there. All the options are provided by one guy somewhere, sitting somewhere, right? He is the core guy, right? So consider this like my house rules, right? Versus the minute you step out, right? It's the things you can do and you do, right, are your choices. There's so many choices you make, so many things you do, and that's why I hate some of the. Have you played Riders Republic? Recently got to know you. Just in case if you want to keep using their bikes and stuff, you need to keep paying them 2,000 rupees every year. Like why? Like why should I do that? I bought the game, right? So we all know how Ubisoft and all these guys have lost the plot with in-app purchases, even in the console games and stuff and all. But still, the rules are defined by someone. Now I'm talking about a Wild West, right? You come in, you do whatever shit you want to do, right? You want to make money, you decide the rules of making money. Instagram. There's this guy, Trevor, right? Golden Retriever dog. Makes $5 million a year. Right? Banana and 5 million and 5 crore, sir. 5 crore. Sorry. But a year. Dog. Right? So my dog sleeps. So, but the thing is that interesting aspect here is that it's giving you a platform, where people are taking decisions and doing whatever they want to do, right? Similarly, in Metaverse, I had to think from that point of view. What all possibilities I can provide that people feel that they can do pretty much everything, but still be somewhere under my governance, be the god, be the government, right? Where tax lenge, they cannot commit certain crimes. So I'm doing the policing part right now a little bit, but people don't realize. Van Heusen recently opened a store in my metaverse. It was their choice what kind of store they wanted to open. It was their choice. It was their choice to bring in the band also for the opening day. Of course, band part was done by us because we have not handed over that tool yet to the people. So we did the showbaji and all those things, but we are in November also. We are also handing it out to like your 4 friends. One guy can go and drum, one other person can hold the guitar. You can create your own band with all the aesthetics and everything. One click particles, one click this, one click this. So it's a wild west. So thinking of all possibilities or kicking out all the possibilities and letting them do whatever they think is possible is the power of metaverse and what the power so that required a lot of understanding and everything, and still I won't say that we have even scratched the surface. We're working with 240 plus brands right now. We have a very decent 180,000 daily active users coming on our plate. To the entire thing, yet we are figuring out. It will take 5 years probably. Then we'll call ourselves whatever launcher for their devices and stuff.
The Hyderabad Gaming Weekend 2023 was an exciting gaming event that brought together gaming enthusiasts, startups, and industry professionals, providing a platform to showcase the latest advancements in gaming and foster collaboration within the gaming community. During the event, engaging panel discussions took place, where participants shared their insights and perspectives on various gaming-related topics.
Let's do this more of an interaction. Okay, I think the first session was with somebody like Rajat, obviously a lot of Gyan experience of the last decades. So this one, let's 20 plus, yeah. So now let's give it up for Kapil, the young sort of CEO from Meta Studios. Thank you once again. So after that awkward exit, that was a game that was, the plot was very different. So it was, right. So so Kapil is back and, two versions, yeah, the version 2. So let's make this more interactive. I'm sure that, it won't be boring. So if it is, raise your hands and let's make it more gamified. Okay. So Kapil, so firstly, journey, we'll get into all that. Why Metaverse? Let's kind of ask Meta Studios, because आपके नाम में Metaverse है, मतलब Meta Studios है. So in the context of Metaverse, I think Rajat's previous thing was a detailed sort of, history of Metaverse and all that. But in your case, right, being a consultant at PwC, and working in that space and building a practice in metaverse. For some of you who do not know PwC, it's a consulting firm. So, yeah. So, coming to Meta Studios as a CEO, right? That is transition. So, for those who do not or not from the gaming industry, how many of you are not at all in the gaming space, like not connected to the gaming? Okay. So, I think that question is very relevant because the future of everything is going to be on metaverse. So I think the last takeaway for me was like metaverse is going to be like a layer on top of Android, on top of everything, right? Like basically it's a layer. So with that, as a spirit, and Meta Studios is an interesting name. So you also run Meta Engine, right? So there are two companies. So tell us a little about the context of metaverse and how it is relevant to your vision at Meta Studios, and also a little more about for those who are not in the area of gaming and metaverse, including somebody like me. Primarily I'm doing this because I support or evangelize anything futuristic, and I believe that metaverse definitely has scope. Though I'm not from the gaming world, I'm nothing to do with the gaming world, but I definitely am a tech evangelist. I've always throughout my life always believed in things that are different. So when blockchain came to India, I probably was one of the first community, evangelist in Hyderabad. In 2017, we got Joe Lubin from, Consensus. So we did a lot of such things as part of very mad and crazy people and community that we have. And metaverse obviously is the present. It's not the future. And this came out of a conversation with Rajat. And our conversation also has been pretty recent this year, Jan at IIT Bombay. So a lot of passion and a lot of things are there. So over to you now. I think it's such a long question, but how would you unfold it in terms of Meta Studios?
So I'll divide it in like 2 or 3 parts. One is like why metaverse, right? And there I think we have quite a few things in similar. Like you mentioned, like something new, something creative, something which is changing, that is something that you really connect with. I'm the same. Throughout my life, I have been a fan of creating something different. Whether it is a company, whether it is a song, whether it is writing a book, whether it is studying, anything that eventually leads to creation of something, knowledge, product, company, anything, right? Classic example. This is an example I always used to take back in the day when I was running a label. Releasing a song is literally like giving birth to a child. Right? You write a song on a blank paper, you start on a blank paper, then music starts adding to it, the first beat, the second beat, then it becomes a melody, then becomes a complete song, then it is sounding odd, so you do a mix and master, so it becomes a beautifully sounding song that you can jam on, that you enjoy. You have heard it 500 times because you have made it, but that becomes like, okay, this is special. Then it goes in the market, then people start listening to it. You see one person shaking his head on that song, that brings a smile on your face because it's like your creation. You created it and now people are enjoying it, right? That's literally a creator's journey. And this is the smallest example that you can take about creating anything, right? So that's who I am. Like, I love creating, and that satisfaction of creating something and seeing the journey of it. Sometimes things work, sometimes things don't work. Part of the life, right? When it does not work, you learn something out of it and make sure that next time it does not happen. So always been a fan of creating something and enjoying that journey. And
we are living in times of generative AI.
Oh yeah.
So many AI tools, right?
Yeah.
Just as context, right? Where do you stand as a company?
Oh yeah.
Integrate a lot of generative AI stuff.
So we have started doing that very actively now. So we have our head of AI integration who takes care of integrating AI elements in our gaming engine. So taking a step back, we have our own gaming engine on which so far, like it has been in existence since 2001. So far more than 600 MMORPG games have been built using that engine. It's a post-multiplayer development. Imagine like 50 users building an environment together. Interoperability that we spoke about, we are really trying to get deeper into that aspect, and scalability, how you can host multiple, hundreds and thousands of users in one single virtual server. So that's the gaming engine, and on top of it now we are adding a layer of Web3 integration. So if any game studio wants to build a game, you don't have to worry about the Web3 integrations of it, because this is something that we firmly believe in, that when you start making a game with tokenomics, with blockchain integration, with all these things in mind, you are really not giving it a life. You are just thinking about making it an economic model. Rather, it should be the other way around. Make a cool game that will that people will really enjoy, and then, of course, in that journey, transition to making it economically viable so that everybody makes money, and you also, as a developer, eventually ends up making money. So,
Quick question, because I think the economics and viability of the game versus making the game itself, it's a very debatable thing. Right? How many of you struggle to actually make a model to make money in the game? Is that the right context in terms of talking about? Because I think the creative elements of the game itself are the thing. It's also monetizability, right? I think a lot of startups that probably you can ask them how hard it is to monetize their games.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, let's even start with that question. How many of you all think in this context that if I'm making a game, one is like, what is the first thing that you focus on? That what is my focus? The game should be fun and everybody should enjoy playing it. Or second, how do I create a economic model in the game? Which side of the table do you fall in? The first one, making a game fun that everybody should enjoy. Raise your hands. And the second one, that it should be economic model so that more and more people come, they make money, everybody makes money.
I think that also.
Yeah. Also, of course. Also, right? So, in the Web3 side of the world, many this Web3 games start from the second. Many. And that's why. Yeah, I mean, take classic. There's this game Star Atlas. It's on Solana. They have 38 or 36 blockchain engineers and 3 or 4 game designers. Blows your mind. Like, yeah, because they are like, we have to create. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's another fact. Like, even the parity in terms of payment. So what are you building? Right? Are you building a game or you're building an economic model? So, and that's why the adoption in the Web3 gaming is at a low right now. Because you will play a game when it is fun, right? So drawing that balance is very important. And that's the kind of ethos that we try to do. So as Meta Studios is the game development studio and the immersive experience development studio, so we make sure that we are building fun experiences that then we can, so that we don't have to worry about all these integrations that our engine and our infrastructure takes care of. So that's where we kind of come into picture. But I'm not sure if, because all of us raised 2 hands, that's why you guys did that. But I'm so glad to see that here, at least in this room, people are really focused on making fun games. Because that's what drives fun, right? That's what games are supposed to be. And most importantly, if the game is fun, if the game is engaging, it will end up making a lot of money. There can be 10,000 things that you can do to make sure that it makes money.
Now, again, critical question is, before you make money, pay to the chicken. Like, you have to make some survival, right? A lot of startups, right? Let's talk about the early stage of 0 to 1, right? And it's nice to see that you have a model of services and product.
Yeah.
Now, many of the companies, maybe many of the startups, you should ask them, what are they doing to survive? So, also crafting a revenue model in the early stages without kind of disturbing the ethos, disturbing the creativity and the game. How do you balance that? Right, that is a critical question.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think could be done, because you have an interesting model?
So, and that is precisely why we have these 2 focuses. When you are building a technology, when you are building an infrastructure, it takes time. Right? When you are building a game, for example, game building takes time. Making cool game takes time. So how do you kind of divide everything that you are doing in your company in steps? And with each step, that should be like a milestone. So what we do, that is why we divided the business in 2 parts. The engine thing, the infrastructure piece, that's going to take like 8 months, 9 months, 10 months to kind of come in its form. When it comes, it's going to be scalable, it's going to capture the market, but hopefully. But till then, how do you survive? Either you end up raising a lot of money from investors, that takes care of the bills, or you create a revenue generating model on the side. So if you are on that side of the table where you're able to raise money from the investors, fine, you're well taken care of, so you don't have to worry, you keep building what you're building. But if that does not happen, and it's fine, like in business it happens many times that you're not able to raise money, but you have faith in what you're doing, so you want to keep building. That's when dividing each and everything, so you don't just step for the end goal, you divide everything in steps. You divide everything in milestones and take a call on यहाँ पे कैसे पैसे कमा सकते हैं. What can I do more instead of just building? Can I do something else also that can pay the bills? So those kind of strategic decisions, and it's gonna depend company to company, founder to founder, team to team, कि आप किस तरीके के काम, the projects you are doing which can give you a venue to kind of start making money in the journey.
One of my co-founders actually we do some side projects. So I think there is also sort of a misnomer. Like these side projects karna, it's a different thing. It's a deviation from the main kind of goal, right? So as an investor, again, it's a different thing. If somebody is doing a side thing, I don't know how you look at such a company, but survival is everything, right? So being in the game dev area as a game dev, right? How many of you are actually developers? Designers, how many of you are designers? Okay, and developers. So, and how many of you can actually be on any of the freelance platforms and make some extra money or making it, right? Good number. And why are the others not making it? So maybe
they're just not.
They're just not raising their hands.
Yeah, but do you think that is a good approach, given that a startup requires everything, right? A lot of focus. At the same time, you have to kind of build an alternative.
So there are two philosophies that exist in the startup world when you're creating anything, and there is no right and wrong about it. Philosophy number one is that old story that a team crossed the river, went on an island, burnt a boat. कि आपको पूरा island capture करके वापस आएंगे. Only one approach. No matter what, we're gonna do this. चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, survival हो ना हो, we're gonna keep it.
So yeah, that's philosophy number one. That you keep focusing no matter what, you don't deviate, you don't have a plan B, there is only one plan. नवाजुद्दीन सिद्दीकी, like 10 साल लगे, 15 साल लगे, 20 साल लगे, चाहे कुछ ना हो, मैं एक्टर ही बन के जाऊंगा. Right? Brilliant. Respect. Hustle. Takes a lot of guts to do that. The other approach is practical approach. Always have two plans. Right? ठीक है, build करना है, 100% करना है, but at the same time I have to take care of my family as well. Everybody has a different set of responsibilities. Everybody comes from different backgrounds, right? So then you have a plan B, the survival thing. You figure out, should I do something on the side as well to make money while I am still chasing my dream, right? So there is no right and wrong. Which category do I fall in? In different phases of my life, I have been in different sides of the table. So I don't advocate one over the other. When I had less responsibilities, I didn't have to take care of my family, I was all out. चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, like ठीक है, 5,000 a month, I'll still survive, fine, वड़ा पाव खा के रह लेंगे, लेकिन जो करना है वो करना है. When family comes and all those responsibilities come, you become more practical, then you hedge and you figure out what's the best way to kind of still chase your dreams, but have a stability, have some practical sense to it, that it pays your bills as well. Now again, if you are on two plan approach, right? Even in two plan, there are two ways to do about it. Number one, for example, let's take game building example. I want to build a game. I keep building a game, but to make money, I do something separate, some side hustle. Or second is, while I'm building this game, can I build it in a way that it also pays my bills? Maybe the development and the completion will be longer. Instead of 6 months, it may take 1 year, but I'll continue to do the same thing, but while making some sort of money. So all these things there is no right and wrong in this. Everybody will have a different philosophy, but everybody is in a different stage in your life. So my advice would be, like, be really practical, take those calls, like which situation are you in and what is it that will allow you to be like move forward with the most sensible plot in mind.
Yeah, rightly said. So in the context of metaverse, given that people have to make a buck as well and do that, right? So what would you think are the top 3 or 4 or 5 opportunity areas in metaverse that people can kind of? So one is of course the long-term thing. Now somebody like a Brahman Studios, for example, okay, they build like a big game, and it takes time. It's not like some digital app ki humne kuch V2 model bana diya na. So unlike any other startup area, it's gaming kind of thing, according to my kind of observation, is a long-term game. Game itself is long-term game, so you can't get an exit like doing a digital startup in like 3 days, and you can build literally an app in 3 days. We know it, we have done it. So 3 days you can build a front end, 3 days back end. But game, especially given the context of its huge back end, the computation, and depends on what you're doing. So there are two segments, right? One is casual games, and you've got to be either lucky or you should have like a very clever plot and do kick-ass marketing and all the clickbaits and all. Or you build a very traditional, huge game and a lot of messaging, a lot of building education on the characters, a lot of building is there. Now, in the context of what you said, right, NFTs, the blockchain, what could be the short-term sort of goals for startups in the area? Right? Every startup may not have that bandwidth to think of, say, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years. Right? On an average, I think it takes a certain amount of time for this domain to really kind of even raise money from investors. Right? Yeah. So, any alternatives or like top 3 areas or opportunities that you see?
Very difficult question, by the way. But I can share my thought process in when it comes to building anything, whether it is short term or long term. I'm a long term guy divided into short term, multiple short terms. Follow an approach which can get you associated with more and more people. If you have the numbers, you will have success. Game bana rahe hain, it's game building is going to take 6 months, 1 year. How can you have a model, or can you have a demo, or can you have anything built which allows you a feedback loop? I'm building a game, I think it's going to be awesome, it's going to change the world, but that's what I think.
That's exactly why we've done this event in first place, so that people like them can actually get it.
Yeah, so
you're proving it's validation sort of.
So like my son is the best son in the world, no matter what, because it's my son, right? Like I gave birth, like he's my blood. No matter what, I'm gonna do whatever to make sure, like that he wins. But that's because he's my son. Can I say the same thing about somebody else's son? I will be very objective in analyzing and giving feedbacks about somebody else's son. The same thing. It's your game, your baby, your product. You will love it no matter what because you are creating it. You have decided the story, you have done the coding, you have done the art. It looks amazing. Yeah, because it's yours. Take it out. So feedback loop, I call it feedback loop. Like your feedback loop should always be as short as possible. So create things that you can take out in the market or take feedback from people, and that will keep giving you a realistic output in terms of, okay, am I going in the right direction? Do I need to change something else? Okay, now this is working, this is not working. Let's twist this, let's keep this. And using those models, because that allows you gain numbers. And if you have numbers, money comes. Chase the numbers. The money will come. And now in Web3, there is a reason it is known as creators economy, right? There can be like 100 models. I can't like really categorize 1, 2, or 3 because depending on the product, depending on the project, there's gonna be like different models that will work. But if you have the numbers, money comes. Dropping NFT collection. If you have a strong community, for example, people are raising millions because they have been able to create a community of people, right? So run behind numbers that can associate with you with more people. And most importantly, I can't emphasize on it so much. Keep your feedback loop as short as possible. Don't go in the room and come out after 6 months building something. Hey, I built the best game in the world. No, the world has changed. World is changing every month. Create something and be live, be present, go out and talk to as many people as you can. Give demos to as many people as you can. Ronak told me he created the demo of his game in 10 days. I loved it. Very good. I'm not played your game, but I'm sure it's going to be amazing. I'm waiting forward. Yeah. But that's a good approach, right? Even in our company, we do it. Like we are talking to one of India's and I think globally biggest publishers, and we are looking at building a game together with them. But the approach that I'm following there is, I don't know, are they going to sign a deal with me or not? It's till the papers are signed, till the money hits your account, the deal is still floating. So till then, how can you be practical? Can I, because it's the world's biggest publisher, should I put all my company resources, all my employees to do those things? No, I'm doing 10 projects at a time right now. Even though I have this one of the biggest deals on the table, I'm still doing 9 other deals, being practical. I'm going to them with a demo. I'm going to them with a game design document. My concepts, my everything is in place. If they say, this works, done, let's do it. Then again, 1 month later, again, there's going to be a meeting. Does this work? Yeah, let's do it. Does not work? Let's modify. Feedback loop. As a company which is funded, still I follow this approach because I'm a big believer of keeping your feedback loop in everything that you do as short as possible. That keeps you closer to the ground.
Excellent. I think that feedback loop is a very good insight. So in terms of, let's say, gaming, right, as an industry, I think we spoke that just a while ago that it's the best time perhaps. There's a positive investor sentiment and despite the fact that most of the games may not have a monetizable plan. I think you ask like, what is your plan to monetize? They'll be like, हमने तो game बनाया है, अभी इसको कैसे बेचना है हमें नहीं पता. So, and a lot of them probably might struggle to get the numbers of it. I mean, they might need some mentoring or some sort of thing, but in the context of this, right, when you see gaming, it's a much bigger industry than music and film industry, as Rajat always says, and you also, in fact, made the statement last time. So, gaming being this big, metaverse becoming more and more popular and being the present, right? What are the industry use cases and applications that you think beyond just the game? Some of them, for example, making a tourism metaverse, for example. He has a game too, and it is actually more like a Google ka tour guide. So it's like it's more like a hybrid between a game and a real life application.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of such interventions. So in most of the cases, you might find that. Right? So any top areas that you think metaverse can kind of be a monetizable thing, while actually the original idea is a game. Right? For example, it might be a game, but you might see a metaverse space in that. Given the current sentiment of it.
Oh no, absolutely. That's a brilliant point. To start with, everything that happens virtually is a game. Small, big, minor, gigantic. Everything that you're seeing and experiencing online is a game of one or the other sort. That's number one. Let's first of all address that. Second, the modifications to it that allows you to reach different sectors, different markets, which is the term which is coming out, gamification, right? That is where we are seeing a lot of boom, lot of interest coming in now. What is gamification? Theoretically speaking, or rather, like if the definition, if I have to put, inserting gaming elements in non-game environments that gamifies it. Right now, for example, we are having this chat right now. This is a one-to-one chat. Now, if this becomes like a more, fun-driven exercise, that's like we have gamified an interview. Right? There are like, instead of just me talking to you, I do some or the other activity. That's like a fun-driven. I've gamified the environment. Very, very big example. Actually, it was a bad example. But this, for the traditional companies, now it's becoming a big go-go. Now, take an example of any traditional company like Samsung, for example, right? How have been they reaching out to their consumers so far? They come out with a product, they create a beautiful advertisement around it, take like some superstar in it and release it on the TV. That's how step number one, that's how they do it. Second, when social media became famous, they started doing activation campaigns on social media, then physical events, etc. Now how are they doing it? Now they're going on party night. That's where the crowd is. Now they are finding much more fun and engaging ways to connect with the youth of the country. That's gamification, right? Now, if anybody knows how to build games, and they also know how the real world operates, how these traditional brands, how these companies want to connect to their consumer, you can become a bridge to that. And there's a huge demand for people like this who understand both sides of the things, right? Hardcore gamer, brilliant. Like
very excellent point. Very well articulated.
Yeah, you have to, the bridge.
The real world businesses and a medium to kind of enter that, right?
Yeah, because who pays? Who pays money? Yeah, that's a brilliant example. So many brands, like 200 brands are working with Rajat right now. There is a reason, right? Rajat has been able to put these traditional brands in a fun environment. People like to have fun. If there is a fun engagement happening, if there is an environment where there's fun. We are sitting here. I hope you are finding this conversation interesting. That is why you are sitting here. If it was boring, you would have left by now, right? So, how can you engage with the people? And any brand who has money, brands. If you build games, who's going to fund it? Who's going to pay for it? Some or the other brand. Right? Not me. I'm going to buy a game of like $1,000, but somebody will have to pay for the whole bill. Game development is an expensive exercise, right? Who's going to be it? Some or the other brand, right? So because they have the money, so getting closer to people who have the money in the most productive manner. And I always put it in two baskets. One is a proper core game development that in itself is one of the best things to be done. But if you have to connect it with the traditional side of things and using your game development skills, then gamification is the answer, because you become a bridge between the hardcore game development and the brands who want to reach out to their consumers. Again, coming to my point, numbers. How do you reach more people? If you're able to connect more people, you make money.
Also, yeah, I mean, excellent way of looking at it. So if there are some startups, right, that or games that essentially are in Web 2, we were just chatting, and that probably will see better light in Web3 environment. Right? Where there's a better scope, for example, to sell NFTs or to have more monetizable options. Not forcibly do it. So he was actually, you were saying Brahman Studios can also see a Web3, So in case there is such thing, right? What kind of resources in terms of technology? Because making in Web2 is relatively different. Making a same thing in Web3.
Yeah.
So how do you see such a, what could be the changes?
Yeah. I'm a firm believer of taking gradual steps. If you are in Web2, you have made an amazing game, don't directly jump to Web3. You have a game development team, hire one person or get one person to consult you that okay, this is the game. अब इसमें क्या-क्या next changes कर सकते हैं, which opens the door to monetize it. You have like it's a battle game, so you have swords, you have this thing. So now if you have the users, can I sell these swords as NFTs? Right now, if I have sell it, why should somebody buy my NFTs? You provide some utility to it. Baby steps. So that is why somebody asks me, like, I'm a firm believer of Web 2.5. Not directly jumping into the whole Web3 element, but again taking it gradual, because then the numbers are important. Ultimately, people are gonna play the game. Ultimately, school-going kids, college-going kids, they are gonna play the maximum amount of games. Right? So the more simpler you keep it for them, the better the chances of mass adoption. So if you directly switch to Web3, your audience becomes Web3, which currently is comparatively lesser. There is the biggest number of people sitting in the Web2 world. So if you, like Rajat put it, right, you will be operating in the metaverse without even knowing that you are operating in the metaverse, because that will be the underlying foundation of it. That's the right way to put it. Your game, if you don't even realize that it's a Web3 game while playing, but it is still like the backend, you have taken care of it so nicely that okay, I don't even realize it's a Web3 game. I'm making money, I'm playing, I'm having fun, everything is been taken care of. That's the success. But that does not happen like this. Take some steps, like how gradually you transfer your game and adding more elements to it, building some community around it, building some NFT elements to it, putting whatever parts are required to be put on blockchain. First of all, does it even require to be on blockchain? Just because Web3 is so buzzing does not mean that you have to create something in Web3. No. If already it is so cool, then why do you need Web3? Don't put it on Web3. But some elements, because Web3 provides you with a lot of more flexibility, a lot of more, that there's a reason it is known as a creator economy, because it opens doors for many things. So put those pieces there and then see how it is working out, and then take the next step. That's very important. So slowly and steadily, one step at a time, not completely transitioning, because then again the whole debate that we were having, it becomes an economic focus instead of a game focus. Keep it a game, add economic elements to it. And that will take it to the next level.
Yeah, I think what we've done for this game expo, right, is so there are some parameters that every game has, like the environment, the gameplay. We made some sort of interesting parameters, and the feedback loop, right, for each of the games. Are there any techniques or ways in which you can get a feedback in a very good way?
Oh yeah, amazing.
Of course, there is Discord and other communities, but what are some hacks and growth hacks where not just the feedback, but also a very constructive critic, right? Where you can probably get elements like, okay, maybe I should add something like this on top. I think the success primarily depends on how quickly you are making that pivot.
Yeah.
Right? If it is already good, it is okay. If it's not, then you have to take call.
Yeah, I mean, that's the simplest part actually. You get to know, like, if somebody is sitting and playing your game for more than 15 minutes and they have a big smile on their face, you're doing something right. As simple as that. Even if it is new, nobody has known about it. I'm not playing Call of Duty because the entire world is playing Call of Duty. Right? So sorry, like most of the people play Call of Duty because the entire world is playing Call of Duty, and that's when they get introduced to it, and then they fall in love with it, right? Because there's a huge billions of dollars spent on marketing and everything. That's when, but we buy it because it's a big thing coming out. But your game, you built it, you came out of your room, you came out of your development studio, and somebody's playing it for the first time. Nobody knows you, nobody knows your game, but they have a huge smile on their face when they're playing it. They're engaged, they're asking you 10 questions. That means you've done a good job. If they leave your booth in 5 minutes, that means you've done a bad job. Sit with them, grab them, take them for a coffee, do whatever, take feedbacks. What went wrong, and spending time with the right set of people. That's important. I think this is very important. Build something, go out, spend time with people, be in every community, every Discord, every Telegram channel where people discuss games. Keep sharing it with them. And like, of course, and try to spend as much time in person with people, because ultimately you make games for humans. It's a tech product, it's an online virtual thing, but humans are going to use it. How their emotions, how they respond to your games, that's important. You need to study that. That's very important. That does not happen way too much in virtual world. You have to do that, like virtually share it. You can't be everywhere. It's important. But I'm a firm believer of these kind of things. If you have to be as much as you can do in person, because you can study. Ultimately, just keep this in mind. Whatever you are making it for real people. So the people connect, understanding people, what brings smile on their face, what immediately drop the focus. Where did you lose them? Was the game too difficult? Was the game too easy? Was it engaging? I was recently in Singapore this whole week for a Web3 gaming conference by Google and Jump. There, the games that had come, they have been building since last 2 years, 3 years, and then they did this whole demo of the games. Every gaming booth, because of course it was Google, they called only the best ones. Every game that you played, people were hooked onto them for half an hour, 1 hour. They were not getting up. They got up because they wanted to move to the next booth.
I use the right word, hooked. Right? So how many of you find it extremely hard to make something that's hooked? Like how many of you feel that you already arrived there?
How do you judge that somebody is hooked or not? First of all, that's important. They completed the whole mission and then, but again, so I will just like respectfully add another layer to it. They completed the whole mission, but while they were playing, again, judging these things are very important, because people usually want to be nice. Anybody who will come to your booth, they'll say, hey, I loved it, very good job. Nobody's going to say, hey, shitty game. No, why would they say it? They're meeting you for the first time, right? And if they're giving that time, they will play. But while they are playing, judging, spending time with them, sitting next to them, what do you think, explaining them the game, asking them questions while they are playing, that's very important. Reading each and every minute of how they are spending their time on your game, that's very important. That's judging, and that's how you get to know like whether they were hooked or not hooked. Taking that extra effort by sitting with them when they are playing, and spend as much time after you have played, spend as much time as you can with strangers. People who know you, they will be nice. Go out, find new people to kind of spend time with and making them play your game. And especially people who are going to be like really honest, and strangers, that they can, you can judge them a little because of their body language and everything. That's going to be very important.
So, any kind of synergies that you see with these startups or as such in metaverse, right? So, anything that you see can be done. If you have some ideas, let's kind of brainstorm and probably go to people.
I would rather like to
3 things that you have in mind in terms of talent, in terms of synergies or strategic partnerships. Like when you call yourself a meta studio, right? Like you have a host of metaverse things, I assume.
Yeah.
So what are some synergies that you think can be explored?
So I would rather like to put it the other way around. What do you guys think? Right? Because we had this chat and I'm really keen, right? Rather like let's trying to make it interesting, right? Starting with you, because you mentioned like game studios came. What's your plan to kind of take it to the next step? How do you see that happening, and what kind of partnerships do you have in mind to take your game to the next step? And that answers.
That's a very interesting way of putting it.
Exactly, and that answers the question that we are talking about, right? You didn't need anybody else to tell you this thing. You figured it out while playing, more people playing it and understanding what's working, what's not working. That's exactly the key. The more time you spend on this, you figure out these hacks. Other people, when they come and advise you, that is why the term is advise. They advise you. They can enhance what you are doing, right? But the heavy lifting has to be done by you, right? So this is, I think this answers. I don't want to spend more time on it because this has been a beautiful example from the people themselves. Yeah, I mean,
like culture, tourism.
Exactly. So, Ministry of Culture or anything. But one thing that I would like to add a flavor to that is you are taking the traditional approach, like telling people how traditionally Hampi used to be, right? That's what you want to do. Exactly. How does people want to see it on ground? What's the research that you have done on that? No, my question is, do people want to see the traditional Hampi? How? How do you know? No. So, sorry, let me rephrase my point. What you have done is brilliant. Of course, like Hampi has always had a traditional beauty. Would I want to go and experience that ecosystem? 100% yes, right? But I'm saying that this, again, you are making this product because you wanted to build it, and like, what was the reason behind, or let me rephrase it again. What was the reason behind choosing this to be built, like showing traditional Hampi to the people of today? What sparked this? Okay, and how do you plan to make money out of this? Virtual tourism. Why virtual tourism? And virtual tourism not to the current Hampi, but the traditional Hampi. How many people? How many people do you think? How many people visit Hampi every year physically, and how many people do you think will visit it virtually? Architectures. Go ahead, continue. Sorry, please continue. I was just here. Got it. So yeah. So who can give you access to this? Who's going to be most interested in making sure that people visit the traditional Hampi? Yeah, schools, right? But who will be most interested that the traditional Hampi gets highlighted to the people of today? Who will benefit the most out of it if that happens? Students will learn, but who will benefit? Who said government? Yeah, right. So you got the 4 partners that you have to focus on. Yeah.
The F&B guys and the hotels around Hampi also.
Yeah, that if you are able to capture these 4, these are the 4 doors that you have to knock on, and you yourself gave the answer. That is, please, my apologies, I was drilling it because I wanted to get the answer from you itself. These are the 4 doors that you have to knock. You knock these doors, make sure you build an amazing product that can make them happy, because they are gonna win. Ultimately, as a product developer, you win if the person who's gonna use the product wins. So you have to step yourself in their shoes, right? So who do you have to make win? Them, these 4, not yourself. I'm not making the traditional Hampi because I want the world to see traditional Hampi. No. Nobody, it does not matter what I think. I am making traditional Hampi because these 4 bodies would benefit if traditional Hampi gets highlighted and gets viral. So these are the 4 doors you have to knock with this narrative that you just explained. And if you get them, and because they will then make sure that it becomes like a popular thing, you will get users. And if you have users, the industries will come who will pay all the bills. So this is like the same, that is why I did. Yeah, that is why I wanted to do this exercise, drilling down, because every product that you make, just keep drilling this, you will have your own answers.
So you highlighted the role of community. Let's wrap it up by actually saying, maybe kind of pledging on how we can build a better community methods. While I think there are many that Rajat may be part of, but being in Hyderabad or any other city, right, even Bangalore, for example, I think there needs to be a lot of folks, right? Every startup here, they might be part of an incubator at STPI or the image cover, but I think still idea validation, accelerating, getting this exercise and drilling well, it will be much faster at a rocket speed if there is a community. And there is a regular sort of, not just talking shit and going on, but I think an actionable sort of a steering things. If, for example, maybe after the second month, there has to be a review on like where they've gone. It could be interesting correcting of dots. As you rightly said, 2 months later, I think the industry may kind of be in a different place. And your model also, you might find better partners in different domains.
Yeah.
So Amika jo assumption and all that, today it might look good. So we have to be so fast, and it's all speed. And so what is any specific sort of commitment as Meta Studio? Build a metaverse community.
As Meta Studios and as Couple, 100% committed. Anything. But again, before even I answer that question, I want to take a step back so to kind of make sense to what I'm going to say. Community building, right? What is community? If I can ask you, anybody, just raise your hands. What do you understand by community? Okay. What is the purpose of building a community? The reason I ask this question is majority, and this is how majority of the people perceive communities as one-to-many approach. I built a community for this purpose. Let's say Meta Studios built a community. Why will Meta Studios build a community? So that tomorrow I can benefit from the community I made, and that is why I will invest, and that is going to be in my favor. So that's the purpose of, let's say, Couple will build a community for Meta Studios because I want to benefit something out of it. But this becomes one-to-many. This is not the typical community. This is a business marketing. This is real community. Yeah, this is real community, not one-to-many, many-to-many. When any group is created with this ethos, that in this group we will achieve something which benefits everyone. Not if Couple is creating a community, I will build a story that everybody gets something, but eventually I get the most. That's not a community, that's business. People do it. I'm also part of many of these communities. It exists. It's fine. Everybody goes somewhere. If I'm investing my time, I want to win something out of it. It's fine. But I'm not going to call it a community. I'm going to just call it to be a part of a network to achieve something. If we have to build a community, who are we again? Taking a community is what? Bringing people together. Who are people? How has human civilization survived so far? How has people grown? How have we evolved? By growing together. The world has moved forward because everybody has moved forward. right? So that's the real community, when if you can create a group, bring a group of people together in a manner that everybody gets something out of it. Everybody benefits, right? And that's why I particularly personally love Web3. Most of the people that you will meet here, they are more than happy to connect you with anyone. Because if everybody wins, Web3 wins, right? But again, Web3 this has become famous because it was a new industry and everything, right? But at the end of the day, that's human ethos, right? As good people, we get I'm from North, and this is what like me and Rajat were talking. Like it's we like in Delhi, people are very this thing. You find this thing, let's connect. Come on, you need something, let's connect. It's similar. I don't want a 2% commission because I connected you to Ashok. Ashok is a builder, a publisher. You are building a game. I'll connect. Okay, deal happens. I'll tell Ashok, give me 2%. Sometimes make money, fine, it's okay, but that's not how things work. That's not how a community grow, right? So first of all, the most important is accepting that fundamental, that we are building a community, we are building a group with this purpose that everybody wins. If everybody wins, then everybody wins, right? I don't have a conclusion. I was thinking I'll have a mic drop conclusion to it, but everybody wins, then everybody wins. Then what the hell? Come on. And it won't survive, trust me. How many communities have we seen building and being fizzling out? Many, because of this very reason. Unless why in Web3 games, how does that take connecting it with the whole economic model angle, right? How Web3 games make money? What is the game publisher or game developer thinking? Is the game developer, the moment game developer starts thinking कि मेरे पास ज़्यादा token रहेंगे, मैं बनाऊंगा and everything, slowly and steadily the game starts moving out. But the moment they think I make a strong group of people and keep rewarding them in a manner that they want to keep playing. So I, as a game developer, start thinking for my gamers कि मैं इनको और क्या दूं, right? So that everybody, each one of them also start connecting with each other and everything. Those are the kind of games that succeed. The same ethos. Like you rightly said, I agree with it. The value system, that has to be very correct. And if everybody starts, and this is a thought that I love to patronize because I'm a firm believer of that we should really be happy to support each other. In any manner, in any capacity, हर किसी की capacity, हर किसी की position अलग होती है. But in whichever position you are in, trust me, everybody can support everybody. If that happens, and with that value system, if we create a group, then the success is going to be manifold. More and more people will want to be a part of it. More and more people will win out of it, and everybody will succeed.
We are experts of Unreal Engine. Okay, so we develop a lot of projects in Unreal. So we also do some clientele works. But yeah, our major focus is our own game called Tridasha. So the game is all about two brothers going on an adventure and trying to explore the mysterious island and how a siblings fights. That's what we want to show that in our game. So that's the simplest way I can say you about the whole story. But yeah, apart from that, there's also one of the unique selling point for especially for this game is like we are trying to connect the beliefs of the history of the India and trying to convert that into a gameplay. Okay, like you will just be a part of a journey of that belief, and that's what we want to focus on that in a very narrative way. No, actually we will be we are currently in a very early stage of POC. So we are developing our first public demo and it will be live in next 6 months. We are trying to target IGDC 2023. So let's see, let's hope for the best. So mostly the target people will be anyone who likes stories. Okay, and mainly from 18 to 25. That's the major target audience I have because a lot of over there a lot of people love to explore the stories, and it will be having amazing mechanics and combat systems. It will also have some magical elements, so people love to fight with magic. Yeah, sure. I will just try to make you understand with the one situation. Okay, so in start you are going to find a stone called Antaryami. Okay, so Antaryami means inner witness. So how you achieve inner witness? By fighting inside within yourself. Okay, first you have to fight within yourself and try to capture your soul, try to control it. So in a game you will realize it, you are going to fight with the soul, and before you achieve the soul form you will try to we will make you understand how difficult to just winning your own soul. Okay, so once you achieve that, you can use your soul into any format at any combat, and it will be helping you in a very good way, and it will having some disadvantages as well because it's an RPG. There will be always pros and cons for everything, but yeah, that's what you will going to understand with the gameplay. I was lying down in a bed. Okay, I was in a bed rest for at least around a month or two. So I was in hospital and I got this idea like, why don't we make something related to an Indian beliefs? Okay, personally I'm an atheist, so no offense, I don't believe on God. Okay, but I wanted to showcase the stories of them in a very gamified way, and it should not be like very strict to any specific religion. It will be just a general thing, how you become a divine person or how you achieve that divine position in your life, right? So that's motivated me to start with the concept. Okay, then I was like, to make this concept, the story has to evolve within characters. Okay, and that's how I got two characters just for a reason, because when we have a siblings, right, we have the different connectivity with them. Like I fight with my sister a lot. Like there's no one night I didn't had a fight with her. So that fight is not, it's a friendly fight. It's not going to harm anyone, but we do it. Is the nature of us. So that nature I wanted to showcase in our game. Okay, and that will connect in an emotional level for the people, and as well as the beliefs is just the plus point. They will learn a few things by in a journey. Being very frank, no single person can make this big games. Okay, so we have a team of 6 people right now. Okay, coming from technical art, developers, artists, we have musicians. So recently we have the music as well, the music launch in this event only. So yeah, I'm very excited to share that as well. Yes, thank you so much for this opportunity, and I want you guys to remember me. I'm Ronak Bagga, founder and CEO of Coolgen Interactives, and do follow us and wait for Tridasha. It's coming to your home.
Thanks for the invite for this lovely event, especially the gaming weekend, because it's one of a kind. Haven't heard something like this, and so I got to meet some of the amazing gaming startups and movers and shakers here. High energy, pretty good turnaround, and great concept to continue with. So yeah, it was fantastic, and all the more largely because I happen to be here at E-Galleria Mall, which is like very very techno mall, and that also gives me I would like to congratulate, because it's not something easy for anybody to get tempted not to bring Shopper Stop and Lifestyle and all those kind of brands and focus only on the technology aspect, and the bringing only the brands, focusing on technology. And at the same time, I was there at T Hive, which is like, again, in you don't get to see these kind of places in a mall. So amazing concept, greatly executed, and I definitely wish them all the best to continue kicking some asses here. And at the same time, congratulations to the event organizers of the gaming weekend for pulling off this fantastic event in such a short amount of time. And that shows the power of Hyderabad ecosystem, because you just call and people are available. So yeah, congratulations, thank you very much.
I had a great time in this event. Hyderabad Gaming Weekend event was pretty amazing. Go Digital Now was the sponsor of this event, and they were very very helpful with everything. We had a great time telling about game. We got great feedback. So our name of the game is Elemental. You guys have to play it. And once again, thanks a lot to Go Digital Now and also Hyderabad Gaming Weekend event. Thank you very much.
So we are here at Hyderabad Gaming weekend, and I think we are having a great time. A lot of people are actually completing our game. So we are showcasing Occult Chambers today and for the past 3 days, and we are having a good time. And thank you for Go Digital for
conducting this event, and we are very thankful for the organizers to have such a good event.
We're organizing the Hyderabad Gaming Weekend, and this is the first edition of the Gaming Weekend, and we have like amazing startups in the area of gaming here. It's a 3-day event filled with a lot of fun, entertainment and learning. This event consists of exhibition of games. It also has interesting panel discussions in the area of gaming, metaverse, AR, VR, and also an interesting series of pitches by startups to raise funding. So Go Digital Now is very proud to conceptualize and create a platform for gaming startups in the ecosystem, and this is the first edition of the Gaming Weekend. And Go Digital Now is a venture studio that helps startups from their 0 to 1 journey, and we are pretty much upbeat on the industry of gaming, and hence conceptualized the Hyderabad Gaming Weekend. And the idea is to create a platform for all the startups in the area of gaming in their journey, of course, and not just only in fundraising, but give them the mentoring, the services and required stuff for the startups to kind of become successful in their journey. So once again, I think welcome all to the weekend. This is a free event where people can come join, and learn from various gaming startups if you are a gaming enthusiast, and more importantly have fun. So thank you so much.
Hello, I am Praveen from Disobey. We are coming up with a new streetwear and sneaker brand through a game. So players need to play this game to win exclusive collectible items. And we really thank for Go Digital Now and E-Galleria for giving us this opportunity to present over here. From last 2 days, we got amazing traffic, and a lot of people visited our counter and downloaded our app and gave amazing feedback. This wouldn't have been possible if we ever did online. With this physical approach, we actually could record the expressions and the feedback, real-time feedback of the players. That really is a great feedback that we will take forward and improve our game. Thank you for the opportunity again.
I am a part of Hyderabad Gaming Weekend from the day one. I like the concept how they are supporting gaming startups and coming here and showcasing their old games. So I love that concept. So I supported in a lot. So I wish everyone, I wish that everything like this event happens regularly, every month, every week. I'll be happy to join anyone is doing like this. And second, this it is well executed event where everyone is like having a smooth good thing. There's no too much crowd, but there is not too less as well. It's a perfect balance. And I like to give a thank to Kashyap who organized it, Go Digital Now, and E-Galleria Mall to give the space. And I want to wish thank you to my friend Sai Teja. He helped me to connect with these people. And thank you so much.
I'm here at the gaming weekend in Hyderabad at E-Galleria Mall. Fantastic job done by Kashyap and the Go Digital Now team. Over the last 2 or 3 days, have met some amazing startups building some amazing products here. Now I really understand why people say that Hyderabad is literally leading the wave to take India global. It has been an extreme pleasure by connecting with all these amazing minds here, the young folks who are literally defining the space of gaming. And yeah, I'm sure I'm going to be visiting here more and more and collaborating very closely with a lot of folks here. And yeah, looking forward to that. Thank you so much, Kashyap, for inviting me. It has been a pleasure.
This event was an amazing event, like Hyderabad Gaming Weekend, the first ever gaming weekend. It's a very big opportunity for small startups like us. I would like to thank Go Digital and E-Galleria for giving us this opportunity. We have got a lot of feedback for our games, and also we were able to meet potential investors. I'm very happy to be part of this. Thank you very much.
We are working on a Desh VR, which is an Indian tourism-based metaverse, where you can have an explore to the different places, like a landmark like a Hyderabad, like Charminar, and also the most exhibited place and popular place in exhibition of Hyderabad is Nampalli. So where you can have a virtual walkthrough and have a virtual experience. And this weekend, the weekend which I had the gaming weekend, which make it like a cool experience, and we got exposed to a lot of users and very then curious about knowing about a game, and has been seen what we are doing for the future. And it has been a great weekend which was connected by the Go Digital Now, and it has in the E-Galleria Mall. This was a wonderful experience for us, and we with our team we had a lot of enjoyment, and we got a good response from them, and thank you for this giving an opportunity.
Backstage Pass Institute of Gaming and Technology is a India #1 gaming college. We established that in 2010. We are offering 4-year duration bachelor courses, 2-year duration master course, 1-year duration advanced diploma courses in game art, game design, game programming, and AR/VR technology. We are completely with industry mentorship, and Backstage Pass is equipped with its in-house incubator level 2 games. Students are exploring their skill and doing all the experiments as part of their course to develop the games, to learn from the industry experts and all. And about this Hyderabad Gaming Weekend, thanks to the E-Galleria Mall and Go Digital people to host this event. We are the educational sponsor for this event, and it's a good initiative, and it's really helpful to the startups and students and parents community to create the awareness about the industry, job prospects, etc.
హైదరాబాద్ గేమింగ్ ఈవెంట్ దగ్గర మా గేమ్ షోకేస్ చేసుకోవడానికి మాకు ఆపర్చునిటీ వచ్చింది. ఇట్ వాస్ సచ్ అ వండర్ఫుల్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్. 3 days చాలా బాగా వచ్చారు క్రౌడ్. వీ గాట్ రియలీ గుడ్ ఫీడ్బ్యాక్. అండ్ సో మై కో ఫౌండర్ ధీరజ్ చెప్పు. సో దిస్ తనుజ్ ఆర్ లీడ్ యూనిటీ ప్రోగ్రామర్. This is Pawan, he's our 2D generalist. This is Raghu, our 3D generalist. And this is Sahas, he's our lead game design playtester. So Sahas, you have any words to say about the event?
The event was fun. Lots of people came, lots of fun. All of these games are really nice. So more events like this have to be organized.
Super, thank you so much. So we have had a really positive experience. చాలా మందికి ఇలాంటి గేమింగ్ ఈవెంట్స్ చాలా ఇంకా కండక్ట్ చేస్తే మా లాంటి కొత్త స్టార్టప్స్కి చాలా హెల్ప్ అవుతుంటుంది. సో లాట్ ఆఫ్ ఎక్స్పోజర్ అండ్ ఆల్సో లాట్ ఆఫ్ కమ్యూనికేటింగ్ అండ్ సోషలైజింగ్, నెట్వర్కింగ్ ఆల్సో చాలా బాగా హెల్ప్ అయింది. కొన్ని ఇండస్ట్రీ వెటరన్స్ రజత్ గారు, కపిల్ గారు వీళ్ళంతా కలిసి వాళ్ళ ఇన్సైట్స్ వినడం అంతా కూడా మాకు చాలా బాగుండింది. సో వీఆర్ మేకింగ్ అ గేమ్ కాల్డ్ ఓమ్ ద గేమ్, ఇన్స్పైర్డ్ ఫ్రమ్ అవర్ ఇండియన్ కల్చర్ అండ్ ద ఏన్షియంట్ స్క్రిప్చర్స్. సో ఇది చిన్నపిల్లల నుంచి పెద్ద వాళ్ళందరికీ కూడా ఒక మంచి బ్యూటిఫుల్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్ టు యాక్చువల్లీ ఫన్ ప్లే. ఇట్స్ అ మల్టీప్లేయర్ గేమ్. ఒకరినొకరం మనం బెటర్ చదువుకుంటూ కాంప్లెక్స్ గేమ్ ప్లేతో పాటు సింపుల్గా ఉండే గేమ్ని కూడా మేము తయారు చేస్తున్నాము. దీని అంతటితో పాటు వీఆర్ ఆల్ కమింగ్ ఈ ఇయర్ ఎండ్ కల్లా మేము మీ దగ్గరికి రిలీజ్ చేయడానికి వస్తాము. ప్రస్తుతానికి కరెంట్ టెస్టింగ్లో ఉంది. సో గైజ్, ఓమ్ ద గేమ్, వీఆర్ కమింగ్.
It has been a wonderful opportunity given by eGalleria and Go Digital Now, and we have been using it to the full extent. A lot of people visited our stall out here, and it has been a very, very wonderful experience to see our fan base is growing and gamers are playing our game, liking it. I hope that they should focus more on such events in the future, and it would be lovely to part of events like this henceforth. Thank you.
The Hyderabad Gaming Weekend 2023 was an exciting gaming event that brought together gaming enthusiasts, startups, and industry professionals, providing a platform to showcase the latest advancements in gaming and foster collaboration within the gaming community. During the event, engaging panel discussions took place, where participants shared their insights and perspectives on various gaming-related topics.
Hi guys, this is Hyderabad Gaming Weekend. This panel is about careers and opportunities in gaming. I would ask the panel to introduce themselves, and then we'll start the Q&A.
Hi, good evening to all of you. This is Balakrishna, Professor and Principal from Backstage Pass Institute of Gaming and Technology.
Hello all, I'm Vaibhav Mahajan, founder and CEO of Abracadabra Software Solutions Private Limited. We are based out in Nashik, and we came up with India's first 3D RPG war game called Tanaji the Maratha Warrior.
Hi. Hello everyone, my name is Deval Shankar. I work as a technical artist at a studio in Austin, Texas called Games. Also work as an advisor here at India's Startup Studio in Hyderabad, and I also run my own studio called Talks. I'm Samthit. I'm founder of Born Monkey. Been around 5 years now. Currently making achievable. So let's start with a few questions, and then we'll probably discuss a lot about gaming in general. So the first question is, what specific skills or qualities do you believe are essential for a successful career in game design or development? We could start.
Yeah, so to become a game designer, first of all, he must be a very creative person. He must be in a position to visualize the entire game in his mind. Then based on his visualization, he need to start preparing the story, set of rules, regulations and all. So he must have creative and visualizing skills, first of all. Later, certain added technical skills to prepare the story, to prepare the rules, regulations, levels, world, all these things.
Actually, I totally understand that it's a tough challenge to have game developers and designers, and my fellow colleague, CEO of Backstage Game Pass, has been successfully doing it since from many years. So, as far as the game developer and designers are concerned, apart from these two categories, there are like multiple other categories has been a requirement in the game industry, such as screenplay writers or mechanics. Then there would be somebody who can definitely help out with, art, game art specialists. So all these categories has been a concurrent requirement nowadays. And as India is progressing with game development, we see a huge bubble is going to be created in the gaming space, and we need all those people. To be a good gamer or game developer or designer or an artist, you need to understand the basics of the trade. And I guess those would be, graphical understanding, then it would be, coding. If it is coding, like if you want to become a game developer, then you need to understand Unity, you need to understand Unreal, and there are a few other studios which are very important. So those, there are like specific languages like C#, then there is like, TypeScript, so all these languages need to be learned properly. As for the artist is concerned, you need to have some insight towards the art, so you should have that from within, and then only you can able to justify these kind of things. Actually, for screenplay writers, you need to have a creative angle to write screenplays. You need to have some basic thought process behind it, actually, and these are all, it's a combination of an inherent understanding of that subject plus some training, which a lot of folks are doing right now in India.
Just to reiterate, your question was on game design, right? How and development. Okay. So a few things, just to categorize just those two specific departments separately. In order to be a game developer, you need to understand how actual development process works, figure out niche and a specific role. Essentially, your job is to actually find the fun in a game, and that is very, very vague. Different games will have different definitions of fun. In terms of skill, like you may know things, and it's great that if you know game engines or art or something like that, but 99% of your job will be in Word and Excel and communicating with people. Communicate your ideas, and if you do these specific things in these specific order, we will actually have the fun found out in the game. That is what a game designer will do. In terms of a developer, as the other panelists mentioned, it is a lot of things, or do I just like to solve things and all that? So it is some sort of soul searching that an individual has to do. But yes, this is the broader aspect of like what.
But definitely agree with the panel where creativity is one of the most important factor for this. Not just so game development is game developer as in is a umbrella term would describe anyone between game artist, game technical artist, or game designer or whatnot. But the core thing that unifies all of them under one discipline is the creative aspect of it. Without that, you're just making a software. You need to understand if that is something for you. At the same time, skills that are necessary for a game designer, I would say, at least for a game designer that specifically is concentrating on designing systems or let's say level design or whatnot. You have about 30 years of game design that is available to you in terms of games, commercial games. You play all of them, as you play, you need to play as many games as possible. Lock and load all the mechanics that you feel are something that have pushed the medium forward, right? So note them down, keep them in your memory, and next time you get to design something, you could use some of it, remix it, rematch it, and make something new. So I think that quality of observing from what is existing already, and at the same time getting inspired from real life. So I'll continue if you want to add something, yeah.
About the game programming or game developer. See, programming means generally we consider IT programming or computer science programming like that. There are so many programming languages and scripting languages that we are using nowadays in regular IT development, like say C++, Python, C#, like that. But game programming tools are completely different. Whatever the IDEs that we are using, whatever the engines that we are using in game programming, those are completely different. Those are not generally as part of our regular computer science coding, and those are not part of our regular computer science education. So generally the computer science education or computer science graduation programs are not teaching the game engines, not teaching the tools or IDEs that we are using for engine programming or AI programming or graphic programming, so gameplay programming. For all these things, those are completely different. So that's why if anybody want to start the career as a game programmer, definitely he need to go through the respective IDEs. He need to. So to learn the game programming, I can say that the regular computer science programming like C++, C#, Python or JavaScript, all these are the foundation tools. Then by using them, we need to work with the IDEs like Unity or Unreal or OpenGL or DirectX. Like that, we need to go through all these IDEs. So that's why here I can say that game programming is regular computer science programming plus gaming IDEs.
Thank you. Yeah. So let's move on to the next question, right? So how do you approach the process of designing a game from start to finish? Can you walk us through the project, the life cycle of a project?
Yeah. So life cycle. If we want to speak about like life cycle, game development is again software development only. It's a kind of what we can call software only. It's not completely new. So there are so many different life cycles that we need to go through with different phases, with different milestones mentioned for each and every phase. So with all these things, we need to go with a particular what we can call development life cycle, and we need to go through phase by phase. But in general terminology for game production, people will talk about pre-production, production and post-production activities and the respective milestones. And for each and every activity, a set of supporting tools, a set of supporting documents. Okay, so all these things we need to go through. So frankly to say that there is no very systematic or uniquely defined development cycle, life cycle for game development. Because nowadays gaming is happening with different sizes. Something like indie game development is happening, small startups are developing, big teams are developing. So based on the team size, we need to go with the required specific development life cycle, and we need to follow the respective tools, technology, or specifications and all these things.
I agree with him on the life cycle of a game as such. But frankly speaking, we are a small studio out there, so we don't have rules and regulations to, go after any particular product. Ours is like 1.5 gigs wala game, So we idealized that, and then we came up with some basic draft of what we want to put on that game as such. Then we came up with a alpha with basic game mechanics and basic gameplay as such. Then we started talking with potential customers because it should be a product market fit, So we involve a lot of youngsters to play our game, and they like the mechanics actually. And then we started building a story around that, and we got some time to do that actually. And we got a mixture of, videos and actual gaming as a part of our game. And then we launched the alpha. We timed it right, So when Tanaji was like, he sacrificed his life on 4th February 1670. So we launched it just a month before that actually, so that we would get the maximum eyeballs. And that was a successful trick. So we could able to get a lot of eyeballs on our game, and then after that we timed every occasion to create a market for our game, and it has been a continuous process since then, right? Because typical gaming product would span for at least 5 to 10 years. It should, and that's the plan actually. And we are trying to publish it on multiple platforms so that even desktop audience should understand or should play our game. And likewise, we're trying to see how can we scale it day and out. And there are like multiple features we're trying to take inside the game, such as Web3 aspects. We have been tied up with Tezos to have NFTs selling through our game actually. So typically, it differs, life cycle differs for game to game. So we can only share our story. So this is what we have done. And maybe it's not the best possible way, but yeah, that's the way we have gone through.
So this is going to be a long answer. I think the best way I can explain this is by giving you a case story. This is what most game studios in Dallas use, including Gearbox, Ritual Entertainment and all that. Essentially, the idea comes like For example, let's say you have a creative director or an executive producer. They're like, hey, I want to make a racing game. That's it. Basically, things start jumping into it. What you have, the first milestone there is something called a splash hack. It essentially is take whatever stuff you want, slap it into the engine, do whatever you want, and find the fun. Alright, this goes on, think of it like a high-paced game jam, but it goes on for 2 days. And you find something, and you want to scrap it. Then you do Flash Hack 2. And I was like, oh, let me find this, let's try to make something like Super Mario Kart and all that. This seems fun. Scrap it. Let's Flash Hack 3. Let's do something like you're flying in an ethereal space or something like that. It's still a racer, right? It still fits a genre. Okay, this feels good. Slap it. Afterwards, you find, okay, this thing works in the previous Flash Hack. You go through an entire retro process. Okay, this thing works, this thing doesn't work. Let's fit this and all that. Then the game designers actually work on like, okay, what exactly are we making? In the meanwhile, the engineers are actually working on a milestone called as POCT, which is called as Proof of Concept Technology. The idea is you figure out which version of engine you are using, which version of Substance Painter, Max, Maya that you're using. Are you using Houdini or not? Like how the pipeline is going to be. Do you want to set up a batch Python scripts? How your night labels are going to work and all that. You figure out the actual technology and you lock it in place. You do not update it until the game is out there yet. So if the director decides like, okay, we need this game out in like 9 months. Okay, we're not updating our engine, even though the new version of Unreal is so great. We are locking it. This is the main idea of it. And the artists and the engineers actually figure out what exactly are we doing in this piece of POCT milestone, which is the proof of concept technology. And like, okay, let's lock this solid down. Let's figure this thing out. While the game designer, the lead level designer, and the lead artist, and all the other leads talk with their creative director or executive producer, and it's like, hey, I want to make this way. I want to make this way. So in our case study, our game designer came up with like, hey, let's make a Mario Kart kind of racer game, like how the executive producer want, but let's make it in the realm of Toy Story. And everything's going to be massive. You are stuck in a bathroom and just like trying to find your way around this thing with different power-ups and all that. He picks out a narrative around the actual fun of the game design, which was initially discovered during the previous milestones. Then you run into a milestone called as proof of concept gameplay, POCG. The idea of this milestone, long story short, is finding the fun, or rather, since the fun was found out, you coherently gather individual bits and implement it together to have, hey, this thing works. We can actually implement it, and we can. This can be a fun gameplay for a longer this thing. This will go on for a month or two, depending on how the producers break it down. Then you go into your vertical slice section where they take one small segment and they say, this is how the end result is going to be. It could be the corner of your bathroom or like a sink or the center of your track or the finish line, whatever. They pick just one part and say, this is exactly how it's going to look at the end product. While the other level designers think about how the level 2 and level 3 maps are going to be. You think on the larger scale picture and people work in tandem a lot. Nothing coherent comes into the engine. It's just a blockout mess and a bunch of errors and build crashing and all that. Nothing really functions. After vertical slice, you run into something called as interim alpha. So your alpha milestone is going to be your largest milestone. There are a lot of definitions for alpha milestones, but long story short, if you say your alpha milestone, if your game is this alpha, you can say the inter milestone is also called as gameplay complete. You should be gameplay complete. What does gameplay complete mean? From beginning to end, you can play your game. Like if I press the executable, it opens up. I press the start menu. I finish everything, finish all the levels, press escape and quit. I should be able to complete it in a full-fledged cycle. So that is the inter milestone. You reach your inter milestone there. After that, you jump onto your alpha, where all your art assets go in, all your animations go in, all your rig stuff go in, your UI elements, your art elements, your sound effects, everything goes in. After alpha, it's called as asset lock. Like nothing new goes into the engine. Anything that you add will be manipulated and polished and updated, but you cannot add anything else. If you are going to add anything else, it has to go through an entire strict leads review process so that you do not break any existing builds. Then you run into beta, where things are solidly locked, and people start working on marketing materials. Hey, this is going to be a poster. This is, hey, I'm having fun playing this game and all that. Then after the beta thing, it's like any showstopper bugs. It's like, hey, if I come first in this game, the game crashes. That's the things like drastically showstopper bugs only get fixed. Nobody pushes anything to source control and all that. After that, it's basically going gold and launch. That's the life cycle of a normal 9-month game development life cycle thing. It's used across many studios. There are a lot of versions of it. People change the definitions depending on studio to studio. If you run your own studio, you can set your own definitions. But the overarching picture is this.
I think you guys have covered a majority of the production cycle. So just to clear up the definitions, right? So you have pre-production where you're figuring out the game, and then you log the concepts. You have a GDD that is like a Bible for your game. Someone who will drop in middle of the project would read this up and also try to understand what's the game about and whatnot. So there are a few documents like that for art Bible. There are there is a bestiary for all the enemies that are part of your game. So all this material is somehow at least 70% of it is logged in pre-production to the phase where you have completed your PVC or the proof of concept. After that, you would start with trying to reach your alpha goal, and I would like to clear up the definitions of alpha and beta and then launch or going gold, right? So alpha is, at least technically, it's called safe for internal testing. So that build is basically alpha build is for the whole team, internal QA to test it around. It goes from start to end, and you could play it. It will definitely have game breaking bugs. It's nowhere near for showing it to the public, but that is the point where you could start showing doing the focus testing. Each chapters you could see if the voice acting is being having the enough impact that the director wants. See if certain weapons are overpowered. Certain weapons are people finding ways to kind of abuse the system and kind of beat a boss very easily compared to the duration. That would be considered as beta. Beta is technically, in terms of software language, it's ready for public as well. Even though majority of the studios don't release beta builds, at least live op games usually do that. They push out their beta builds and kind of get early access feedback. So after that, you essentially are showing it to top executives or whatnot, in a company, and things get locked. And that is where you kind of iron out all the stuff. As you said, asset lock happens before that, and you kind of make sure that you're not adding anything new, but whatever you're having in the game has to have a minimum standards set by the platforms or the game directors or executives. And that is when you finally apply to all these platforms for certification. After about, I would say, at least 4-5 months, beta, 4-5 months of going in beta, you would approach platforms and start getting licenses. And each platform has their own standards for QA. So PlayStation notoriously has very, very strict QA policies. So even if you promise 60 FPS, you'll have to give 60 FPS at any point of the time. So it has to be steady locked 16.6 or 30 FPS, and here what is the MS for 30 FPS?
36.6.
Yeah, 36.6. So basically these stats have to match regardless of the quality of the game, right? So once you've done that, you're essentially logged and loaded. Your game could be released based on your release date, or could be sent to the publisher where he'll make a bunch of millions of CDs if that is the kind of game. Or if it's for mobile, this would be the point where you start marketing it like a madman and make sure you're getting all those early access and whatnot, pre-registrations and whatnot, and then hope to God that your game is liked by millions. So that's the whole life cycle of a video game.
Can we ask questions?
Yeah, we have 2 more and then we'll open up for Q&A.
Yes. I have a question.
Yeah, so I'm from the institution. So, in academy perspective, I want to know your difficulties, like what we can call different studios are of different sizes with different what we can call different production process or what we can call development life cycles and all. So when there is no uniquely defined or systematic approach for the game development, just if we are doing experiments and all these things for a period of 9 months, as you mentioned, so how you can hold your team? And what I found from the what we can call gamers is these people are very volatile. These are, frankly to say that these are very unique species. So these are not like art student, means art in the sense, these are not like regular science students or math students or commerce students. Gamers are completely with different mindset. So how you can hold the people for that much long period? It's a long period, frankly to say that. In regular industry, 9 months is not a long period, but in gaming, it's a long period at this particular moment. Moreover, it's not completely grown up. And openings are there for what we can call different positions from different period, different studios like that. So people are getting excited, people are jumping from here to there to here and all. So in that particular case, how you are sustaining your team is one thing, and at the same time, if there are disturbances in the team in the middle of the development process, how you are managing that?
So just to reiterate your question so that I got it right, your question is, since the game development life cycle is so large, how do you keep your team in sync to avoid issues? How do you let them, like, make them stay on your team and not leave your team, right?
If they leave.
If they leave.
If they leave, how you are going to what we can call if new people comes? Because every studio is having their own style. Every studio is having their own life cycle and all. How you are going to train them around? How you are going to make them comfortable with your environment, with your life cycle, with your process?
So, okay, this will be a multi-part answer, but okay, I can try answering it this way. If somebody leaves your team, like let's say if I'm running a big studio of like 50 people, and somebody leaves me like 3 years later or something like that, but it takes 6 years to make the game. If I do not take that into consideration while running my studio, that somebody's going to leave me, and that hurts me, then yes, I am doing something wrong. So definitely, it's my job to consider backup plans for backup plans for backup plans, in case if they leave, in case they do this, in case if they do this. So, which is what I do, which is what my co-workers do. Everybody has backup plans for backup plans for backup plans. Always go 3 levels deep. You might not do it, but it is always safer that way, so that you cannot keep everybody on hold. And I'm a total pro advocate of no bonds. Like, screw that. It doesn't work in this creator industry. Like, probably it will work in software development, but not like, I'm sure many people disagree on this, but if somebody is leaving you, then it definitely means there's something going wrong, or like you are not doing your retros properly. Retros are basically retrospective that you do at the end of every milestone. Hey, what went well, what went wrong? Even better if somebody has a complaint. It's like, hey man, not getting a raise. It's been working for 2 years. It's like, if you're not giving people raises, of course there's a probability he's going to leave you. So you need to consider that if he leaves you, do you have somebody who can take his place, or you're going to hire somebody who's going to cost you a lot more? Like, all of these have to be considered. There's no standard answer for it. Now, if somebody new comes on board, and like, how do you bring them onto your pipeline? That's another part of your question, right? The best example that I can give you something for that was also taught to me was document. Document the hell out of things. And like, it's tedious. It's not something that people look out for, but you cannot spoon feed everybody. But you can tell them, hey, this is our wiki. Just spend a week on it. Just read through stuff. This is how our pipeline works. This is how we approve things. I mean, if you apply for any, submission guidelines for any store. Like, you have to read their documentation. Nobody's going to like tell you press this button. Like for YouTube, like your Google Play Store and all that, you might have tutorials. But if you're doing something for Nintendo, Switch, or Sony, you can't do that. Those things are under NDA. You have to figure out how to read documentations and have to figure out how those things work. It also applies to something else. Like most AAA game studios have their own proprietary game engines. Like Creation Kit uses Papyrus. It's not an official programming language, but they make their logic in that. You want to figure out Papyrus, you join Bethesda, they give, hey, here's our wiki, figure it out. And that's it. Like, you have to document the hell out of it. Anybody new who's junior, senior, or principal, or a lead has to figure it out on the job. Like this industry, like if you do not learn on the job, you wouldn't last long. So you would do that way. Did I miss any part of your question? I'm sorry. Okay.
Very covered, but my question is for the big studios, AAA studios, they may have that kind of
Yes.
life cycle and process.
Yes.
But for the startups, I'm talking
Yes,
about
startups also you can document. For my studio, this is exactly what we do. We hired an intern whose entire job is to document things. So it is not something that you would waste your valuable game designer's role on it. But somebody who's straight out of school and trying to figure out how the pipeline works, our game designer does a lot of stuff in Miro. Hey, this is what we have. This is the concept art what we have. Hey, here's our latest build. Let's try documenting it, because anybody who comes next will be able to look at your work and say, okay, it works. It's not going to cost you a lot to train an intern for the first time and write a few documents. Because the other person who comes after him will use that as a reference and make sure all these guidelines are set in stone. You just need to do that once.
Got it. But for smaller startups, like you said, we cannot hire redundant people, right? So this is why Elon Musk came in and fired a bunch of people in Twitter, because he had to rehire them because he figured out they were not redundant. So in a big company, usually you have one guy who is like an artist, and then there are 3-4 guys who could essentially replace him if he leaves. But that is not the luxury with which startups work or indie studios work. So they will have to readjust. That's the harsh reality. There's no way about if your leads leave you, will have to figure out what's next. So it is going to be a showstopper because you don't have the budget to have redundancies on that kind of level, right? So this is a challenge, and there is no right or wrong answer for this, because the way big corporates are handling this is by having redundant employees, and the only thing that will make people stick around is an interesting project and satisfaction in what they're contributing to the project. So that's about it. And if they think they want to be credited to the project, obviously they'll get credited even if they leave. But if they want to stick around and make sure that they've created an impact, they will. But this is purely will depend on the leadership team and how they're motivating or how inspiring the game is to them. So the only thing as an indie studio you could do is make sure you have a rock solid game, or at least you're working on a project that people want to work on and is exciting. That could be a good incentive for people to stay around, but money also matters, right? So make sure you're having a baby. If you're having a baby, you need to have the money to, make sure you're supporting it. So just like that, you're having a startup, make sure that you have enough money to support the people as well. So yeah. So we'll probably move on to the next question, and then we'll open up to the QA. Yes, so this is an interesting question. Balancing creativity with practical constraints is a common challenge in game design. Can you share an example of a time when you had to find a compromise between your creative vision and technical limitations, and how you handled that situation? So, we three could answer that. I think Shreyas is 1 hour. Because he's a technical artist, right? So, I don't know which one. We'll start with you because that would be
it's a big challenge for us as well to balance it. But, after failing so many times, we have developed some 25 casual games, and then we came up with this Tanaji, which is mid-core game. We figured out that, whatever we develop, it should entertain to the people or the target audience, So there should be a product market fit for every feature which we will be developing inside the game. So what we do typically, after a particular level, we introduce the target audience, bunch of them, let's say 5-6 of them, and then we give that product or feature to them for testing, and we measure their responses, and we have our own mechanism to take a call on these responses, that whether we should continue developing more to add flavor to this, or whether should we stop this and then take the next feature. So that's our way to figure out that how we can manage the time for the development and not compromise on the art value of it.
Processing. Yes. So you want me to take up? I do have one, but it's still work in progress. I don't know what it is. So let's think of a hypothetical situation which will interpret the same. Why don't you start? So yeah, I mean, obviously, we have a set budget to any game, right? So you'll have to figure out what you could possibly do realistically within that budget. Sometimes, in real world, you are kind of overshoot the budget, but if it's an internal project, you could afford that budget. It's the money is coming from publisher. If you're overshooting, it's from your pocket. So keeping that in mind, it's fairly easy to cut down stuff because it's going to hurt you in the long term, because if you play the idea god, right? If you constantly pile on, it would be ridiculously impossible to finish a game in the first place. So defining scope is the best way to kind of make sure that you're not having, because while defining scope, you could make sure that you're not having too many sacrifices, you're not making too many sacrifices. At the same time, you need to make peace with the team that you have and make sure the current team or the future team that you might hire could be a good fit for the scope that you're defining. So that way, a lot of sacrifices, technical sacrifices at least, could be figured out as the game progresses, but at least you have a defined scope for that to happen very less. So there are situations where we have compromised. For example, the IGDC demo that we made, we had a lot of bots, a lot of AI that we made, but they were not up to the standard. So we had to cut them down. Maybe we would explore them in the future. But the point is, we were able to pull off the bots, but it's just the AI was not as satisfactory as one would think, right? So if your standards are set in a certain level, you would possibly have some technical calls and where you would reduce the complexity. There is a scene in Occult Chambers where we had to have at least 2,000 snakes on the floor. So for that we have seen a lot. We have explored a lot of variety of things, and the only thing that was in our scope and technically possible, obviously we couldn't spawn 2,000 snakes, right? It would straight up kill no matter if you have 49, it would kill your PC. So we came up with a clever concept of, obviously it's there, it's not something that we invented, but it's called vertex animation. So you basically are animating the actual vertices of the mesh. So these are fairly inexpensive compared to, let's say, spawning the mesh itself. So the thing that we wanted to do was actual snakes, spawning 2,000 snakes on the floor, but our technical limitation has caused to us, a way to make us find a solution that is fairly, could be run on multiple devices. So I would say it's a blessing in disguise, so where you kind of challenge yourself and find out creative ways to solve it. But yeah, since we are limited with the technology of our time, we have to make sure we're not being ambitious and wasting our time, right? So we have deadlines, we have certain number of parameters that we have to hit. So we make sacrifices, but at the same time, if you are clever, you could achieve something similar to what you want in a very different way. That could be surprising at the end to you as well. So.
Okay. I have two examples. One is a case study, another is a theory in game design. Let's start with the theory in game design. It's called the door problem. How many of you here in the audience are familiar with it? Okay, I guess just one, right? So, long story short, in order to explain this, the door problem in game design is this way. a creative director comes in and says like, hey, I want a door in my game. I'm like, okay, fine. That's nice. Okay, the 3D modeler is like, I'm going to model this door. Okay, nice. The texturing artist is like, I'm going to texture it. Okay, nice. The audio engineer is like, you know what? I want to make a sound effect when the door opens. The programmer is like, hey, I want to make sure that you can actually interact with the door when you open and when you close. The AI programmer is like, well, what will happen if AI interacts and closes? What will happen if the player interacts when the AI tries to interact when it opens and closes? Which sound should it play? Like the other audio engineer is like, you know what? I can make a sound that you can hear it from a distance if you turn away from the door and interact. Then you have
direction.
Yeah, good directions. Like, what about physics? If I put a grenade at the door, do you think the door will open or not? You see, every one thing that you try to add in the game, it spirals down into dominoes of problems along the way. So, in order to find a right balance between creativity and like technical challenges, it's like there's this motto that I was taught to me by my professors. It was called KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. The idea is add as minimal things as possible into your game. Make sure it's polished before adding something else new. An example for something like that is, I was working on a puzzle game when I was in the US. It was a first-person puzzle solver where you with your wand you do magic stuff and you do wind elements and all the other stuff. Sounds somewhat a normal game. The artist decided, hey, instead of having huge walls, let's do modular. That way we can customize each and every small bit of it. I was naive. I'm like, all right, sure. Then we realized we want a large surface area. So how do we do the walls? Manually clone every single one of those. And you duplicate things. Then you gradually select them. All right, fine. This can be done. We did crunch a few knives, but okay, we set just the entire level. We played the game. Everything was flickering. Like, what's happening? It was something called as occlusion culling. The camera tries to occlusion cull things. But if there are thousands of static meshes in the scene, this was Unreal 4.14 or 4.16. This was like pre-Nanite era. Like, you guys didn't have all of these. Like, what the hell is happening? What do? You have to bake your occlusion volumes. There's something called as whisk grooves in Hammer, in all Half-Life stuff. This is exactly what whisk grooves are. Basically, you have to cut down your sightlines and all that. Okay, this works fine and all that. What happened to the shadows? There are all lines between them. I was like, no, how do we fix it? Okay, let's increase our light mass importance volume. Let's make it to 64K, 128K. What the hell, our build size is 16 GB? And like for an indie game, like what's happening? Every single static mesh has a light mass volume of like 256K. Okay, it released the blurriness. So what do we do about it and all that? We changed the entire lighting model instead of doing your directional stuff and changing it to volumetric stuff. Okay, it's fine. But again, performance is tanking when I look at something that's far in the distance. How do we do that? Okay, now you again break that into hierarchical LODs and basically cluster them, and again real time you actually, when you come close, you change it into normal static meshes and all that. Okay, we set that thing up and all that. All this happened because one artist decided, let's do modular because it is static, if we can have control. This is the actual issue that will happen if we if we need good people with experience in a team. Problem is startups really do not have that, but this is something that you learn by doing things on the job. You just need to know what you're in for before adding anything new into the game. I think that's the best way I could explain how things are.
Okay, so we are out of questions. We could, we are open to QA.
So I have a question, sir. It's for Bala sir. So basically, in India, still gaming is like parents. Basically, for parents, it's like time waste, time passing. And of course, many students are willing to come into gaming. So how do we convince parents? That's a main primary issue I see.
Adding to his point, let's classify two different types of gaming that people can go and have their.
Understand our situation when we started in 2010. Okay, so in 2010 when we started the gaming college, even mobile games were not
bad. Games means only PlayStation based games or PC based games or some games we use it to play on Facebook, something like that. So at the time when we do the marketing, sir, I'm very much interested. Please talk to parent. Please convince them. And when we call them, simply they used to say that, what are you talking? We don't let our kids to play the games. How dare you ask us to let them to do a gaming course? We started with that kind of situation, and we struggled a lot for the initial 4 or 5 batches, almost up to 2016, means almost around 4 or 5 batches, 3-4 batches something. And till then, we also don't have the solid answer to answer them, because everything is assuming it will be like this, it's something like that. But by seeing the achievements of our first 3-4 batch students, by seeing their success stories, by seeing their placements, then if some parent is asking, then now at this particular moment, confidently we are able to convince the parents by saying only one thing, that if the student is interested, if the student is passionate about gaming, it's a super one. Career opportunities are good. Now I am able to give the stats to them. No way the engineering stats are comparable to gaming stats at this particular moment. Engineering jobs are more, but how many colleges? How many lakhs of graduates are comes up, ask about the placements? I can say that an engineering graduate or some other graduate can start their career only after the completion of their graduation, after getting the certificate, after having 3 to 6 months of training. Those are able to work on the project, but my students are able to work from 3rd year, 2nd semester. So if we make the education in gaming like again a traditional kind of education or something where just teachers can teach based on the experiences, they can teach with applications, they can teach with practicals. Very confident. If I have a student, first my question is to the student, that are you interested? Yes. In which domain? Means like whether you are interested in art or design or programming, or we are. And I can ask my set of questions to know whether really he is interested. Because many of the who are saying that I want childhood, then I used to have my set of questions to assess. Then if I feel that student is really interested, then I'm having my own documents, I'm having my own stats to convince the parents nowadays and to explain them about the industry and to show what we can call everything now with evidence. We are not telling anything by assuming. We are telling everything with proof. That's the way how I am doing now. But in 2010, it's almost something like every day we used to have scoldings from the parents. Some parents, once I was he started shouting on them, scolding on them and all. Then those are unable to handle and they called me. I also tried to convince, but he didn't to join in my institution. So I'm not asking anything. If you want, you can join, otherwise just go. By saying that, for my lunch I came to my office. He came quietly to my office, filled the application, paid the fee, took the admission and just went out. Not even a single word. Okay? Now he is working in EA. Wow. The student is working in EA. Now the parent is so cordial with this. But at that time, that is mainly in south side, convincing the parents who are with that meeting, MBBS in mind, is very. But now it's so.
Okay, I'd like to add a few things, like all like super points. You answered most of it. One thing you should probably convince like your parents or whoever, maybe not, maybe yes, I don't know what's right or wrong. So let's figure it out, work and all that. Now everybody wants to become a Shah Rukh Khan or a Tom Cruise. That's exactly what the state of this industry is. And in order to convince anybody, you need empirical proof. And guess what? This empirical proof is available. Just go to stateofgdc.com and download the actual report. You'll understand that this industry earns more than movies, TVs, and music industry combined. So there's reviewed by other people in the industry, and like if that doesn't convince them, then I don't think anything else will. This is going to work out there. There is actual data providing to like this is, and if there will always be folks who are not convinced of it. This is the time where you actually put forward like other people's opinion on it, and you actually say, hey, look at this guy, he can vouch for this, and look at this, you know him, you trust him, he can vouch for this data and all that. That thing is the only thing that will actually give them some confidence. They will never be confident unless you stand on your own feet. No matter what you're doing, even if it's software development, they'll always have their tense like, is this guy going to get a job or something like that? But no matter what, at the end of the day, they want you to be successful, be happy, and be like enjoy what you're trying to do.
Yeah, one more thing to add to this is, as this kind of education is new to us, most of the people don't know about this kind of education institutions or courses. For example, if I'm in a village, I want to pursue education in gaming. I can convey my parents. Maybe my parents may be with half accepted. Then definitely they can ask somebody who are educated in the village or in their circle, and they may ask that I want to have my son to join in gaming course. Then many people who don't know about this, they won't accept that we don't know. They can simply say that, what is there in that? What kind of courses are there? Is there life in that? This kind of means this is the answer from the educated people. The people who are in the IT, the people who are in very good jobs. Generally that is the thing. If we ask, means if we want to go with a new path, definitely people will take the advice from the. Simply I use it to share all the documents, whatever some mentioned, that the stats, the documents, the references, everything. I'm having a separate set of things, resources. I use it to share with them, and simply I use it to ask them. If needed, I will speak with them, or otherwise you share with all these things with them so that they can understand. This is the thing that's happening. And now there is good awareness. I don't say that totally. Yeah, it's somewhat easy to convince the urban kids, but from the rural, these are the difficulties that we are facing. For example, I want to show this guy. You are only looking back. What's your age? 14. Okay. He is his brother. He is our student. When we had this global game jam event, so at that time, first time I had many requests from the minors to be part of the global game jam event. Minors in the sense, okay, those are permitting from 16 plus. But I'm having many from 14, 13 school going kids, many requests. And I got calls that we are unable to register because of the age restriction. Then I changed the age 10 plus. But the people are not accepting. Global Game Jam people are not accepting. That guy came to the event. He was part of the event for 2 days. And he himself, along with his brother, named only sim only. Again, he's a Unity programmer. And he developed it. No? He's the programming guy. Those two developed a game. Now, parent like the parent of this kind of people, they know the things. Those are simply coming, those are giving the respect to the interest of the students and all. So, mixed thing are there nowadays.
When I was doing my undergrad, I made an access shooter which I spent over a year making it. This was like a time before Unreal was free. I had to pirate it and run it. And like when I did that, they said we don't just accept games. We don't really understand this. That is the actual statement of an education institution, which is actually teaching computer science engineering. So things are changing, but there's a lot of precedents of like we are too backwards in that, and I'm glad the state of the industry is improving. It's just this needs to keep moving forward a lot more.
Now a question. So, as like game developers, like the whole creative aspect is also very important apart from the technology and all of that. So creativity comes from inspiration. Like we get inspired. So most of it is like we have to play games. So if you want to make games, so if you want to make films, you watch films. If you want to play games, you play games. So like how much as you as a part of an institution giving to your students like games. So like a lot of students would come like with a craze, right? Maybe their parents themselves see the craze and they just wanted to push them into gaming. He doesn't know what he wants to do, or like he's just fascinated. He just wants to get into gaming, but he still has to find a center. His inspiration of what, and that only when he gets connected to a game. How much are you pushing them to actually play games, right? Like what is your curriculum? Like is there a part of your curriculum that you actually make them play games, push them towards games?
Yeah. So the people who are joining our institution, kind of our institution, are gamers.
Core gamers, no doubt in that. So at the very beginning in 2010 when we started, we had a separate game launch. The reason is at the time games means only PlayStation based games, PC based games like that. At the time the entire game launch is always busy. We had less students, but classrooms may or may not full, but game launch is always engaged. But once these mobile games came into the picture, now everybody is having phone. The phone itself is a game launch for them. So now these people are playing games like anything. If we see our hostel students, for example, outstation students who are staying at one place during the night, if we go to the hostel, if a new guy enter into the hostel, it's something like a den. It's something like these people are with headsets and they don't know how much shouting those are making. And we use it to get the complaints from the neighbors that what these kids are doing during night. Those are screaming, those are shouting, those are creating so much noise and all. So now we're having game launch again. We're having game launch. But frankly to say that many people are having their own consoles, their own PlayStations, their own sophisticated PCs. I don't know how many are very seriously using them for education, but 100% those are using for playing games. And as part of our curriculum, we are having certain subjects to explore their ideas, to what we can call improvise the existing games, to review the existing games, okay, and all. And at the same time, we are having our in-house incubators. 2 incubators are there. We are having our in-house incubators. Those incubators are to explore the ideas of the students, to polish them, and to make them comfortable with the required infrastructure support, mentoring support, and all. So we are encouraging. It's not something like we teach, you listen. No, it's very interactive, and we can encourage our students like anything. That's why only starting from our first batch was started in 2010. They entered into third year in 2013. Starting from 2013 till 22, in every what we can call competition, maybe from IGDC or Casual Connect or Microsoft Imagine Cup or Global Game Jam, whatever, almost in every competition our students are with winners or runners from every competition. We are encouraging them like anything. So many good concepts and all.
So, that question, like, so what was the reason in the first actually started a gaming institution way back in 2010 when like times were really hard? So, like, what was your vision?
I'm not the founder, frankly to say that I'm an employee, but I'm there in the Backstage Pass from the very first day, heading in the same position. I'm the principal and professor from the very first day. It was founded by Mr. Surya Prakash. He's younger than me. At the time, he's around 22, 23. He's a gamer. And he went to Vancouver. He completed his course there. And then he came to here to establish a game studio. Okay, while coming, he came with 2 UK citizens, 1 USA citizen, and he. All these are from Vancouver. They came to here. They want to establish a studio. and they started searching for the skilled people to work for the studio, but they faced so much difficulty there. Then they thought that, okay, why can't we start training also? But at that time, they were not into this kind of graduation or lengthy programs. Okay, why can't we start short-term courses? With that idea, they established what we can call institution. And this name is also something like a peculiar name. Backstage Pass is somewhat peculiar name. It was suggested by those USA and UK citizens. And they started. And for that, they had a good architect. Actually, that architect is from Jawaharlal Nehru Architecture and Fine Arts University, connected person. They came to know about it. That university was divided from JNTU in 2008, and those are looking for expansion because that's a fine arts and architecture university. Those are looking for expansion. They came to know that something is happening like that. Then they offered the affiliation or collaboration at that particular moment. This is at the time there are some people in the university who are with good vision. They had some vision that it's going to happen in future, something like that. They offered what we can call collaboration and affiliation to us. And like that we started in 2010 with 4 students. Now we are having around 500 plus students in the premises with bachelor's, master's and advanced diploma. And we are very focused only into gaming education. We are not touching any other area. It's not something like animation, gaming, VFX, gaming, not something. We are purely into gaming. In the gaming also very specialized courses because programming is the technical aspect. Art and design is the creative aspect. Generally for the programmers, they need to have good mathematics and physics skills. But generally art people don't like mathematics. That's what I found. So that's why we are having very specific courses. One course is only for design and development, means programming. One course is only for art and design. Recently in 2019, we started one more bachelor course for AR/VR. That first batch is just this year passed out. So like that we are having very specialized and very focused courses, and we are having great support from the industry. That's I need to mention, because without their support we can't do anything. In order to starting from the beginning, starting from the structuring of the course structures, preparation of the syllabus, and helping them for mentoring, because industry is looking for the skilled people. No need to a person to come to us to teach, because those are having good pay, their area of interest to work in the industry. But the industry people are asking, sometimes those are requesting their own employees that go deliver some content there, teach them. We need to, at the end of the day, we need to hire them. So it's something like we are not teaching them, it's something like we are training our own employees. In that way, the industry is really supporting us.
Other 2 questions on the gaming institutions versus like self-learner in the gaming institution.
Yeah, that's a good thing. So previously there were no institutions. When these people started the career, there were no institutions many. So they depend upon the available resources, web resources, art tutorials, something like that. Yes, for that great motivation is needed. So even though we are having that kind of interest, if there is no proper path, if there is no systematic approach, we can't sustain that kind of motivation for longer period. We can lose the interest at some time with a lot of difficulties. And even we can't convince the parents that we need to be in that particular industry. Or what we are doing is, ours is very systematic approach, starting from the fundamental. To become, if you want to become a game programmer, what is the foundation that's needed? After that, in a systematic approach, with the required core content, we are in a systematic way we are nurturing the students. And initially, frankly to say that at the very beginning, to convince the parents, we had the first program as computer science and game development. And I used to say that parents used to ask, if the gaming is not going to be there, after 4 years if there are no jobs, what is the situation? Then I used to say that it's computer science plus gaming. So computer science is there. If gaming is gone, you're having your core. So in that way, but in these 13 years, 9 batches completed the graduation. From those 9 batches, maybe around 1 or 2 students who are in IT. Almost all those people are also because of their family constraints. One guy is there, he's a good programmer. He started his career in gaming only, but finally settled in Calcutta. But there are no good many game studios at that time. It's long back story only. So he's in IT. Except that kind of candidates, all the remaining are in gaming only. That's the thing.
So actually, I was Robert from BCA ARBR. Like it's a first of kind in the President's University in the southern part. So I was a robot there before joining the college. I was mentors to the immersive technologies because I had 3 years of experience there. So eventually my team, my friends who has been graduated recently. So compared to them, I had more skills because I was self-learner at the time. And how do you justify? Because I was running my own company right now. So still they are stuck with the on skill which is not equivalent to for the industrial requirements.
That's true. That's only because of your motivation, your self-interest. I can say that in every batch I can find the candidates like you, but not all the students like you. Okay, I'm having students who started their own studios, who are with millions of downloads of games. Teapot Games is one game studio from our student. 7 Summits is one game studio from our student. Raunak is our student. So there are many. And at the same time, we are encouraging our students to start their own studios and all. So in that way, in every batch, there will be around 10% who are exceptionally good. But I can't say that everybody are like that.
Like many of them even surely like interested to get into the institution, but I think it's just too expensive. Like cost of 1 lakh or 2 lakhs. They just refer the YouTube videos. How can you even have like advice, because they're gonna be interested, guys, has to be give somewhat of support from your end for the institution.
See, one thing from the institution, what kind of support means, we used to encourage them with certain what we can call workshops, guest lectures, that kind of thing. Some open workshops, guest lectures, that kind of things are there. And we are having what we can call, we are visiting the colleges, we are conducting the workshops, we are conducting the guest lectures, that kind of thing. But when it comes to the material, that's one big problem that I'm facing, because there is no systematic approach. For example, for one particular subject, if for this batch, if I'm the mentor, I can teach that subject in my own way, in my own style. My material is different. Next batch is the same subject. For that, if I have a new mentor, that approach is again different. So even we are facing a lot of difficulty to prepare the material, to prepare the what we can call video lectures, to record them and all. But in somehow we are streamlining, and we are giving multiple versions of what we can call materials, documents to the students, and we are asking them, these are the different approaches. By going all those material, you can prepare your own approach. That's the way how we are teaching how we are guiding the students.
So add to that, in order to have a proper approach to teaching this, in the game development, we use, when we are actually setting our milestones, we use something called as conditions of satisfaction. It's like, what does it take for this milestone in order to be completed? It is the same thing that was also used by our faculty for them when they were teaching us. Hey, you're learning programming. Guess what? You're learning to make your own game engine from scratch. You could make anything if you're making your own game engine from scratch. So, alright, so how do we actually teach things? So let's break it down into individual conditions of satisfaction. Okay, by the end of February, you will probably have one triangle on screen. At the end of March, you will probably have a console. The end of this thing, like, you'll probably have so-and-so, something like that and all that. You'll have different games, different perspectives and all that. If you're building your own game engine, do you want to build your own render context, which is basically like your entire render system that is from scratch? Like, do you want to use OpenGL or DirectX? How does that work and all that? So
if you break things down into individual segments and like, this is what it takes for in order for me to have my conditions of satisfaction. If you can learn that better at college, go ahead. The problem with online learning is you do not have those things set in standards. So you are like just winging it. Okay, I'm going to watch this guy's tutorial, or I'm going to watch this guy's tutorial, which is great, because you'll go broad, but you won't go deep. Another thing, advantages about learning things in person in a college-based environment is you have like-minded people together. That is something that nothing online courses will do. We both had different experiences for sure. I can only talk about my experiences. The best moments in my life is when I did my masters in the US, and it's like every single person is a weirdo like you and like likes games and does weird stuff like you. You'll never find a more harmonious set of people in an actual college-based environment. Maybe that will work out for you. Maybe it will not, but you would have to attempt it first in order to see whether that's right or not for you. I'm not saying that's the good or the bad way. There are a lot of options. It's your life. You're all grown-ups. You can make grown-up decisions. Just experience things first before giving up on it.
Yes. For founders actually. Basically for students who are good at it, and we are talking about exceptional students, right? So what do you suggest, to start off the company after graduation or to have some experience in some company? Which would be better?
Do you want to take it or should I?
You take it first and then.
Alright. I'll be honest, you can start whenever you want. Like, nothing's stopping you. It's a free country. I would recommend failing first. The only way you can fail first is have some experience in failing first. It is, I know it is harsh. There's this, how do I put it? There's this thing that was being taught to me when I was being studied. It's like, it is okay if you fail here. It's better that you fail here than out there. And while I was working, my boss was like, it is okay to break things because we know how to fix things. And then they'll only rely on us how to fix things. So you learn those things. And if you want to start your company, it is great. It's just, there's the saying, like, heavy lies the crown. So it's a lot of responsibility when you're starting your own company, because it's not just you. You have your staff, their livelihoods, their families that are dependent on you. You are responsible for that. And if you go kaput, it's their lives that you're affecting. And so bear in mind that, be confident that, yeah, sure, I can probably take care of this before you actually step into it. VK started straight out of college and it worked out for him. And there's no good or bad answer. Yeah, it's just be thoroughly planned. Okay, is this what I'm doing? It's like, do not just wing it. It's like, I want to make a game, let's just make a game. That's not a good way to start. Break things down, write it first. Like, if you are unable to write down your thought process in the first place, you can never make it down in the first place. Break it down. This is exactly what I need. This is what I will eat. I do not have this. Can I change my scope and see, like, can I do this and try things in baby steps and all that? So the studio that I started and the game that we are making right now, we can have some idea about it, but it's like, it's going to be successful. Maybe or not, I don't know, but it's not the game that I wanted to make when I started the studio. This is just the first game that I know that 2 games afterwards I will get to make the game that I want to make and all that. So think as your dream as your last option. Think about what smaller baby steps do I need. Hey, if I'm going to make something like an RPG, let's make a small 2D game which has a small inventory system. Like, all of these will build up over the course of time, and all these experience will add up over the course of time. You can share yours.
Yep. So yeah, man, you could straight up start from college. So no worries there. You could also start it while you are in college. So that's not the problem. The problem would be the mindset that you have. Are you fit, or are you mentally ready to take that kind of responsibility? So that is what is going to make or break it, because
there will be times, and most definitely there will be times when you'll have to wrap up and there's no way out. And yes, yet if you have the mental capacity to move on, right, make the right decisions, sacrifice few fishes to save the ocean, stuff like that. If you have that kind of mindset, you could start your company or startup, whatnot, at any point of time. But there's a saying, a very general one: if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So make sure that you're planning everything that you're going to. If you're starting a company, definitely have the runway for at least a year, because if you're doing product, you need at least one year worth of runway to have that headspace to kind of have a team together. If you're a solo dev, then there is no point in even having a startup, right? Just make your game. If it works out, then start out having I know people right now who had multiple successful games, and yet they are not a studio. They're just indie studios, indie people who were not registered anywhere, sole proprietorship and whatnot. So the idea is, you'll definitely know if you're capable of maintaining a bunch of people right out of college. If that is not something that is a skill set to you, then probably you're going to fail. So make sure leadership is not exactly a skill that can be taught. You'll have to pick it up. Obviously we could say these are necessary, but you'll still have to pick it up and naturally be good at it. So point number one, if you are ready for that kind of responsibility, if you are ready to deal with not making a game for 6 months and just dealing with people, stuff like that, because founders do have to do that a lot. You would say, no, I don't want to deal with people, I just want to make game, then you probably are not a good fit to be a founder. So make sure that you are, because even in any field, right, like even superstars or movie stars, right, they don't deal with acting on the daily basis. Their entire 6 months would look like 70% negotiating with scripts and directors and whatnot, and just 20% of acting and whatnot. So that is how even a founder schedule is going to be. You're not going to sit on the game every day, and if you are comfortable with that kind of mindset where you're not a game developer, you're probably running a studio, you have to play both a business guy and a creative guy. If you think that's your jam, then you could start right out of college. But definitely, just don't start blindly. I've seen a lot of startups fail without experience. Few people think that hiring a bunch of people together and putting them in a room will make a game and start earning money. So definitely don't be naive. Do your research, and if you think you're confident to make something exciting for people, jump, trust your gut, but always don't fail to plan.
So I saw many students of us who started their studios while pursuing the course in their second year or third year, did all the experiments. They have gone through the entire process of failures, normal game, then commercial quality game, that kind of things, good number of downloads and all. By the time of their graduation, those are with successful games. Those are with successful studios. We're having around 10 to 15 that kind of success stories from Backstage Pass. If they start developing the game, means we are encouraging them to register their studio. It's not costing much, but they can have that proud moment for them that it's my studio. Many people can register their studios, but there are some people who are able to continue with them. Yes, and another thing is, during the course, if you start that kind of journey, there will be no pressure on you. Suppose if you are doing your second year or third year, if you develop a game, whether it is good or bad, whether it is with good number of downloads or not, successful or not, but everybody will appreciate, because you did something, you started learning. There may be some failures. For next game, definitely you will do some betterment, like that. Suppose if you start experimenting after your graduation, you need to answer many people. Parents, okay, we may convince the parents because they are with us, we can convince them. But what about the neighbors? What about the near and dear? Everybody will ask what you are doing, what you are doing. We can't face it. That's a big problem. Because of that, some people, even though those are having that in mind, those are compromising. Those are doing the game development, or those are having their own studios, doing the work in the weekends, but during the weekdays, working for the sake of family or near and dear in a regular job. So that's the thing. But if you have that kind of idea, and if you start that early during your course of study itself, you can cross all those hurdles during the course. Then you can come like a successful entrepreneur from the college itself. So I saw many people like that. There are so many success stories like that.
Just to add another point onto that, yes, you'll have a lot of friction between whatever when you started, like your parents or your family or something like that, and you would have to deal through it for sure. This thing that said, like, if you cannot deal the criticism of your parents, you cannot deal with the criticism of your neighbors. If you cannot deal with the criticism of the neighbors, wait until you hear from the criticism of your boss or your supervisor. If you cannot deal with the criticism of your boss or your supervisor, wait until your game goes live, until somebody, a fat Reddit guy, starts commenting on your game saying this is a piece of shit, go kill yourself. Like, that will hurt you. So be prepared to brace those negative things. So it is part of the job. If you are very sensitive to those things, wait, gain some experience, gain some hate, do some like stand-ups or something like that to gain some confidence, then start.
I would like to add, see, entrepreneurship in India has become the fashion, you know. I mean, it's like everybody wants to be an entrepreneur, and it's a bit of a fashion nowadays, actually. But there should be a lot of thought process behind, you know, what you want to start, whether it has, you know, appeal, or, I mean, have you tested the idea, first of all, and how many, you know, people have tried your product or game. So it all depends on what is the idea. If it is a product market fit, have you tested it before? And of course, how can you manage the show? You know, so it's not a fashion. You know, it's more of a pretty serious thing you're going to enter into, actually. So you have to have a lot of responsibility to sell further. So I mean, take it seriously, test it first, start small. You know, there is something called Google Springboard, you know, where you can you know, like Google Springboard, right? Right. So I mean, what they do at their end is they just have Google Sprint, they call it. So Google Sprint, you can identify, let's say, 5 potential customers, and then you can show the screenshot of your personal product, and then you can analyze. You know, so that sort of mechanism have you done for your product, and accordingly you can take a call that, okay, I mean, this is what it, this is where it stands. You know, so that's the thing actually I would like to put. You know, in terms of taking it more seriously. And it's not a fashion. It comes with a lot of responsibility. You know.
Any more questions?
Yes, sir.
Any person who's passionate about it, they obviously have a big family of people. Like this, something they can say proud of being a proud key. So I've seen a lot of people, a lot of passionate people, and honestly some very skilled people. So they want to start their something more like a studio company. So you know, when they start, they're very excited. They are some people, they're some friends or something from similar like-minded people. They start something for a family. They start a studio in a very small place. They are very excited. They start developing games. They start making games. So they have a dream of building a studio company in the future. So when they move on in forward, they face problems. When they start studio,
obviously you have to keep your studio survive. And if you're a big team, you have to hire people, you have to build your team, you have to grow. So lots of people they have a dream of making their own game, making their own AAA games and big studio company. So when they grow, there's a situation where you deal between your dream and your survivability. So there are lots of scenarios, lots of examples where people start their own studio company and they have to finally get free working for some other studio or either shut down or that's the scenario. So what's your perspective on somebody who wants to start their own studio and a path which you want, which is more secure or which I would say more professional. So what way you think a group of people should to stay safe or to build something like
One line answer: fail fast, fail differently. You know. Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, actually, you have to fail first, right? And then you can really understand what exactly can go right. So you have to fail multiple times with multiple agendas, with multiple aspects, you know, and then you can really understand that what can be the right, you know. So fail fast, fail differently.
There is no universal answer. I'm sorry to your question. I can only talk about case studies on my end, on his end. Like when VK started out in the studio, he started making his own games. Of course, he had envisioned like this is exactly what I want to make, but initially he had to take up like service-based projects to keep the company afloat and work on his same games. My case is a bit different. My studio is a part-time studio. Like everybody works 3 hours a day. That's not more than that. I work a full-time job and I use that to fund my studio. You can use something else to fund your studio, like whatever works in your business model. Maybe you have a wife who is filthy rich. Who knows? Your source of income. Like if you're starting your studio, it is your job to find a source of income regardless of whatever the means necessary. I mean, don't do criminal stuff, please. The idea is like find whatever ways to make the company afloat, but do not lose your employees in the process. You brought them on board with a particular vision in mind. Hey, we want to make the next GTA. All right, what are we making? Next Flappy Bird. Why? Because this puts food on the table. They'll probably sustain it for a month or two, but you'll lose them if you keep continuing doing that and not work on the thing that you promise. So deliver on what you're trying to do, find other alternate ways. There are so many broad answers. There's no standard definition to it. I think the best way I can tell is come aboard and figure it out. Let's share our stories.
Yeah, so starting a studio in the right way, there is no right way to start a studio, but if you're talking about financials, right, as I said, you need to have a runaway. If you're having a baby, you need to make sure that you have money to make sure you're supporting it. So it's just like that. So you either make money to service, you either make have a full-time job like he said, or maybe you don't fully commit to the studio first, slowly start building a project in stealth, and then if you find some investors or publishers or something like that, you could go full-fledged. So there are multiple ways to start a studio, but if you sit around and without any sort of plan, if you think 4 people are going to sit together and make something and it's going to work out, then you're setting up yourself to failure. So make sure there's a plan, at least something that makes sense, right? So runway is definitely important because funding in India is scarce for gaming at the moment. Obviously, we are getting funded, but it still is not happening at the rate that we think it's supposed to. I've seen a stat where gaming companies together have raised 2 billion in India in the last 5 years. So yes, there is money. It's just not enough. So at the moment, I would ask you to, I would encourage you to have demos, vertical slices when you're already part of some full-time position, and then jump into a studio if you have something promising, because gaming is entertainment at the end of the day, and something that's entertaining to you might not be entertaining to a bunch of people that are trying to give you money, right? So these people are heavily based on numbers. They'll tell you what the target audience are, who are you targeting, what are the kinds of games that with similar size have made, and how do you think you can justify the same amount of sales or something like that. So there are a number of questions that you'll have to be prepared for, and there's no right or wrong way to start a studio. What I'm trying to emphasize is that if you are doing something risky, there needs to be a plan B. It could be a service, it could be your full-time position, or it could be your IT job and you're jumping into this, something like that. You need to have a backup. Without a backup, you're just setting yourself up to a foggy way. You don't know what's going to happen, and you're also leading your team along with you into that pit. So have a roadmap, have 1 year runway at least to begin with, and then you can start about starting a studio. Before that, just don't think about a studio. Just think about them as games. They will in turn take care of you and build a studio. So yeah.
I have, this will be a last question. Can you list 5 last failures we have done in last 2-3 years? Top of them, it changed your career. Like today, students can see that like today, at 25 point in their life, or going to that, or may not going to that. That could be one case. If you can share.
So some of the question you're asking us to explain how to shape it. It's a hyper casual game. Was made literally on nothing, right? So it's a simple game that I launched on App Store. For about 8 months, I didn't know what was happening. I just launched it, a drop in the ocean. Nobody can see it. And after 8 months, it somehow got featured on Chinese App Store, and I got about 70,000 downloads. But after that, it just again it goes out of curation, and then the downloads drop. So this is before me starting the studio. Gamers have played it and whatnot. But at the end of the day, there are thousands of games that are launching every day, and the reason I'm sharing this with you is market as many people. If the audience don't know about your game, then there's no point in committing yourself for 3 years or 4 years and making the game. You'll need to figure out a marketing strategy from day one. If you don't have a marketing strategy, find a publisher and let them figure out the marketing strategy. If you are doing an in-house marketing strategy, find the money for marketing, because I'm telling you 70% of your video game budget is going to go for marketing if you're going to do it on your own. So I think that I would necessarily not call it an exact failure, but it was made on nothing. But I definitely did learn that marketing is way more important than making. I mean, obviously you need to have a good game, but if there is no marketing, then your game is nothing.
So I have like 2 failures that I'd like to share. One is when I was literally starting out, the first thing I did was, alright, let's open up Unity or Unreal and just try to make something. Let me make a Flappy Bird clone or a Temple Run clone or something like that. And I did this for multiple projects, and how many of them do you think ended up seeing the light at the end of the day? 0, not a single one of them. So the thing that I learned is write down your ideas first. Like don't jump straight into the engine. Like put down your thought process onto a piece of paper, chalkboard, or even write on the soil. It doesn't really matter, or just talk to somebody. Hey, this is exactly what I want. When I press this button, this is exactly what will happen, and this is exactly what the things will go on and all that. If you have that thing figured out, the probability of you seeing through your game will increase exponentially. That is one advice I would give, like, to folks. Like, this is stuff that I failed like multiple times, and God knows how many game projects are there in my external hard drive which haven't seen the light of the end of the day. But the same principle applies. And the other thing is, if you start on a game, see it through. like ship it. Even if it's bad, ship it. Even if it's ugly, ship it. Get the criticism for the public, get the hate, get the positiveness. It will change you, it will inspire you, or it will teach you a lot of things that you couldn't have learned if you haven't shipped the game. Not just individuals, even big studios do this. If you look at Gollum or Redfall and all that, they knew this game is not gonna work out well and all that, but they still ship it because of all the hate. Every single YouTuber does a deep dive analysis. You're like, this is what went wrong. We missed in our QA thing. Shit, we should have done this differently. Why did we decide to do this? Let's not do this. You learn a lot of things if your game is out there, even if it's ugly. Yeah, it's your job to receive the hate. Don't kill yourself over it. That's part of the industry, but see it completely through. Don't just give up. It's like, I don't want people to judge me just because it's not good. Put it out there for sure, but don't leave it halfway through and say, I'm done with this.
We have developed some 25 games earlier, before Tanaji actually, and they failed miserably. Few of them they did partial. They are saying partial success. So I understood one thing out of that. Only having a good idea is not sufficient actually. Of course, you need to figure out the good or the best idea possible for your end customer or end gamer to which you want to cater. But as this is a marketing world and you're just dropping the ocean, so you need to figure out that how I'm going to market the product, right? If it is a product market fit or not. See, if you have spent 2 months to develop, that means that you might have spent almost lakh or 1.5 lakhs rupees to develop. So that would be a development cost. But what about the marketing? So I'll put some light on marketing as well. So for your game, you need to have some marketing budget as well. For on monthly basis, maybe if you put, let's say 50,000 or 1 lakh for marketing, so you need to figure out what is ROI. So how much I'm getting back as far as my marketing money is concerned. Is it like 2 lakhs or 3 lakhs I'm getting back out of the market? So how it's going to happen actually? Are my products, are my enough purchases happening? Are there enough ads in the product actually? So how I'm going to get back the money? So that's the first thing you should keep in mind, and then only you can be able to have chances of survival. So that's my thought on for all young entrepreneurs or all young game developers. You need to put this thing in mind actually. It's not only development, because many times what happens is like people only focus on having a good game, and they just don't know what's the market is like. So there are only few ideas once in a blue moon. They are like unique and original. Peter Thiel has a book called 0 to 1, in which he mentioned that all the basic original ideas are like very, very rare to have. So all these games are like mimics, so they have the earlier versions, and then you polish them, you pick them a little, and then you came up with some small innovation, and then you push it again. For example, if you have, let's say, Super Mario, you can have Jai Hanuman, that is an Indian version of that, but that's not sufficient, So you need to have basic genuine ideas to create a product actually, and it will take a while. It's not happen, out of the blue actually. And if you don't have them, so don't fake, don't fake it actually. So that's the solution I can give to you. Thank you.
Because I feel
so there more successful games comes from the Japanese gaming industry. Yakuza, Pac-Man, Super Mario. From the history from the start in gaming, where is a born from till date. Most of the successful games came from the Japanese culture. So how is that culture different from the Western culture? It's a complicated, not but it's important, too important.
So yes, it's very broad per se. there's a lot of cultural differences between Japanese and English stuff too, but essentially most Japanese games start with this philosophy. Level 1, you rescue a cat. Level 100, kill a god. That is the actual principle, whether it's Yakuza or Final Fantasy or Pokemon. Like, it is pretty much the same thing that's there. Western game design uses a lot of Joseph Campbell's hero's journey, or like 3-act structure, that thing, like, okay, you have your Star Wars kind of inspiration, there's a beginning, middle, and like, even if you look at things like Uncharted or things like that, there was a happy beginning, then middle, may clutch, and then may happy ending and all that. This is in terms of like overarching game design. There are multiple theses done by multiple folks who did like actual comparison and level design between Japanese and American or Western game design stuff. To paraphrase your question, also, like, Japanese have more games, but American games are more successful games. In terms of revenue, they make a lot more money. 99% of the Japanese games are not published outside of Japan, so you don't even know them. Yakuza was a hit for 10 years before people even knew Yakuza existed. So I'm not really sure, like,
what is this closest to successful?
Yes, what is the actual criteria for successfulness? It's a completely different industry driven by its own culture, but it also has foundational game design rules into its like the actual philosophy. It keeps itself distinguished, but also in scope. I don't think there's a better way to explain such a broad question. I'm sorry. Yes.
So many stories, they are from that story. It's inspired from the Western, but the design is the Japanese design.
Yes.
But the stories for the game is for the very
Yes. Whenever Japanese do story, they do not use a 3-act structure. They use something called as Johakyu, which is the 5-act structure. They break things down into very different segments and all that. They have a different things, how to control your pacing. That's why you feel like this seems like a Western theme, but also something's different. So yeah, it's something that's there in the original Japanese plays, what they did in the Sengoku era and all that. So it has a cultural influences, but they cater to a universal audience. That's something that you have to appeal. Like, I'm sure I'm seeing a lot of games at IGDC, and over here also many games are actually catering to an Indian audience, but you have to understand, you have to cater your games to a global audience if you want to stand out on a global space. Yeah, it's okay to start small, and it is fine. It's just they look things at a grander picture. That's it.
I mean, the base argument that Japanese games are the best has been there forever. So the West versus the East, right? So it has been there forever, and I wouldn't say one is successful over the other, but I understand where you're coming from, where Japanese developers are the most hardworking, I would say. Yeah, exactly. Even the latest Elden Ring, they put in so much content in it. Like, even after 100 hours, you have something to play in these games, and that is that also plays in the fact that the economies are very different compared to Japanese economy and US economy, where US is more about quality over quantity, and Japanese are more about heavy gameplay influence, and they are more arcade driven because their culture has arcade. They kickstarted arcade when there was no industry to begin with, and even today the biggest consoles, Sony and Nintendo, are their home bases are there. So they know gaming way before it was a mainstream thing. They had to promote gaming in US. Sony had to have some. Microsoft came in way late, 2 generations late, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, but still Sony had at least one PlayStation that already launched. Yeah. Then Microsoft jumped in. Yeah, so we still have 2 consoles that are driving their economy in Japan itself, right? So definitely, like they have built a culture of making games. At the same time, their anime culture, then the manga culture has kind of made them well known for art too in general, right? So yes, there is no argument that who's better, east or west, but I would say that the culture of overworking, the culture of skill, being the masters, right? Even their sushi, they'd have to master it for 10 years or something. So they have the culture, the mastering of skill is something that is baked into their culture, and that's the reason why they do everything, they approach everything with such craftsmanship.
If you publish a game to a Japanese thing and all that, and you say like, hey, play our game, the first thing is like, what happens when I press this button? Okay, I'm gonna leave this and do this. What's gonna happen? They care about the actual moment to moment interaction, what exactly happens when I do this, compared to most Western games like, alright, this is the same third person this thing. What, like, you do not pay much focus into that and all that. It's, as VK said, it's a huge cultural thing and all that. And also Kiroshi, it's good or bad, I prefer that's the sad part of it. If you guys are not familiar with it, Japanese have this extremely overworking cultural thing that's there in their society. Essentially, like, if you come back home at 6:30 in the night, your neighbors will mock at you. Look at him, he's coming back home so early, he's just slacking off. So it creates a societal pressure, and the sad part about it, there's a lot of suicide rates also in Japan, so because of this overworking culture. That drives your high quality stuff for sure, but at the cost of human lives. It's something that Japan is trying to fix, and I believe they are actually working towards it, and which is a good thing. But the quality of games hasn't dropped. They make sure that even though if things are jittery and weird, it is fun. Fun comes first. If you play Elden Ring, you see the sheer amount of times sword clips to other person's head, you chop, there are a bunch of bugs where you fall through the map and you finish the game in 30 seconds. So like, there are all these errors and they're like, screw it, it's fun. So that is their primary sense of motivation. Most of Western studios are story-driven stuff because of Hollywood influences and all that. So add your cultural influences into it, but explore it to a worldwide audience.
He hasn't mentioned about the Korean games.
Korean games. Oh well, those are MOBAs and like the arcade, like they get stuck in the gaming zones. Yeah, that's like, there's a saying in industry, like, if you think you're good at something, remember there's always a Korean who's better than you. Like, scary people who are so good at their job, you'll actually be terrified. Like, hands on, if you ever meet a Korean developer, no, he's miles better than you.
I mean, Seoul is the possible capital of the gaming in the future. That's what I feel like, actually. So maybe we can Google the games, play, and then have more opinions, about the Eastern games, maybe in the future.
Okay, guys, we are closing. We had a great, we'll open up the floor and we're here, we're offline, you can talk to us. I hope you had a good, informative session. I hope you understood a lot about gaming, career opportunities, and how to convince your entire family. So, thank you for being a great audience.
We at Brahman Studios are making a game called Om the Game. It's inspired from Indian mythology and our ancient Indian scriptures. So our journey had begun 3 years back when we came to the conclusion and the inception of the idea that we wanted to recreate the old epics for the new generation, like to just visualize the astras colliding and the elementals colliding as well. So that was the initial inception. And also, since the world, the Indian audience especially, had been introduced to multiplayer gaming and 3D gaming, we wanted to tap into that and give the best possible experience for the players. So since competitive gaming and esports are on the rise, we are also planning our game to take it to that level. And with the infusion of our Indian culture, I think like it's a perfect mix and blend of like what a proper gaming, a competitive gaming experience is, and also what you can take back from the game as well. So you do get to learn about different new concepts of our Indian culture, and also simultaneously play and have a lot of fun with your friends and against friends as well. So the main USP of the game is itself multiplayer gaming. You get to play with your friends and against your friends, and also the whole competitive scene. So the reason for that is there are two different genres of gaming. There's like casual gaming, and then there's midcore and hardcore gaming. So casual gaming mostly includes like spending or passing your time, but whereas like hardcore and midcore gaming also involves the competitive play. Like every person wants to keep getting better in their life. So, and to some extent of that, maybe we do not find so much competition in life, but that's where games help us do that. So we do get to keep getting better ourselves, and becoming masters at the game. So that's the kind of potential there is, like when a gaming industry is slowly booming. The Indians have especially gotten used to this kind of gaming, and it has a lot of growth. And also the reason that personally I like single player games as well, apart from multiplayer gaming. And single player games offer a whole new story and lore and narrative design that actually enhances the growth experience of the player as well. So that's what we had tried to merge in this game, and I think it's a beautiful fit. And we should be really thankful and like grateful to the whole culture that we have been brought up in, and we are as a part of. And we're just grateful, and we want to just do a great job and bring the best out, not only for Indian but also the global audience around the whole world. So currently we are planning it on for mobile, but the game design has been in such a way that once it's successful on a mobile, we'll have better resources and traction to actually venture into other gaming consoles and PC as well. So the game design has been done in such a way that it's going to be fun playing on any kind of platform. It's a 3D game. It's a third-person game. Initially, while concepting and thinking of like how to approach this game and this concept, we thought like the top-down perspective is probably much easier and like very common. But since the people have been used to 3D gaming and the better phones, better hardware of the phones coming out, it's definitely achievable to give them a proper immersive 3D experience. So although the development journey has been much more complicated, seeing the players' reactions and how immersive they are feeling is actually worth all the effort. So the game is currently in closed testing. It is available on Play Store for people who would like to support us and actually check out the new elements and also be a part of our gaming entrepreneurial journey. So anyone who's interested can come onto our website omthegame.com, or also join our Discord server. So once you pre-register, we'll be sending an email with the Play Store app link, and yes, please do come join us and enjoy our game, and also support us and give us your feedback. So our game is exclusively like free to play, but also we'll have in-app purchases and like ad monetization as well. And also we have plans of giving subscription systems similar to the Battle Pass, but what we have done is we have done a very unique way of including the Battle Pass system into the whole story and narrative driven game as well. So like it's anything that you actually subscribe for is going to be part of the whole story, part of your whole experience, as in general, not just like a asset that you just buy and purchase. So it's going to be part of the whole experience. So currently we are planning to launch it in India and venture into the Southeast Asian markets, because it is the biggest mobile gaming market in all over the world. And so currently we have like couple of so we have 14 different locas, 14 different arenas, and there's a whole player journey that he experiences. So we are going to be releasing that in step by step phases, where like for the initial release itself we have about 3 locas, and slowly we are going to add 2 more until the whole vision is realized. And after that we'll definitely go into ranked matchmaking and the whole leaderboard system, where we actually have designed this game to be a competitive game. And soon later what we want to do is like we're also creating a whole world, a whole story around this world that people would love to be a part of and try to explore many new other things. So we have many seasonal events planned out as well. So as the game keeps progressing, the players get access to a lot of whole new content again, which is a part of the whole world and from our Indian culture. So they get to experience different gods, their abilities, the lore behind them, the essence of what they stood for and why they are actually prayed for and everything. And so the future that we have is we want to make standoff games, game modes in this game itself. So like co-op play will be a very fun kind of experience for players people who know about MMORPG dungeons and raids. They'll probably understand the whole concept of co-op play. So you as your friends, instead of playing against each other, together you guys can go and beat a very strong boss and a world boss that will actually give you all your whole team a great fun. And even more future plans that we have is we want to get into AAA titles using the same world. So we have keeping that in mind is how we have designed the whole story and the narration to go ahead. So we do have 2 expansions planned for this game. So currently we are focusing on the first expansion, and the second expansion is going to be even more fun and even more intricate gameplay details and a lot more fun. So we are a team of 5. I myself am the game designer, and my friend Dheeraj, my co-founder, he's the programming lead. He's also the CTO, and we have another person for the 2D artist. He's Pawan. We have the 3D artist. We have Raghu, and we have a Unity developer as well, Stanuj. We are a team of 5 currently. I'm really grateful to have this team helping me visualize my dream and vision that we have. They're all such committed people, and just like to have such committed people working together on my dream and vision, it's been a blessing, and we're just trying to do our best and bring out the best possible experience for the gamers.
We've been making games for the past 5 years. We made a bunch of 25 plus games for a bunch of RMG companies. So right now we are showcasing Occult Chambers. Occult Chambers is a third-person action adventure that is set in the Himalayan valleys, where the main character is trying to find his father. So this is inspired from Amnesia, Tomb Raider, a bunch of games that are heavily into exploration. At the same time, a lot of combat. So the game revolves around agoras, rituals, a lot of mythical creatures in the world that you're going to see that are inspired from Indian mythology. I think we started in 2021. On and off, we've been working on the vertical slice of the game. So yeah, it's the vertical slice is about 45 minutes. If you are a good hardcore gamer, you could probably run through it and complete it in 30 minutes maybe. Yeah, so we're a team of 10, 3 devs, rest of them are artists, programmers, animators and whatnot, right? So I'm one of the programmers. I take care of animation programming of the main character, at the same time few mechanics in the game, and the other devs take care of AI and puzzles and whatnot. So we wanted to do something in the horror space because it's very indie friendly, and we being a very small studio, we thought making a horror game would be a great debut title for us. That kind of snowballed into this game, Occult Chambers. So we showcased it at IGDC last year, November 2022. We got a great reception, a lot of great feedback. We're working on the feedback and also working on combat at the moment for the main game. So we are right now talking to a bunch of publishers. The idea is to get a publisher on board and kickstart the main production. Obviously, we being a bootstrap studio, we cannot fund the whole game. So we are actively talking to a bunch of publishers. It was great. A lot of people have completed the game from start to finish, which is surprising, and a lot of people without help have completed the game, gave great feedback, constructive criticism as well. So we are all taking all this feedback in, and we'll go back to the drawing boards. So the main game is a 12-hour narrative game. So 8 hours is the actual campaign, which is broken down into multiple chapters. And if you are a completionist, you could probably play for about 4 more hours after the main game. You'd complete the rest of the side quests. This is a narrative game, so there's no tournament angle to it.
Great pleasure here participating in this expo. Lot many persons are suffering from BP, sugar, these gas problems, arthritis and all. Our main concentration is we want people to be healthy.
Welcome viewers to mystartuptv. We are at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023 organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. We are at day 2 of the event. Going by the buzz, if you see the number of people who have visited so far, it exceeded the expectation of the organizers, the companies that are participating here. And I have with me guests who are from Genie, which is into millet products. And let's quickly jump into Mr. Vishnu here on my left, and then in the red shirt is Mr. Hanmant Rai. And let's understand what kind of products they make and how they're adding value to already the list of existing products that are there, millet-based products that are there in the market. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, sir. It's our pleasure actually being here. Thank you for inviting us. And yeah, as I mentioned, actually, we are from Genie. He's the super stockist actually of Telugu states, and I am the advertising manager. And actually, it's been a great pleasure here participating in this expo. We basically, like you told, Genie is a millet mix product, sir. We are concentrating on millets currently actually. So completely, we have a lot many products. We have divided it down age group wise, methodology wise like that. For adults, we have Genie millet health mix product, sir. And for women strong actually we have women strong product, and for junior actually 2 to 12 years we have Genie junior product, that's our top product. And actually for infants 6 months to 2 years babies we have Genie infants product. And also we are also having other products, especially Genie millet milk powder we have it. And in Karnataka we have launched like Genie ragi dosa mix, Genie millet dosa mix, Genie millet chapati mix, and we have lot many plans, sir, to come up with millets. And our main concentration is, our sales is secondary, sir. Our main concentration is we want people to be healthy. Because actually if you are seeing it nowadays, especially from the last 40 to 50 years, lot many persons are suffering from BP, sugar, these gas problems, arthritis and all. These terms of longevity issues. Because before 50 years it was not there, sir. Because before 50 years, especially before 1960s, our elder generation, our grandfather or grandmothers, their primary food was millets. They used to eat millets every session actually. All 3 sessions they used to consume millets.
Yeah, but then those days, because millet was grown
Yes,
by
sir.
in all across India, and it was easy to access. Plus, the cost was not a challenge, right?
Yes,
But
sir, yes,
today, when we commercialize the millet
Yes, yes,
product,
yes, of course,
it is
of
out of reach of most people. How are you positioned cost-wise? Are you affordable for a lower middle class? Families, even rural, I would say. Are you affordable?
Sir, first thing, sir, I want to tell it in two things. First thing is what you mentioned is absolutely right, sir. Because nowadays, actually, millet kg, like whatever you take it, like foxtail millet or little millet, it's costlier than rice. But when people start eating millets, then definitely farmers are going to come and they're going to produce more. Because before, if you see it, like those biryani rice, it was actually too much costly. It was like 120, 130 rupees, those basmati rice. They have actually started eating biryani rice and all, biryani a lot. And now the prices has been reduced. I hope that then definitely people are going to understand millets and they're going to start eating millets, sir, because we know it, this 2023 year, like our Narendra Modi, sir, and United Nations, they have declared it as International Year of Millets because they want. And when they announced it, right, 70 countries accepted, sir, because everyone knows the importance of millets. Millets consists of lot many nutrients. Everyone knows it. With millets, we can get lot many health benefits. So that's the reason why 70 countries accepted, and Narendra Modi, sir, also felt very happy, and they have announced 2023 as International Year of Millets. I hope that everyone are going to start eating millets and production will be more. And the second thing, sir, actually we are charging just 396 rupees per kg, sir. Our Genie main product is there, Genie millet traditional mix, actually we call it. Also we call it is Genie adult product, actually. So we are charging 396 rupees. One can drink actually 60 glasses in a month, sir. 250 ml of glasses. One can drink 60 glasses. One can drink twice a day, morning and evening. So that actually he can drink for 30 days. So per glass actually we are charging 6 rupees like that, sir. But the benefits what you are going to get now, not only protein and fiber, we are going to get amino acids, antioxidants, vitamins, minerals, lot many things, sir. Micronutrients, we are going to get lot many things. It's like instead of drinking tea or coffee, if you drink not only Genie, sir, any like millet mix, especially that has to be prepared as natural as possible. So if you drink any millet mix now, we would get lot many health benefits.
No, that's very good. You brought up that point of how you make it. So tell us about, for the benefit of the user, the process that you tell us about the your factory, the processing unit, and the process itself.
Yes, sir. Yeah, like you see here actually, this is our product, sir. Genie millet health mix, Genie millet traditional mix. Like how we are doing it now, like I mentioned you before, it consists of 9 types of millets: finger millet, proso millet, little millet, 9 types of millets and 15 types of healthy cereals and pulses, sir. So these things, especially millets, these all things actually we are soaking in water for 9 to 12 hours, sir. We are soaking in water for minimum 9 hours. Because lot many persons knows that actually with millets they can get lot many benefits. But they don't know, but they doesn't know that how to prepare millets, how to cook millets actually. So we should have to soak in water, sir, for 8 to 9 hours. And after soaking in water, we are drying it in the sunshade. And we are drying it in the sun also for 1 hour. And after drying, and what we are doing, we are roasting in clay pots, sir. So that is the thing, that is the traditional way of approach we are following. Because if we roast millets in some steel or aluminum vessels, the nutritional value in those millets will get loose. So that's the reason why we don't want the nutritional value to get lost, sir. So that's why we are actually following the traditional way of making. Like before 60 years, before 1960 also, our elders, they used to cook millets and other grains in clay pot only. So that's the reason why they were healthy. So that's why we are cooking in, we are roasting in clay pot, and then we are grinding it in the stone mill, and then we are packaging it without any chemicals and preservatives, sir. So that's why people started trusting Genie, sir. Like it actually got enhanced in 2021, sir, our product. From 2021 onwards, there has been tremendous sales, sir. Like wherever you see, in Flipkart and Amazon, it's genuine reviews will be there. Even in Apollo Pharmacies, actually, the sale has been extremely good, sir. I cannot tell the figures here. The sale has been extremely good, especially in Karnataka and in Telugu states, Tamil Nadu, and we are planning to place in lot many like stores actually. Currently it's been there in supermarkets and we've been planning to place in Ratnadeep and other stores also, etc. It's been going good, sir, because it's a genuine product. We want people to consume this product and we want people to be healthy, because eating white rice and all, it gives actually lot many, what you can say, like it gives some negativities to us, because only we get carbohydrates and fats. We are not going to get nutrients from it. At least we cannot stop eating rice, sir, because it will be difficult.
Yeah. So you talked about using earthen pot for for roasting it. Now there are no industrial scale earthen pots, so the timeline that it takes to roast it would be very high. So what is your capacity today? I mean, given that you use the traditional method method, how much do you produce in a month or a day?
Sir, apart from marketing executives and distributors, we have 400 employees in the Genie plant itself, sir. In those 400 employees, actually 150 persons will be there for roasting the millets, roasting the grains in clay pot. 150 women are there, sir. We are encouraging women empowerment also.
So are you also training them, because that requires a separate
We have trained them, sir.
knowledge of it?
Yes, sir. Basically, they are from village only. So we stay in Yerragunta actually. We make all these things in Yerragunta. So that's in Sira Taluk and that's in Tumkur district, sir. Our plant is there. And all the, like, at least I can say 95% of the employees are from the same village only. At COVID time, actually, they have lost their jobs. They are forced to leave from their hometown, from cities. So that is the reason why at that time, actually, we have provided them these opportunities. And they know it, sir. So because they're all like village persons, right? And they can roast it well.
They understand.
Yeah, probably our team might have trained them 5 or 6 days. They would have got it, so they would have grasped it so early. And they have been doing it, sir. They know it properly. They are roasting it in clay pot. So like that.
So, how has been the experience, at the event?
Yeah, the experience has been pretty good, sir. It's been fantastic, actually.
The response?
Yeah. The response actually from yesterday onwards, sir. And of course, yesterday, like we know, our energy minister actually, yes. Yesterday I was not there, but actually my team has given me this information, and he told that actually, like, I'm happy about this product. I'm happy about the innovation you have. You picked up about millets. We would have picked some other things also. Some, what we can say, some non-healthy, some business-going things we would have picked up. But actually, our MD Dilip sir, he's actually more concerned about this thing. So, okay, we are doing business, we are accepting it, but actually our primary intention is we want people to eat millets and to be healthy. Millets, everyone has to know like that. So that's the reason why our production is like 6,000 kgs, sir, per day. It's been there like that, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, organized by the Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce and Industry, FTCCI, was held from 28th to the 30th of June 2023 in Hyderabad. The event saw the latest advancements in the technology, also provided startups an opportunity to network with industry leaders.
Welcome to the FTCCI Industrial Innovation Technology Expo 2023. We shall soon commence the inaugural ceremony, and I request all of you to please join us for the ceremony. Can we have a big round of applause for our chief guest for today, Mr. Jagdish Reddy, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana. I also take this opportunity to invite President Mr. Anil Agarwal onto the stage, Dr. C. Tara Satyavati, Director ICAR, Indian Institute of Millets Research, Hyderabad, Mr. Srinivas Mahakali, CEO, T-Hub, Hyderabad, Dr. E. Vishnu Vardhan Reddy, IFS, Special Secretary, Investment Promotion and NRI Affair, and Joint Managing Director, TSTPC, Mr. Dasriya Balaya, Regional Passport Officer, as well as the representative of the Ministry of External Affairs, Mr. Suresh Kumar Singhal, Vice President FTCCI, Mr. Meela Jaydev, Senior Vice President FTCCI. A very warm welcome to all of you on the stage. We also thank Government of Telangana for partnering with the FTCCI for this event. The Expo is supported by Ministry of MSME, Indian Institute of Millets Research, International Crops Research Institute for Semi-Arid Tropics, Central Food Technology Research Institute, Index of Industrial Production, Telangana State Girijan Cooperative Corporation, mystartuptv, T-Hub, PNI Hyderabad, Telangana State Renewable Energy Development Corporation, Grid Club, and Telangana State Industrial Infrastructure Corporation, TSIIC. We would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge our sponsors, ICICI Bank, who's our banking partner, Quantum Energy Associate Sponsor for EV, 4 Solar Energy Systems Private Limited Associate Partner for the Renewable Energy, Standard Kitchen for Food Sector, Pokarna, our annual partner, Vishwarni Associate Partner, Nistala Organics, our associate partner, Dana Pani, who is handling the food court, as well as last but not the least, our title sponsor, Greenco. So a big round of applause and thank you so much to all our sponsors and partners who have come together and had this faith in the FTCCI, because this is our maiden exhibition that we are doing. Your feedback is very, very valuable and we will come back to you with that. I now invite Mr. Anil Agarwal, President FTCCI, to give the welcome address.
Sri Jagdish Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana, Dr. E. Vishnuvardhan Reddy Garu, IFS Special Secretary, Investment Promotion and Joint Managing Director of TSTPC, Dr. Mrs. C. Tara Satyavati, Director, Indian Institute of Millet Research, Sri Dasari Balaya Garu, our Regional Passport Officer and representative of MEA, Sri Srinivas Raoji, CEO of T-Hub, and all the other dignitaries on and off the dais, print and press media, ladies and gentlemen. It's very good afternoon and hearty welcome to FTCCI iTex Expo 2023. On behalf of FTCCI, I extend my warmest greetings and gratitude to each one of you for sparing your valuable time to join us for this expo. We are also happy to inform you that this is our maiden and first edition. More to come. Expo of FTCCI, in which we are covering innovation and technology, and it is being supported by Government of Telangana and Ministry of MSME, Government of India. Expos are generally created, and this expo is mostly created to make aware of the latest innovation and technologies which are taking place in various sectors, so that all the industries, particularly MSME, can adopt and benefit by modernizing their operation, thereby reducing their cost and become more efficient. I thank Sri Jagdishwar Reddy Garu and other esteemed guests for inaugurating this expo. I also invite MSME fraternity to go around the expo to have a look at all the products and innovations that are being displayed, and also they can have a B2B meeting with the exhibitors. And I'm happy to inform you also there is a delegation which is coming from Vietnam. 14-member delegation is coming from Vietnam. They will be visiting the expo, and already there are more than 100 requests for B2B meetings. I thank all the sponsors and supporting organization for their cooperation and encouraging us for the success of this expo. Last but not the least, I also want to thank Team FTCCI and congratulate and compliment them for organizing this expo. Special thanks to Mr. Varun, our Joint Director, who is in charge of this expo along with his team, and who is well supported by our marketing department headed by Mr. Vishal Chauhan and Mr. Rajesh. He is the person who is on the field and executes all our programs. They have worked hard, and it is their dedication and
and hard work has resulted in this. So once again, thank you for joining us for this expo.
I now invite Dr. C. Tara Satyavati, Director ICAR, for the special address. A very good afternoon to you all. Most respected Sri Jagdish Reddy Garu, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana, Dr. E. Vishnuvardhan Reddy, IFS, Mr. Anil Agarwal, Khyati Narwani ji, Suresh Kumar Singhal ji, Mila Jaydev ji, then Dasar Balaya ji, and all other dignitaries who are present here. I'm really thankful for the organizers for inviting me to this program. All of you know that this year 2023 is International Year of Millets, and India is marching from food security to nutritional security. And all of you are aware that most of you are either troubled with blood pressure or sugar or some other ailment, because our lifestyle is so that it is hectic, stressful, and we forgot to eat what our ancestors or our grandparents are used to eat. We are totally dependent on rice, wheat, and other refined flour-based items, food items. Even if you look into the most available food products in the market, all are based on the refined flours, which are really not good for health. So with this background, I try to bring to you that millets are the most nutritious cereal grains, and they're named as nutri-cereals because they're rich in many important nutrients, vitamins, essential elements that are really, really essential for our body. And if you look into the international export market, there is a big market, very, very big market, where there is big demand for organically grown food material and gluten-free material, gluten-free foods. Gluten, that is celiac allergy, people who are suffering with that, they can understand. There is a big international market. So India is having a lot of potential because millets are grown here all over the country. Many types of millets are grown and many products are being developed from millets. We at Indian Institute of Millets Research, where I'm serving as the director, we have our own Nutri Hub, a Section 8 company where we do hand-holding of entrepreneurs, startups, and there are many products being developed and trainings are given to the people who are interested in coming up with their own employment or entrepreneurs or startups. So we give them training and handhold them and launch their products into the market, and all kinds of trainings are given there. So if someone is interested in this gathering, who are interested in taking up millet promotion, there is good fund coming from government, MSME, and many other channels are open for this taking up of exports and developing products and sending abroad based on the millets. So if you have time and if you're interested, you can visit our institute, Indian Institute of Millets Research, or you can also visit our website. There is another website called Nutri Hub, which is again dealing with all these millet-based products and technologies. So thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Really, it would be heartening to see that there are many millet products and other things here, but the world is going towards millets and there is big market. So I request all of you to kindly look into that and tap that unexplored area and benefit. Thank you. I now invite Mr. Srinivas Mahakali, CEO, T-Hub, for the special address.
Honorable Minister, sir, Anil Agarwal ji, Vishnu Reddy Garu, Sri Balaya Garu, Jati Garu, Jaydev Garu, Satyavati Garu, dignitaries on and off the dais. Today is a particularly memorable day for us at T-Hub because today was the day exactly a year ago we moved into the new premises. So T-Hub was unveiled last year, and yesterday was also a particularly important day because yesterday was MSME day. Right? So two important dates for all of us, and clearly, the two things I wanted to talk about is when we are, the role of T-Hub we are looking at is T-Hub is a ecosystem orchestrator, enabler, facilitator. So when you're thinking of a entrepreneurial ecosystem, you need startups, you need large companies, you need funding entities, you need media, you need academic institutions, and you need large industry bodies like FTCCI to come together to build a entrepreneurial ecosystem. So I think two things which stand out is the consistent support we receive from FTCCI all along. I'm also happy to, I think they announced a new category this year, the Startup Award, the 23rd category. I think it will be a big boost to our startups. Obviously, we believe that many of our startups today are micro entities. They will scale over a period of time to becoming small and then also become medium, right? So I think all the support we are getting from FTCCI by way of, for example, this event, ITEX, is a great opportunity for our startups to get market access, right? So we put together a framework at T-Hub in terms of how we can support our startups. One, of course, is methodology. Second is market access. Third is money. Fourth is mentoring, and so on. So the market access part, which today, many of our startups are here already, I think they'll get a tremendous opportunity for exposure to meet, so many B2B opportunities as well as meet, partners. So thank you for having us here, and look forward to building a very strong ecosystem for scaling our startups with the active support of FTCCI. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And we also would like to thank T-Hub for all the support that you've extended to our team. I now invite Dr. E. Vishnu Vardhan Reddy, IFS Special Secretary, Investment Promotion and NRI Affairs and Joint Managing Director, TSTPC, for the special address.
Honorable Energy Minister Jagdish Reddy Garu, President FTCC Anil Agarwalu, Vice President Devigala Garu, Srinivas, my colleague Srinivas Garu from T-Hub, Dasri Balay Garu, Regional Passport Officer, Ms. Satyavati from ICAR, and of course Ms. Kathy, and other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, and media colleagues. At the outset, I would like to congratulate FTCCA and bringing this big show in a very short span of, I think, less than 3 months that they have been working on. The exhibition is very impressive. There's no doubt about it, and and it's also good to know that you also have international participation. You've been able to attract and encourage international participation in the first edition itself. It's a matter of pride for everyone. I think a big applause to FTCCA and their entire team. This exhibition also happens to be special because I think this year, from Telangana government perspective, as all you know, we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of our state formation. And I think this is another area of pride which we should all, acknowledge, because the kind of achievements that government of Telangana has spearheaded is unprecedented in independent India history. It has been across all sectors, it has been holistic, it has been inclusive. There are n number of ways we can showcase our achievement, whether it is agriculture or IT or industry, or for the matter, the main three reasons that inspired Telangana's struggle for an independent state, whether it is water, power, or resources or employment. In all the areas, we have done spectacular achievements. And I think we should be proud of all these achievements, irrespective of whether you belong to Telangana or not, because this has become a role model for the entire country. That's number one. The number two responsibility that we all should take is that we should showcase these achievements. Its time has come where we need to showcase this not just to the rest of the country, but also to the world. Because today you look at the areas that we have shown tremendous progress. I mean, basic thing like water. We are the only state where we have been able to achieve 100% piped water distribution to all households in the country. This is something no other state in independent India has achieved. So from say water to energy, we have big, and to industry and IT. I think in all areas, it is time that we take pride of our achievements and showcase them. And in that particular context, I think the industry IT stakeholders who have come together and have supported the government in its various endeavors has been tremendous. And of course, industry association like FTCCA have been taking the lead from the beginning. Without their support and without bringing all the stakeholders together, we would have not been in this position. So I'm very glad that you have conceptualized this and also executed in a record short span of time. Today's topic happens to be innovation, and this is another area where again government of Telangana has done some amazing things. Mr. Srinivas, represents one of the biggest achievements that our government has done in the innovation ecosystem, creating a world-class infrastructure and also process flows through an institutional framework that spreads from T-Hub to T-Works to V-Hub to RICH to TSIC. So the entire area of innovation from startups and entrepreneurship to social innovation to rural innovation, I think all the areas have been covered, and that shows the kind of forward-looking perspective that government of Telangana has exhibited in terms of promoting job creators rather than job seekers. I think while we have established ourselves as the innovation hub of the country, I think we have to ensure that in the next steps that we take, this innovation percolates across all strata of the society, and the actual benefits in terms of social impact, are achieved in the coming years. Having said that about innovation, I should also leave with a final thought that innovation is not necessarily related to technology processes or IT processes. I think one area which our Honorable Minister K.T. Ramana sir repeatedly says is the 3I mantra, which inspires the government of Telangana, is innovation, infrastructure, and inclusive growth. I think when he says about innovation, it's not just about technology or industry innovation. It's also about how governance is also innovates. The classic example here, and where I represent the industries department, is the kind of transformational policy that we have taken in terms of supporting the industry through the policy called TS iPass, which is one of the best and well demonstrated single window system in the country, which assures the right, which bestows the right on the industry to start its operations from day one without any permissions that are required from the government. I think so. Innovation is essential not just for industry but all spheres of socio-economic activity, and that is an imperative for the next generation also, because unless we inculcate that innovative thinking in our day-to-day work, whether it is education or whether it is employment or whether it is industry or IT, I think we cannot reach the ultimate goal of making Telangana and making India as a knowledge economy. I think to reach that ultimate target, I think innovation becomes the crux for everyone. And today's exposition, which showcase innovation across multiple sectors, we've seen many stalls. Minister Garu was very patient to go through all the stalls. So you could see the innovation from packaging to food processing to logistics to electronics everywhere. We've seen that, but I think more and more innovation should happen. While startups and next generation entrepreneurship will help us achieve that, even the traditional industries should also spend more energies and more efforts in incorporating R&D and trying to compete not with their counterparts in India, but try to compete with counterparts from abroad, so that slowly but steadily we become integral to global supply chains and we achieve the ultimate objective of making Telangana an industrialized economy, a knowledge economy, and achieve, as our Chief Minister says, Bangaru Telangana. So thank you once again for the opportunity, and wish you all success to organizers and to all the participants who are attending this expo. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words and also the reassurance and for the support of Government of Telangana towards the FTCCI. I now invite Mr. Dasraya Balaya, IFS Regional Passport Officer and also the representative of Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India.
Good morning all.
And good morning, sir. The guests on the dais and the guests in the audience. It is a great day in the history of Telangana. The first ever industrial exhibition on the part of the FTCCI being conducted here. And we all know we are all celebrating the 10 glorious years of Telangana formation. And Telangana as a state achieved so many great things, and we as a passport office Telangana, we are also making so many inventions so that we can meet the requirement of the Telangana people. And whenever any industrialist, especially from the this MSME sector or any small scale industry people comes to us, we all cooperating with them and giving the best possible efforts. So to match the progress of Telangana state, we from the MBA side are scaling up our operations, and we are trying to match the development and aspirations of Telangana people here. So in this process, Saturdays we started working so that the ever increasing demand post this Corona break, we have been extending our operations on Saturdays, and in the RPO Secunderabad also we opened one a special counter for the daily dealing with the people. So to match with the aspirations of Telangana, we are also making our best possible efforts. And on this maiden industrial exhibition, I congratulate FTCCI and I thank all the people here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and also the support towards the FTCCI. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the keynote address by Mr. Jagdish Reddy, Honorable Minister for Energy, Government of Telangana.
FTCCI ప్రారంభించిన ఈ ఎగ్జిబిషన్ ఇనాగ్రల్ సెషన్కి అధ్యక్షత వహిస్తున్న ప్రెసిడెంట్ అనిల్ అగర్వాల్ గారు, వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ జయదేవ్ గారు, ఇతర గెస్టులు శ్రీనివాస్ మాంకాలి గారు, సత్యవతి గారు, సురేష్ గారు, విష్ణువర్ధన్ రెడ్డి గారు, బాలయ్య గారు, ప్రోగ్రాం మొత్తం కూడా కండక్ట్ చేస్తూ ఉన్న ఖ్యాతి గారు, కార్యక్రమంలో పాల్గొన్న అందరికీ నా నమస్కారాలు. ఈ ఎగ్జిబిషన్ పెట్టే ఆలోచన ఒక మంచి ఆలోచన. కొత్త వాళ్ళని ఎంకరేజ్ చేయడానికి, కొత్తగా ఎంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్‌షిప్ అలవాటు చేయడానికి ఇది ఎంతో ఉపయోగపడుతుంది, అందులో సందేహం లేదు. ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని నిర్వహించిన FTCCIకి నేను అభినందనలు తెలియజేస్తూ, వాస్తవానికి తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం వచ్చిన తర్వాత వస్తున్న అభివృద్ధి, అన్ని రంగాల్లో వస్తున్న అభివృద్ధి, దానికి సంబంధించిన ఫలితాలు ప్రజలకు అందించడంలో ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు చేస్తున్న కృషి, భారతదేశంలో అత్యంత వేగంగా అభివృద్ధి చెందుతున్న రాష్ట్రంగా తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం నిలబడింది అనే విషయంలో ఏం సందేహం లేదు. కేవలం 9 సంవత్సరాల కాలంలోనే 90 సంవత్సరాల అభివృద్ధిని తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం సాధించింది అంటే అది తప్పకుండా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి ఆలోచన, కేసీఆర్ గారి యొక్క విజన్, కేసీఆర్ గారి యొక్క కృషి, పట్టుదల. విష్ణు గారు చాలా విషయాన్ని ప్రస్తావించారు. అదేవిధంగా మిత్రులు కూడా చాలా విషయాలు ప్రస్తావించారు. ప్రత్యేకించి ఇండస్ట్రీస్ సంబంధించి భారతదేశంలో ఎక్కడ కూడా ఎవరి ఊహకందంత వేగంగా తెలంగాణలో, హైదరాబాద్లో ఇవాళ ఇండస్ట్రీ విస్తరిస్తుంది అంటే దానికి ప్రధానమైన కారణం మన తెలంగాణ ఇండస్ట్రీ అండ్ ఐటీ మినిస్టర్ కేటీఆర్ గారు. కేటీఆర్ గారు ఇండస్ట్రీ మినిస్టర్గా, ఐటీ మినిస్టర్గా తీసుకోవడం అనేది నిజంగా కూడా ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో ఉండే పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలందరి అదృష్టంగా మనం భావించవచ్చు. ఇవాళ టీ హబ్ కావచ్చు, వి హబ్ కావచ్చు, మనం తీసుకొచ్చిన టిఎస్ ఐపాస్ కావచ్చు, అనేక అద్భుతాలను సృష్టిస్తా ఉంది. కొత్త కొత్త యువత బ్రహ్మాండంగా ధైర్యంగా ముందుకు వస్తూ ఉన్నారు. కేటీఆర్ గారు తనకున్న పరిజ్ఞానాన్ని, తనకున్న అనుభవాన్ని ఇతర దేశాలలో తను చూసి వచ్చి నేర్చుకొని వచ్చిన ప్రతి అక్షరాన్ని ఇవాళ ఇక్కడ అమలు చేస్తూ తెలంగాణ ప్రజలకి దాని ఫలితాలు ఎట్లా అందించాలని చెప్పి చేస్తున్న ప్రయత్నం ఇవాళ ఇంత మంచి ఫలితాలు ఇస్తా ఉంది. నిజంగానే తెలంగాణ ఇంత తొందరగా అభివృద్ధి జరుగుతుందని ఎవరు కూడా ఊహించలేదు, ఎవరు అనుకోలేదు. ప్రత్యేకించి విద్యుత్ రంగంలో వచ్చిన అభివృద్ధి, దానికి తోడుగా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు స్వయంగా ఆలోచించి తీసుకొచ్చిన ఇండస్ట్రియల్ పాలసీ, వీటిని ప్రపంచంలో మార్కెట్ చేయడంలో కేటీఆర్ గారు చూపించిన చొరవ, కేటీఆర్ గారు చేసిన ప్రయత్నం ఇవాళ వాటన్నిటి ఫలితంగా మనం ఈ స్థితిలోకి వచ్చినాం. ఇప్పటి కూడా భారతదేశంలో ఇంకా అనేక రాష్ట్రాలలో మనం విద్యుత్ కోతలు చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. పారిశ్రామిక రంగానికి కూడా ఇంకా పవర్ హాలిడేలు ఇస్తున్న సందర్భాన్ని చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. మనం మంచినీళ్ళ కొరకు ఇబ్బంది పడుతున్న విషయాన్ని చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ఈ పరిశ్రమల కనుక వెళ్ళి అక్కడ లేదు, తాగడానికి మంచినీళ్ళు దొరకని పరిస్థితి ఉంది చాలా రాష్ట్రాలలో. అన్ని రాష్ట్రాలు అట్లా ఉండగానే తెలంగాణ ఇంత బ్రహ్మాండంగా ముందుకు పోతుంది. ప్రత్యేకించి ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ఇరిగేషన్ రంగం పైన తీసుకున్న చర్యలు, ఇరిగేషన్ రంగం పైన పెట్టిన శ్రద్ధ ఇవాళ తెలంగాణలో వ్యవసాయ రంగంలో కూడా భారతదేశంలో నెంబర్ 1 రాష్ట్రంగా నిలబెట్టింది. ప్రత్యేకించి సత్యవతి గారు మిల్లెట్స్ సంబంధించి ఎవరైనా ముందుకు వస్తే బాగుంటుంది అంటున్నారు. నేనే రావాలనుకుంటున్నాను. మీ ఒకసారి మీకు దగ్గరికి వచ్చి సందర్శించాలి. ఐ వాంట్ టు విజిట్ యువర్ ఆఫీస్. ఎందుకంటే మిల్లెట్స్ పండించడంలో తెలంగాణ నెంబర్ 1. అసలు ఒకప్పుడు మనం పండించిందంతా మిల్లెట్సే. పత్తి రాకముందు తెలంగాణలో ఎక్కడ చూసినా అవి కనిపించేది, కానీ దురదృష్టవశాత్తు అవి మాయమైపోయినాయి. పత్తి వరి వచ్చింది. మనం ఆరోగ్యానికి సంబంధించి కూడా ఎటువంటి ఇబ్బందులు వస్తున్నాయో చూస్తున్నాం. ఇక్కడ చూసిన చాలా ప్రొడక్ట్స్ కొత్తవి కూడా చాలా చూస్తూ ఉన్నాం. ప్రత్యేకంగా ఆహారం తీసుకునేది ఆరోగ్యం కొరకు, కానీ మనం తీసుకుంటున్న చాలా రకాల ఆహారం ఆరోగ్యాన్ని చెడగొడుతూ ఉంది. మళ్ళీ ఆరోగ్యాన్ని బాగు చేసుకోవడం కొరకు మందులతో పాటు మళ్ళీ ఆహారాన్ని వెతుక్కుంటున్నాం. సో మరి తప్పకుండా మిల్లెట్స్ను పండించడానికి, ఉత్పత్తి చేయడానికి తెలంగాణలో ఎక్కువ అవకాశం ఉంది. కాబట్టి తప్పకుండా ఆ అవకాశం తీసుకొని, అయితే ప్రత్యేకంగా నేను ఎఫ్టీసీసీఐకి నాకు ఒక విజ్ఞప్తి, ఇది కేవలం ఇటువంటి ఎగ్జిబిషన్స్ హైదరాబాద్లో కాకుండా జిల్లా కేంద్రాలలో కూడా పెడితే బాగుంటుంది. డిస్ట్రిక్ట్స్ వెళ్ళాలి మనం అక్కడ. ఎందుకంటే తెలంగాణలో ఇవాళ మనీ జనరేట్ అవుతుంది, అందులో సందేహం లేదు. గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో కూడా ఇవాళ ఏ గ్రామానికి వెళ్ళినా, మీరు ఏ బ్యాంక్ అకౌంట్ ఓపెన్ చేసినా తప్పకుండా లక్ష పైనే ఇవాళ డిపాజిట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఒకప్పుడు అప్పు కొరకు ఎదురు చూసే తెలంగాణ రైతాంగం ఇవాళ ఇంకొకరికి అప్పిచ్చే దశకు వచ్చింది. గ్రామాలలో మనీ జనరేట్ అవుతుంది, కానీ దురదృష్టవశాత్తు మాకు తెలంగాణలో ఎంటర్‌ప్రెన్యూర్‌షిప్ తక్కువ. మేము వచ్చిన డబ్బును అయితే భూమి కొనడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం, లేదా ఇల్లు కట్టడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం, లేదా ఇంకొక రకంగా ఖర్చు పెట్టడానికి ప్రయత్నం చేస్తాం. కానీ దీని నుంచి ఇంకా మనీ ప్రొడక్ట్ చేయొచ్చని, మనం కూడా ఒక పరిశ్రమ పెట్టొచ్చని, అది ఎక్కడ ప్రారంభం చేయాలని ఆలోచన కొంచెం తక్కువ వెనుకబడి ఉంటుంది తెలంగాణ ప్రాంతంలో. కానీ ఇవాళ తప్పకుండా మనం టీ హబ్ ద్వారా కావచ్చు, ఇవాళ మనం పర్టికులర్గా మీరు ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ నుంచి ఏదైతే తీసుకుంటున్నారో ఈ కార్యక్రమం ఇటువంటి కార్యక్రమం తప్పకుండా జిల్లా స్థాయికి తీసుకురావాలి. ఇవాళ ఇక్కడైతే కేసీఆర్ గారు కేటీఆర్ గారు ఎంతైతే రాత్రి పగలు శ్రమ చేసి కొత్త కొత్త రంగాల్లో అభివృద్ధికి ఎట్లా ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నారో, కొత్త ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ తీసుకురావడానికి ఎట్లా ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నారో, వీటన్నిటినీ ప్రజలకు అందించాలంటే, ప్రజల నుండి మనం ఎంకరేజ్ చేయాలంటే మన యువత వేలాది మంది అనేక రకాల గ్రాడ్యుయేషన్లు పూర్తి చేసి ఉన్నారు. అది కేవలం వాళ్ళు ఏదో ఉద్యోగం వైపే చూసే అవసరం లేకుండా తప్పకుండా అనేక రకాల అవకాశాలు ఉన్నాయనే విషయాన్ని వాళ్ళ ముందుకు తీసుకుపోయి వాళ్ళని రంగంలోకి ఎంఎస్ఎంఈలోకి తీసుకురాగలిగితే రెండు రకాల ఉపయోగం ఉంటుంది. ఒకవైపు గ్రామాలలో వస్తున్న ఆర్థిక ప్రగతి ఏదైతే ఉందో, చేపలు ఇవాళ వరి వ్యవసాయ ఉత్పత్తులు, చేపలు, మాంసం ఉత్పత్తి, పాల ఉత్పత్తి అన్ని కూడా పోటీపడి అభివృద్ధిలోకి వస్తున్నాయి. వీటన్నింటినీ కూడా వాల్యూ యాడెడ్ ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ మార్చడానికి మనకి ఇంకా ఇతర ఇంపోర్ట్స్ కు సంబంధించిన అన్ని అవకాశాలను మెరుగుపరచుకోవడానికి మన తెలంగాణలో అనేక అవకాశాలు వస్తున్నాయి. కాబట్టి వాటిని గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాలకు కూడా విస్తరించడానికి, గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతాల్లో ఉండే యువతకి ఆ అవకాశాలను కల్పించడానికి తప్పకుండా ఎఫ్టిసిసిఐ ప్రయత్నం చేయాలని చెప్పి నేను కోరుకుంటూ, మరి ఈరోజు ఇక్కడికి నన్ను పిలిచి ఎగ్జిబిషన్ ప్రారంభం చేయడానికి నాకు ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చిన ఎఫ్టిసిసిఐ కార్యవర్గ సభ్యులందరూ కూడా మనస్ఫూర్తిగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ సెలవు. జై తెలంగాణ, జై భారత్.
Already we have reached districts and towns of Telangana. We have organized few programs on women entrepreneurship, exim programs, export-import management programs. So definitely we'll take your suggestion to reach to other cities, and regarding the expo also, mini expo we can organize in these tier 2, tier 3 cities of Telangana. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. A big round of applause for our chief guest for such an inspiring work, and of course, Federation will take forward all the points that you have given it to us, sir. I now invite Mr. Suresh Kumar Singhal, Vice President of FTCCI, to present a memento to our chief guest. I request President to present a memento that is being prepared by one of our partners, Standard Kitchen, to all the dignitaries on the stage. Thank you. I invite Senior Vice President to propose a vote of thanks.
Very good afternoon to all. ప్రప్రదంగా ఎఫ్టిసిసిఐకి మాకు స్పాన్సర్ చేసిన వాళ్ళందరికీ హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలు. వేదికను అలంకరించిన పెద్దలందరికీ హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలు. ప్రత్యేకంగా మంత్రి గారు జగదీశ్వర్ రెడ్డి గారు పవర్ వెళ్ళెళ్ళగానే ఇమ్మటే ఓకే చేయదే వచ్చేస్తానన్నారు. చాలా చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ సార్ నా ఎఫ్టిసిసిఐ తరఫున. అండ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ మొత్తం అరేంజ్ చేసిన ఖ్యాతి గారికి థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. అనిల్ అగర్వాల్ గారు, సీనియర్ వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ సురేష్ కుమార్ గారికి, అండ్ సత్యవతి గారు. సత్యవతి గారి స్పీచ్ చాలా వండర్ఫుల్గా ఉన్నది. మినిస్టర్ గారు అన్నట్టు ప్రతి గ్రామాల్లో మిల్లెట్స్ పండిస్తే ప్రపంచానికే ఎగుమతి చేసే స్థాయికి మన తెలంగాణ ఎదుగుతాము. అప్పుడు అన్ని ఎక్స్పోర్ట్స్ మ్యాక్సిమం మిల్లెట్స్తోని మనం చేయొచ్చు. ప్రపంచంలో అందరూ మిల్లెట్స్ వాడటం మొదలుపెట్టారు. మనం కూడా మీరు ఇంకా ప్రోత్సహించి గ్రామాలలో మిల్లెట్స్ పండిస్తే అందరికీ ఇదవుతుందండి. అండ్ శ్రీనివాస్ గారు, టీ హబ్ సిఇఓ గారు, అందరూ కంప్యూటర్స్ కావాలంటున్నారు. దాంట్లో ఎవరైనా కానీ ఇన్వెస్ట్ లేకుండా కానీ ఆర్థికంగా తక్కువ ఉన్న వాళ్ళు కూడా దాంట్లో ఏమైనా కొత్త ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ చేసుకోవాలంటే 1 సీటు నుంచి 50 సీట్ల వరకు వారు అరేంజ్ చేస్తారు. ఆఫీస్ అవసరం లేదు, అన్నీ వాళ్ళే ఇస్తారు. 20,000 ఒక కుర్చీకి, కాఫీ టీలు అన్నీ ఇస్తారు వాళ్ళు. అది తెలియని వాళ్ళు ఎవరైనా ఉంటే, కొత్తగా స్టార్టప్ కంపెనీస్ ఎవరైనా నలుగురు కలిసి పెట్టుకోవాలనుకున్నా కానీ వాళ్ళు అరేంజ్ చేస్తారు. ఇది కేటీ రామారావు గారు అరేంజ్ చేశారు. చాలా వండర్ఫుల్. మేము 3 times విజిట్ చేశాము. ఒక్కొక్కసారి ఒక్కొక్క ప్లేస్ చూపిస్తుంటారు సార్. చాలా వండర్ఫుల్. థ్యాంక్ యూ. అండ్ బాలయ్య గారు పాస్పోర్ట్స్ మార్కెట్లో ఎవరైతే ఎక్కువ కావాలంటారో ఇమ్మీడియట్లీ ఇండియా మొత్తంలో ఎవ్వరు లేని ప్లేస్లో మన తెలంగాణలో శనివారం రోజు పనిచేసే కల్పించిన ఏకైక వ్యక్తి బాలయ్య గారు. ఎక్కడైతే ఎవరికైనా ఎమర్జెన్సీ ఉన్నా కానీ ఇమ్మటే వాళ్ళకి ఇస్తున్నారు పాస్పోర్ట్స్. అది మామూలు మాటలు కాదు. 2 నెలలు బ్యాక్లాగ్ నడుస్తుంది. అయినా కానీ ఎవరికైనా ఎమర్జెన్సీ ఉంటే అప్లికేషన్ పెట్టుకుంటే ఇమ్మీడియట్లీ అది కనుక కరెక్ట్ అనిపిస్తే ఇమ్మీడియట్లీ నెక్స్ట్ డే మార్నింగ్కే ఇచ్చేస్తున్నారు. చాలా థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. విష్ణువర్ధన్ రెడ్డి గారు అయితే ఇన్వెస్ట్మెంట్ ప్రమోషన్ అయితే ఇక బాగా చేస్తున్నారు. మాకు ఎంఎస్ఎంఈ కానీ వాటికి కానీ ఎవరికి కానీ ఎంత హెల్ప్ కావాలంటే అంత హెల్ప్ చేస్తున్నారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ. వీటన్నిటికంటే ఎక్కువ ఇప్పుడు మన తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రానికి పవర్ 9 ఏళ్ల నుంచి పవర్ అనేది ప్రాబ్లం లేదు. అంతకుముందు మేము ఎవ్రీడే ఒక ట్యాంకర్ డీజిల్ వచ్చేది. ఓన్లీ జనరేటర్స్కి ఒక ట్యాంకర్ డీజిల్ పడుతుందంటే మీరు ఆలోచించండి ఎంత ఖర్చు అవుతుందో. అలాంటిది 9 ఏళ్ల నుంచి మేము ఒక్క డీజిల్ ట్యాంక్ కూడా కరెంటు కోసం కొనలేదు. అది చాలా చాలా గ్రేట్ఫుల్, వండర్ఫుల్ అనమాట మనకు. అది సమ్మర్లో 3 నెలలు కరెంట్ లేకపోతే మా ఫ్యాక్టరీ బంద్ ఉంటే పక్క రాష్ట్రాల నుంచి ఇక్కడికి పైపులు వచ్చి అలవాటు అయిపోయి ఆ కంపెనీలే వచ్చి ఇక్కడ పెట్టాయి. అరే ఇక్కడ బాగా మార్కెట్ ఉన్నదనేది తెలియకపోయేది. ఇదివరకు పవర్ ఉన్నప్పుడు మేము సప్లైస్ ఫుల్ చేశాము. ఎప్పుడైతే మాకు సప్లైస్ తగ్గాయో పక్క రాష్ట్రాల నుంచి ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి అమ్మారు. అరే ఇక్కడ బాగా మార్కెట్ ఉందని వచ్చారు. తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ మంచి ప్రోత్సాహకరము, పవర్, అన్ని ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అన్నీ సాల్వ్ అయినాయి. జయశ్వరెడ్డి గారు చేసిన కృషి, ఎవరికి ప్రతి ఇంటికి కరెంట్ అనేది ఇప్పుడు లేకుండా ప్రాబ్లం లేకుండా అయిపోయింది. జనరేటర్ వాళ్ళు ప్లస్ యూపీఎస్ బ్యాటరీస్ అమ్ముకునే వాళ్ళు సార్ని ఏదో ఒకటి అంటుంటారు, మీరు వచ్చిన తర్వాత మా బిజినెస్ పోయింది సార్ అని. అలాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్ నుంచి బయటికి తీసుకొచ్చిన జయశ్రీరెడ్డి గారికి నా హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. I thank you very much total staff of FTCCA. Since 3 months they are doing excellent job for this. Wonderful. This is the just born baby for this exhibition. Born baby అలా ఎలా ఉంటుందంటే నడవలేదు, అటు ఇటు తిరగలేదు, అయినా కానీ ఈ పొజిషన్కి ఖ్యాతి గారు తీసుకొచ్చారంటే చాలా థ్యాంక్స్ అండి. నెక్స్ట్ ఇయర్ వీ విల్ ట్రై అగైన్ హౌ టు వాక్. We will show what we are. And thank you very much for all organizing this, all the stall holders. Excellent, you will have the good business and everything. Thank you very much.
Our innovation in Greenco is driven at the top. We are able to provide 24/7 electricity at a cost comparable to a new coal-based power plant in India. The concept has always been there. Okay, it's a very old concept. It has been used in California and many other countries quite a lot. But using it in this context to decarbonize the grid, decarbonize the electricity is for the first time.
Welcome viewers to mystartuptv. We are at the High-Tech exhibition ground where we are at the day 3 of the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023 organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. Last 2 days has been quite exciting with a number of people coming in. You know, the exhibitors have benefited from various connects. Today I have with me a very special guest, Dr. Ram Babu, who specializes in sustainability, and he has got vast experience of 16 years in the sector. Currently, he's the advisor to Greenco Group, and also he's been the chairman for Forum for Sustainable Enterprise. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Dr. Babu Garu, let's start with understanding what Greenco Group is all about. We understand it with the name that Greenco means related to sustainability, but I would like you to throw light on what are the areas, what things you do as a company, as a group.
Yeah, our founders, Anil and Mahesh, about 15 years ago, came from Europe to India to explore the opportunities for environmentally benign technologies adoption. And they first looked at biomass utilization for generation of power, then later looked into the complete scope of renewable energy. And by 2018-19, we already had 7.5 gigawatt of operating renewable energy assets in India at different sites all over India. So we had hydro, we had solar, we had wind energy assets operating, and total capacity of these assets is around 7.5 gigawatt. We've grown organically and also inorganically. But we know one thing, that in India, if you want to power the country and its growth with renewables, it's extremely important to have energy storage, because renewables are variable. They generate power when the sun is there and when wind is there, or when the water is flowing. And the demand can be at a different time altogether. May it be industrial demand, may it be demand for residential activity or commercial activity.
And even location-wise, it might be different. Probably the generation might be in Himachal, but the demand might be in Mumbai or Telangana.
Absolutely. And that is the reason why, as the renewable energy share in the grid increases, grid gets into a problem because it cannot manage this renewable energy. Because grid has to supply power when the demand is there, and this guy puts in power when he generates the renewable energy. So it was extremely important for our country to develop energy storage, and we started our company, energy storage technologies, multiple energy storage technologies. They could be simple lithium-ion batteries to various other technologies. And after a significant amount of exploration, they zeroed in on some technology that is scalable and can be done in India within its own resources, using the local skills. These are called pumped hydro storage, and they can be at a very large scale. In fact, near Kurnool, we are building 1.5 gigawatt of energy storage, pumped energy hydro storage capacity in India. And India, you can build this gigawatt scale storages basically because, just like you could build gigawatt scale renewable energy power plants, our grid is quite integrated. We have an all India grid.
That when you say our, you're talking about Greenco grid?
No, Indian.
Okay.
Indian grid.
India's. Okay.
Since Indian grid is completely spread all over the country, okay, and it's very well integrated, I can produce renewable energy at a point and have my renewable energy stored in a pumped storage about 1,000 kilometers away. And my demand point could be in another 1,000 kilometers away, okay, where I can serve the demand.
So basically, a wind energy generated, let's say in Rajasthan, can be used somewhere in Chennai, just because you have that kind of, the grid is well connected.
Absolutely.
And as Greenco, what the value add you're bringing to this whole, the grid existing and the demand is the fact that you have energy storage, which is your core, right?
Yeah. And the intelligent energy platform, okay, which will be able to understand where is the demand, where is the storage, and where is the generator. After all, when I actually implement the system, I will not have one generator.
Yes.
I will have multiple generators. I will have one storage point and possibly multiple demand points. So this intelligent energy, renewable energy platform will be able to actually allocate, okay, the resources, generating resources to the demand side resources, to the storage resources.
Okay.
And we are building multiple storage resources, not just in one in Pinnapuram, but at least a few more such projects are coming all over India.
So just to talk a little bit more about the storage, is my understanding correct that it's very unique that you have built, which is not just relevant to the technology, and the concept is coming out of India, emerging from India itself. Is my understanding right?
The concept has always been there. Okay, it's a very old concept. It has been used in California and many other countries quite a lot. But using it in this context to decarbonize the grid, decarbonize the electricity is for the first time. And using it in a context of integrated grid, national level integrated grid, is quite a good concept. And also out of this, we are able to provide 24/7 electricity at a cost comparable to a new coal-based power plant in India. That means we are providing renewable energy when you want renewable energy, not when I produce renewable energy. When you want renewable energy, I can give you renewable energy at a cost
which is from a coal-based,
which is like a new coal-based power plant in India. So we are almost come to a situation because of the Green Coast innovation that there is no reason, no financial and economic reason to actually India to pursue new coal-based power plants.
And that adds to that kind of helps India achieve its emission
Paris Climate Agreement goals.
So that's quite interesting, and I would like to understand a little more about the Green Co's in-house innovation culture, and what do you have, because that would be of interest to a lot of students who are there here. They would be able to connect with it. So if you can talk about the kind of innovation culture you have, plus how much do you invest as a company into innovation, and what's your next coming up?
Our innovation in Green Co is driven at the top. Our both founders, Anil and Mahesh, if you go to their office, most of the time they are talking about or exploring new kind of solution. Okay, it could be actually making green chemicals or making green fuels. They spend, in my opinion, more than 30 to 40% of the time in exploring new decarbonizing options. Okay, I clearly see that on the match to make this pumped hydro storage option, they spent about a year or two exploring, discussing with various experts, etc., and made this option come into fruition. Beyond that, because you have a 24/7 energy, renewable energy, they looked into the electrolyzer. They are considering or actually start making it happen. Local manufacturing of alkaline electrolyzers, which are actually best. They are best working in 24/7 environment, and they are less expensive. Before, they could not be used basically because the power was not 24/7. It was a variable power. The alkaline electrolyzer, which is less expensive, now could be used because I have a cost-effective 24/7 power. And then they have an architecture today. Greenco has an architecture today of producing green hydrogen, possibly at a cost bordering in and about $3 per kg, which is one of the lowest across the globe.
Very commendable.
Since we have that possibility of having the green hydrogen at a optimal cost or a good cost, good price, we are able to get into or consider manufacturing green ammonia. Very soon we will have a 3 million ton capacity of producing green ammonia in India and export it to Europe. And similarly, we have plans for green methanol, green or sustainable aviation fuel. So we are into green fuels and green chemicals because we have a green hydrogen architecture, which is quite cost effective. So if I really look into what is India's decarbonization goals under Paris Agreement and how Greenco can contribute, from the business plans that we are implementing today, okay, we can almost contribute to 5% of the India's decarbonization goals under Paris Climate Agreement.
That is, substantial impact you're creating, for the India's target and then leading to the global one. So what next for Greenco? What's your next vision as a company?
As a company, I think we are definitely wanting to build more and more storage capacities and match that with the renewable energy capacities being built by others or by us. Okay, and then be able to supply to India's growth, fuel the India's growth with green electricity, which is reliable, affordable, and also clean.
And also you are helping, with Indian forex not going out, which is very important. Also, you're also, the Make in India thing is done. So you kind of taking many check boxes out there, for the country. Now, one of the things that you regularly hear about is the skill, human resource. Are there any challenges in that area? And if yes, how's Greenco, addressing it?
We have been, as we grew, we have been facing this challenge of having the adequate skills to support our growth of renewable assets. And we have been internally managing it, and with a lot of efforts, a lot of training, etc., etc. But what more importantly we have done very recently is that we look at the sustainability and decarbonization, energy transition and industrial transformation as a huge opportunity for India's knowledge workforce. So we need to equip ourselves with the skills and the knowledge so that we become the brain power for the global decarbonization and industrial transformation. So we have worked with IIT Hyderabad and founded a school, Greenco School of Sustainability. It will run, to begin with, an MTech program in sustainable engineering and also doctorate programs in sustainable engineering. And subsequently, these will be offered as a minor degrees in BTech in IIT Hyderabad, and it will also be replicated in other engineering colleges. We see that nurturing this talent around sustainable engineering and harnessing this opportunity of knowledge and skills across the globe, this opportunity could be as big or even larger than the IT opportunity that we had for India.
Oh, is that what you're thinking? So this will become the next big, employment generator, and also
absolutely. We look at that. We look at that way. Basically, see, in IT, globally, in the last 3 decades, we were trying to reorganize information. And with decarbonization and industrial transformation, we need to reorganize the way that we produce energy and the way we produce materials. Information is a simpler thing. Reorganizing energy, reorganizing materials will call for much larger change.
It needs to be connected. You need to connect every geography point, isn't it? And that just not as in wind, you're in solar, hydro. So it needs to cover not just the geographical point, but also up in the sky, down.
Go forward, our mobility, our transportation systems should be supported by renewable electricity.
Yes.
Our transportation system should be supported by hydrogen or a fuel cell. And our steel has to be green. Our cement has to be green. Maybe we don't produce cement the way that we are producing today. Our chemicals have to be green. Our plastics have to be green. So we cannot net zero transformation by 2050 means the way that we are producing cement, steel, plastics, the cars,
impacting every part of the industries and manufacturing and life.
Change. And for that, you require new knowledge and skills. Can India become one of the important resources for the globe in this new knowledge and new skills?
And that is where education institutions and industries like you, companies like you have to come together and kind of, roll out that roadmap, isn't it?
That is how the Green Course School at IIT Hyderabad will work. And as you are asking about our innovation investments, we are also investing into various laboratories. We work with CMET to develop recycling technologies. CMET is in Hyderabad. And we also work with various other research institutions to develop various technologies. As I said, at our top level, on a continuous basis, we are exploring what are the new ways of decarbonization and what are the new ways of industrial transformation. So innovation is a very, very important part of it. Okay, we are actually supporting 75 student entrepreneurs. We are conducting at present a competition across the country, and we will select 75 student entrepreneurs by August 15th. That is the 75th year of independence of India, and we will fund those 75 student entrepreneurs. This program is called BUILD, and it is done along with IIT Hyderabad's innovation program. So overall, I am saying innovation is absolutely essential for our business, and we have a good focus on it, and we are working on it.
There are many congratulations on that, sir. And my next question would have been that, how Greenco is working or has plans to work with startups, because a lot of startups are currently in the in the sustainability space. Good to know that you're going to work with students. Any plans of acquiring any startups which are into sustainability, or working with, collaborating with, or offering them access to your labs or innovations so that they can also build solutions and help you in the journey, or you help them in the journey? Any plans on that, sir? With working with Indian startups which are involved in sustainability?
Yeah. As of now, the initiatives that we have taken, I already explained. We are working with the students, innovation system at IIT Hyderabad, which not only does with students but also with entrepreneurs startups outside. And this particular program of 75 student entrepreneurs is only for students. Only for students. But similarly, we are also working with CMET, developing technologies and transferring those technologies to entrepreneurs, etc. So we have that interest. We know that existing technologies can only go that far. And you need to innovate breakthrough innovation and disruptive innovation to be able to do the remaining last mile.
And that comes from the next gen entrepreneurs, isn't it?
Next gen entrepreneurs.
Because they kind of think outside the box.
And at the top, again, I want to emphasize, our founders are on a continuous lookout, not only for solutions, but also working with breakthrough solutions coming out of enterprises, startups, etc. Yes, we are in touch with. As and when such ideas come to us, we evaluate and we want to work with that ecosystem.
So, sir, today is the last day, third day of the Industrial Innovation Technology Expo 2023, and this is the premier one, first one organized by FTCCI. How's been your experience? We just walk around.
Oh, it's wonderful. It's wonderful, really. I see a lot of enthusiasm, and I also see the exhibitors themselves. And a few of the exhibitors are really wonderful things that they are doing. And there is one entrepreneurial group from IIT Chennai. There is one from T-Works, and many more solutions. I think a lot of enthusiasm. I hope this will continue and grow. And Hyderabad seeming to become a innovation hub as a city. It appears that way.
I think, yes, I agree with you. We have been going to many, we continuously keep covering many startup events and business events, and we can feel that. There's a lot of buzz here, a lot of things happening. People coming. It's kind of becoming a melting pot for everybody.
Absolutely. It is not just IT.
Yes.
It's not just IT.
It's cutting across sectors.
Across sectors. Yeah. I see that.
Thank you, Dr. Rambabu Garu. Thank you very much for being on our show. And we hope to see you again sometime soon.
Definitely. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, wow, it's just the first day and we still have 2 days to go. So the latest technology and innovation that's happening. The FTCC and management thought that we should also have a full-fledged startup and incubation committee.
Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. We are at the first edition of Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, which is organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. And going by what we've seen so far, we witnessed it's been one of the well organized events. And I have with me Kathy Narane, who's the CEO of FTCCI. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So, first thoughts, first reaction, first event under your leadership. How do you see it?
Okay, wow, it's just the first day and we still have 2 days to go. So I think the next 2 days we want to ensure that we have a lot of visitors, a lot of MSMEs who can, participate, interact with the, stall owners. So it's just the beginning. So there's no reaction as of now, but I've asked my team to continue pushing and bringing in as many members as possible.
And it's been a 3 months work, isn't it? And short time, but within that
short time, it's definitely a very short time, because if you look at the FTCCI for one presidential year, we organize around 110 to 120 events in a year, and this is the first time that we've got into an exhibition sector. And definitely FTCCI is not a commercial organization like any other exhibition organizer. So we just a very neutral, not-for-profit organization. However, we have to organize everything on a very sustainable way. And end of the day, the objective is the same: to empower MSMEs for connection, to bring to them the latest technology and innovation that's happening. And the objective was very simple. Definitely, we only had 3 months to work on it, and I think team has done fairly well, and we could have 130 exhibitors and a lot of visitors, as you may see. But the biggest challenge is the feedback, because I think we should be much more open to taking their feedback and what is it and what was lacking, and how can we perform, how can we evolve as a better chamber, because end of the day it's all for them. So if we just give them an open ear, I think we'll be able to perform better.
you also had a very good lineup of partners, coming from different segments. You had somebody from the passport, somebody from T-Hub, and they play a key role in FTCCI and the partnership.
Yeah, they do, because I think it's the state government of Telangana has been very, very supportive towards the federation, and they really encourage all the activities that we organize. Usually we go to the industries department, you say Mr. Jayesh Ranjan or Dr. Vishnu Reddy, they're all been very, very supportive to the federation. In fact, before even we start working on any project, we go to them, seek their support, because that's the time when we really think that they'll be able to guide us well. Sometimes when we curate things, we just completely forget about what is it that we need to cater to, so that's how we get connected to the actual industry and then come back. So even from the government or the industry or the startup community or the enterprises, the feedback is very important. One, that is after the event, and one, even before we start curating the event, what are the real-time issues, the challenges, and what is it that we should do? So I think these are two learning lessons that we've been taught, and we're trying to stick to that. So
and now, as My Startup TV, we are the world's first TV channel dedicated to startups, and I need to ask this question. There's a big push within FTCCI for startups also. Could you talk about that?
Yeah, so this was like probably I would say last year in July was the time. June, July is when the FTCCI management thought that we should also have a full-fledged startup and incubation committee, and that's where we have the chair, the co-chair of the committee, and of course they have been tying up and signing MOUs with not just T-Hub but series of, I think, other organizations. The whole exercise is, we know, everyone knows that there are specific organization, whether it's state government or private entity, but then from the federation platform, what is it that we can bring on board? And I think Industry Connect is something that we can bring on board. mentors are something, because we have enterprises who have grown over period of time, and today they are the big name in the industry. So that's where I think FTCC again can play a key role. So one, definitely, besides angel investors and all those, which you may find in any other, I think mentorship is one, industry connect is the second. And I think also we have our own FTCCI Pokarna Skill Center. So that's also something that we are very, very passionate about. And we would, we organize a lot of mentorship programs, and we would like to see many more startups come up in the future. And if FTCCI can play a small role in that, we'll be very happy.
Going forward, what is the vision or what's your plan of action with FTCCI, both in the expo sector and also, reaching out or outreach?
So going forward, I think what also we've realized is it's very, very important to calendar all the annual flagship programs of the FTCCI, so that we have enough time for the industry connect to bring right partners on board. We are planning an outbound trade delegation to Brazil in the month of October. In the month of January, we would be taking a MSME delegation to Turkey. We also have a lot of inbound trade delegation visiting us. So that's again for the promotion of bilateral trade. In terms of skilling, we have a lot of skill programs planned throughout the year, and soft skills, export import management. In fact, I'm very happy to share that yesterday we got an approval from the Ministry of Commerce and Industry for conducting 5 export import training programs in districts of Telangana. So that's what I think our president or the whole management is very keen that we extend our services to district level. So that's second. We also have our FTCCI Excellence Award that's being planned, and that's an annual award which is being given to 23 different categories. And in fact, I'm again happy to share that this year for the first time we we always had 22 categories, and this time we thought we will also initiate or establish the 23rd category. And SBI came forward because they've just come out with the SBI Startup Bank, and they came forward to institute this. So again, we have 23 different categories. So that's the next plan. And we, in terms of this exhibition, I think we would make it as our annual exhibition. So we would wait till we get the feedback from our members and then plan. But it would definitely be on technology innovation for MSME. So whether it would be again sector specific or general for the MSMEs, we'll decide on that.
Well, all the very best for your forthcoming events and for the awards ceremony especially. Thank you very much.
I'm very much amazed. Home elevators has a huge scope. Elevators require regular maintenance for sure. Planning to expand our units and manufacture elevator equipments in Hyderabad. If you are going for UPVC or any other material, you need to go for a grill.
Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. We are at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023 organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. This is the day 2 and we can already feel the buzz. We can hear the buzz here. I think it started off on a great note on day 1. Today I have with me Avinash Challa, who's the founder CEO of Cube IoT. And let's understand, they have put one of the stalls here, and let's understand what their business into. They're doing some amazing products with a cutting edge technology, state of art. So let's talk to them and understand what their company is into and what kind of product they're building and how they're going to revolutionize the construction of the real estate industry with it. Avinash, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
So Avinash, let's start by understanding you itself. Avinash, as a founder, CEO of the company, tell us something about you.
I'm very much amazed to see the outstanding response what we are getting in our FTCCI stall, which we have placed just nearby the stage. And see, I started my journey into entrepreneurship in 2006 when one day I got stuck in an elevator for about 2 hours. And then I have realized that if there is any company which can give instant service within 1 or 2 hours, it would be very helpful. Then I found that there is no company such. Then I started a lift a maintenance company in 2006-7, and then later on, immediately within 6 to 7 months, I have realized that having maintenance company is not just enough until and unless it is your elevator. So our first product is Cube elevators. We started our journey with that, and in Hyderabad we have installed so many elevators, which are hydraulic home lifts, which are electric traction elevators, machine room lifts, machine room less elevators, screw based elevators, rack and pinion lifts, goods elevators. You name any type of elevator, we are into manufacturing of different types of elevators, and starting from 2 passenger up to about 50 passenger, we can provide elevators with. And we started this whole journey by so our first product is actually elevators. For about 10 years we we supplied elevators, and then in 2017 we have named the whole organization as Cube IoT, which stands for Internet of Things. So because with the latest innovation and technology which is developing across the globe, we thought we should bring it to our company, to our country, and explore new opportunities, export our products across the globe with the latest smart elevators. So we have made our elevator, which is we made it a voice operated elevator. You can operate the elevator with your mobile, and the panels, earlier you have a regular stainless steel panels. We have changed those panels and integrated them with the new touch panels technology. So then with the new item to the cart of touch panels, we started supplying touch panels to homes as well, apart from elevators. So our Cube IoT, apart from elevators, as we have entered into touch panel manufacturing, so you can replace all your old switchboards with the latest 100% reusable with 100% reusable plastic. You can have a beautiful touch panel with your family photo or a beautiful scenery of Mona Lisa. So like if you look at constructions, generally you will observe all the button switches are hidden to one of the corners. Now with this technology available, you can have a proper switchboard. It can be center of the hall as a beautiful photo frame, and it can have touch switches also. So with Internet of Things, we have elevators, we have touch switches which are integrated with Alexa and your mobile or Google Home, voice control, and we have switchable glasses as well.
That's interesting. A big range of, huge range of products that you're doing, and within elevators, you kind of different varieties which can be customized based on customer requirement. Now I understand it. So we regularly see paper ads and TV ads coming up where people are trying to say, promoting home elevators. Where do you see the market today? What is the size of the market, and where do you see it's going in coming time?
See, home elevators has a huge scope. Example, if you just think about, Hyderabad, Hyderabad is a growing city. You go to GHMC and get the stats of how many elevators or how many buildings are getting constructed in a month. We came to know with a proper analysis. I'll tell you how we have done that analysis, but we came to know about 3,000 homes are getting constructed and getting handed over every month in and around Hyderabad, that is in our Telangana state. So out of which 10% are apartments, rest all are independent houses. If it is an independent house, if it is more than a floor, ground plus 2 floors, if you don't have an elevator inside your building, the second floor is going to become basically no one is going to use that. It will become a storeroom. So people are opting for this new technology of home elevators in almost every house, because now in especially Hyderabad, you can see per SFT cost in a villa is costing about 8,000 rupees. Imagine your second and third floors in a villa are not utilized at all. So you are at loss of money, right? And elevator is only a product where in which it adds value to a building. Imagine a apartment ground plus 3 floors without an elevator. Each flat would cost about 30 lakh rupees. If you have an elevator, each flat would cost about 40 lakh rupees.
So elevators are value add to your house, even if it's an independent villa, right? Absolutely. So the obvious question is, around safety of the of these elevators, because regular maintenance would be required in home domestic. Maintenance is usually ignored as compared to in gated communities. Let us say flats where there is a maintenance corpus, people spend money on maintenance required, whereas in a domestic one, probably people would not spend so much. So safety, is that something would be of a concern?
When coming to elevators, all across the globe, there are some safety standards. And in our country, you have BIS standards. So any installation company should follow all these guidelines of elevator standards, which are already there. However, in some states, it is mandated. In our state, it is yet to be mandated. So for now, we have safety standards, but there are no rules by the government.
What my question was, if you see, maintenance is not on the priority list, when it comes to domestic household, right? If somebody was to ignore that, would that be a safety concern for a domestic or a home lift?
Absolutely. See, for elevator, just like a vehicle, elevator is vertical transportation, right? So it should have all the safeties, and the maintenance should be done regularly. If anyone ignores safety, then it may cause any kind of accident. So that is the reason government should have some mandate rules onto how a lift should be installed, who should install the lift. Like in all other states like Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Delhi, you have certain rules. If someone doesn't follow the rule, there is penalty. Telangana government also, it formed a lift act, but it is yet to be implemented. Hopefully, after these elections, we'll get a lift act as well. So, yeah. So, elevators require regular maintenance for sure, and you cannot ignore on it.
So, Indian market is very price conscious market, right? So if somebody wants to know what does it cost to have a 2-man lift or a 4-man lift, how would you give a costing? Is it per square feet? How does it work?
Elevators, so sometimes we get calls asking for, sir, do I get elevator for ₹1,00,000? Okay. So no, you will not get an elevator for ₹1,00,000. Elevators as of now are little expensive, especially in Indian market. If you see, most of the parts we are importing. At manufacturing setups needs to come in our country. So as of now, few parts are imported. So especially home lifts are very expensive. The starting range of a home lift starts from about ₹6,00,000 with a manual door elevator. If it is a hydraulic lift which has no pit requirement and no headroom requirement, it costs about ₹6,00,000. And generally, if the size is small, the lift cost is more. Why? Because if it is a standard 6-passenger elevator, you have more apartments which are using the same standard 6-passenger elevator. So the cost is average, because all the parts which we buy for a 6-passenger elevators are standardized most of the time. Whereas in a 2-passenger elevator, because there is a lot of customization which needs to be done, the cost is, as of now, it is on higher side. But hopefully in coming years, India will have better manufacturing facilities, and we are also planning to expand our units and manufacture elevator equipments in Hyderabad, so making the cost on lower end.
That was my next question actually, that you as a innovation company, would Cube IT get into manufacturing of some of the parts that you're importing? You already answered that. So what I would like to know is, if you are planning to get into that, what is the size of the market for that particular part, if you could talk about?
See, basically, it's a very simple calculation. Like in India, there are more than 12,000 lift installation companies. Johnson, Schindler, Tyson, Mitsubishi, Kohn are our competitors who are multinational companies. We have also supplied lifts to UAE and Mauritius. Whole world is looking at Indian market because there is rapid growth in construction industry over here, and the market size is so huge. Like, each elevator would cost about, on an average, 5 lakh rupees. And if you just multiply 5 lakhs with about 3,000 elevators just in Telangana and Andhra, just multiply with 20 states at least. So the market is about 3,000 crores market is there for elevators per month. So the business is so huge. But once if we have regulations like how you have in other countries, then the entire industry will be streamlined. As of now, the industry is unorganized. We are also waiting for for one rule across the country, so that an elevator company in Hyderabad can, as of now, can't install lifts in Bangalore, because again you should take license in Bangalore. But imagine you have a single rule across the country, so we'll have better opportunities throughout the country. But
And you get a better marketplace.
yes, but as of now, once we become a manufacturer, currently we are OEM, we manufacture few parts, rest parts, as I have mentioned, we are importing from other states and other countries. So manufacturers has a better opportunity, because supply of goods anyone can do. But installation of lift is regulated and there is a license system in it.
Now coming to the other product that Cube IoT do, I know you are into specialized doors, into windows. So if you could talk about architectural lighting, if you could talk about that as well.
See, now you understood that we are manufacturing elevator cabins, right? When we can manufacture an elevator cabin with a CNC machine, with the same machine we can also manufacture a door and a window. So basically, we are currently using Tata steel with galvanized iron and manufacturing beautiful wooden finished steel doors. And also we have manufacturing windows with composite panel. To talk about advantages of wooden finished steel door first, in our country most of us like that wooden finish, right? Over here also you can see wooden finished tables here and all. So when people like wooden finish, but each door, if you need to manufacture, you need to cut down 2 trees. So a whole planet is conscious about how it is with global warming, how it is going to affect our planet and all. So to save the planet also, there should be some new regulations. And more importantly, advantages for a customer who buys a steel door compared with a wooden door is, wooden door, it changes size with the weather conditions. If it is a rainy season, this is a rainy season we have entered, right? You can also see in your home that some doors will keep getting stuck. But whereas in steel door, it is always the same door what you will have. And imagine that you have a wooden door and you use it for about 20 years. Okay, then you will scrap it out. You will not get anything, right? Whereas in case of a steel door, even if you scrap it after some time, Tata says that their steel will not get rust for about 50 years at least. But even if you just think about it, after 20 years, if you need to change these doors with the new doors, even if you scrap it, the steel rate will always go high and you will get back whatever investment you have done. So we are giving customer, Tata has their own product called Tata Pravesh. Now we are doing Cube steel doors and windows, and we are associated with a manufacturer called Axis, who has a manufacturing setup in Hyderabad itself. So our Cube steel doors have the speciality of the customization. Generally, whatever size you want, even for your existing house, if you want to replace the doors, or if it is a school, if it is a hospital, if it is a shopping mall, whatever custom sizes requirement you have, just like how we are customizing our elevators to the required size, we are customizing doors and also windows to the requirement of the client. And generally we take about 30 days to deliver our steel doors and windows, whereas for elevators we take about 90 days to install the elevator. Coming to our windows come with composite material, like the window frame is made out of galvanized iron, and it has inbuilt grill. If you are going for UPVC or any other material, you need to go for a grill on top of the window, which may look very ugly, because you need to get it fabricated from outside and you need to get it fixed on top of the window. Whereas when you look at our window, it has inbuilt grill facility, and the grill is also made out of galvanized iron. So you have a galvanized iron grill, galvanized iron door frame, and openable windows and sliding windows which are made out of aluminium. And if you want a mesh to it, we have stainless steel option, galvanized iron option, we have fixed meshes, sliding meshes, and also roll-on meshes. So we have multiple options in window segment as well.
That's impressive range of products. Also, one advantage is with your iron doors and windows, wherever there are a problem of termite, this can, you save that. So now coming to the event itself, how's been the experience at Expo? What are your thoughts?
See, I got amazing connects over here. This event is outstanding. Mr. Varun, who is joint director here, he has helped us a lot. Mr. Kiran, who has actually introduced us to FTCCI, was so cordial. So it is happening in a very good way. See, I came to meet you also here. And yesterday there was a team from Vietnam who said that they'll help us in exporting our products to Vietnam. So I met our energy minister. I told him about Lift Act, and he said that he'll also help us and our industry as well.
Well, many congratulations and all the best to you in your future. And I hope your Vietnam export business starts off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vâng, chúng tôi hoàn toàn là chúng tôi biết được cái sự chuyển dịch. Ông hỏi rất là rộng, cái phạm vi rất là rộng. Qua tìm hiểu kỹ thì các doanh nghiệp sẽ tỉnh Gia Lai cũng có thế mạnh. Thì tỉnh Gia Lai hiện nay đang có, bản thân tôi cảm nhận thì tôi thấy rất là
để góp phần vào sự phát triển của kinh tế xã hội của tỉnh Gia Lai chúng tôi.
Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are currently at the first edition of Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, which is being organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. And I have with me my guest, who's the Vice Chairman of Zalai Province, Mr. Tip, and he's joining us to discuss about what is the future of future between Vietnam and India for trade, especially with this focus on industrial production. Though his comments will be more focused about Zalai province, but he'll also give us a general view of how he sees India-Vietnam relationship going forward. Welcome to the show, sir.
Xin chào.
Mr. Tip, I would like to start by firstly welcoming you and your delegate to the show, to the expo. What I would like to understand is exports, as manufacturing is moving, away from China into Vietnam, which is the biggest beneficiary with almost 27%.
Theo như cái chuyển dịch kinh tế ngày hôm nay và thời điểm hiện tại thì các cái chuyển dịch kinh tế đang chuyển dần ra khỏi Trung Quốc và chuyển dần vào Việt Nam và Ấn Độ, thì ông cảm thấy là cái điều này sẽ tiến tới bao xa nữa và nó sẽ mở rộng như thế nào để tạo ra các cái lợi thế cho Việt Nam?
Vâng, chúng tôi hoàn toàn là chúng tôi biết được cái sự chuyển dịch và chúng tôi cũng biết là chúng tôi sẽ phải chuẩn bị những cái gì. Chuẩn bị những gì để cho cái sự chuyển dịch này, khi mà nó được chuyển dịch về quốc gia Việt Nam chúng tôi thì chúng tôi sẽ sẵn sàng đón nhận nó và cùng với các đối tác của mình để phát huy nó trong thời gian tới.
You are in city of Hyderabad and from the Zalai province. What do you see?
Thì bây giờ ông đang ở bang Telangana và thành phố Hyderabad, thì giữa thành phố Hyderabad và tỉnh Gia Lai mình, ông cảm thấy là ở hai cái bên này có các điểm gì mà chung và là những cái điểm gì, lĩnh vực nào có tiềm năng để cùng phát triển giữa hai bên này?
Ông hỏi rất là rộng, cái phạm vi rất là rộng, nhưng mà trong cái khuôn khổ hợp tác này thì tôi thấy thế này, những điều mà Gia Lai cần, tỉnh Gia Lai cần thì chúng tôi đang ở đây để tìm cơ hội hợp tác. Thì tôi thấy bên bang của mình thì có rất nhiều điều mà đáp ứng được cái nhu cầu của chúng tôi. Tôi nói ví dụ như hồi nãy tôi đi tham quan là thấy chúng tôi đang tìm những cái kho thông minh, để lưu trữ hàng hóa, nhất là chúng tôi có những hàng hóa rau củ quả trái cây để xuất sang các nước khác, chúng tôi cũng rất là cần. Ví dụ thứ hai nữa là đó là cái quản trị về kinh doanh, quản trị về doanh nghiệp và các phần mềm về quản trị đấy, thì chúng tôi cũng thấy rất là hữu ích cho đợt chuyến công tác này của chúng tôi.
Are there any industry sectors that you are interested in that can come to Vietnam?
Thì có những cái lĩnh vực nào mà ông đang cảm thấy là có cái tiềm năng để cho các cái công ty Ấn Độ được vào Việt Nam hay là vào tỉnh của ông một cách nói riêng, và để mà có thể có các cái cửa hàng công ty và cũng như là để có các cái đầu tư của lĩnh vực đó vào tỉnh của ông hay không?
Tôi tất nhiên là sau này nếu mà qua tìm hiểu kỹ thì các doanh nghiệp sẽ tìm hiểu kỹ, nhưng mà qua tôi đánh giá sơ bộ rồi qua ý kiến của các doanh nghiệp với các ông mà ở các cơ quan đại diện về thương mại ấy, thì từ hôm qua đi bang Tamil Nadu phải không? Hôm nay sang bên này ấy, thì tôi thấy những cái cơ hội mà có thể hợp tác sắp đến ấy, mà có thể qua tìm hiểu mà nó hiệu quả, phát huy hiệu quả ngay, đó là cái áp dụng cái công nghệ này vào phát triển nông nghiệp công nghệ cao tại Gia Lai, bởi vì hiện nay Gia Lai là đang hướng vào cái công nghệ cao, nông nghiệp công nghệ cao để hướng tới các thị trường xuất khẩu như Mỹ, Nhật, Hàn Quốc, Trung Quốc.
Well, you already mentioned agriculture and food, in your conversation. Spices is a big thing from Vietnam, right?
Thì ngoài các cái về nông sản mà ông vừa trình bày á, thì gia vị cũng là một cái lĩnh vực mà rất là mạnh của Việt Nam, và cũng là Ấn Độ cũng rất là mạnh về cái mảng gia vị. Thì ông có thể cho biết là có một cái tiềm năng hay là một cái cơ hội nào để có thể Việt Nam và Ấn Độ cùng làm trong cái ngành mà gia vị này không?
Vâng, ngành đấy là một ngành mà tỉnh Gia Lai cũng có thế mạnh. Vì tỉnh Gia Lai hiện nay đang thực hiện cái chương trình là phát triển cây dược liệu. Cây dược liệu có thể dùng trong các ngành như thực phẩm này, rồi ngành về thuốc chữa bệnh theo y học cổ truyền của Ấn Độ tôi nghĩ cũng rất là cần, và của Trung Quốc cũng rất là cần, và Việt Nam thì hiện nay đang phát triển cái dược liệu. Vâng.
You're at the expo. What's your
Thì hôm nay ông có thể cho biết một số cảm nghĩ khi mà tham dự cái buổi triển lãm hôm nay, và cũng là có một số đôi lời với các cái công ty doanh nghiệp Ấn Độ đã hôm nay ạ.
Hôm nay là bản thân tôi cảm nhận thì tôi thấy rất là mừng và rất là hãnh diện cho bản thân. Vì tôi bước vào đầu thành phố, tôi xuống sân bay tôi thấy một cái sự ngăn nắp, một cái sự phát triển ngăn nắp của một đô thị phát triển, và chúng tôi qua cảm nhận ban đầu đấy, chúng tôi rất là tin tưởng vào những đối tác mà hôm nay được chúng tôi gặp mặt, và chúng tôi hy vọng rằng là cái sự phát triển này, sự kết nối này sẽ được phát triển tiếp trong tương lai sắp tới.
About startups, because we are a channel, we are world's first dedicated channel for startups.
Thì tôi xin có thêm một câu hỏi, đó là tôi là từ một cái kênh về các startup, thì có thể nào ông cho tôi biết các cái cơ hội hay là một tiềm năng để mà các startup của Việt Nam và startup của Ấn Độ có thể là hợp tác với nhau trong tương lai không?
Để góp phần vào sự phát triển của kinh tế xã hội của tỉnh Gia Lai chúng tôi, thì đối với lại cơ quan chuyên môn của Ủy ban nhân dân tỉnh, thì Sở Kế hoạch Đầu tư cũng đã triển khai và cũng đã thực hiện nhiều cái hội nghị xúc tiến đầu tư, hội nghị xúc tiến du lịch, và đã diễn ra tại tỉnh Gia Lai cũng như ở tại thành phố Hồ Chí Minh và Hà Nội. Và vấn đề đó cũng tỉnh của chúng tôi rất là quan tâm và tiếp tục duy trì thường xuyên, và mong rằng qua cái cầu nối đó thì doanh nghiệp giữa Ấn Độ và Việt Nam có điều kiện giao lưu và gắn kết với nhau phù hợp với cái mục đích, mục tiêu của kinh doanh của mình. Trên cơ sở đó thì sẽ đối với lại chính quyền của tỉnh Gia Lai thì hết sức là ủng hộ đối với các doanh nghiệp, đồng hành cùng doanh nghiệp để cùng nhau hợp tác đầu tư phát triển kinh tế xã hội của tỉnh Gia Lai ngày một tốt hơn.
Thank you, Mr. Tep. Thank you very much for being on the show. Thank you, sir, and thank you for the translations. Thank you.
रेडी टू ईट फूड प्रोडक्ट जो है वेज और नॉन वेज में है। हमारे प्रोडक्ट में जो है ना हेल्थ को नज़र में रखते हुए
राइट नाउ वी आर placed our products on Amazon, Flipkart and all social media platforms.
Welcome viewers to MyStartuptv. We are at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023 organized by FTCCI, and we're on day 2. I have with me guests who are local Hyderabadi entrepreneurs. Afzal, who's SM Afzal, who's the founder of the company, and his partner, Mr. Mateen. They are also the sponsor for the event, and the company goes by Standard Kitchen Ready to Eat Food. Let's understand what the company does, what kind of food product they make, and how has been their experience being part of the expo. नमस्कार, सलाम अलैकुम, ईद मुबारक आप दोनों को।
दोनों आपको भी ईद मुबारक सर।
सो अफजल जी, जो स्टैंडर्ड फूड रेडी टू ईट की बात कर रहे हैं हम जी, अभी एक नया चैन आ चुका है जिसमें रेडी टू ईट फूड को लेकर काफी डिमांड है, तो आप पहले उसके बारे में बताना चाहेंगे कि आपका जो पहले आप कुछ अपने प्रोडक्ट्स के बारे में बताएं कि किस तरह के प्रोडक्ट्स आप बनाते हैं।
रेडी टू ईट फूड प्रोडक्ट जो है वेज और नॉन वेज में है, बट और भी कंपनीज रेडी टू ईट फूड प्रोडक्ट के बहुत सारी कंपनीज है, बट हमने जो है नॉन वेज में ज़्यादा काम किया है। 100+ से ज़्यादा हम लोग नॉन वेज में प्रोडक्ट किया है। तो जो लोग बिजी लाइफ है, जिसकी लाइफ बिजी है, जो अचानक अगर कोई गेस्ट आ जाते हैं या कोई इश्यूज हो जाते हैं, तब हमारा फूड जो है बिल्कुल 2 या 3 मिनट में आप सर्व कर सकते हैं।
और आजकल तो वैसे भी स्विगी और जोमेटो का जमाना है जिसमें आदमी के पास इतना टाइम नहीं है कि मतलब बनाए, तो ऑर्डर कर लेते हैं। पर आप कह रहे हैं कि आप उससे बेहतर ये कि
उससे बेहतर इसलिए है सर क्योंकि आजकल हेल्थ इश्यूज बहुत है, तो हमारे प्रोडक्ट में जो है ना हेल्थ को नज़र में रखते हुए इसको स्टरलाइज करते हैं हम लोग, और अपने प्रिजर्वेटिव ज़ीरो प्रिजर्वेटिव है, ज़ीरो बैक्टीरिया है, तो इसके लिए जो है हेल्थ के लिए बहुत अच्छी फूड है ये। आप अगर फूड लवर्स के लिए बहुत अच्छा मौका है हैदराबाद में, जो 100+ नॉन वेज में हम लोग प्रोडक्ट लेकर आए हैं।
तो एक बात जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाता है फूड के मामले में जब हम बात करें, तो आपने क्वालिटी की बात कर दी, सेफ्टी की बात कर दी, फूड में आप 100+ प्रोडक्ट की बात कर रहे हैं। आप बता सकते हैं कि मतलब हैदराबाद जैसे सिटी में बिरयानी के अलावा ऐसा क्या प्रोडक्ट जो आप लोगों का जो सबसे ज़्यादा बिकता है?
हलीम है, बटर चिकन है, दाल मखनी है, पालक पनीर है, पनीर बटर मसाला है, वेज बिरयानी है। ये प्रोडक्ट ऐसा है सर, आपको जितना अगर एक आदमी को खाना है तो वो ऑलमोस्ट 300 ग्राम 500 ग्राम में सफिशिएंट हो जाएगा, वेस्ट नहीं होगा। प्रोडक्ट में ये खासियत ये है कि आपको वेस्ट नहीं होगा। जितना आप अपनी मर्जी से जैसा 300 ग्राम का पाउच आप परचेस कर लिए या 500 ग्राम का 1 kg का, हमारे पास 3 kg तक है इसका, तो जितनी आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट है वो आप यूज़ कर लीजिए। इसकी शेल लाइफ जो है 18 मंथ रहेगी और 0 टेम्परेचर में आप इसको सेव कर सकते, तो नो नीड फ्रीज आइटम।
तो ये जो जब भी एक रेडी टू कुक आइटम होता है और जिसमें लॉन्ग शेल्फ लाइफ हो, जैसे आप 18 मंथ्स की बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें फिर प्रिजर्वेटिव का इस्तेमाल करना पड़ता है।
प्रिजर्वेटिव सर स्टरलाइज करके इसके बैक्टीरिया को हम मार देते हैं, तो ये फूड सेफ हो जाता है, इसकी लाइफ बढ़ जाती है।
तो आप ये कह रहे हैं कि जो आपका फूड प्रोडक्ट है जिसमें कोई प्रिजर्वेटिव नहीं है,
बिल्कुल,
क्योंकि आपका टेक्नोलॉजी आप यूज कर रहे हैं वो ऐसा है जिसमें कि बिना प्रिजर्वेटिव के आप स्टिल लॉन्ग लाइफ दे रहे हैं।
यस।
तो अगला सवाल ये है इम्पोर्टेंट, जो एक फूड लवर के लिए हो जाता है, वो है टेस्ट।
यस।
क्या मुझे वो घर का खाना का टेस्ट आएगा?
बिल्कुल सर। आप जब खाना अगर मैं आपको रेडी टू ईट का फूड प्रोडक्ट का कोई आइटम अगर आपको मैं पेश कर दूं बताए बगैर कि ये रेडी टू ईट है, तो मैं आपको 100% बताऊंगा कि आप महसूस ही नहीं करेंगे ये कि मेरी फैमिली में मैं अपना टिफिन बॉक्स खोल के खा रहा हूँ खाना।
कुछ फूड हमने कोशिश किया रेडी टू ईट, खासकर जो पैकेट्स में आती हैं, तो उसका एक अलग सा टेस्ट निकल के आता है
जी,
है ना वो है। अच्छा, अब मतीन जी आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा, करंटली आप लोगों का मार्केट साइज कितना है? मतलब कितना आप किस जगह में आप अपना बेच रहे हैं? क्या वो सिर्फ हैदराबाद में है या ऑल ओवर इंडिया है, और कितना टर्नओवर है आपका?
Right now we are placed our products on Amazon, Flipkart and all social media, all platforms. अभी जैसे फूड इंडस्ट्री है, बहुत बड़ी इंडस्ट्री है, हम इसको और दूसरे स्टेट्स में भी ले जाना पसंद करेंगे। अब वी आर प्रिपेयरिंग ट्रेडिशनली हैदराबादी स्टाइल फूड, वेज एंड नॉन वेज में है। आपको जो है इन फ्यूचर नेक्स्ट 6 मंथ्स का जो हमारा टारगेट है, मुंबई को कवर करना है, दिल्ली को कवर करना है, इन फ्यूचर आपको मिलेगा।
तो क्या किस तरह का मॉडल आप कर रहे हैं? क्या फ्रेंचाइजी होगा, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन होगा, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर अपॉइंट करेंगे या खुद का आपका आउटलेट रहेगा? क्या मॉडल लेके जा रहे हैं?
Everything is not possible by a single company. We will appoint some distributors and they will look after it.
Would you like to share for the benefit of people out there, our viewers, and probably out of them some potential business owners who might want to become your distributor, as to what would be the terms? अगर आपने कुछ डिसाइड किया हो कि अगर कोई आपका डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर बनना चाहता है, if somebody wants to become your distributor, what could be the basic terms and investment required?
Yeah, basically, if they are going with which segment first, non-veg segment, veg segment, or sweet segment, or ready-to-cook segment. We are having 4 segments. It depends upon which segment they would like to go, state-wise. So we can give them like 30 to 35%, and this thing.
And what kind of investment they have to do?
They have to make a minimum of 5 CR.
5 CR.
Yes.
So that is for stocks or for setting up the factory?
No, that is for stock. Setting up is everything is different. We'll provide them everything, complete support, marketing support, and offline support. Whatever support they require, we'll provide them.
And currently, in how many cities are your products are available?
Currently, we have in Telangana, and we are working with the Mumbai-based company and Delhi-based company, and we have already exported our product to Canada and Saudi also. You can check out in YouTube on our channel. It has been placed in multiple supermarkets. All videos are available.
So, अफजल जी आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा कि जो अभी आपका जो अगला, क्योंकि आपका 100 प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, तो इसका मतलब जो आपने जो सेटअप किया होगा फैक्ट्री सर, वो भी काफ़ी एक, तो उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताना चाहेंगे कि किस तरह का सेटअप है आपका, कितना इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है आप लोगों के फूड प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट में?
फूड प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट में जो हम लोग अभी तक जो है 15 CR तक इन्वेस्टमेंट कर चुके हैं, बट ये टेक्नोलॉजी जर्मन की टेक्नोलॉजी है और डेवलपमेंट के लिए बहुत सारा न्यू फीचर्स आते रहते, उसको चेंजेस लाना रहता, जैसा पैकिंग मशीन्स है, कुकिंग और रिटॉर्ट मशीन्स, ये सब।
So, क्या इंडिया में कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ में आप मिल के काम कर रहे हैं फॉर डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट, या आप खुद ही अपना इन हाउस डेवलपमेंट करते हैं?
इन हाउस, अभी तक तो इन हाउस है, आगे हम प्लान करेंगे अभी।
और आप लोग ये इस इवेंट के स्पॉन्सर्स भी हैं, तो आप लोग कैसा रेस्पॉन्स रहा आज डे 2 को?
FTCCI एक प्लेटफॉर्म ऐसा है सर कि जो भी काम शुरू करना है इस प्लेटफॉर्म से करना है, तो अपने आप को इंट्रोडक्शन कराना है, इंडियन मार्केट हो या एक्सपोर्ट मार्केट हो, ये बहुत अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है। इससे हमको काफ़ी फ़ायदा हुआ, हमको कई इस प्लेटफॉर्म से हमारे कई अच्छे कस्टमर्स जुड़े हैं। मैं बहुत बहुत थैंक्स करना चाहूँगा FTCCI और ऑल स्टाफ, बहुत स्पेशली वरुण सर बहुत अच्छे कोऑपरेटिव है। वैसे तमाम लोग हमको शुरू से ही, हम जब से मेंबर बने हैं, हमको गाइड करते रहते हैं सर।
ये बहुत मेहरबानी और आपको मुबारक और ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फ्यूचर आपके मार्केट के लिए।
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
This is the first expo, first edition Maiden Expo of FTCCI. I think great opportunity for both the countries. Seeing the response and seeing the suggestion from the minister, definitely we will reach out to other districts and tier 2, tier 3 cities.
Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. We are at the first edition of Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, which is organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. Well, what I see here is a lot of people, great stall. There's a delegation from Vietnam, and I have with me to share what's going on, how the event went around. President of FTCCI, Mr. Anil Agrawal. Sir, welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you.
So, first reactions, Pala edition, first expo. Tell me what your thoughts are.
You're seeing me, how happy I am. That tells all. This is the first expo, first edition Maiden Expo of FTCCI, and this is not the first. There are more to come, and I'm happy that our Honorable Minister Sri Jagdishwar Reddy Garu has inaugurated this expo today, along with other esteemed guests from the state government and from the central government. Mr. Dasari Balaya, regional passport officer, was available, and the kind of response which we see is tremendous. And moreover, there is a delegation from Vietnam, and we have arranged B2B meetings. There were some 100 requests from our participants and the exhibitors to have B2B meeting with the Vietnam delegation. So we are fortunate enough that during the time of our expo, the delegation of Vietnam has visited our expo.
So, sir, I just had a chat with the vice chairman of Zhejiang province and Mr. Tap. What are the areas you think Vietnam and India can collaborate or work together?
I feel agriculture is the main area which we can collaborate, because we have taken our own delegation to Vietnam some 3 months back, and when we visited there, it was just like India. We were not feeling that we were in some other country, and moreover, they were very friendly towards Indians. And lot of opportunities and synergies do exist between the two countries. Agriculture is one, as I said, and there is pharmaceutical. Lot of scope is there for pharmaceuticals, and also lot of scope for aquaculture also. So I think great opportunity for both the countries, and such type of delegations, if they come India, this is the second delegation which we are hosting from Vietnam. In the recent past, there was one more delegation which we have hosted. And when we visited, we took our delegation to Vietnam. Consul General Mr. Madan Mohan Sethi was very kind enough to host us and make all the arrangements. And we have visited 3 provinces. We had a very good interaction meeting with them, and we signed MOU with all the 3 provinces.
Sir, one of the suggestion that came from the minister was to take this expo into the rural India. I know it's too early. It's only a few hours back, he said. So, what are your first thoughts? Aapko kya lag raha hai?
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. Actually, as a federation, we are already moving to the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities and districts. We have done few programs in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities and districts. Like we have done one program on women entrepreneurship in Nizamabad, Warangal, Karimnagar, and we have done EXIM program, export import management program in same Nizamabad, Warangal, Khammam. These districts we are reaching now, and I'm confident that we have done one program in Medak also on women entrepreneurship. Response was very good. So seeing the response and seeing the suggestion from the minister, definitely we will reach out to other districts and Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, not only for our programs on dissemination of knowledge and information, but also we can think of having a small expo, because lot of potential is there in the districts. Since central government has come out with one district, one product, so there is big opportunity for all of us to develop and to have business opportunities in the districts.
So you also talked about agriculture being one of the key areas between India and Vietnam, and with millets being with millet being the focus area now, millet year. Where do you see that going? I mean, can we make something with that between the two countries?
Yeah, there is a lot of scope, because Vietnamese are also health conscious, and millet being like in the budget, our honorable finance minister said that millet is Shriyan. That means it's God's son, God's food. So I think a lot of opportunities, and seeing the conditions, like we have been to Vietnam, we have seen there, they are typically just like Indians, very friendly towards Indians. So I think a lot of scope and a lot of opportunities are available.
As a FTCCI, any roadmap that you're coming up with to push for millet in Telangana?
Yeah, we are planning one program on millet also, and we are discussing with the Indian Institute of Millet Research, and some discussions are taking place, and definitely we'll do one program on millet.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Be on.
We are in the food processing industry. we are doing seasonal fruit. 6 varieties of seasonal fruit. In India, in an unorganized sector, we are the first in India. Compared to yesterday, today many people have come to my stall.
Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. We are at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023 organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. We are the day 2 of the event. Going by the buzz, if you see, there is a lot of excitement, a lot of B2B meetings happening, and a lot of return value for money for the exhibitors and people who are visiting here. I have with me, my next guest is Mr. Venkat Ramana, who is the managing partner of Foods, Agri Foods. Welcome, sir. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, sir. This is Venkat Ramana from Agri Products.
Sir, Venkat Ramana garu, tell me about what is Food into? What do you manufacture?
Yeah, we are in food processing industry. Moisture is the culprit for any food decay or spoiling the food. We are removing the moisture by technology is called vacuum freeze dehydration. This technology is being used in pharma industry as a lyophilization. The same technology we are adopting into food industry. This is vacuum freeze dehydration technology. The technology dehydration can be solar dehydration, thermal pump dehydration, but this is we are doing in low pressure and low temperature. This dehydration is done, and we are the
this technology can be applied across any food, or there are specific foods where you can do it?
Sky is the limit in this technology. We can from egg powder to anything we can do.
Tell us about the products you are doing currently. You are manufacturing or processing in here.
At present, we are doing seasonal fruit. 6 varieties of seasonal fruit and 1 variety of marine fruit, that is prawns. Prawns is the one of the in India, in an unorganized sector, we are the first in India.
So, if you can talk about the business currently. What is what's your turnover? Where all the product is available?
Yeah, ours is the startup company, sir. 1.5 years back only we have started. We are searching for exporters and good collaborators also. With the innovative technology, this is excellent technology, I can say. The audience are ready to eat products are there, like ready to eat millets and ready to eat biryanis and all. One Insta food company is there, our contact. They are selling to in airlines. We are concentrating on defense and sailors. They have to. In marine industry, we are exporting to marines in other countries like Japan and all. They are sending in frozen state. There is a chances of developing decay fungus in moisture. This is the best technology, I can say, but time is required for adaptation.
How has been the response at the expo?
Yeah, compared to yesterday, today many people have come to my stalls, and almost we have exhausted jackfruit. Tomorrow I am getting from my factory.
So thank you very much. Thank you for being on the show, and all the very best.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. We are currently at the first edition of Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, which is being organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. And I have with me my guest, who's the Vice Chairman of Zalai Province, Mr. Tip, and he's joining us to discuss about what is the future of future between Vietnam and India for trade, especially with this focus on industrial production. Though his comments will be more focused about Zalai Province, but he'll also give us a general view of how he sees India-Vietnam relationship going forward. Welcome to the show, sir.
Xin chào.
Mr. Tip, I would like to start by firstly welcoming you and your delegate to the show, to the expo. What I would like to understand is exports, as manufacturing is moving, away from China into Vietnam, which is the biggest beneficiary with almost 27% of the share coming there, and India. How do you see this going forward? Do you think this is going to expand further, and where do you think it will up to what level can we go?
Vâng, chúng tôi hoàn toàn là chúng tôi biết được cái sự chuyển dịch.
About this transaction of the China to Vietnam, we have the knowledge about it. We have acknowledged, and then we are working with our businesses and also from the government side point of view, so that we can, when it's directly come to us, we will be prepared and have all preparations for everything of this.
You are in city of Hyderabad, and from the Zalai province, what do you see together as a province, as India, especially with Hyderabad and Telangana in focus? Where are the areas where we can we can collaborate and work together?
Ông hỏi rất là rộng, cái phạm vi rất là rộng. Nhưng mà trong cái khuôn khổ hợp tác này thì tôi thấy thế này.
Today I have walked through a lot of the store in this exhibition, and I've seen that there's a lot of potential to cooperate between Zalai province and Telangana. And for example, I have visited many stores and have seen that we are looking for some chances to work with more business Indian companies in to have that smart warehouse. So to help us to store the vegetable for better time and better quality, so that we can export to many countries in the world. And the second one is that we also need softwares for business administration, and these kind of two things that are very suitable for us. And we are here looking for some very good Indian companies, so that we can surely cooperate for future.
Are there any industry sectors that you are interested in that can come to Vietnam, and especially for your Zalai province, where they can set up shop, and the kind of investments areas where you were looking at investments to come from Indian businesses into your country?
Tôi tất nhiên là sau này nếu mà có tìm hiểu kỹ thì các doanh nghiệp sẽ tìm hiểu kỹ, nhưng mà
So businesses, they will have to do more research on that. But from my perspective, from my very prior perspective, I think that one of the things that we can learn and import from India from this kind of perspective is that we can use the high technology in agriculture. So because high-tech agriculture from Zalai province, we are trying our best to develop this to make better quality products, so that we can export these agricultural products to US, Japan, and many other quality country with high quality.
Well, you already mentioned agriculture and food, in your conversation. Spices is a big thing from Vietnam, right? And India is one of the big consumer market. Also, we export process. Is there any scope there that we can work? You see scope between India and Vietnam to work together?
Vâng, ngành đấy là một ngành mà tỉnh Gia Lai cũng thế mạnh. Vì tỉnh Gia Lai hiện nay đang có
Zalai province, for your information, we have the strategy to develop herbals products. So herbals is one of the most the product that we have strengths, and also we are focusing on exporting it to many countries like India and China, because we think that herbals are very useful for not only in food eating, but also for creating medicines for the medical purposes also.
You're at the expo. What's your take on, or how did you feel about your experience here being at the expo, and also any message you have for the Indian business community?
Hôm nay là bản thân tôi cảm nhận để tôi thấy rất là mừng và rất là hãnh diện cho bản thân.
So, for your information, when I stepped out of the airport, I've seen that this is a very developed, well-organized city and has a lot of potential for cooperation in the future. And we are very honored to have the chance to meet all the Indian businesses and companies joining us today. And we think that is like the breakthrough and like the kick-off of every like future cooperation in the future.
About startups, because we are a channel, we are world's first dedicated channel for startups. What scope do you see for Indian startups and Vietnamese startups to work together?
Để góp phần vào sự phát triển của kinh tế xã hội của tỉnh Gia Lai chúng tôi.
So Gia Lai province is working very hard on the creating like the platform so that businesses from Vietnam and also India can meet together. Of the startup, we also having like a lot of encouragements for them to go out and meet. And so that I think that from the government side or like from the business side or from our side, we are so hoping so that we can have more chance so that startups can work and come and meet together.
For one thing is very clear. We intend to coordinate, cooperate and co-produce with India is very, very clear. At least from their side and from our side also. So there is no dearth of intent. Like for example, earlier when we used to talk, India is moving up the value chain. They realize that, right? So they don't see India as a service provider anymore. They see India as a developer of cutting edge technology. There is a very strong Indian diaspora present in the US. And they are very excited by the India success story or the India growth.
Welcome viewers to Thought Leader Show on mystartuptv. I'm Major Sunil Shetty, your host. This year June, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was on his first state visit to the US. And this particular event, 4-day event, created a lot of hype and buzz, not just in the US, in India and globally. Well, he got to meet industry leaders from US and India, and somebody who was there, feeling the vibes, feeling the buzz, is Wing Commander Anish Antony. Welcome to the show.
Hi Major Shetty, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
So, you were there, on the ground, representing the Ministry of Defence from India, and you were part of various meetings, which included for defence, included startups. Let's start by, just paint that picture as to how was the environment, because this is the first time in many years, or rather first time ever in my memory as well, where India kind of got that global, exposure, feel, and people kind of start acknowledging India as the next big power.
Yeah. So, no, I think firstly, from the outset, we landed a couple of days before. And from the outset, I think even before he landed also, there was a lot of palpable energy that you can see in anticipation of his arrival. The roads were lined up with flags. When you talk to people and they were like, you have a conversation, you don't mention it that you are come with the delegation. But people have said, hey, you know what, Prime Minister Modi is coming day after tomorrow. So even the common layman knew about Prime Minister Modi's.
So what is that limited to the people of Indian origin, Indian diaspora, or was it also people feel that among the, let's say the American crowd itself?
No, it was not only American crowd. In fact, we had a cab driver, right, and he was Ethiopian. Right? He knew about Prime Minister.
That talks a lot.
Right? That talks a lot. That means it has percolated down not only from between the political circles or the administrative circles or the business circles, down to the common man and down to even the blue collar or the brown collar. If people do not see value, they could not have come down to so many things. Because it doesn't, unless it affects him, the cab driver would not sort of acknowledge this kind of activity, political activity. So if you ask me, it was almost like a mainstream political event.
So now coming to your visit itself, as you said you were there a few days before the actual visit by the Prime Minister. So what was your mandate? And you were representing the Ministry of Defence India. So what did you do in those few days that you were there?
So I think one of the core areas for this visit was bilateral defense cooperation between both countries. So from that perspective, the Ministry of Defense has put together a team, a delegation, which went as a part of primarily Mr. Modi's visit. Similarly, even the US DoD had put together a team. They were a team of around 20 to 25 people from the Indian MOD and a parallel organization, a mirror parallel organization on the other side. And the delegation was represented equally by primes, which are the big corporations like L&T Defense, Mahindra Defense, Bharat Forge, and so on. And then the second layer consisted of even the administration, which they were from the Ministry of Defense. There were officers who were a part of the team, who were part secretaries, and so on and so forth. And the third layer, where the startups and startup ecosystem, that ecosystem is what we have represented, or I represented on behalf of.
So you are wearing multiple hats, basically.
Yeah, I think one is my experience of being in the forge as an operator of defense equipment. I was in the Air Force as a pilot, operator of defense equipment. And while being that, I also was a part of DRDO for 4 years, which comes into research R&D of defense equipment. Then moreover, I was one of the founding team members of MyGate, so that brings a business element into the whole. And now, as a part of we are engaging with thousands of startups.
So, given that the overall overview of each and every side of the whole 9 years of the startup ecosystem or the business side of it, especially relevant to defense, what do you take? What do you think? Where are we going with? Because we know there are multiple technology arguments during this visit. We're also buying one of the best drones possible currently. Where do you see personally, as given you all your exposure, where do you see India, US, different relationship? And also share about what happened during the event.
See, for one thing is very clear. The intent to coordinate, cooperate and co-produce with India is very, very clear. At least from their side and from our side also. So there is no dearth of intent. Like for example, earlier we used to talk, right? I mean, US used to come back and say, okay, let's sign memorandum of understanding and let's take it forward. Now it is like, okay, can we have a follow-up meeting tomorrow? Right? Can we set timelines within the next 3 months, 6 months, 9 months and 1 year timeline? Can we set those kind of timelines? So that kind of intent and hustle is there in terms of making stuff happen. So that is one perceptible difference that you could see from last time. And this engagement is across all levels. Right? The corporates want to engage as intently. Their startups want to engage with India's ecosystem. Finally, if you look at India's ecosystem, right, there are 900 million working class people. Right? Now, these 900 million working class people have access to the cheapest data on earth today. Right? Your data bill and my data bill comes to maybe, $6 or $7 a month, which is peanuts, right? Now you give data access and internet access to all of these people, all of the 900 million people. Look at the permutation and combination of the creativity or the business model that can come out.
You already experienced it.
You already experienced it.
You are experiencing even more sitting in the house.
Yeah, so last year 12,000 startups got registered. That comes to almost 35-36 startups per day. That is what that mixture, that combination is doing. 900 million working class, almost free access to data, and these are the kind of ideas which are going to come out. And they understand the value.
And the mix of all this, defense being one of the things where a lot of stress is there in terms of, from the government of India, to make it India, Atmanirbhar and all of that. And with interest from the US, as you said, the government as well as the industry, or our industry, like the likes of the L&T and the Reliance, we also need a superior technology partner, especially that can support them with the research and development. Where do you see that happening? When do you see that happening?
So I think there are two levels, right? One is, I think, when you mention superior technology that is happening, right? There's a lot of, they are recognizing that there's a lot of superior technology development is happening here also. Right? Both we are also recognizing, which is the MOD is also recognizing, saying that, hey, we've got this great talent in India. Let's tap into that and let's pull out all those combination of technologies which are coming from. They also recognize that fact that there are a lot of new technologies which are coming out. India has moved out from a service provider IT tech service provider up the value chain, which means it is coming into the designer, producer, developer, that kind of development is started happening, and it is happening with increasing amount of frequency and in more cutting edge technology. Look like companies like, for example, Skyroot are putting a rocket into space, and by no means that's an understatement, right? So you look at satellite companies; they are doing some really phenomenal work out of there. So there are definitely good high-end technology companies, and India is moving up the value chain. They realize that, right? So they don't see India as a service provider anymore. They see India as a developer of cutting-edge technology.
And technology partner.
And technology partner.
Help you build technology.
Help you build technology and produce those products out of India. Right? That is the second piece of it. So now, early on it used to be that their products, their technology comes here and produces product out of India. Right? Now they are looking for us to create products, and then again they have a mandate to produce those products in India. Right? So the engagement levels are getting only higher and higher as we go. The third aspect is, I think, there is a very strong Indian diaspora present in the US, and they are very excited by the India success story or the India growth story. You look at very simplistically, right? Let's take it fundamentally simplistically. Right? Today in India's per capita income is $2,700. Right? Colombia, I think, is somewhere close to around $9,000. Now, if we just get our per capita income there, then we are 10 trillion economy. That is the GDP level I'm talking about. Right? Now look at the velocity of money, because that money is going to be spent again and again inside the country. Right? So there is definitely tremendous potential of monetization at scale in India, which they are very cognizant. And the Indian diaspora has gone out 20-30 years ago. They are now pretty well established. They have earned a reputation for being intelligent, hardworking people, hustlers, enterprising entrepreneurs who are there out there. And they want to do something back for India. They want to give it back for India.
And in what ways are you seeing it? I mean, would they be prepared to take a piece of the pie in terms of being part of the startup ecosystem?
They don't even want a piece of it. What they're saying is we're doing for pro bono. I mean, when we introduced ourselves, I think the number of people who took me and just out of goodwill introduced me to more people, right? Saying that, hey, just meet up with these people, see what they can do for us, for you, India back home.
But other important thing is investments to come in. But do you think there is appetite among Indian?
Definitely. There's a lot more appetite from the Indian diaspora. So as they keep seeing success stories in India, they do want to come back and invest in these cutting edge technologies that are getting developed. Right? So we're seeing a lot of angel sort of investments which are coming from there, which are helping startups in India. A lot of expats, NRIs are coming back, spending a month here, meeting up with a lot of startups, looking at a lot of technologies, immersing in this entire experience here, and seeing how they can help either through investment or connections or something like that to help these startups. There's definitely a lot of interest in that element.
So coming to startups, which is where you currently are, based on the world's biggest innovation center. So, in something, in reference to this trip, what kind of scope do you see for Indian startups, and very particularly for defense? And is there a scope for them or a possibility for them to work alongside or with likes of Tata, Reliance, L&T? Where do you see that?
All of the stakeholders, all of the key parties, all the principals have to work together on this. Right? Because there is a lot of, I mean, if you look at it as one big puzzle, right? Some people have some pieces and other people have other pieces. Yes. Like for example, if a startup creates a product, right? Now the armed forces will definitely look for longevity, which means the startup is just 2 years old, right? Will he be in a position to provide me spares for the next 10 years, for the next 15 years? So that longevity becomes a bit of a thought point for them to do it. Like it's a bit of a point, but that doesn't come when you have major stakeholders, primes like L&T Defense or Bharat Forum doing that, right? Because they've have a proven history of working with the armed forces for like, I don't know, decades now.
Yes.
Right? So they bring that longevity, reliability, ability to take a shock, ability to put in money to scale up. Right? They have ability to working at scale. Right? So what they possess, what the startups possess, agility. Right? The ability to get new technologies together to come out with something really.
And tinker with ideas and
tinker with ideas,
think
tinker with combinations, think out of the box, not being afraid, flexibility, right? Pivot.
Which big companies may not be able to do.
Yes, which big companies may not be doing at that pace.
At that pace.
Right? So that is what startups doing, right? And that is what the bigger companies doing, right? And so everybody has a piece to play in this whole piece. As far as the US visit is concerned, I think a lot of our startups want access to US markets, to US US agencies who want these kind of solutions, these kind of products. It could be agencies a part of defense, or it could be agencies a part of dual use. We worked a lot this time around on trying to identify ecosystems there, like similar to T-Hub, right, who can provide our startups a soft landing. Right? So you go there, they not only take care of your basics, which is a place to
like so the red area you have done.
Yes, like a place to anchor and then work out of there, right? And again, regulatory support, right? Incubation support, market access support, for example. Right? All of those people, how can we have somebody out there who's looking out for our guys there, which is a more immersive experience for them. What we also want to do is give India market access to their startups and to their employees. We've also had some really deep engagements with the Department of Defense on how we can relook the regulatory approval mechanism for startups who are coming out of it. How can we make it really easy for startups to navigate those regulatory procedures that are there in the market? How can you navigate those procedures? How can you make it more efficient, reduce the time gap, give more visibility on what is to be done? You should not be groping and finding out for yourself. How can we have somebody who just guide you through?
That saves time, money, and
Saves time, money, effort, and all of that. Right? So we are looking at those opportunities as well with the department.
So finally, as T-Hub, given the experience, what you've seen, what you're experiencing, any changes, any thoughts in terms of cutting edge technology, defense, creating vertical intelligence T-Hub to ensure that this thing catches pace and startup and businesses?
Absolutely. So within T-Hub, we have identified defense as one of our core sectors that we want to focus on. We've created a separate department. We have hired people who have expertise in doing that. Typically, these are people who have done R&D for defense while being in the armed forces. Right? So we have ex-servicemen, defense research-oriented ex-servicemen is what we have hired and made out of this. Today, we are running one of the largest defense startup support programs in India today for the Ministry of Defense as a part of their IDEX program. We have got one of the largest cohorts of startups who are doing development, innovation for the Ministry of Defense. Almost around 25 to 30 startups is what we are supporting right now, end to end, which is right from disbursement of fund, hand holding, getting them market access, and helping them navigate the defense procedures, R&D, development, trial, testing, POC, through and through holding their hand, right from ideas. So that is something we're doing for our defense startup. It's close to our heart as well. Yes. And it's also core to our skill sets as well. Having been there for 20-25 years, we definitely know, certain things that we should not be doing to maintain on the track to be able to. So using those kind of expertise to run a defense sort of a department within T-Hub. T-Hub has got around 2,500 startups, right? But we really believe that this is one area where we can really focus and make an impact to nation building.
Thank you very much for being on our show.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Banka Biolu showed off its new ST system that treats sewage in a way that saves power. This system is easy to take care of and meets government rules. It also saves money and can be adjusted to fit different needs. An award-winning integrated wastewater and sanitation solution.
3 billion people are experiencing inadequate sanitation and depleting water resources.
If you are able to recycle and reuse our water systems.
In terms of achievement, so we have done more than 20,000 bio-toilet. I think that is a big achievement. So here is the footloo that we have selling, and this only uses 1 liter water for flushing.
Please look at this technology. This is a Japanese technology, well established. Their help, we have adapted to Indian standards.
We are selling 200 kiloliter of water to a tanker guy. Today I will quickly talk about our company, what we have done over the last 10 years. And this company was started by Namita, and Namita happens to be my sister. Railway, we do almost 20,000 units per day. We do the O&M, operation and maintenance. So here is the footloo that we have selling, and this only uses 1 liter water for flushing. And this is the Jukaso that we are talking about.
Please take benefit of this opportunity to understand the product. The future of our industry only depends if we are able to recycle and reuse our water systems. And we all know that water is becoming scarce and expensive, about how water consumption can be reduced and how treatment and reuse can be done.
So number one is running cost is very low, low ongoing maintenance, low noise, life cycle price or cost is much lower, high quality, high treatment capability, flexible space requirement because it can be also put underground, no or less smell, does not require any dedicated manpower. KLD unit comparison of Jukaso unit, which is this one, 1800 rupees per month. But if you add electricity, it comes to around 16,800. Big advantage because your cost of running is very low. So we have a solid separation, anaerobic, fixed film aeration, and then the sedimentation. So here there is a model you can see here. So you have to connect your outlet, which is coming from your house, to this system. Right now we are only selling 2 types, ma'am. This is for larger sizes up to 100 KLD. The right one is up to 6 KLD. So we are doing it in Hyderabad and we have done it in Goa. Right now we have done 6 units in Goa. So Cartier Award is very prestigious, with Namita won in 2012, 13-14, full of other awards in Turkey, in South, awards from US governments. Visibility from the work that we are doing.
Please look at this technology. This is a Japanese technology, well established. Their help, we have adapted to Indian standards.
We are going to be the master distributor and partner for India, Sri Lanka and Nepal. We are treating 1200 KLD of water in my home Vihanga, selling 200 kiloliter of water to a tanker guy to the Infosys campus because they have no water for agriculture.
We have tied up with now some Italian and German companies and increased the scope of our solution offering to effluent treatment plant for the industries also.
Totally, it is a wonderful management. That's what I have seen. Especially in the railway station, you can see everywhere is there, you can see the street.
But in new industries, it's already started. I think it is a must to have a sewerage treatment plant.
Social responsibility apart from the business, what she is doing, also do our bit to make Mother Earth livable.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Banka Biolu showed off its new STP system that treats sewage in a way that saves power. This system is easy to take care of and meets government rules. It also saves money and can be adjusted to fit different needs. An award-winning integrated wastewater and sanitation solution.
3 billion people are experiencing inadequate sanitation and depleting water resources.
The future of our industry only depends if we are able to recycle and reuse our water systems.
In terms of achievement, so we have done more than 20,000 bio-toilet. I think that is a big achievement. So here is the footloo that we have selling, and this only uses 1 liter water for flushing.
if you don't have anything in your industry or you want to upgrade, please look at this technology. This is a Japanese technology, well established, and with their help, we have adapted to Indian standards.
We are selling 200 kiloliter of water to a tanker guy who is taking that treated water to the Infosys campus because they have no water for agriculture. So the point I'm making, the water is getting scarcer by the day, and we can use this as a circular economy, and you can actually generate money from doing this in a long-term fashion. Today I will quickly talk about our company, what we have done over the last 10 years. And this company was started by Namita, and Namita happens to be my sister. And I was early investor in the company, and then we thought that let's build it together. What we as a company do is we give bio-toilets. We have a railway business, water and wastewater business, and then R&D, we do some product development. Then bio-toilet and O&M for railways. Railway, we do almost 20,000 units per day. We do the O&M, operation and maintenance, and we do use water management in terms of packet STP, which we are going to talk about today. So we have bio toilets. We are doing water saving WCs. We are doing the fecal sludge treatment plant for the municipalities. We have had a pretty strong visibility from the work that we are doing. So here is the footloo that we have selling. And this only uses 1 liter water for flushing. And this is the Jukaso that we are talking about.
Please take benefit of this opportunity to understand the product and how your industry can become water positive and water secure. The future of our industry only depends if you are able to recycle and reuse our water systems. And we all know that water is becoming scarce and expensive. So every model from small to large, it can be incorporated and really give you a wholesome solution about how water consumption can be reduced and how treatment and reuse can be done.
So what is the advantage of this system that we are talking, sir, today? So number one is running cost is very low, and we'll see the comparison. Low ongoing maintenance, because maintenance is the biggest problem of these kind of system which is running. Low noise, life cycle price or cost is much lower. High quality, high treatment capability, flexible space requirement because it can be also put underground, and no or less smell, because ma'am, it's completely sealed. So obviously other than the pipe that you put out, there is no real open sewage you can really see or feel, right? So low power consumption, does not require any dedicated manpower. So if you see, we have done a 50 KLD unit comparison of Jukaso unit, which is this one, versus a regular normal conventional STP, an SBR or an MBBR or any other technology. Maintenance and desludging, obviously the requirement is much lower, so we have put 1800 rupees per month. But if you add electricity, it comes to around 16,800. Versus if you do a normal STP, it is coming to around 57,250 because electricity cost is quite high. Although I have taken the technician cost also, but technician cost ki zarurat hi nahi hai. So what I'm trying to say is, like, electricity is a big advantage because your cost of running is very low. So if you see capex and opex over a 5-year for 50 KLD, your capex, additional capex will be recovered within 1 year. So, and capex, maybe you're talking about the whole civil, electromechanical, everything. So if you add both together, the cost is almost similar. Aisa nahi hai ki it is like super expensive. It is very similarly priced as a regular STP system. So quickly, just a little bit how the system works. So we have a solid separation, anaerobic, fixed film aeration, and then the sedimentation. So here there is a model you can see here. So first tank, so everything is inside the tank. So you have to connect your outlet, which is coming from your house, to this system. So that is the first one, and then through gravity. So obviously you don't have to spend on energy doing that. BOD and SS of 300. Then primary treatment already is there, and then secondary, which is the Jukaso, and then we have the sand filter and the carbon filter. All this is helping in reduction of our aspartame. Right now we are only selling two types, ma'am. Second and the third one. This is for larger sizes up to 100 KLD, and the right one is up to 6 KLD. So we are doing it in Hyderabad, and we have done it in Goa. Right now we have done 6 units in Goa. We have won different awards across the globe. So Cartier Award is very prestigious, with Namita won in 2012, 13-14. Then we won a couple of other awards in Turkey, in South. Then we have won some awards from US government. So over the last 8-10 years, we have had a pretty strong visibility from the work that we are doing.
If you don't have anything in your industry or you want to upgrade, please look at this technology. This is a Japanese technology, well established, and with their help, we have adapted to Indian standards.
We are going to be the master distributor and partner for India, Sri Lanka and Nepal. But eventually we are going to set up our manufacturing to build this in India. So that is the long-term plan for the company, because that will bring down the cost and everything. We are treating 1200 KLD of water in my home Vianga, and almost 450 KL per day treated water we are discharging in the pits right now, like get drained, because they don't need that so much water. So what they have done, we are selling 200 kiloliter of water to a tanker guy who is taking that treated water to the Infosys campus, because they have no water for agriculture. So the point I'm making, the water is getting scarcer by the day, and we can use this as a circular economy, and you can actually generate money from doing this in a long-term fashion.
We have tied up with now some Italian and German companies, and we are trying to increase the scope of our solution offering to effluent treatment plant for the industries also. There could be likely similar session in next few months to introduce about those effluent treatment plants.
Now in Hyderabad, multi-storage buildings, most of them, they are recycling the water. Totally, it is a wonderful management. That's what I have seen. And especially in the railway station, you can see everywhere there you can see the street.
But in new industries, it's already started. I think it is a must to have a sewerage treatment plant.
It's the social responsibility apart from the business, what she is doing. And we should also do our bit to make Mother Earth livable.
I'm Mahalakshmi. I have used this droplet commode in my home. We have purchased 4 units and we are very happy in conservation of the water. It is, after using this toilet, 30% of the water usage is conserved, and our electricity bill is also reduced. And maintenance is also very easy. The ceramic quality is very good and no odor, smell रादु, चाला बाउंदी product.
Product अच्छा लगा है actually, मगर first impression is very good it is, because पानी बहुत कम consume करता है, इसलिए I think घर में तो at least try करके देखना चाहिए इसको.
Hi, I'm Madhu Tyagi, Director in SVS RefComp Private Limited and Director in Confederation of Women Entrepreneurs of India, which works for the women entrepreneurs. And here I got an opportunity to come and see this product, and I think this is the need of the hour, right from domestic to industrial. Everywhere where the water is scarcity, they say that next war is going to be for water. Then why not to save it? Why not to use it with wisdom? So this is one concept which has come already in the market. Then this is the right and wise decision that if you all use it at your domestic purpose, where you can save a lot of water, and industries, commercial establishment, and it is going to help you in the terms of economics, as at the same time it is going to save the earth, the scarcity of water which is looming around will also be solved. Thank you.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
And I came on board in 2019, so now 4 years working with this team. Prior, I had around 20 years of experience in the corporate sector. So I worked with automotive company, Toyota and Tata Motor. That was my mechanical engineering days. Then I did my MBA from ISB in 2006, and then I worked with L&T, then Piramal, and that's how I have experience on investment, real estate, and other scheme. And this company was started by Namita, and Namita happens to be my sister, and I was early investor in the company, and then we thought that let's build it together. So that's how I came in 2019, and happy to meet so many people. And my team says that a lot of ex-clients are there, and I will definitely share their stories and their experience with our company. Today I will quickly talk about our company, what we have done over the last 10 years. 2012-13 is when we started, and then over the course of 10 years where we are. So 3 billion people are experiencing inadequate sanitation and depleting water resource. And this is, everybody knows about it. Water is such a neglected space today. Nobody is really bothered about treating their wastewater or even using water properly. And we have seen, I will take example and I will share my experiences. And what we have done and what we as a company do is we give bio-toilets. We have some clients already here. Then bio-toilet and O&M for railways. And we do use water management in terms of packet STP, which we are going to talk about today. And then we do regular plants in terms of the conventional large plants. And we have also come up with the new business model called Urban SaaS, which is STP as a service. So, and this I will share my experience, my anecdotes from my 4 years in Hyderabad, and then fecal sludge treatment plant that we have done in the state of Hyderabad, in Telangana and AP, and we have done almost 12-13 plants across these two states, and we are one of the well-known FSTP developer in the city, and KTR sir inaugurated 2 of our plants, so that shows that we have done a decent job. So in terms of what we have done in terms of achievement, so we have done more than 20,000 bio-toilet. I think that is a big achievement. Railway, we do almost 20,000 units per day. We do the O&M, operation and maintenance. And we have treated more than 5 MLD of fecal sludge. And my team was telling me that every 1 MLD of fecal sludge is contaminating area as large as 20% or 10% of Hyderabad. So that is the impact this fecal sludge have on the groundwater. People just throw it in the drain or some nala or some open area. So that is contaminating the water table and everything. So that's like a big thing. Then we have treated more than, now it is 400 MLD of used water from residential complexes, which we are talking about where we have done the plant. And we are running it for a long-term contract. And we have 750 employees on the roll. We are listed company on stock exchange, which is the NSE, and we have delivered around 45 crore worth of revenue over the last 3 years. COVID has been very rough for our company, and we had a huge downfall in terms of revenue, but I think we are coming back to what we were doing. In terms of, I told you about the what we are doing. So this is our team. Sanjay and started with this company in 2015-16, where he left his job with a global MNC, and he started to focus on this, and he focuses on building the brand equity of the company. So he's spending a lot of time working with these branding and like the marketing tie-ups and other things on the CSR front and multiple other things that he's doing. Namita, she's always been an entrepreneur by heart, so she started something. She would do something when she was even younger than what she is today. And early 2000, she started some jewelry business. Then every time she was moving and she was doing something. In 2012, finally, Banka Bio took shape. I already gave my background. Akhilesh is managing our railway business, and he's handling 50% of the portfolio. and Ramakrishna is our CFO. What we have done, if somebody is looking at it and giving us a little award, that just reinstate that we are doing the right thing. As simple as that. And not just in India, but we have won different awards across the globe. So Cartier Award is very prestigious, with Namita won in 2012, 13-14. Then we won a couple of other awards in Turkey, in South. Then we have won some awards from US government. So over the last 8-10 years, we have had a pretty strong visibility from the work that we are doing. What we are doing, everybody knows there is a problem, but nobody is doing anything about it. So that's the story about water. So quickly about our company, so we have a railway business, water and wastewater business, and then R&D, we do some product development. So this we will talk more about as we go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. So some of the products. So we have bio toilets. We are doing water saving WCs. We are doing the fecal slush treatment plant for the municipalities, and we are doing the package type. We will talk about it today. Next. So you can stop me and ask questions if you have, because it will be happy to share my experience. So these are some.
So for the independent houses also, a good size of independent houses,
Yes.
having 7-8 toilets.
Yes.
Do you have solutions for that?
Yes, ma'am. Just go back. So the first one, if you see in the last slide, the lowermost, there is a single household we can do, and it's like so villas ke liye we are doing. So we are doing for villas. We have done in Goa around 6 villas. We have done a similar. So per villa per one unit. Yeah.
What is the area needed?
So area is 1.3 meter dia is there. So which is the smallest, and you can go up to 2.1 meter diameter. Very small. So cleaning. So if you talk about cleaning, so cleaning, not much cleaning is required. So if a lot of muck is coming, so only one person, let's say a gardener or somebody is there. If there is some people are throwing some garbage in the toilet or maybe in the kitchen, it needs to be cleaned periodically, maybe weekly. You have to just clean. There is no other cleaning requirement for this one. So there is no odor because this is all sealed unit, ma'am. So this is, if you see, it's completely sealed from the top. So there is no real odor coming. And we have done multiple installation in the villa community here in Hyderabad. And we are doing one in Rajendra Nagar. Like there is 65 villa communities there, very affluent household. So we are already 2 orders we have that we have to do, and others also want to do the same thing because they don't have a centralized STP system. So that is the you can do that. So this is for the black and grey water put together. If you want to only do the black water, which is the toilet water, then we have this bio toilet, man. So you can put the bio toilet, that is the bio tank, which you can connect it to the outlet of your toilet waste. So that is the bio toilet, and it works absolutely no problem. And we have some client, they have done it in their factory. So whenever there is a new factory, they take the biodigester tanks from us. And now they have just taken 10,000 liter tank, which is for their requirement. So all the human waste goes in the tank and gets treated, and they don't have to clean the tank ever. Sir, am I right? Yes.
I didn't understand the concept how it gets, clean and the tank is always available.
So in the case of bio toilet, ma'am, so it is a digester. It's an anaerobic state where we put the bacteria, which is a very specialized bacteria which eat away the human waste.
Oh.
So that is how. So the water gets clean, and the clean water comes out of the of that system, and we can put it in the groundwater discharge.
Groundwater.
So gas will be very less, sir, because one household, not much methane will be there, sir. But if you are doing for a very large community, then the gases could be there. Yeah.
So it is for the planting the water in plants and other
You
places?
can use it for the plant, ma'am. Yes.
Only the plants.
So for the biodigester, we are not suggesting to use it for the plant. You can just directly discharge in the groundwater. But for the right side, which I was talking, you can use it for the plant or even flushing if you have the flushing line. Because that has anaerobic and aerobic both. So that is how it is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But you're not showing anywhere exhaust at all.
Yeah, sir.
It is a must, I think.
So exhaust pipe is there. I'll show you some installation photo. Yeah, maybe I
don't know. I mean, as per my knowledge.
No, so so if it's a very large plant, sir, the exhaust is required.
Small not required.
Smaller, we put a pipe. We put a pipe,
Yeah,
but actually कुछ gas ज़्यादा निकलता नहीं है. Yeah, so not much gas is there.
But it is, I think, it is.
So we put a pipe is always there.
Always should be there, I think.
Always there, sir. In this, you're not able to see, but normally we have a pipe which runs to the.
Okay.
Yeah. So these are some of the products we do for railway. So the idea to show this is that we have the capability to develop products also. So if, let's say, if we are working with you for certain requirement, we can do some sort of these kind of innovation as well. Yeah. So coming to the water side and wastewater, so what we are doing, sewage treatment plant, we have already explained. So we have the MBR, SBR and MBBRs, the regular ones. Then we have water treatment in form of a ACF, that is carbon filter, sand filter, softener plant, and then affluent treatment plant, and then O&M servicing also we are doing. And we are also offering as a service. So let's say, I'll give an example. So if you have a factory and your plant is not working, we will be happy to come and have a look at it, and we can take over the plant. Even if little investment is required, we are happy to do that also, and look and take it for a long-term contract. So to give you an example here, sir, we have done this My Home Vihanga, which is in Financial District, a large residential society, more than 2,000 apartment. They had a 1200 KLD MBR, they had an earlier plant was there. So we took over the full plant, we invested the money, and we have signed up for a 7-year contract. So it's like the way you buy house, we are saying you can also do that, the same thing with STP also. So we are recovering our money over a period of 7 years, and we are maintaining it also. So they are only interested to get clean water, which we are giving to them. So that concept as a business model innovation we are doing in the market. So that could be applicable to a lot of industries today who are suffering with the poor management of O&M of these ETPs or STPs. So that is what we are trying to do. Yeah, go ahead. So I told you about myself, then Mr. Shripatji also explained his background. Then we have Mr. Ajay Jain, who is an advisor. We bought a company in Chennai with the name Enzotech, and Ajay was running that company for a long time. And so he brings his expertise, his relationship. So we are really serious to build this business. We started in 2 years back, specifically the water treatment business, water and wastewater. But we have now accumulated the team, you see here, a lot of people, and now we are building this up in a big way. Some of the projects that we have done. Next, some clients list, yeah. Right. So this ends my presentation about the introduction of my company, but now specifically we will talk about the product that we wanted to discuss today. So any question I will take, or else we go to the next slide. दूसरा वाला लगा? Before getting into that presentation, I just want to show this here. So here is the footloo that we have selling, and this only uses 1 liter water for flushing. And this is the Jukaso that we are talking about, which we will talk more in detail. So इसमें सबसे interesting क्या है? So and everybody would have experienced this, right? So when you in the houses, if the water is not there in the cistern, then you get a bucket full of water and try to flush off the thing. इसमें वैसे ज़रूरत ही नहीं है. अगर if the water is not there, only 1 liter water you can flush out the waste. So that is, it is like a foot pedal action, and we can show you, like, it is a working model, and we can, once we finish the presentation, we can see all of us. So you, if there is no water, you just put the water with the anything. Yeah, and then once you press the foot pedal, it just flushes out everything.
You need to fill the tank.
No, so here the tank is not required to be filled. Even if the tank is empty, you can use only 1 liter water to clean this up.
No, we have to pump the water.
Water will be there. So 1.4 liter capacity water will be there. So in case if the water is not there, also it can be functional. Because in our houses, if you have a Western WC, if the water is not there, you can't really use it. So this is like sort of an number one, it saves water, and number two, it can be used anytime.
You are saying water is not there, then how the water will come?
So water, so
I'm saying 1 liter water is required.
1 liter water required.
1 liter into the flush tank.
No, you have to put it here, sir. You have to just put water like this. Even if you don't have sufficient water, you can just put the water like this and then flush it. That's it. Flush to chal raha hai na, sir?
This commode is different style.
Haan.
Not like 8 liter.
Nah, it is a different one, yeah.
The people selling in the shop is different.
So it doesn't have a S strap. The symphony is not there.
Not there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it is a straight, and there is a special innovation which is like it's like a super flapper type of arrangement. Yeah.
So we need to buy this one at the other market, or you sell this?
No, we will sell, na, sir. It's our product, so we will only sell. Yeah.
What's the cost difference between the models available in the market?
So abhi now it depends whether you want to go and buy a Kohler one. So if you comparable model, let's say if you buy anything which talks about the seat and the full setup, this will cost you around 15 to 17,000, all including everything. But other one, it all depends, right? The 2,000 also you can get, 50,000 also you can get. So depending upon the same quality, I think they are comparable quality. And water saving is added bonus. So we have one person, she made a villa, and that she has put this one, and she can tell her story later. Mahalakshmi is here. So that's what I made, 15 to 17,000, ma'am. This whole full unit. Yeah. So everything, ma'am. This one and this whole put. It's like the full unit, including this. Yeah, everything. So that too, it will connect to the pipe, na, ma'am. This will connect to a pipe. So you have to connect to your outlet pipe. So that whole other piece of the unit will be differently priced. I am only talking about this product.
So you are selling commode, and your treatment is sewage treatment also you sell, no?
No. Sewage treatment will be like after this, you put a biodigester tank. So I will sell you this one and the biodigester tank. So dono साथ में हो गया, हाँ. Separate. Yes, that's right. So biodigester tank will be depending upon the requirement of the size. So whether it is 700 liter for one household or maybe more for a larger community. That's how it is. So Namita is here. Maybe you want to just come and say hello to everybody.
Namaskar, everybody. I'm sorry for this delay. Coming all the way from Abrahampatnam actually. So that's the reason it got little delayed. Thank you for coming and showing interest to know our product and our services. So I think thank you, sir. Thank you all the industry owners who are here. And I think you finished your presentation.
Company introduction I will talk about the process.
So please take benefit of this opportunity to understand the product and how your industry can become water positive and water secure. These are the two lines that I would like to emphasize on, because the future of our industry only depends if we are able to recycle and reuse our water systems. We have septic tanks which needs to be upgraded. There are systems which are very simple and can be installed in the existing industries that you have without changing too many pipeline changes or structural changes that needs to be done. So this is the reason why we are in Jedimitla, because Jedimitla is an old industrial area, and we all know that water is becoming scarce and expensive. So every model from small to large, it can be incorporated, Only thing is, of course, a small space needs to be provided, which you can look into it. And we do audit, as Michelle must have told you, and really give you a wholesome solution about how water consumption can be reduced and how treatment and reuse can be done. So I thank each one of you again. Thank you. I know ma'am very well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Namita. So today specifically we'll talk about this package type unit that we are trying to explain to the people. So here if you see, so very clearly we want to distinguish between a centralized treatment plant versus a decentralized treatment plant. And as you know that the government of Telangana is investing a lot of money to build this big large mega plant, but that money is coming from the government and it gets a lot of delay. But there was a statistic which said that if every household, not household, every society or the larger ones treat their own wastewater, then we really don't need such mega large STP plants centralized today. Because there is a census that says around 90% of these decentralized plants are not working well. So when I say not working well, if the capacity is, let's say 500 KL, they may be operating at 200 and 300 they are just discharging outside. So that is what I mean if they are not working well. So 90% of the plant has the similar situation. So and we are doing a lot of audits of these kind of plants, so we are aware that there is a problem. So this is about the residential and commercial. If you go to the industry, it is all like a paperwork, right? I don't want to say it more than that. People are not really running it the way it should be running, and that is the reality. And end of the day, as the population is growing and we are living much closer to each other, the ground table is getting contaminated, and end of the day we are only suffering long term. So the discharge, we are putting it in the drain, which end of the day percolates into my water table, and then I am doing an irrigation in a borewell laga rahe, ya fir we are doing we are pulling the water from the ground and then we are drinking that. So it's like a cycle which end of the day we are only suffering. And I'll tell you one new geo that the government is planning, that they are going to put a fee for borewell. For every borewell, they are going to put a fee. So they are going to monitor how much water you are extracting from the ground, and you have to pay the money to the government. So it's like the water bill aayega, वैसे borewell का water bill aayega. Every industry will have to do that. So if you have to really long-term thinking, then you have to set the house right by investing in your STP, your ETP, and making sure that they are working well and you are able to reuse the water. So this is the preamble to what I am trying to explain today. So obviously centralized plant, we all know about it, and decentralized is like smaller colonies, apartment, villas, as ma'am told. Cost is very low. There is no sewage transfer cost is there. Next. So this is very well understood. So what is the advantage of this system that we are talking, sir, today? So number one is running cost is very low, and we'll see the comparison and you will be surprised. Low ongoing maintenance, because maintenance is the biggest problem of these kind of system which is running. Low noise, life cycle price or cost is much lower. High quality, high treatment capability, flexible space requirement because it can be also put underground, and no or less smell, because ma'am it's completely sealed. So obviously other than the pipe that you put out, there is no real open sewage you can really see or feel, right? Next. So why so treat at site, reuse at site. So low maintenance, we suggest only monthly removal of stacking goods like plastic, what ma'am asked already, and every 6 months vacuuming out excess sludge. So in some cases there could be a lot of sludge coming, so that every 6 months you have to get a desludger and get this sludge out. 6 months I am saying this, but you can do it in 12 months or 18 months. And we have seen the case where they have done in 18 months without a problem of doing that. So low power consumption, does not require any dedicated manpower. So you don't need a manpower. So if you have a villa, you can put this, and there is no manpower requirement. Even if your gardener is there, if you need to just put on and off some pump for water ke liye, that's all about it. Then low maintenance, that's already explained. Low space, low noise, there is no smell, and flow rate. You can, so it can also manage on a flow rate basis also. Yes, ma'am. So we have done this work earlier in the past, ma'am, where the septic tank was already available on the site, which we converted into biodigester tank. So what happened? We can convert the whole septic tank into a biodigester tank, and then you don't have to desludge it ever in the way we do it in the septic tank. And septic tank mein kya hota hai, ma'am? A lot of people do if it is not ground mein, if they don't do proper concreting, so it is leaching in the groundwater, which is really deadly, because it is in your campus, it's leaching into your groundwater, and then you are doing borewell and pulling the water. So it's like defeating the whole purpose of the thing that we are planning.
So you suggest that your bottle will work in a...
Yeah, absolutely, ma'am, absolutely. Yeah, next. So here is the comparison, ma'am. So this is important. So if you see, we have done a 50 KLD unit comparison of Jukaso unit, which is this one, versus a regular normal conventional STP, an SBR or an MBBR or any other technology. So operator, technician, I have kept it same. Disinfectant, kept it same. Maintenance and desludging, obviously the requirement is much lower, so we have put 1800 rupees per month. Inlet and outlet lab test is almost same, so we have kept it the same. So if you see, the subtotal is 12,800 for a Jukaso for other than electricity, but if you add electricity, it comes to around 16,800. Versus if you do a normal STP, it is coming to around 57,250, because electricity cost is quite high. Although I have taken the technician cost also, but technician cost ki zarurat hi nahi hai. So what I am trying to say is, like, electricity is a big advantage, because your cost of running is very low. And so if you see capex and opex over 5 year for 50 KLD, your capex, additional capex will be recovered within 1 year. So, and capex, maybe you are talking about the whole civil, electromechanical, everything. So if you add both together, the cost is almost similar. Aisa nahi hai ki it is like super expensive. It is very similarly priced as a regular STP system.
So there you are showing...
Just go back.
Media here you are showing as zero cost.
Media, yeah.
But the normal STP are showing...
Yeah. Yeah. So there is no media replacement requirement for 15 years, ma'am, in this one. But in that, because the quality of media is PPA, sir. Sorry, what are you asking, sir?
Media means what is the product?
So media is inside, right? In the tank, there is a media. This is the media. The bacteria growth happens on this media. Yeah. So media so 15 years you don't have to change the media, but the media that normally in any other STP, the media has to be upgraded, changed, replaced, added. So that is the cost I am talking about. So I have taken, so we have done a life cycle cost, ma'am, 5 years, and then we have taken how much it is required. So in terms of government standard, it meets all of the government standards. So there is no problem in terms of any issue related to your government standard. So less than 10 BODs and 20 COD, 50 COD. Now as the days are passing, the NGT norm and the PCB control is getting more stringent by the day. Just to give you an example, in India the BOD is less than 10 and COD is less than 50 as per the PCB requirement. Even in Thailand, it is not as stringent as in India. So when we told them that this is what India norms are, they were very surprised how India can move from 30 to 10. Earlier it was 30 BOD, now it has come down to 10. Now people are talking about 5. And as you are going ahead, and most of this pharma company and all, they do the zero liquid discharge type of plant. So it is so much more become pertinent for them to have a proper working STP system. Yeah. So quickly, just a little bit how the system works. So we have a solid separation, anaerobic, fixed film aeration, and then the sedimentation. So here there is a model you can see here. So first tank, so everything is inside the tank. So you have to connect your outlet, the outlet which is coming from your house to this system. So that is the first one, and then so all is through gravity. So obviously you don't have to spend on energy doing that. So inlet is what I already explained, 250 BOD and SS of 300. Then primary treatment already is there, and then secondary, which is the Jucaso, and then we have the sand filter and the carbon filter. So it's a very straightforward system. All this is helping in reduction of our as per requirement. So any question here?
So aeration system is you are going for the aeration.
Yeah. So here in this one, so one tank. So out of this 4, one chamber is with aeration. So without aeration, you can bring down the BOD of, let's say 70 or 80. But if you want to bring down to 20, you need to have some aeration. So yeah. So aeration, it depends upon the sizing, sir. How much volume of air, like for a 50 KLD, we are talking about 2.2 meter cube of air per minute. So multiplied by 60, so around 70 meter cube per hour, 70 to 80 meter cube for a 50 KLD system.
It only depends on size, or it depends upon the trend?
No, so it depends upon so depending upon what the BOD is there, so we design the system based on that. So if the BOD is 250 or 300, then us basis pe they do the calculation of the air. So I'm giving you for a 50 KLD system we have just designed. So 2.2 meter cube per minute multiplied by 60 will be around my bad, it was not 80, 125 to 130 meter cube per hour for a 50 KLD system, which is significantly lower than any other conventional system. And then the other thing is, sir, so all the final sedimentation tank, you don't have a RAS, you always have a RAS, that is recirculation is raw recirculation is there, raw water. इसमें वैसा होता नहीं है, because there is a vacuum lift pump which uses no energy. So automatically that vacuum lift will take the sludge back to the solid separation. So if you see here, return sludge is coming from the sedimentation tank through a vacuum pump, which is no energy. There is no electricity required for that. Only you have one blower, which is for the fixed film aeration tank. That's it, and everything else is on gravity. So that's what the benefit is. So this is getting more into detail how it is working. So if there is an interest, I can take through it, and or we can have a question answer on this, and people can come and have a look at it, and then I think that will be more relevant rather than boring you guys with all this technical detail about it. This we will anyway share, Prasad will share with all of you, so you can see the details what we are talking. Next slide. Same. So this just go back. So this is the blower, ma'am. So this is for up to 30 KLD system. We are using the diaphragm blower, and this can go on and on without any failure. Really, no failure. And there, and the blower is 0. Decibel level is less than 50. So actually, if it is running also next to you, you will not know about it. And the energy requirement is what you charge your mobile phone. Same is energy requirement for this one. Yeah. So summary, just go back. So summary is simple, ma'am, and everybody, that Performance guarantee is there, lifelong is like long life is there, and low life cycle cost, as I explained, that less than 2 years you can recover the cost, and then you are only in the money. Yeah, these are some of the products for different application, but right now we are only selling 2 types, ma'am. Second and the third one. This is for larger sizes up to 100 KLD, and the right one is up to 6 KLD. So for any villa application, so that will be very relevant. So for 1 villa, 2 villa, depending upon the requirement, we can do that. So we are doing it in Hyderabad, and we have done it in Goa. Right now we have done 6 units in Goa. We have finished already.
So as you have sent the information to all your if this PPT is also shared to all the members,
sure.
that will also give a lot of insight and might be with the contact number.
We will do that, ma'am.
This also?
This we have not shared, but we will share that. Yeah, we will share. After this meeting, we will share. Prasad, please make a note. Oh, better share. No, we will do that, ma'am. So we will share the whole PPT and the brochure related to this particular product.
Members, we can share it.
Yes, ma'am.
So that some may be interested, no? 10-15%.
Yeah, absolutely.
We can convert it to the orders also. For you also benefit, and for the society also.
Yes, absolutely.
So it works on the net zero?
Yes, if you recycle it, it's net zero. So if you are able to recycle, utilize the water completely, so it will, you are net zero net discharge. And the best part of it is that whatever we require, it is that especially the domestic wastewater or the industrial wastewater that we are getting. I'm not talking about the ETP. The wastewater, that can be easy. Yes, STP can be very easily, and if you see, it is actually addressing to a lot of challenges that we have while we are building an STP or an ETP or a septic tank. It eliminates all kind of civil work. If you see these installations, they are so simple to do. Secondly, it can be modular. Sometimes we start our factories in phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. We don't need to centralize any STP. I'm building my factory in Ibrahimpatnam, and it's a 1.5 acre. So I'm putting 3 small Jukasos there. Why I need to take my pipe from one end to the other end? So you can actually, and Vastu also I'll tell you, because I was very concerned about the Vastu. If I paint it blue, the Vastu guy said it's okay, you can install it anywhere in that. so that is the reason, and we are going to reuse the water. So wherever you have a toilet, you can have a small Jukaso there. So even if suppose something happens in one toilet and you're not able to, some issue happens in one Jukaso, the other ones are working. So you don't really shut down your complete sanitation system in the apartment or in the industry. So these are some very, very key benefits of this unit. And we have been selling this since last 3 years. But we really felt that it's now time that all the industries also should look at it because Modi ji is selling that we need to become water secure, we need to become water save, reuse, recycle, use water. And with my experience in last so many years, the reuse of water concept was very E-type in our this thing. We never thought that it is so important that we need to reuse it. I've been reusing water in so many of my projects, and they have been so successful. But unfortunately, to the culture that we have, it doesn't sound good कि अरे toilet का पानी reuse करना. My first project was with one of the COVE member, and she trusted me and she gave me, and I think it's 10 years now already. I've never got a complaint from her, and they are using it. It was septic tank converted into biodigester and recycled. So those kind of benefits we can have when we plan it, and of course, septic tanks 3 times the size, we reduce it to half or 1/3 actually. So these are the benefits. You can make it in your driveway. Only we need is an access to the manhole. That's all, nothing else. So I think if you don't have anything in your industry or you want to upgrade, please look at this technology. This is a Japanese technology, well established, and with their help, we have adapted to Indian standards. We have worked on with them to adapt so that we are able to achieve that 20 less BOD and give you a 10 less with tertiary treatment. So this is the benefit of importing technology but adapting to our systems. That is very, very important.
Right now, as we are going to be the master distributor and partner for India, Sri Lanka and Nepal, but eventually we are going to set up our manufacturing to build this in India. So that is the long-term plan for the company, because that will bring down the cost and everything, and we can build more types in India. So that is one. And then Namita also spoke about mindset about using the STP water. I just want to give this number. We are treating 1200 KLD of water in my home Vianga, and almost 450 KL per day treated water we are discharging in the pits right now, like that drain, because they don't need that so much water. So what they have done, we are selling 200 kiloliter of water to a tanker guy who is taking that treated water to the Infosys campus, because they have no water for agriculture. So 200 is yet left. So I was telling Namita, can we put a hydrogen plant and run and do energy, or maybe put an RO plant and start to drink water from there? And it is possible. So the point I'm making, the water is getting scarcer by the day, and we can use this as a circular economy, and you can actually generate money from doing this in a long-term fashion. And this is not end-all system. It is not only one last solution, but we can do multiple things around it. So that is the message that we want to give as a team. Next. Yeah, next. This is what you were talking about. Just go back. So this is for the household. So you have a kitchen toilet, you have a grease trap if it's a kitchen, and then that directly to the toilet. So next. So these are some of the, this is how big they are. So they are not very big. So 1.3 meter or to maximum 2 meter, and height is around 1.8, 1.7 meter to 2 meter. Yeah, that's it. So that's it from my side. So any question, happy to take. Yeah, thank you.
Adding to what Vishal said and what Madam said, I'll just share quickly one of the experience where, it became awesome for me. It was all the way in 2013 in US. Veolia residential complex sewage treatment plant, we were taken for the training there. I was working with Veolia those days. The guy there who just opened the chamber and showed me the sewage. This is what we are putting in. I said, fair enough, we know that. But then what he did is, the treated water, he put another tumbler and he drank in front of me. So it was really a shock of my life. I said, no, we are all used to this colony will drink only this water. And I was really surprised. I mean, it's a mindset, as Vishal and Madam said, that we Indians don't want to look at, drinking something like this. I'm not saying that the time has come for that, we won't be that bad, but at least we should start conserving water. A couple of other things I will share with you, Chennai Municipal Corporation at one point in time and Chennai railway stations, they wanted clear water. So finally, Chennai Municipal Corporation said, please, we have sewage, take it and do it whatever you want. Similar thing has happened in Bhuj, Anjar. A cement factory there, they asked for additional water to the Anjar Municipal Corporation in Gujarat. They said, sorry, we have sewage, please take this. So that's the kind of, the trend which is being set, and slowly we will have to, get used to this kind of, this is something, an awareness as a citizen, what we should have. Furthermore, to share with you that we have tied up with now some Italian and German companies, and we are trying to increase the scope of our solution offering to effluent treatment plant for the industries also. We are looking at 3 difficult industrial effluents like textile tannery and high protein slaughterhouse effluents. So shortly we will be coming, and there could be likely similar session in next few months to introduce about those effluent treatment plants. So I will take this opportunity and request our chief guest Mr. Bakka Reddy to be at the dais and share his views about the today's water scenario, whatever concise manner he wants to tell. Please, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. It's a very good technology. Basically, I want to just introduce myself. I'm an BTech civil engineer, MTech in environmental engineer. My whole life is in the waste management, treating of the industrial waste, either liquid or the solid. When I studied in my college level how the night soil, that's what we talk, now the treating, how they are disposing it off. See, in the rich people, they are using the toilets, and the poor people, they are carting it by manually. This is how it started in the beginning. Now, as the technology comes to go for the septic tanks, slowly, septic tanks and the soak pits. Now, as the technology is upgrading, now you have seen a beautiful technology in one system, underground, better treatment. Compared to that, it is a better treatment. So we can reuse and recycle the water. As you rightly said, if we are not able to drink it, at least use it for the secondary use like the plantation or greenery or flushing. Now in Hyderabad, multi-storied buildings, most of them, they are recycling the water. Recycling means now just they are using it for the flushing purpose and the green belt, what I have seen. And definitely what they are saying, this carbon absorption technology, definitely it is required to reduce the odor also. Now there are also technologies have come for the oxidation, it is not the absorption. So technologies are improving, and recently, after a very long time, I traveled by the train. Earlier the soil, night soil, what they are using in the toilet, it is on the rail, totally. Now I get wonder, there is not at all a single excreta is on the rail. Totally, it is a wonderful management. That's what I have seen. And especially in the railway station, you can see everywhere there you can see the excreta. But now we can't see that. So I thank for the taking up such a novel business. I can say you are making a business and the social responsibility to make sure that all the people get a good environment, good water, good health. Thank you, sir. I wish you all the best. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. Thank you very much.
I know Mr. Bakkareddy for last 1 decade, and I know his noble contribution towards protecting the environment. He has been heading, until date he is heading our CETP at GD Metla. I know what kind of different and difficult influence he receives, but all said and done, he treats them very faithfully and really contributing to the Srushti, to the environment, and he is an adorable presence with us. We always look forwarded, to his guidance whenever we got stuck up somewhere. I was working earlier with Pennar and Hero as a CEO, and since then I know him. So we regard him very highly, and we thank him for all his contribution to the Srushti. And Madam, I will request her to just give some memento to Mr. Bakkareddy. President, sir, may I request you to please, if you can just have a few words for us.
Good evening. It's very nice to see so many entrepreneurs and industries coming here and attending this beautiful program. I think there is a real one. GO is also there in the government. People are yesterday, somebody saying from your department that if more than 30 employees are there, you must have a sewerage, treatment plant in your factory. The GO is there. I think it's not being implemented very strictly because the lack of space, lack of awareness, or lack of funds to industries or something maybe, etc. But in new industries, it's already started. I think it is a must to have a sewerage treatment plant. But I don't know in GD Matla how far it goes well. It's all could kept. Bingo has to keep efforts to materialize this work, because even many GOs are passed, but it's not being implemented many places, in many things. But until unless there is a pressure from back end, it cannot be done. As you said, it's mindset in India. You cannot do it immediately. Somebody has to pressurize. And maybe work out for the big companies. Maybe there are about 50% more than 30 employees in the company in Jedimatla may come forward to have this one. If the, economically it's good and it's helpful to the nature, it may be useful. People may come forward also. And it is good luck for you, sir. All the best. Thanks for the opportunity given to speak to you on this occasion.
Like you said, no, there is a question of mindset, funds. One of the issue is not having a right product to fill in this niche, and that's why we are here. So Jukasu can always serve people with this kind of needs, fulfilling the local treatment at source of the sewage which is being generated. May I request Madam to give a small memento to President, sir. Thank you.
Collectively take this environmental mission.
Yes,
in,
yes.
In our hand that we have taken, that and along with all of you only we can do.
That's what my suggestion is, when you are sending this complete information to all industries, you just share that circular of government also.
Yes.
Yes, yes. I think coupled with that we should send. Correct. Right. I would like to always add, Banka Bio, apart from making some livelihood by offering this technology-based solutions, Madam always had a vision that this is just not the business, it's a social service. And I will trace back her philosophy of doing the business with a societal element. Like, we always, Indians, we talk about Vyashti, Samashti and Srushti. Yes, there are the three duties which we have. So we have a duty towards Srushti, and I think Banka Bio is leaving no stone unturned in performing this social service. At the same time, we will make some money for us and our employees. So once again, I thank you very much, everybody, for having your presence in such a big number and listening to us in an interactive session. And Vishal would give a vote of thanks, please.
So we had a long session. Thank you for listening to us patiently.
I would like to interrupt you. Ma'am wants to say something.
Yeah.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Madhu Tyagi, Director of Confederation of Women Entrepreneur of India, and Namita is our life member and very dynamic. I met her personally in China, in Hong Kong basically. So she joined there later. So that was my first introduction, 2011. And coincidentally, we were roommates also. So she joined later and she had severe headache. I said, don't worry. We all are together to help each other. And then she spoke a lot about this particular project. And I was so impressed that she can think for future right now. And happy to see her progress. Her establishment is moving forward, and it's the social responsibility apart from the business what she is doing, and we should also do our bit to make Mother Earth livable. Thank you.
So I want to thank Bakar Reddy sir for his gracious presence, and also Praveen Reddy sir for coming and sharing your experience with the team here, and all the members who have visited and been part of this little session today. So we look forward to working with each of you and sharing our experience and taking your learnings to improve your working the way you want to see our products perform. I thank you everybody from on behalf of Namita, Shripad ji and my whole team here. So we have a high tea after this, so please help yourself. We have some tea, coffee and some small snack box which will be good at this time. So thank you again for coming, and Startup TV also. I want to thank them. They are covering this event for us. So thank you, sir, and all the team members of yours. Thank you so much.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to My Startup TV.
Entrepreneurship has been like a very, very interesting thing for me to earn for yourself, to have your own space, to express your thoughts and express your ideas of what you want to deliver. The happiness I would see on my customer was what made me start this whole thing. It was initially very, very difficult. First fear that comes in a family's mind is that they think that the world is a pervert. You have to convince them again and again, saying that what you are doing is correct. Definitely will not support you with so much of money. So that was the second challenge, was which one I faced when doing business. But when I started this eco-friendly business, I realized that when there's a banking transactions, there's some money in the bank. And with that money, I was able to raise some funds after some time. And secondly, is every money that I earned, I put it in the business. My strength was communication and liaising with companies. And I earned a lot of money doing that. Initial 2 years, where I liaised for 2-3 companies, and I earned some good commission in that, which added like a capital to me. So I built my capital, and then of course I have my husband who paid for everything. I sold some jewelry also of mine when I needed, but I'm happy I did that time. I have taken all the schemes available from the government. I came to know about the CGTMSC scheme. It is credit guarantee scheme from the government. Of course, the process was a little long because a lot of due diligence was done by the bank. But I did get that. And since then, I'm having that. And with that, I built my reputation. And then banks came up with whatever they had to. So it's not difficult to get bank loans if you are able to do the right thing at the right time. With the kind of startup culture and the fund available, it's still not that easy to get. It's just that it is available and the same procedures have to be followed. Becoming a public limited company was a really raise in our value, not just on the value in the money side, but what I have seen that it raised the value of the company's commitment, responsibility, as well as its virtue of saying that we are there and we are committed to the cause. And whichever company was associating, they also felt that they are serious guys and they're not here for just for a few years. So that's what I feel today, that going to IPO was a very, very good idea. The journey has been very, very beautiful. A lot of things I learned in the way that how really Indians are. And I feel very proud that I could make a company or a corporate organization where we have given almost 900 people employment. And if we would not have come to this level, I don't think so we would be able to support so many families.
She started as a career where she was jewelry designer and she used to work with some of these jewelry shops and manufacturers in Surat. And that's where she faced the real problem of sanitation, when there was no toilets and she was struggling herself. And that went to have a personal problem in terms of kidney stone for her, because she was not using the loo for a very extended period of time and not drinking water and stuff like that. So that is her personal experience which made her to do something on the sanitation side for women, and then also directly impacting positively to the environment. Then we as a team sat together and said, how we should really do this. And that's how we come and we thought we put a strategy in place and we are where we are today.
So we wanted to increase our portfolio of offerings and solutions that we were offering. The first reason is that sanitation and water is a very, very focused kind of a business, where sanitation is left for the government themselves. Then later on we realized that we are addressed to the sanitation and water together. And that's how we started looking out for water treatments in urban areas. Earlier we were focused completely on rural and peri-urban. Now we want to focus on urban. So now how do we build our capacities? So when we acquired this company was acquired to help us build that capacity. increase our product range in the same solution, offer more solutions to our customers, and not like become like a one-stop solution for water and sanitation situations. In 2015-16, I was like running this whole thing alone, and suddenly the company was growing at the speed of 70, 80, 100% every year, and I just could not manage the whole thing. And so Sanjay came for a rescue for me, and he said, okay, I will join it. He quit his corporate job.